Chapter 1 Mary. What is there to fear? The world's foremost female assassin, Nan Shi, has perished. On her way to the imperial capital to complete a mission, she was treacherously killed. How dare you lay a hand on me? You shall all meet your doom. In the very first moment Nan Shi regained consciousness, her thoughts were consumed with a burning desire to uncover the mastermind behind her demise and exact revenge. Wait, had she not died? How could she possibly awaken? At that moment 2 voices pierced the air. Zhang Ma, has that little wretch truly perished? She just ingested poison, it's uncertain whether she has drawn her last breath. What a remarkable Jiang Nan Shi. Whether dead or alive, she must be married off to Lu Hanyuan for Jiayu. Who is Jiang Nan Shi? At this instant, memories that did not belong to her flooded Nan Zai's mind. Indeed, she had died, but had been reborn into the body of the 19-year-old student Jiang Nan Shi, who had succumbed at the same time. Jiang Nanzai's mother had passed away when she was 11, and less than a month later her father Jiang Yu brought home his new wife Wang Pei, along with Jiang Jiayu, who was merely 3 months younger than Jiang Nan Shi. Subsequently, Jiang Yu embezzled Jiang Nanzai's mother's dowry, imprisoned her uncle on charges of tax evasion, and seized the family fortune. The scoundrel father and stepmother then sent Jiang Nan Shi to the countryside, where she endured abuse, disfigurement and exploitation, under the pretext of her ominous fate. Suddenly, the same voices echoed again. Zhang Ma, hurry up and bind that little wretch. As danger loomed, Nanzai's instincts as an assassin kicked in. She swiftly opened her eyes, sat up and unleashed her inner strength. Ah, how it hurts. Zhang Ma, who had been in the process of tying up Nan Shi, was thrown to the ground by an unexpected surge of power. Wang Pei, clad in opulent attire, witnessed this scene with utter shock. How daring, you little wretch! You are indeed feigning death. With that, she hurried over, ready to take matters into her own hands. Having easily killed Jiang Nanzai's mother to become the lady of the Jiang family, how could she not handle this mere country bumpkin? However, just as Wang Pei raised her hand to strike Jiang Nanzai's face, in the blink of an eye, Nan Shi evaded to the side. In the next moment, she seized Wang Pei's outstretched arm and retaliated with a blow to her face. A crisp sound resonated through the air. Wang Pei was caught off guard, unable to scream as her right cheek instantly swelled. Dazed by the slap, it took her several seconds to incredulously reprimand. You little wretch, dare to strike me. How could this spineless wretch, who never retaliated, actually hit her? Nan Shi glared at the vibrant red bridal gown she wore. Every part of her ached, including her face, leaving her thoroughly displeased. Her wrists bore the marks of torment, and the pain on her face was from scars of disfigurement. Ha, she had once been a world-class medical saint. What were these trifling injuries? Impatience flickered in her eyes as she remarked. You appear to be aging and losing your charm. Is it not your own hand striking your face? You. Wang Pei's face contorted with rage. She had spent millions enhancing her visage, only to be told she was aging? Moreover, this little wretch was the truly ugly one. Her appearance had been ruined by her own people. Wang Pei regretted not having silenced this little wretch years ago. Yet, just as Wang Pei prepared to strike again, Nan Shi offered her no opportunity, raising her leg from the bed. Ah! Wang Pei was kicked and tumbled to the floor, just as she was about to throw a fit. Suddenly, a man dressed in a Zhongshan suit appeared at the door. Jiang Yu, the head of the Jiang family. What is all this ruckus? The Lu family's suitor has grown impatient. As soon as he spoke, he spotted the figure seated on the bed, his expression brightening. He continued. Nan Shi has awakened? That's splendid. Regardless of your willingness, you must marry into the Lu family. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Wang Pei's demeanor shifted instantly, adopting the guise of a victim as she lamented. Darling, I was merely offering kind advice to Nan Shi, yet she refused to listen, not only striking me but also kicking me. Jiang Ye's heart ached at her words. Nan Zai's expression turned icy. This was the original scoundrel of a perfect pair of rogues. Suppressing the chill in her gaze, she feigned innocence and replied. It was she who accidentally fell. How can you blame me? Besides, I never said I wouldn't marry. Wang Pei attempted to interject, but Jiang Yu silenced her. For Jiang Nanzai's statement of never saying I wouldn't marry was the crux of today's matter. Old Master Lu was gravely ill and required a wife for auspiciousness. Otherwise, with the Jiang family standing in the capital, they could not hope to forge a connection with the Lu family. Furthermore, the Lu family had offered a dowry of 500 million and several lucrative projects. But he would not allow his precious daughter Jiayu to marry. The Lu family had stated that any daughter of the Jiang family would suffice, making Jiang Nanshi the most suitable candidate. Jiang Ye's face brightened as he coaxed. It's good to see you've come to your senses. Old Master Lu is the sole heir of the Lu family. Marrying him will ensure a life of luxury. Luxury? Nanshi scoffed coldly. The original was easily deceived, but she was no fool. His Lu Hanyuan harbored a den of wolves and tigers. Claiming they were pets to be cherished, he was nothing short of a madman. And 6 months ago, he had collapsed from a severe illness, rarely seen by anyone, and now in his weakened state no one could approach him. Thus, the Lu family had sent numerous women to his side, all of whom met untimely and mysterious ends. Yet, even with such circumstances, she was expected to marry? Marry? What is there to fear? I will agree to the marriage, but I have one condition. Chapter 2. A show of power? Upon hearing Jiang Nanshi relent, Jiang Yu instantly donned a sycophantic smile, exclaiming, as long as you agree to marry, I would acquiesce to not just one condition but even 10. Nanshi cut to the chase. I demand my mother's dowry. What? Wang Pei could no longer contain herself and exploded with indignation. That is meant for my daughter Jia. How dare this little wretch think she deserves it? Nanshi raised an eyebrow, casting a challenging and mocking glance at Wang Pei. It seems Aunt Wang does not wish for me to marry after all. There are other daughters in the Jiang family. Perhaps Jiayue should wed instead. Her stance was indeed impeccably firm. Wang Pei clenched her fist, nearly choking on her rage. Her daughter Jiayue, the epitome of excellence and a well-known socialite in the capital, had spent years studying abroad. How could she possibly marry a sickly wretch for good fortune? Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was eager to placate Nanshi and expedite her marriage. After all, it was far better for a bride to walk out on her own than to be carried out. Lest the other noble families in the capital learn of Jiang's disgraceful act of selling his daughter, he chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, you know Jiaye's health is frail. As her sister, you ought to contribute to the Jiang family. Very well, father agrees. Just as Wang Pei was about to explode with frustration, Jiang Yu shot her a knowing glance, and she instantly comprehended that in the short span of 6 months, 4 women had been sent to Lord Lu, none of whom had returned alive. Whether this little wretch would survive the night was uncertain, yet she dared to demand a dowry? A mere dream. Seeing their acquiescence, Nanshi leapt off the bed, seized the nearby red veil, and flamboyantly draped it over her head. No one would be foolish enough to trust the words of this unscrupulous pair, but there was no rush. She had ample time to deal with them. Meanwhile, she would investigate who was responsible for her demise. Downstairs, someone called out, the auspicious hour has arrived. Escort the Jiang family's young lady to Lu Hanyuan. Lu Hanyuan, nestled deep within the lush forests of Lishan, was expansive in size. The opulent castle resembled a royal palace, yet it was surrounded by towering walls and barbed wire, meaning escape was impossible. It was already evening, with no street lamps illuminating the path. As Nanshi exited the carriage, all bodyguards retreated to the entrance, none daring to enter. In May, the capital was sweltering, yet an abnormal chill permeated the air. The deeper she ventured, the more she sensed something amiss. Not a single soul was in sight. Suddenly she heard a familiar sound. A howl. It was a pack of wolves. So this was the first test for her as a prospective bride. The original Jiang Nanshi would have quaked in fear. But having lived alongside wolves before, she felt no trepidation. They approached slowly, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, their frames towering like regal beings. She quickly discerned them to be the fiercest polar wolves. Known for their aggression, however, their fur, it was simply exquisite. Nanshi was utterly enamored. Today she would delight in their company. Not far from the castle's high towers, 2 individuals peered through binoculars, fixated on the unfolding scene. The Lu family truly spared no expense. Each time they sent a bride to Lu Hanyuan, it cost them billions in dowries to gather intelligence. Yuan Hao scoffed, his eyes gleaming with pride. Gu Shu. How many minutes do you wager it will take for our bride to be dispatched by the porridge? The kanji serves as the wolf king. Each time a new bride is delivered, a wager is placed. It is hardly surprising that lives are treated with such disregard, given the deviousness of the old men of the Lu family. Thus, the brides brought forth are equally untrustworthy. Observing her figure, one could surmise that she barely measures up. Before Uncle Gu could finish his words, her expression shifted dramatically. Kanji has collapsed. What had that woman done to ensnare the Wolf King? While the entire pack lay incapacitated. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Hao was equally horrified, running and exclaiming, quickly report to Fourth Master. If there are injuries, the entire Lu Hanyuan will suffer the consequences. Inside the bedroom, adorned with exquisite decor and opulence, Lu Yixiao, recuperating from injuries, suddenly widened his eyes and coldly inquired, "Who is the latest addition?" His voice was as frigid as shards of ice. The man possessed striking features, with sharply defined contours that exuded an air of unapproachability. His skin pallid from recent wounds. Upon hearing that Kanji had been harmed, Yuan Hao trembled at the sight of Fourth Master's fury. Lowering his head to respond, "It is a young lady from the Zhang family, seemingly named Zhang Jiayue. The women previously sent had either fainted or soiled themselves, rendering them utterly incapable of confronting the Wolf King." At this revelation, Lu Yixiao's handsome visage grew even more frigid, a palpable tension enveloping him. The next moment, he rose from the bed, donning a human skin mask from the table as he strode towards the exit, commanding, "Send the midnight snack to the back mountain." The midnight snack referred to the ferocious Bengal tiger he kept. Yuan Hao felt a shiver run down his spine, contemplating the grim fate awaiting that individual. Yet he merely nodded in compliance. Yes, Lu Yixiao circumnavigated the entirety of Lu Hanyuan but found neither Kanji nor the wretched woman. Instead, he encountered several wolves already incapacitated. Upon closer inspection, they were not dead but merely unconscious. So had the Lu family sought out an expert in wolf taming this time? His eyes glinted with malevolence as he strode purposefully towards the back mountain. After a short while, he heard some commotion. Pausing to gaze into the distance, a petite woman clad in a crimson bridal robe was conversing with a wolf. As she had her back to him, her features were obscured, but judging by her stature, she stood around 1.7 meters tall and appeared slender. Their voices were hushed, engaged in a conversation in wolf language. Yet, the ferocious Arctic Wolf King, uninjured, lay obediently at her feet like a docile dog. If it were indeed a dog, it might have been inclined to wag its tail at her. Witnessing this, Lu Yixiao's expression soured, his phoenix eyes radiating a chilling light. It seemed this woman truly was a wolf tamer. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed around them. Chapter 3. The long-dormant heart ignited. Nanshi, attuned to her surroundings, swiftly discerned that danger lurked nearby. Her gaze darkened as she patted the Wolf King, signaling it to retreat into the underbrush. Before promptly entering a state of alert in mere seconds, a colossal beast leapt from her flank and lunged towards her. Fortunately, Nanshi reacted swiftly, rolling aside just in time. Upon steadying her gaze, she identified the assailant as the most fearsome of Bengal tigers, possessing a fierce appearance and extreme aggression. Thus, was this yet another test for her as a new bride? At this moment, the Bengal tiger before her seemed to have already regarded Nanshi as its prey. It stood majestically, baring its teeth, slowly pacing and circling as if preparing to strike from the most advantageous angle. With a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the entire Luhan garden, the air trembled. Although Nanshi possessed the ability to tame wolves, even the fiercest of them could be made to obey her commands. This Bengal tiger was a different matter altogether. Indolent and haughty, it was a challenge to subdue. Suddenly Yuan Hao, standing behind Lu Yixiao, whispered, "Their angle is quite favorable. The distance is neither too close nor too far, so they won't be discovered while spying." A dangerous glint flashed in Lu Yixiao's eyes. He could easily leave and let Xiaoya deal with this mysterious woman. Yet, witnessing her calm demeanor in the face of the tiger stirred within him a subtle anticipation for her counterattack. No one could escape the wrath of Xiaoya. However, just as Yuan Hao spoke, Xiaoya launched a second attack on Nanshi but missed. The tiger's sharp claws scraped against the ground, emitting an enraged roar. During its third attempt, once again, Nanshi evaded the strike. Throughout the ordeal, she maintained her composure, never truly retaliating. A slight furrow of her brow emanated a chilling aura, a coldness and ferocity that was unmatched by anyone else. Yet, when Yuan Hao beheld her visage, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness! That woman is utterly hideous. Her face is disfigured." At that moment, Lu Yixiao's gaze shifted from the woman's fighting stance to her face. Her adornments had fallen away, and her hair cascaded over her shoulders, creating an impression of purity against the backdrop of her dark locks. Particularly striking were her eyes, dark and lustrous as if polished to perfection. Yet, the thought of beautiful flitted through the man's mind only momentarily before he dismissed it with impatience. Nanshi, perhaps finding her garment cumbersome, exerted a forceful motion, and with a ripping sound, the hem of her ceremonial robe was torn asunder. Swiftly, she picked up a small wooden stick from the ground and deftly gathered her hair atop her head. This posture and action momentarily evoked in Lu Yixiao a sense of nostalgia for someone familiar. Suddenly, Yuan Hao gasped, stuttering, "Fourth Master. Xiaoya has been knocked unconscious." Xiaoya was formidable. Even Yuan Hao could not subdue him, yet this woman struck with incredible speed, her blows both steady and fierce. Previously, they had wagered that she would be harmed by the wolf pack and subsequently bitten by the tiger. Yet the outcome was a resounding slap in the face. Suddenly Yuan Hao gasped again, "That woman. Her eyes are terrifying." Lu Yixiao immediately turned to look. For a fleeting moment, his long dormant heart felt ignited by something. Without a moment's hesitation he dashed forward. Yes, he was going to protect this woman. As Nanshi felled the tiger, she too collapsed. What kind of wretched body was this? She hadn't even exerted half of her strength before succumbing to low blood sugar. Just as she prepared to rise and swiftly leave this perilous place, a man clad in all black came rushing toward her simultaneously. The recently fallen tiger let out a roar and slowly began to rise again. Nanshi's expression shifted. She turned to the approaching man and suddenly raised her voice. Stop right there. There's a tiger over here. She instinctively regarded the man as either a bodyguard or a servant of Lu Hanyuan. Yet, Lu Yixiao was unable to absorb any of it. He had just observed that the woman's irises were an ethereal blue, reminiscent of the person he had sought in the Holy Empire. However, in the next moment, a petite figure suddenly lunged towards him. Nanshi, having spent years as an assassin, had always been inclined to aid the weak and alleviate the suffering, so her instinct to save was innate. As she sprinted towards him, she leaped onto the man clad in black, launching into a tirade. Are you blind or deaf? I told you there's a tiger here, a tiger. You come rushing over to offer your head. Despite her fierce demeanor, her small frame shielded him from the impending danger. In an instant, they found themselves enveloped in each other's embrace. The next second, Nanshi sighed and softened her tone. Are you all right? Lu Yixiao was taken aback. The woman's anger bore a striking resemblance to the person he had been searching for. So, her ferocity stemmed from a fear of the tiger harming him, and now she was concerned for his well-being? However, before he could ponder further, the tiger bared its fangs, preparing for another assault. Lu Yixiao instinctively tightened his hold on her. At that moment, despite his severe cleanliness obsession, he was oblivious to the fact that he was embracing a stranger he had just met. He merely wondered how someone could be so slender. Nanshi, deeply ensnared in the crisis, remained unaware of his thoughts. She struck a pose even more ferocious than the tiger's and let out a fierce roar. She was attempting to tame it. Even if this tiger was the king of the mountain, an exceedingly formidable predator, initially she had intended to incapacitate it and seize the opportunity to escape. Who would have thought a frail man would suddenly emerge? How could he be weak? As they clung to one another, she caught a whiff of the blood and medicinal scent emanating from him, which overpowered the crisp pine aroma he carried. It was not unpleasant. In fact, it felt oddly familiar. Yet, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. The ferocious tiger let out a couple of roars and retreated, seemingly intimidated. Nanshi was momentarily stunned. Had she actually tamed it? Was it truly that simple? Chapter 4. Just because Lu Hanyuan is under my command. But little did Nanshi know, the man embracing her from behind had already revealed a far more menacing aspect towards the tiger. Lu Yixiao emanated a lethal aura of darkness, wicked and audacious, a presence more formidable than that of the tiger, instilling fear in all who beheld him. This tiger had been tamed by him alone. Thus it naturally feared him. With the threat now dissipated, Nanshi prepared to rise from the ground, only to find the hand resting on her waist pressing down with unyielding force. Have you ever been in the Holy Empire? The man's voice was as chilling as the depths of December. Upon hearing this, Nanshi's heart tightened. The Holy Empire was her creation, so of course, she had been there. However, her first instinct was to fear that her identity as the #1 assassin had been uncovered. Just as she prepared to resist, she realized the energy expended in her rebirth had left her somewhat weak and low on blood sugar. No, she had died. She was not the invincible assassin Nanshi, but rather the disfigured and pitiful student Jiang Nanshi. Surely, no one would recognize her. Noticing her silence, Lu Yixiao pressed further with a hint of impatience. How do you know how to tame wolves? Who from the Lu family sent you? He rarely had the patience to engage in such lengthy discourse, especially with a stranger. The Lu family? Nanshi was unaware, yet she answered the question with a remark that sidestepped the topic. So, you are not mute. The shift in conversation stirred a sense of impatience within Lu Yixiao. Observing her up close, he noted her pallid complexion and the scars that marred her face. However, her eyes were strikingly beautiful. Occasionally, they would glance upward, evoking thoughts of the phrase cutwater double pupils. That he'll be fair. Had her visage not been disfigured, and with a touch more fairness, she would not be deemed unattractive. Yet, Lu Yixiao hesitated. Was this woman truly the elusive Xiaoxi he had sought? The age and name did not align. It had been over 8 years since they last met, and he had not even seen a photograph of her. Making it difficult to recall her features, she had indeed been heartless, failing to seek him out during these years, vanishing under a different identity. Eventually, after years of inquiries and surveillance, he discovered she had risen to become the world's foremost assassin. Nanao. Since she did not come to find him, he resolved to seek her out. He ventured alone to the Holy Empire solely to catch a glimpse of her, only to find himself ensnared in an ambush. Sustaining injuries, Yet today he heard rumors of her demise. Dead? He refused to believe it. She was the one who had drawn him in. It was she. But how could she abandon him and depart first? As the man was lost in thought, Nanshi reached out to touch the object on his face, inquiring, "Is wearing this human skin mask comfortable? Would you like to remove it?" She was well acquainted with such artifacts. After over a decade as an assassin, she had even developed human skin masks, artificial, not made from real skin, yet molded to fit the face seamlessly undetectable. She had taught many others to use such devices. However, her actions incited an immediate fury within Lu Xiao. His expression hardened to an impassive mask, yet it radiated an even more formidable aura of ruthlessness. Few could discern that this was merely a mask. Typically, when his visage was revealed, onlookers deemed him fearsome, but how did this woman know? No other woman dared to approach him, save for Xiaoxi. "Do not touch me again," he coldly warned, having just embraced her moments before. "Release me or I shall strangle you." That if he truly intended to kill, there would be no room for idle chatter. Yet Nanshi fell silent, although she was unaware of the man's true appearance. His demeanor exuded an air of nobility and chill, emanating a palpable sense of oppression. After all, Nanshi had been an assassin, privy to the world's foremost information. Based on her findings, Lord Lu Xiao had collapsed on his bed, with no knowledge of whether he was alive or dead. Therefore, was this man a bodyguard? His status must be extraordinary. Yet why would he refuse to reveal his true face? Having posed 3 questions, he was firm in his disbelief that this woman could divert the topic further. The blue glow? In an instant Nanshi comprehended that in her past life, when angered, her eyes would turn a deep blue, but only at night. It seemed she had been reborn into the original owner's body, inheriting the trait of blue eyes. While this was Lord Lu's territory, she needed only to distance herself from this formidable man, who was highly vigilant. She would first find a place to hide, or perhaps directly seek out her new residence. After all, she was now the newlywed wife of Lord Lu, the mistress of Lu Yuan. By what right? The man's gaze was sharp as lightning, imbued with a captivating power, as he declared, "This Lu Hanyuan is mine to command." His tone was both arrogant and domineering. As soon as the words left her lips, without a moment's hesitation, Nanshi swiftly sank her teeth into the arm of the man standing protectively before her. Lu Xiao let out a sharp hiss, and as he released his grip, Nanshi sprang to her feet, sprinting with the speed of 100 meters dash, darting into the thicket. As she fled, she thought to herself, "I can't believe a word you say. Even with Lu Ziyi unconscious, his subordinates are so audacious? Dreadful woman." Lu Xiao gazed at his bleeding arm, consumed by a frenzied state. But could this seemingly fragile girl truly outrun him? He rose, his figure tall and straight, exuding an air of noble arrogance, fixating on the silhouette of the woman before him, akin to a fierce tiger stalking its prey. The more she tried to escape, the more he sensed something amiss. This woman could tame wolves, had seen through his human facade, and her eyes were a haunting shade of blue. Everything about her bore a striking resemblance to Xiaoxi. Suddenly Lu Xiao raised his voice. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance." Beside him Yuan Hao shivered. "It's over. Our 4th master has taken an interest. Once he makes a move, that woman is doomed." However, as Nanshi sprinted away, upon hearing his words, her first reaction was, "What chance?" The next moment, he began the countdown. Point 3. Lu Xiao allowed his prey a moment to flee. Point 2. 1. With the final syllable, the man lunged forward with the swiftness of lightning, his feet seemingly equipped with wheels of fire, moving at an unparalleled speed. Chapter 5. I am Lu Ziyi's wife. As Nanshi continued her flight, she felt her legs grow weak, her strength waning. Surely, the original owner's body would not fail her at such a critical juncture. In an instant her collar was seized from behind. Nanshi thought, "This man is surprisingly resilient. How foolish of her to have shown him kindness earlier. She should have let the tiger devour him." Lu Xiao was taken aback, realizing that despite her frail appearance, this woman possessed considerable strength. After all, if she were truly weak, how could she tame the Wolf King and evade the tiger? Gradually, Nanshi felt herself struggling. She could not overpower him. If this were her own body, she could easily dominate the situation. But the original owner was weak, frail, and lacked strength. In a moment of desperation, Nanshi devised a plan and exclaimed, "You're hurting me." Lu Xiao was not one to show mercy. He did not relent. Annoyed, Nanshi declared, "I am Lu Ziyi's wife, the mistress of Lu Hanyuan. If you harm me, the 4th master will make you pay with your life." Lu Xiao chuckled in disbelief. This was his territory, and she dared to utter such words. Truly, she was overestimating herself, he scoffed. "Then I'll just have to see what happens if I do." Witnessing this exchange, Yuan Hao thought it was the end. Our 4th master was about to personally deal with that woman. But what did he see? Not far away, The woman actually threw herself onto our fourth master. As if that weren't enough. Our fourth master, who shunned female company, did not immediately push her away. Nancy felt a brief moment of dizziness, but she was not entirely unconscious. Perhaps it was due to the force of his grip. Or perhaps his voice was simply too loud. Hey, Louis Xiao with a scowl demanded. What kind of trick are you playing? Facing a ferocious wolf, she was unafraid of a tiger, yet suddenly she faints. Yet, just as he was lost in thought, in the blink of an eye, Nancy summoned her last ounce of strength, wrapping an arm around his neck and pulling him into her embrace, before her head collided forcefully against his forehead. Louis Xiao let out a grunt, momentarily dazed, only to hear her utter, "Care to challenge your great aunt? You still have much to learn." No sooner had the words left her lips than darkness enveloped her, and she fainted entirely. Nancy regained consciousness not long after, having collapsed due to low blood sugar. Her condition was not severe, however. In her hazy state, she overheard snippets of conversation from outside the door, though they were not entirely clear. Not even a single mosquito can approach fourth brother. Has he truly embraced that woman? Tao Musu's tone bore a hint of excitement. After receiving a call from Yuan Hao, he had rushed to Lu Hanyuan, fearing that fourth brother had encountered another mishap. Just days prior, fourth brother had been gravely injured during an ambush in the Holy Empire. Little did he know that his expertise as a renowned physician in the capital would be required to attend to an unidentified bride brought in for a joyous occasion. Indeed, he had assumed that angering fourth master would lead to her demise, yet here she was, alive and seeking his medical attention. Yuan Hao, equally exhilarated, chimed in, "This is his first time holding a woman. Truly a sight to behold, albeit she is remarkably unattractive, having spared her life moments ago." The situation had shifted dramatically. Tao Musu wore an expression of amusement, having noticed something peculiar beneath her red veil. Just then Nancy stirred, slowly sitting up from the bed. Remarkably unattractive. What had been discovered beneath the veil? The last two phrases were the clearest to her ears. She swiftly surveyed her surroundings. The room was lavishly adorned, exuding an air of understated opulence, so she had temporarily evaded danger. Yet, the specter of potential demise still loomed at that moment. A servant emerged from the bathroom, exclaiming in surprise, "She's awake. The woman has awakened." 10 minutes later, within the expansive guest room, two men stood, alongside Nancy, who was half reclining at the edge of the bed. "Who sent you from the Liu family?" inquired the man who had just fought with her. He was the one she had bravely confronted, disregarding all else to rescue him, and the very person she had collided with before losing consciousness. Liu Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His tall frame, draped in simple loungewear, accentuated his broad shoulders and exuded an aura of strength, suffused with an oppressive atmosphere. Nancy, keenly observant, noted that he held something in his hands behind his back. Before she could speak, he continued, "Think carefully. You have only one chance." Their gazes locked. The atmosphere was tense, yet neither averted their eyes. The mask obscured his features, leaving her unable to discern his expression, save for those piercing eyes that felt as sharp as blades. Having reached this juncture, the ability to adapt was the key to survival. "I truly do not know. I was also arranged to marry by Jiang Yu.my father. If you do not believe me, feel free to inquire at the Jiang household." Liu Xiao's expression hardened, his skepticism palpable, and his patience waned. Suddenly, he spoke coldly, "Jiang Jiayue?" The name seemed to serve as both a probe and a genuine call to someone. Nancy froze for a moment, her gaze sharp with curiosity as she turned to him. She could clearly sense that something was amiss with the man, yet she steeled herself and replied, "What is it?" Was it wrong for him to call himself Jiang Jiayue? Not at all. The original owner, Jiang Nanshi, had indeed come in as a replacement bride under the guise of Jiang Jiayue. He uttered the word fraud, then forcefully smashed the object in his hand onto the ground. The sound of a dull thud echoed, and the atmosphere instantly grew more suffocating. Chapter 6. To entice oneself in this manner? Nancy focused her gaze and realized it was the red veil that had just adorned her head. So, what was the issue? Perhaps it was time to explain why there was a miniature surveillance device hidden within the veil. Louis Xiao was unsure of what was happening to him. He loathed this uncontrollable surge of emotion, whether it was her words, her forehead colliding with his, or the lie she told at this moment. He felt capable of taking a life, yet, in that fleeting instant, he found himself unable to do so, as he could see a reflection of Xiaoxi within her. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura of cold, decisive authority emanated from the man, momentarily startling Nancy. She suddenly comprehended what had been whispered about at the door moments ago. The veil had been tampered with. Thus, the marriage was merely a fade. Jiang Yu intended to utilize her as a means to infiltrate and monitor Lu's sire. No wonder the brides who had previously replaced themselves at Lu Hanyuan had not survived beyond the second day. What a reckless gamble. What a despicable father Zhang Yu was to have ensnared her. At present, her priority was to preserve her life. Nanshi hastily explained, I genuinely have no idea why there's a surveillance device in the veil. I was forced into this marriage by my father. Liu Yixiao's gaze darkened further with a hint of murderous intent. I swear. I'm not lying to you, Nanshi insisted, her anxiety rising. That if I had known, wouldn't that be equivalent to signing my own death warrant? I'm not foolish. Not foolish? Liu Yixiao's expression grew even more grim. She was indeed no fool. You don't believe me? Nanshi's complexion soured as she recalled her days as the world's foremost assassin, where it was only she who harbored distrust towards others, never the other way around. But she was no longer Nanshi. She was now the pitiful Jiang Nanshi. So grant me 3 days, and I will uncover the Jiang family's connection to the Liu clan, providing you with a satisfactory explanation. However, that was not the answer Liu Yixiao sought. Did he truly require this woman to uncover the truth? He could ascertain it himself. Do you think there will be another opportunity? The word struck Nanshi like a death knell. He intended to kill her. The atmosphere instantly turned tense and charged. Are you truly going to kill me? Nanshi's brows furrowed, a chill creeping in that if Liu Yixiao truly intended to take a life, he would have acted long ago. Without wasting time here, he was merely half-heartedly struggling, half-heartedly intimidating. How peculiar. When had the decisive Liu sire ever been so indecisive? Suddenly, Nanshi resolved to take a bold gamble, throwing out a question. Don't you wish to know if I have been to the Holy Empire? In an instant, the previously calm gaze of Liu Yixiao revealed ripples of intrigue. She understood she had won this gamble. Even if only temporarily, she must seize the chance to survive. Thus, Nanshi cautiously probed further. Don't you want to know why I understand the art of wolf training? Liu Yixiao stood in the center of the bedroom, as if all surrounding light were drawn to him. His tall and slender figure enveloped in a faint halo. Just by his appearance, it was evident that this man belonged to the exceedingly handsome type. However, his originally cold and distant brows and eyes had become even more piercing, exuding an aura of menace. How could the astute man be unaware that this woman was testing him? Everyone feared Lord Liu, referring to him as the Great Demon King, yet none dared to probe or challenge his boundaries. This woman possessed an audacious spirit. Nanshi's gaze fixed upon him, her heart tightening, yet there was no turning back. She had no option but to survive. At the very least, she needed to secure her footing within the Liu family. Don't you want to know why my eyes emit a blue glow? As long as you spare my life, I shall tell you. No sooner had the words left her lips than Liu Yixiao lost his patience. With a cold expression, he swiftly closed the distance to the bedside. Watching the unfolding scene, Yuan Hao thought it was over. When their lord personally intervened, this woman would surely meet a gruesome end. Yet, in the next moment, what did he witness? Their lord had been pulled onto the bed by that woman. And the position was far too intimate. Initially, Liu Yixiao had no intention of genuinely harming her. It was merely a tactic to intimidate. Though he was known for his lack of compassion, he did not have the habit of striking women. However, this infuriating woman was exceedingly wary. The moment he reached out, she had him pinned to the bed, and they engaged in a fierce and rapid struggle. Liu Yixiao had not anticipated that this seemingly frail woman would react with such swiftness. After all, had she not just regained consciousness from a fainting spell? Moreover, her attacking maneuvers were clearly honed from practice. Just how many secrets did this woman conceal? Yet Liu Yixiao's expression darkened. Had she just touched him? How dare she lay her hands upon him? If it weren't for her vague resemblance to Xiaoxi, he would have surely ended her life. While he momentarily lost focus, Nanshi's indomitable spirit surged forth, and with all her might she pressed herself against him, turning the tide in her favor. It was a classic combat stance. Yet Nanshi utilized the supple nature of her femininity, her legs wrapping around his waist in an attempt to subdue him first. Little did she know, to an outsider, this position exuded an indescribable allure. In the midst of their struggle, Liu Yixiao inadvertently brushed against her soft form. Instantly, his entire being stiffened, his gaze drawn to her chest, lingering for a few seconds before he awkwardly averted his eyes. Yet, the woman seemed utterly unfazed. Was she even human? Liu Yixiao felt a surge of irritation, yet no words escaped his lips in that moment. Due to the chaos of their skirmish, Nanshi found her cumbersome attire to be a significant hindrance. With a determined effort, she stripped away the cumbersome garment. Though she still wore a sheer white undergarment, it was exceedingly translucent. The original owner, Jiang Nanshi, had been disfigured, her face gaunt and pallid, yet this body was strikingly fair and radiant. In the next instant, the skin he touched was smooth and cool, almost ethereal. Liu Yixiao's gaze deepened involuntarily, his body tensing. Over the years, many had attempted to send women to his bed with ill intentions, yet he had remained unmoved, feeling only revulsion and disdain. Thus, this insufferable woman had altered her tactics, seeking to seduce him in such a manner. Chapter 7. Do you like me? Yet, when Lu Yizhao's gaze fell upon her body beneath the sheer fabric, he noticed countless bruises and scars intermingled, some even still oozing blood. It was evident that these were layers of both new and old wounds, the result of brutal assaults. He stood in a daze for several seconds, pondering what this woman had truly experienced. Yet, in the next moment, Nanshi seized the advantage of her feminine grace and promptly seated herself upon Lu Yizhao. Mischief danced in her eyes as she cast a sly smile at the man beneath her, as if to declare, I have triumphed. The early May heat enveloped the capital, and through the sheer fabric, both could feel the burning warmth of each other's skin. The position, with her above and him below, was undeniably intimate. Startled, Yuan Hao quickly turned away, too intimidated to approach or even to look, although he harbored curiosity about this enigmatic woman and her dealings with the wolf pack and its alpha. The audacity with which she tempted their fourth master was beyond comprehension. Did this unattractive woman truly believe she could aspire for something unattainable? Lu Yizhao's expression darkened, an unnamed fury boiling within him. Was she truly a woman? How shameless to so openly entice a man in the presence of others. I may lack the standing to negotiate with you, but I refuse to meet my demise unjustly. Grant me the opportunity to uncover the truth. Nanshi's breath was unsteady, and she felt a wave of frustration. How had she mistaken this man for one of her previous practice partners? Thus, she lowered her voice once more to explain. I can still share what you wish to know. Once this turmoil settles, you may kill me then. Anyone can speak sweetly. She certainly wasn't foolish enough to wait for her own demise. It was merely a matter of buying time, a means to temporarily gain his trust. If all else failed, once the current crisis passed, she could simply flee, for she had no intention of remaining in the capital indefinitely. Furthermore, through their brief interaction, Nanshi came to a profound realization. Despite Lu Sai being incapacitated, this man held a significant position within Lu Hanyuan, and thus she could not afford to offend him at present. Lu Yizhao found himself momentarily taken aback. Therefore, this woman was not attempting to seduce him? Indeed, she was not. Her eyes held no trace of desire, only a fierce will to survive. Lu Yizhao resumed his previous demeanor of aloof nobility. With his formidable strength, how could he be subdued by a mere woman? In the next instant, he ceased to be courteous, flipping her over and pinning her firmly to the bed. Thus, the dynamic shifted from her being on top to him dominating the position. The proximity between them allowed for significant physical contact, as though they could feel each other's breath. On what grounds should I trust you? His words dripped with icy skepticism. He did not trust her. Yet, in a fleeting moment, he found himself at a loss. He could easily end her life. Why else would this woman incessantly provoke him? However, the sight of her bruised and battered body, coupled with the need to investigate her background, sparked an unprecedented mercy within him, causing his grip to loosen. Nanshi too harbored no trust for him. Yet, his words offered a semblance of security, if only temporarily. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Oh dear, I feel dizzy. It's so unbearable." Lu Yizhao's suspicious gaze fell upon her, his heart betraying no emotion. Yet, his expression seemed to convey, "Let us see how you play this out. Truly, I haven't eaten in several days." Nanshi's large eyes darted about, proclaiming that one could faint from hunger, promising to reveal all once she had eaten. The world's foremost female assassin not only dedicates herself to rigorous training but also masters the art of deceit and seduction. This is not for the purpose of duping others, but rather purely for self-preservation. Yet, she finds herself genuinely hungry. It is undeniable that Nanshi's innocent facade, coupled with her tone, can indeed deceive many. However, she cannot fool Lu Yizhao. He gazes at her with an expressionless demeanor, as if he can see through her innermost thoughts. Once she is certain that he will not resort to violence against her, Nanshi seizes the opportunity. "You should let me go." Lu Yizhao remains unmoved. "You hurt me," Nanshi exclaims in desperation. Though her hands are restrained by him, her feet remain free. Just as she prepares to raise her foot to kick, Lu Yizhao, as if possessing foresight, swiftly captures her foot, rendering it immobile. "Hurt you?" the man coldly retorts. "Liar, liar." Nanshi struggles, her petite face flushed with indignation. In a moment of bravado, she boldly questions, "Do you have feelings for me?" "Feelings?" Lu Yizhao's pupils constrict, utterly astonished. Does this woman possess no sense of shame or self-awareness? "If you do not like me, why hold me so tightly? You're taking advantage of me." "Taking advantage?" Lu Yizhao casts a peculiar glance her way. Who was it that initiated contact first? And yet, she dares to turn the tables on him when his predatory gaze falls upon her. Nanshi's heart skips a beat, wondering if she has overstepped her bounds. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Yizhao releases her. Over the years, Many striking and well-figured women have sought his attention, yet he remained indifferent. Is this all it takes for him to feel inclined to take advantage? Now liberated, Nancy swiftly rolls off the bed and stands defiantly opposite this formidable man, adopting a defensive posture. She is acutely aware that her earlier tactics were shameless, but what of it? If they are effective, then they serve their purpose. This man possesses formidable strength, and she knows she is no match for him at present. Chapter 8. Until her corpse is found. Yuan Hao. Take her to dine, Lu Yishao commands coldly. Although he has spoken, his powerful aura continues to send shivers down the spines of those around him. After all, there is no escaping the confines of Lu Han Yuan. He is eager to see what further tricks this woman has up her sleeve. Yuan Hao is taken aback. Can one not be astonished? Our fourth master is not known for his leniency. Had it been anyone else, they would have been dealt with long ago. Furthermore, our fourth master is notoriously aloof and reticent. Today, he has exchanged more words with this woman than ever before. Additionally, due to his aversion to food, he employs renowned chefs from 5-star restaurants, and there are no servants to prepare meals in Lu Han Yuan Dada. This unattractive woman won't expect me to cook for her, will she? The outcome? You needn't bother. I can cook, Nancy states as she descends from the guest room, promptly following Yuan Hao to the dining area. You can cook? Yuan Hao inquires with curiosity. Nancy affirms with a nod and strides directly to the refrigerator. While it appears she is assessing the ingredients within, her mind races as she contemplates the individual known as Yuan Hao as the world's premier assassin. She possesses a wealth of intelligence. Although she has been unable to uncover information about Lu Siyi, she has learned that his capable assistant Yuan Hao is quite the gourmand. This offers a strategic advantage. She can utilize this to probe certain matters in the bedroom. Fourth brother, why didn't you simply kill that woman? Tao Musu adjusted his glasses, voicing his confusion while tending to the man's wounds. Due to the recent altercation, Lu Yishao's injuries had reopened. Although Tao Musu was not in the guest room, he was aware that the woman was not only alive and well but had even ventured into the kitchen for a meal. This was quite uncharacteristic of fourth brother's usual methods. Lu Yishao remained silent as he removed his human mask. The man's brow furrowed in concentration, his straight nose and perfectly defined jawline exuding an air of intensity. Even in profile, the haughtiness in his gaze was unmistakable. He was undeniably handsome, even capable of outshining meticulously retouched photographs. Yet, his formidable presence rendered him somewhat unapproachable. Since your mother passed away, you have endured torment at the hands of your 3 half-sisters and your father. That woman must surely be their informant. Tao Musu, being Lu Yishao's personal physician, was not only his brother but also his most capable subordinate. Even the entire Tao family, ranked among the top 3 on the wealth list, was at Lu Yishao's disposal. The Lu family's dynamics were complicated. Lu Yishao's father was known for his infidelity, rumored to have outlived several wives. Consequently, he had 3 daughters and 1 son, all born of different women, with significant age differences. When Lu Yishao was 6 years old, his mother tragically passed away, leaving him to be bullied by his 3 sisters. Despite this, Lu Yishao's father remained indifferent to his son's plight and showed no interest in investigating the circumstances surrounding his mother's death. Indulging instead in a life of debauchery, Tao Musu recalled something and sighed. Since you became the heir to the Lu group, they have sought every means to pry into your affairs, hoping for your demise to divide the Lu estate. Fortunately, Grandma Lu has not given up on you. Without her, you would not have endured for so many years, fourth brother. It is better to err on the side of caution than to let her go. This explains why not a single bride brought into the family has survived beyond the 2nd day. They are spies strategically placed by the Lu family, and keeping them close poses a risk. Yet, if it were not for Lu Yishao's support over the years, the Lu family would not have maintained its status as the wealthiest in the capital. Lu Yishao slightly lifted his eyelids. Once the bandages were secured, he spoke calmly. I understand your good intentions, but the desire to survive in her eyes is quite strong. Tao Musu, who knew fourth brother better than anyone, paused momentarily before realizing. So fourth brother believes she is being used? Partially. Lu Yishao finished fastening the bandages and began dressing. I have crossed paths with her. She possesses potential. Tao Musu understood that fourth brother valued talent. However, considering the numerous red flags surrounding this woman, Lu Yishao's cautious and composed nature would not allow him to employ her without a compelling reason. Thus, there must be another underlying motive. Suddenly, Tao Musu could not help but ask, does fourth brother believe he can extract information about the Holy Empire and that female assassin from her? Upon hearing this, Lu Yishao's demeanor remained unperturbed. His trusted confidants were aware of a portion of his thoughts. Thus, he readily admitted. Yes, Tao Musu knew that once fourth brother became entangled with that woman, all rationality would be cast aside. Otherwise, Why would he have ventured to the Holy Empire a few days prior? He was unaware of the complexities between fourth brother and the female assassin, nor did Louis Xiao wish to elaborate further. But your Xiaoxi has already perished. Our associate has reported that she was killed on her way to the capital. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense. A glint of cold fury flashed in Musu and Louis Xiao's eyes as they suppressed their anger. She was not dead. She valued her life above all else, capable of surviving in any dire circumstances. Louis Xiao dressed swiftly, donning the human skin mask from the table as he descended the stairs, instructing, "Continue the search until her body is found." This was why he refused to believe the claims of Xiaoxi's demise. Before reaching the dining area, the enticing aroma of dishes wafted from the open kitchen tea. This moment, Nanshi was busy in the kitchen, wearing a mask. This was both a habit for cleanliness and a means to conceal the scars on her face. The smoke from the cooking aggravated her wounds. Her hair was neatly gathered atop her head, secured with a chopstick, presenting a tidy appearance. Initially, Yuan Hao had scoffed at the idea of Nanshi cooking, doubting her ability to produce anything palatable, and sat idly playing on his phone. His task was merely to wait for her to finish before reporting back to the fourth master about their earlier conversation. However, when the fragrant scent of garlic fried chicken strips and crab roe noodles reached him, he found himself drawn in, unable to resist peeking over. "Would you like some?" Nanshi asked amiably. Yuan Hao shook his head, insisting, "No, how could a grown man bow to such trivial delicacies?" Yet, he noted that while she appeared approachable, an icy aura enveloped her. Though they had been casually chatting moments before, he could not pry any further into her thoughts if she chose to remain silent. So he resolved to keep his silence. After all, the fourth master would manage to extract the information later. Nanshi continued her culinary endeavors, preparing abalone seafood pot and fish maw chicken soup, utilizing any ingredients she could find in Lu Hanyuan's pantry. Yuan Hao sat nearby, tortured by the enticing aromas, and remarked, "Hey, I said I wouldn't eat, so why are you making so much?" "I will eat," Nanshi replied, not lifting her head as she focused on her task. She relished cooking and savored delicious food. Every ingredient that passed through her hands transformed into a delightful dish. Yuan Hao was astonished. With so much food, could one woman truly consume it all? A formidable appetite, indeed. Finally, when he beheld Nanshi serving steamed king crab, the man who had previously declared he would not partake was now tempted beyond measure. Seated atop a high stool, he savored the dishes, giving a thumbs up in admiration, exclaiming, "How can this be so delicious? Truly a feast for the senses." "I'm not exaggerating. Over the years I've dined at nearly 10,000 five-star establishments, at least 5,000 of which I can recall, and your flavors are simply unparalleled." Why had he sampled so many chefs' creations? It was merely because the fourth master was notoriously picky, losing interest after just a few bites, leaving the remainder for Yuan Hao. In the course of their casual banter, he found that the woman was not as disagreeable as he had first thought, and their rapport had noticeably improved. Look at Nanshi's remarkable skill. She could sense Yuan Hao's wariness towards her, yet she had the ability to engage his emotions. Once he lowered his guard, she would be able to glean more information. For half an hour, Yuan Hao failed to inquire how she had tamed the Wolf King. Instead, he found himself subjected to Xiaoxi's probing questions regarding the circumstances surrounding Lu Hanyuan. For instance, how old Lu Hanyuan was, and aside from having a horse ranch and a golf course, there lay a forest if one ventured southeast. South, she maintained a calm demeanor, pondering why she had been captured earlier. Apparently, she had simply gone astray. At it was revealed that the Wolf King, named Shifan, was greatly revered, treated like a precious gem in the palm of Lu Hanyuan's hand, residing in the forest on the mountainside behind the estate. The reason for the scarcity of servants at Lu Hanyuan was due to the fear of being harmed by the wolf pack, with the Wolf King enjoying unrestricted access to any part of Lu Hanyuan. Furthermore, there existed a tiger named Xiaoya, known for its fierce temperament, which few could tame, yet it was confined to the mountainside. Shifan? Xiaoya? South, she was momentarily taken aback. Who could have imagined that the decisive Lord Lu would bestow such down-to-earth names upon the Wolf King and the ferocious tiger? Yuan Hao, with his loquacious nature, was far less the stoic man he appeared to be, revealing a more candid disposition. He detected a hint of mockery in her tone and, without a moment's thought, retorted, "Do not laugh. These are affectionate names. Our Lord is quite infatuated, and the names are derived from phonetic similarities." Infatuated? South, she was slightly astonished. Did Lord Lu have someone he cherished? If the names were based on phonetic resemblance, with the tiger named Xiaoya and Lord Lu being Louis Xiao, it made sense. But for the Wolf King to be named Shifan, whom did that reference? Shi Xiang? Or perhaps herself, Shi? This line of thought intrigued South. However, she was more preoccupied with the fact that no one in the world seemed to know anything about Lord Lu. Not even his true identity, let alone his romantic history. If only she could sell this information to the intelligence agency, it would surely fetch a handsome price. Yuan Hao scoffed, a sense of pride evident in his expression. His demeanor sparked South Shi's curiosity. She feigned indifference and remarked, "I don't believe it." She wagered that Yuan Hao would reveal something of substance. At that moment, South Shi and Yuan Hao were so engrossed in their serious conversation that they failed to notice Louis Xiao leaning casually against the doorframe. If one were to pinpoint a reason for his softened heart towards this woman, it would be her striking resemblance to Xiao Shi. This included her current actions in the kitchen and the arch of her brow. 8 years ago, Louis Xiao had been abducted and chanced upon the younger Xiao Shi, who had rescued him and cared for him with her own hands. Yet, he later discovered that she was a killer, and it was her associates who had kidnapped him. Nevertheless, the kindness she had shown him was genuine. Even if she were a killer, what did it matter to him? Though he had not seen Xiao Shi for many years, he could still sense that this woman was not her. However, from her fighting style, the way her eyes turned blue, to her current habit of cooking. How could they share so many similarities? Subsequently, Louis Xiao shook his head, dismissing the notion she could not possibly be Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi had never lied. Yet this woman, he had investigated her background and was aware of her identity. That moment, Yuan Hao's cold scoff interrupted. "You don't believe me?" I haven't finished speaking, but was abruptly silenced by a man's icy voice from the corner. Yuan Hao, Chapter 10. Anorexia. At that moment, Louis Xiao emerged from around the corner, his expression cold as ice. This damned woman, not only a liar but also adept at winning the hearts of those around her. Although Yuan Hao was not particularly clever, he typically possessed a strong sense of vigilance. He momentarily froze, ready to call out to the fourth master, only to have Louis Xiao deliver a sharp slap to his head. "Do you think I need you?" Louis Xiao's tone was far from pleasant. "You must truly be out of your mind." Yuan Hao clutched his head, too intimidated to utter a word. How could he inform someone with ulterior motives that their fourth master had affections for someone? He wisely chose silence, refraining from eating, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand as he discreetly sidled away. Nanshi looked up, and their gazes collided, ensnaring her within the depths of Louis Xiao's eyes. His gaze was profound, akin to a vortex, capable of drawing one in, imparting an illusion of deep affection. Any woman would find it irresistible. However, Nanshi felt no such sentiment. This man was exceedingly astute. She had warned that he was difficult to approach and should be kept at a distance. Yet, the present situation was beyond her control. Feeling the intensity of his stare, Nanshi's heart raced, though her demeanor remained composed. Tentatively, she inquired, "Would you like to have a bite?" "You don't eat scallions?" "I didn't put any in." A simple statement redirected the focus onto Yuan Hao. Louis Xiao cast a frosty glance at Yuan Hao. Had this woman truly deduced his aversion to scallions? Yuan Hao trembled in fear, realizing that Louis Xiao's expression resembled that of a predator. Had he known that divulging such trivial details for a mere meal would lead to this, he would have remained silent. Yet, the food she prepared was indeed delectable. That was the only value she held. Thus, he had merely suggested that she refrain from adding scallions without attributing it to the fourth master. Reflecting on this, Yuan Hao could not help but voice his thoughts. It was predictable that Louis Xiao's expression soured further, his phoenix eyes glinting with a chilling light, dark as ink. Just then, Nanshi turned her back, busily tending to the stove, but her mind was racing. It seemed she had correctly surmised the situation. Although Yuan Hao had not revealed the man's identity, he knew about his distaste for scallions. She could not help but wonder what kind of person instilled such fear in Yuan Hao. The woman's silhouette appeared fragile, clad in tattered clothing. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the term pitiful instinctively surfaced in Louis Xiao's mind. Was she truly to be pitied, or was it merely an act? Yuan Hao joined his hands in a pleading gesture, softly explaining, "But you have anorexia, right? She really cooks wonderfully. Perhaps you might enjoy it." Fourth Master Louis Xiao interrupted, "It seems you wish to go to Africa." Yuan Hao stared in disbelief, his eyes widening as he hastily pleaded, No. I was wrong. Go to Africa? I might as well end my own life." However, recalling how the fourth master had struggled with his appetite over the years, leading to a worsening of his anorexia despite hiring renowned chefs from 5-star hotels, Yuan Hao felt a surge of urgency. If someone as finicky as Louis Xiao found her cooking delightful, why not let him try? What if it succeeded? With this mindset, Yuan Hao braved the immense pressure and leaned closer to Louis Xiao, whispering, "Fourth master, why not give it a try?" Louis Xiao cast a cold glance in his direction, his eyes devoid of any warmth. Yuan Hao felt a pang of sorrow within his heart. Oh no. It was not just sorrow, it was akin to bleeding. Yet he was doing this for our fourth master, willing to risk it all this time. "Fourth master, I implore you to give it a try." Louis Xiao showed no regard for his plea, retorting, "Is my voice no longer of any consequence?" The final note of his statement carried an air of intimidation. Yuan Hao shivered. It was evident that the master was displeased. If he continued to press, his own life would be in jeopardy. However, in the next moment, Nanshi placed the last dish before Louis Xiao, leaning in to remind him, "This is cold mixed cumin beef, made from prime tenderloin. Give it a try." As their eyes met, a hint of menace flickered within Louis Xiao's frigid gaze. He momentarily refrained from inflicting harm upon her, merely assessing how much she resembled Xiaoxi. Yet, how could she dare to overstep? Nanshi, keenly aware of the man's simmering anger, boldly ventured, "Yuan Hao mentioned that you have a particular fondness for this dish. I added a generous amount of coriander, even leaving the roots intact to preserve its exquisite flavor." With that, she delicately placed a slice of the cold beef before Louis Xiao, as if luring him. To her surprise, she discovered that someone shared her peculiar taste, particularly relishing coriander, roots included. The aroma wafted towards Louis Xiao, evoking a sense of familiarity. Yet, in the next moment, he furrowed his brow and turned away, his refusal palpable. "I will not eat." What none realized was that it was not he who adored the cumin cold beef, but rather Xiao Xi. Louis Xiao was merely reminded of her through the dish. Try it. Nanshi pressed on, "I assure you my culinary skills are quite commendable." Her voice, lowered in tone, bore an undertone of entreaty. This time she edged the dish closer to him. Louis Xiao's expression darkened, his brows frosted with displeasure. This woman was becoming increasingly audacious. Was her excessive flattery merely a ruse to buy time? Open your mouth. At last, Louis Xiao lost all patience, and as he uttered a threat, "Are you seeking your own demise?" Nanshi acted swiftly, boldly shoving a piece of beef into his mouth. The robust flavor of cumin intertwined with the zest of coriander, a rich taste that tantalized the palate. For a fleeting moment, Louis Xiao contemplated spitting it out, but as he chewed, he became rigid, the familiar taste momentarily disorienting him into believing it was Xiaoxi's cooking. Indeed, even after so many years, he could still recall the flavor of her dishes, and this was strikingly similar. Just as Yuan Hao thought the fourth master would erupt in fury, Louis Xiao furrowed his brows. Seizing the bowl of cold mixed cumin beef from Nanshi's hands, sensing a glimmer of hope, Nanshi quickly offered him a new pair of chopsticks, softly advising him to take his time. She was accustomed to caring for others, instinctively treating him as she would the assassins in her organization. Yuan Hao's expression brightened, nearly prompting him to leap with joy. Could he not be excited? The fourth master was finally eating, and with such gusto. It was well known that even the finest chef's culinary creations seldom piqued the fourth master's appetite. Yet, every chef's signature dish included cumin cold beef, only for the fourth master to take a single bite before erupting in anger, demanding its removal. Does this imply that the woman is capable of curing our fourth master's anorexia? A flicker of astonishment crossed Nanshi's face. She never anticipated that such a difficult man could consume the meals she prepared. Does this mean she possesses some value, allowing her to temporarily escape death? Perhaps Yuan Hao was too exhilarated as he dashed upstairs, oblivious to whom he was seeking. This moment, in the expansive open kitchen, only Nanshi and Louis Xiao remained throughout the meal. Louis Xiao solely indulged in the cumin-spiced cold beef. It was evident that, despite his hurried pace, his cultivated manners and refined habits prevented him from devouring his food in a gluttonous manner. Nanshi remained silent, serving him a bowl of fish maw chicken soup. Louis Xiao had been resisting, yet at that instant, he found himself inexplicably drawn to it. Was he enchanted? He realized that the flavor was not only familiar but also increasingly addictive, so much so that he barely pondered before gratefully accepting the bowl she offered. Momentarily lowering his guard, the beef, dressed with cumin, cilantro and chili, was not only delectable but also invigorated his appetite, causing a light sheen of perspiration to form on his forehead. In that moment, Nanshi perceived that the man was not as difficult to engage with as she had believed. Though he bore a fierce exterior, cold and taciturn, and even donned a human mask of disguise, his upbringing was ingrained within him. Despite her initial hesitation, she could not resist inquiring, "This flavor is quite robust. Would you care to try the abalone seafood pot? It's lighter." From the moment he accepted the fish maw chicken soup to the abalone seafood pot, and subsequently the crab roe noodles, though he did not consume a substantial amount, his appetite had evidently expanded compared to before. The two exchanged no superfluous words, yet the atmosphere between them radiated an unspoken understanding, particularly pleasant, so much so that, observing him eat, Nanshi found herself unable to resist serving herself some food at the bar. Having previously been a killer, she had engaged in rigorous training and physical exertion, thus her appetite was robust now. Having reincarnated into the frail body of Jiang Nanshi, She naturally needed to replenish her nutrition swiftly to restore the physical prowess of her past life. The kitchen windows stood wide open, and the tranquility of early morning in the capital enveloped them, leaving only the sound of chopsticks clinking against bowls in the dining room, bathed in warm yellow light. The man and woman stood at opposite ends, heads bowed as they savored their meal, chewing slowly, without considering their appearances. Merely observing their postures and stances conveyed an inexplicable sense of compatibility. "Hey, Dr. Tao, do you not think they make a perfect match?" Tao Musu cast a cold, contemplative glance at Yuan Hao, expressing his dissent however. Tao Musu leisurely remarked, "I believe that if the woman's face were scar-free, she would not be unattractive." Huh. Yuan Hao was taken aback, turning to follow their silhouettes as they dined. The woman had removed her mask. Not unattractive. Yuan Hao shivered, finding her undeniably unappealing. Yet, when considering someone worthy of fourth master, Tao Musu pondered and concluded that only the wealthy Ruan-Sol daughter fit the bill. The thought of the gentle, gracious, and understanding Miss Ruan, hailing from one of the top 3 families in the capital, resonated with Yuan Hao, who agreed wholeheartedly. Many bodyguards regarded that Miss Ruan as the future mistress of Luhan Yuan, for she was the only woman permitted entry here. What a pity! Tao Musu shook his head. Yuan Hao was also aware of the implications behind Dr. Tao's words. Our fourth master is indifferent to women. Despite Miss Ruan's fervent attempts to warm his heart over the years, he remains aloof. Fourth master harbors no affection for Miss Ruan and is solely fixated on finding the female assassin from 8 years ago. Tao Musu lightly patted Yuan Hao's shoulder, saying, "All right, let's get to work with that." He made his way towards fourth master. Moments ago, Yuan Hao had reported that fourth master was finally able to eat. Being his personal physician, he had been perplexed for many years and naturally regarded this matter with great importance. However, when Tao Musu and Yuan Hao arrived at the dining hall, the harmonious atmosphere between Nanshi and Lui Xiao had vanished, reverting to an initially tense standoff. The cause was Nanshi's sudden sighting of Tao Musu, who had just appeared at Lehanuan. If memory serves, before her demise, Nanshi had accepted a rescue mission issued by Tao Musu under the identity of the One Medical Sage. The matriarch of the Tao family lay paralyzed and comatose, her condition complex. This was her second visit to the capital, the first being for a craniotomy, and this time she was scheduled for a follow-up and medication review. Ironically, she passed away en route. Thus, upon seeing Tao Musu, Nanshi's reaction was somewhat intense, and she instinctively recoiled. Yet, only moments later, she comprehended the reason. The aftereffects of her assassin life had rendered her wary of everyone. Now she was Zhang Nanshi. Why should she hide? Nevertheless, this very act of evasion immediately aroused Lui Xiao's vigilance. Chapter 12. Is he truly a good-for-nothing from the countryside? Just moments ago, he had chided Yuan Hao for his gluttony. Hadn't he himself suffered due to his own indulgence? For a fleeting moment, his cautious nature momentarily lowered its guard. Choosing to trust this woman, however, that hard-earned semblance of trust was once again set off by an alarm of crisis. Nanshi distinctly sensed a flash of displeasure in the depths of the man's gaze. As she turned to scrutinize him more closely, she found a chilling glint in Lui Xiao's eyes. Dinner had concluded. Was it time to speak? As he voiced this thought, the atmosphere in the room thickened with a palpable sense of oppression. Nanshi, though slightly taken aback, quickly retracted her earlier languor and adopted a more guarded demeanor. Indeed, how could this man possibly lower his defenses over just one meal? Since evasion was futile, she resolved to adapt. I have been to the Holy Empire, Nanshi fabricated, claiming it was merely for leisure. Lui Xiao appeared dissatisfied. His skepticism lingered as he pressed further. Nanshi maintained her composure, stating, "It's likely due to health reasons. I have undergone examinations, and the doctor found no issues." This was the truth. She too was unaware of why her eyes would turn a deep blue when angered at night. Lui Xiao's finely sculpted brow furrowed slightly, a hint of impatience emanating from him. "Why do you know wolf training? Why?" This time, Nanshi paused for several seconds. The reason lay in her father's neglect and her mother's indifference, having been left in her grandmother's care, leading her to spend time among wolves, thus learning the art of wolf training. But could she voice this? Their fundamental trust was non-existent. Instead, she concocted a vague reply. "I learned a bit from someone." From whom? Faced with the man's aggressive questioning, Nanshi felt a twinge of annoyance. In the past, she would never have tolerated such pressure, but now. A neighbor? Which neighbor? As she lifted her gaze to meet his, a sudden wave of regret washed over her. How could one possibly find this man tolerable in conversation? Each of his utterances feels akin to interrogating a suspect. I encountered him at a tender age. Nanshi's tone was somewhat frosty. I cannot recall the name of the neighbor, who has since relocated. Lui Xiao scoffed coldly, moved away. What a coincidence. Indeed, it is quite the coincidence. One may forget a name, Yet the visage remains etched in memory should you utter it. I could locate them. Lu Yixiao seemed intent on pursuing the matter relentlessly. After a brief stalemate, Nanshi remarked, although I fall within the realm of your suspicion, I am not your culprit. Lu Yixiao raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering whether she was becoming flustered. Not a culprit? Do not forget that you entered Lihanuan under surveillance. Nanshi was rendered momentarily speechless. She was aware of the man's tenacity, yet she had not anticipated it to be this formidable. Suddenly Lu Yixiao spoke again. His voice icy. You know I am not seeking that answer. This time Nanshi remained silent, merely gazing at him. Their eyes met in the air, a standoff, a test, and a palpable tension coursed between them. From a certain perspective, both exuded a powerful aura. Lu Yixiao, feared by many as the fourth master of the Lu family, possessed an imposing presence. Yuan Hao nudged the nearby Tao Musu with his elbow, whispering, Dr. Tao, others dare not meet our fourth master's gaze due to fear. Yet this plain woman audaciously maintains eye contact for so long. Clearly, this astonished Tao Musu as well as this woman truly the ineffectual country bumpkin. Yuan Hao furrowed his brow. This was the very information the fourth master had instructed him to investigate. To his surprise, this woman was not the second Miss Zhang Zhongjue, but rather the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, Zhang Nanshi, who had been sent to the countryside. How could a mere country girl possess such a formidable presence? Tao Musu gestured for silence. Wait until later to speak. This was why he had previously perceived Zhang Nanshi as not unattractive. Prior to her being sent away, she had been the most beautiful young lady in the capital, possessing striking features even at a young age. She must have blossomed into a stunning beauty. Yet, fate had dealt her a cruel hand, with familial turmoil and a father of questionable character. At that moment, Nanshi once again capitulated, asking, What exactly do you wish to know? What did he wish to know? Lu Yixiao had a plethora of questions, yet this insufferable woman was full of lies, and he naturally did not trust her. In that instant, he resolved to take a gamble, inquiring, I wish to know about Beiqian. For a fleeting moment, Nanshi's expression shifted dramatically, alarm bells ringing in her mind. Beiqian was her alias as the leader of a covert organization. However, the outside world was unaware of Beiqian's true name, only knowing him as Beisha. So who exactly is this man? In mere seconds, Nanshi's state of mind underwent a profound transformation. This man had been questioning her about matters related to the Holy Empire. And now he was probing into Beiqian's identity. Could he be an enemy of her organization? As a killer, Nanshi had undertaken numerous missions over the years, accumulating a fair share of adversaries. Yet, to her recollection, she had never crossed paths with anyone from the Lu family. What is it? Lu Yixiao interjected, Are you taking long to concoct a lie? How could that be? I was merely contemplating that I do not know anyone by the name of Beiqian. Lu Yixiao's expression darkened. Look at this cunning little fox, her words are indeed flawless. Yet, in those few seconds of her hesitation and peculiar expression, he had already concluded that this woman undoubtedly knew Beiqian. Her identity was certainly not simple. So, does that mean she doesn't recognize him? Drawing upon his last shred of patience, he inquired. Nanshi continued to feign ignorance, stating, I don't know, you are lying. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense, as if a small flame had ignited, ready to blaze into a fire. Nanshi's expression slightly shifted, already surveying the windows around her. Chapter 13. I am Zhang Nanshi, not Zhang Jiayu. Just from the process of our confrontation, your combat prowess bears a striking resemblance to Beiqian. Lu Yixiao began to unveil her deception, and your recent silence actually betrays your unease. Because you bit your lip twice. And your gaze was somewhat evasive, though reminiscent of Beiqian. This woman lacked physical strength and endurance, possessing merely a tenth of Beiqian's combat capability. Nanshi was momentarily stunned, not expecting her adept disguise to be seen through. Her combat skills had indeed been honed alongside Beiqian, hence the similarity. Yet she could not admit it, so she continued to play the fool. I don't know what you are talking about. Had she known this man was so difficult to deal with, she would have already begun plotting her escape route. That very statement incited Lu Yixiao's fury. A liar. This woman is a consummate deceiver. How could she presume to belittle she? Do you believe I would let the entire Zhang family accompany you to your doom? In the twilight, his chiseled face was taut, his gaze seemingly ablaze with a flickering flame. Nanshi was aware she had provoked this man. But would she be afraid? Zhang Yu had committed numerous transgressions against both Zhang Nanshi and her mother, and Nanshi was more than eager to leverage another's hand to annihilate the Zhang family, avenging the original owner since her faade of peace had been unraveled. She coldly replied, Do as you wish. This was the first time someone dared to confront Lord Lu, leaving Yuan Hao and Tao Musu beside them quite shaken. Yet, they pondered, how could this woman not be afraid? Did she possess immense courage? Or was she merely feigning composure? They found it thrilling, after all. The emotionally expressive Lord Lu seemed far more human, however. Lu Yixiao enunciated each word with deliberate intensity. Then you are not afraid of me having someone ruin you? Leaving Zhang Jiayu infamous in the capital? His tone was both arrogant and sinister. Nanshi was not Zhang Jiayu. What was there to fear? With a slight furrow of her brow, an air of haughtiness enveloped her, and she declared, "Do as you wish." Yet again, her retort incensed Lu Yixiao. What was this? Retribution. His own leniency had allowed this woman to become increasingly audacious and uncontrollable. So you are not afraid I might kill you? You kill me? In that case, Nanshi brazenly countered, I am the wife you Lord Lu brought into your home. I am the mistress of Lu Hanyan. You are merely a bodyguard of Lu Hanyan. No matter how high your status, you cannot cross Lord Lu to take my life. The moment those words escaped her lips, Nanshi distinctly sensed that the man standing opposite her was no longer as enraged but appeared lost in thought. Hadn't he just claimed he would kill her? Why had he suddenly cooled down? Yuan Hao and Tao Musu exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of bewilderment. Did our fourth master not disclose his identity to this woman? Otherwise, how could she mistakenly believe he was merely a bodyguard? Indeed, just moments ago, while she was preparing a meal, Yuan Hao had instructed her not to add scallions, without explicitly stating it was for the fourth master. The outside world is aware that the fourth master is in grave danger. Who would suspect that he is actually in good health? Naturally, the peculiar atmosphere among the three was deftly perceived by Nanshi, who remained outwardly composed. Her immediate reaction was to wonder if she had misspoken. If this man was not a bodyguard, then who could he be? Could it possibly be Lord Lu? But wasn't he Lord Lu in a state of unconsciousness? With such doubts lingering, she tentatively inquired once more, Are you not Lord Lu's bodyguard? As their eyes met, Lu Yixiao suppressed his earlier emotions, concealing his true identity as a bodyguard, which seemed to serve him well. With an impassive expression he replied, Yes, how could I not be? Nanshi distinctly caught a glimpse of some unusual emotion in his eyes, but it vanished too quickly for her to grasp in an instant. Lu Yixiao reverted to his previous cold demeanor. You are not Zhang Jiayu, so why should I refrain from killing you? He had known all along that this woman was not Zhang Jiayu. Even if she had been brought in as a substitute bride, he had given her a chance, but she had chosen to lie. Her eyes darted around, and suddenly she understood. No wonder, when she regained consciousness after fainting. He had first probed her by calling her Zhang Jiayu. When she had responded affirmatively, he had become angry. At that moment, Nanshi had failed to comprehend the cause of his ire. It turned out he had already known she was not Zhang Jiayu. It was no wonder he had emphasized repeatedly that she was a fraud. Zhang family's eldest daughter, Zhang Nanshi. He articulated deliberately. His reference to Zhang family's eldest daughter sounded like a taunt to Nanshi. If she were indeed the genuine Zhang family's eldest daughter, how could she be forced into marrying into the Lu family under such perilous conditions? It was a deception on your part, and you were the one who lied first. Lu Yixiao crossed his arms and regarded her with a frigid gaze, as if to say, I wonder how you will wriggle your way out of this one. With the revelation of her identity as a substitute bride, Nanshi resolved not to conceal any longer. She quickly regained her composure and candidly acknowledged, Yes, I am Zhang Nanshi, not Zhang Jiayu. But not everything I said today was a lie. Not everything. This implied that some of it was the truth, but would Lu Yixiao believe her? This woman had already lost all credibility in his eyes. He contemplated how he might extract the information he desired from her. Would she be able to endure torture? I was also deceived by Zhang Yu, Nanshi clarified, and I genuinely do not know why there was a surveillance device beneath the red veil. I only wished to survive. I did not intend to lie to you. All of this was for self-preservation. What a grandiloquent justification. Lu Yixiao scoffed, so you believe your deceit is justified. I acknowledge that lying is wrong. Nanshi gazed intently into his eyes, a tempest brewing beneath her calm exterior. But regardless of whether I speak the truth, you will still kill me. Lu Yixiao was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that this clever little fox would be so astute. Nanshi met his gaze with unwavering composure. Because you never intended to trust me from the outset. Nor will you let me go. Chapter 14. Will you truly not let me go? In Lu Yixiao's eyes a flicker of intrigue surfaced as he remarked, Are you not afraid that I might take your life? After all, you find yourself in a disadvantageous position. Fear? Not at all, Nanshi replied with an air of calmness. However, your failure to eliminate me thus far indicates that I still hold some value to you. Both were acutely aware of the unspoken understanding between them. Lu Yixiao remained silent, tacitly acknowledging her assertion. Moreover, the notion of her value had undergone a significant transformation in his mind. Initially, it was her intense will to survive that captivated him. He was curious to see how such a frail woman could possibly escape. Subsequently, he noticed the striking resemblance she bore to Xiaoxi. Was this mere coincidence? Their names were similarly aligned, one named Zhang Nanxi, the other Nanxi. Yet, the most crucial point was that Zhang Nanxi undoubtedly possessed knowledge of Beiqian. Why was she so adamant about seeking him? Because Beiqian was the leader of the assassination organization that had claimed Xiaoxi's life. And 8 years ago, he had vanished alongside her. Over the years, Louis Xiao had devoted considerable time and effort to locating them, yet to no avail. With a newfound sense of confidence, Nanxi proposed, "I wish to negotiate a deal with you." This was a rather unusual statement. Whether in the imperial capital or the world at large, many sought to strike a bargain with the esteemed Lord Lu, yet even Louis Xiao himself was seldom seen. "Just you?" Louis Xiao arched an eyebrow in her direction. "Yes, just me. I can uncover the Zhang family's hidden connections with the Lu clan. I can find that out myself," he retorted, his eyes devoid of emotion. "Your offer holds no allure." Louis Xiao's cold laughter morphed the earlier sentiment of "Do you think I lack such trivial money?" into a piercing question. "Do you truly believe Lord Lu would be in want of such pittance?" Nanxi's dark gaze met his, enveloped in silence. This implied that her proposition was unfeasible. Was she to resort to revealing her trump card? If it could be avoided, she was reluctant to do so, for it would undoubtedly incite his wrath. "What's the matter?" Louis Xiao interjected first, his tone laced with disappointment. Disappointment? As this thought flickered through Nanxi's mind, she discerned his desire for information regarding Beiqian's whereabouts. She could not divulge this, as Nanxi would never betray a member of her organization. Now she was Zhang Nanxi. A careful examination of her identity would unveil everything. How could a mere rural student possibly be acquainted with the notorious leader of the assassin organization? Beiqian? Noticing her silence, Louis Xiao gradually lost his patience and cut to the chase. "I only wish to know where Beiqian is. I truly do not know the whereabouts of the person you seek." "Still playing coy, are we?" This time Louis Xiao's fury was palpable. His eyes appeared as deep and sharp as an abyss, honed to a lethal edge. They held each other's gaze for several seconds, neither willing to yield, as if engaged in a silent contest of wills. "Then I shall have no choice but to end your life." His voice was devoid of warmth. This was well within Nanxi's expectations. She reiterated, "You truly intend to spare no mercy?" "What do you think?" That indicated he would indeed show no mercy. Thus, Nanxi was left with no option but to play her trump card. "I do possess something of great significance to share with you." Gradually, she began to inch closer to the man. Louis Xiao harbored a strong aversion to dirtiness and was particularly averse to being touched by the opposite sex. Yet a lack of repulsion did not equate to an invitation for her to encroach upon his personal space. As she approached, he instinctively frowned and took a step back. However, with each of his retreats, Nanxi advanced another step forward. "Zhang Nan," Louis Xiao was filled with anger, his eyes glinting with a hint of coldness and an unmistakable air of danger. However, in the next moment, Nanxi seized the opportunity. Wrapping her arms around Louis Xiao's neck, she stood on tiptoe, leaning in closer, her voice dropping to an urgent whisper. "There is a traitor within the Lu family, poisoning the wolf pack. Within 2 days the Wolf King will lose his appetite, suffer from diarrhea, and then die." The two were so close that Louis Xiao could feel a soft warm sensation brushing against his ear. Was it her lips? Did this damn woman do it on purpose? Yet, he could not discern any lustful desire in her gaze. He could have easily pushed her away at that moment, but he did not. He could not quite articulate why he refrained from doing so. Unbeknownst to her, Nanxi continued to speak, seizing the moment. "But I can help the Wolf King with the antidote, and only I possess the means to do so. Furthermore, this Wolf King is the most cherished by your fourth master. If he dies, you will all suffer." This final statement completely extinguished any denial Louis Xiao might have harbored. Everyone knew that fourth master Lu Hanyuan raised a pack of wolves and fierce tigers, yet few were aware that his most beloved was the Wolf King. Thus, this woman had undoubtedly gleaned this information from Yuan Hao's lips. The Wolf King was cared for by dedicated personnel and underwent regular health checks. Such an incident could not possibly occur without foul play. If there truly was a problem, it surely indicated treachery from within. However, the posture and commanding aura of the two seemed to spark speculation among onlookers. Yuan Hao muttered in astonishment, "Why does this woman always seem to entice our fourth master? Goodness! Are they about to kiss?" The key point is that fourth brother did not push her away. Now Tao Musu, witnessing this scene firsthand, wore an expression of disbelief. After all, their fourth brother was not known for his interest in women. Yet internally he felt a conflict. At least now fourth brother was engaging with women other than that female assassin, which could be considered a positive development. The two held their breath, excitement evident as they watched the unfolding drama. oblivious to the palpable tension brewing nearby. Chapter 15. Why should I trust you to save me? At such a close distance, Lu Yixiao's gaze burned with intensity, capable of incinerating one to ashes. You are a habitual liar. Why should I trust you? Why should I? Nanshi replied with a cold smile. I just poisoned your meal. Do you not feel weak, dizzy, and suffer abdominal pain along with wounds that refuse to stop bleeding? Within 4 days you will perish from excessive blood loss due to your injuries. Even if Tao Musu possesses exceptional medical skills, only I can provide the antidote. In an instant Lu Yixiao was rendered speechless. He indeed felt dizzy and experienced abdominal pain. Yet, her words detonated like thunder within him. Members of the Lu family, as well as numerous individuals throughout the empire and the world, desired his life. So was her intention to kill him? A profound, indescribable pain surged within him, threatening to compel him to tear this woman apart. In that fleeting moment, Nanshi sensed an intangible pressure emanating from him. She understood that he would surely be enraged, but she did not anticipate the terror his fury would evoke. Her heart tightened, and she hastily added, I acted solely out of self-preservation. I did not genuinely intend to take your life. No sooner had her words left her lips than a sharp glimmer flickered in Lu Yixiao's ink-black eyes. He could not even be bothered to utter the words you are seeking death. At this moment all he desired was to personally bring an end to this woman. Is it merely the trivial movements of a northern scoundrel he has been tracking for so many years? He possesses ample time and resources to pursue further. Now this woman holds no value whatsoever. Nanshi is acutely aware that she can no longer linger. Her audacity to provoke him is accompanied by a well-prepared escape route. Suddenly she utters, Did you not claim I am a habitual liar? Then do you dare to guess whether I am lying this time? No sooner had her words fallen than Nanshi, reacting swiftly, strides towards the open window. And with a leap she jumps out. She moves faster than a rabbit, leaving no time for capture. At that moment, a resounding voice calls from outside. This is Lu Hanyuan, surrounded by electric fences. I cannot possibly escape. In 2 days you shall discern the truth of my words. The biting cold wind howls through the early morning. As Nanshi stealthily retreats deeper into the forest towards the southeast, Lu Yixiao tears off the human mask from his face and tosses it aside, revealing a visage contorted with fury, particularly the way he furrows his brows, exuding an air of menace that sends shivers down one's spine. He has been outwitted by a mere female student. Jiang Nanshi had deliberately approached him, feigning intimacy, simply to position herself near the open window for a swift escape. She had calculated his wrath and meticulously orchestrated this entire scheme. Truly, a cunning little fox. Is that woman not enticing our fourth master? Our fourth master, who typically masks his emotions, has been provoked several times merely after a single evening with Jiang Nanshi, that unsightly creature. Yet Yuan Hao, lacking time for further contemplation, instinctively rushes to the window, intent on pursuit. However, Lu Yixiao coldly interjects, What is there to pursue? It is too late. Fourth master, I was mistaken, Yuan Hao exclaims, his face a picture of distress, bowing his head. But our Lu Hanyuan is surrounded by iron nets. She cannot escape. Before he could finish, Lu Yixiao curtly interrupts. She just stated that she is aware of the iron nets surrounding her and cannot flee. The implication is clear. Do you need to waste words? Yuan Hao is on the verge of tears. Our fourth master, having just been infuriated by that woman, has never displayed such ferocity. Please, fourth master, grant me a chance. I assure you I can capture her. Yuan Hao is almost swearing an oath, insisting that the wolf pack in the back mountain would ensure her swift demise. Swift demise? Lu Yixiao scoffs. He remains unconvinced. Where did you err? Ah. Yuan Hao trembles in fear. I failed to seize that woman at the first opportunity. Lu Yixiao is filled with frustration at his incompetence. He strides over in a fit of rage and delivers a forceful kick to Yuan Hao. Ouch! Yuan Hao stumbles several steps, clutching his injured rear. Unable to voice his anger, he had merely lost focus for a few seconds. Who could have anticipated that the unattractive woman would flee so swiftly? You had someone test the waters long ago, and yet you remain oblivious to your mistakes? Lu Yixiao's tone is chilling. What? Yuan Hao stares wide-eyed in disbelief. What did you converse with her about in the dining hall? Suddenly, he experiences a moment of clarity. He had been careless, revealing the extent of Lu Hanyuan's surroundings, the location of the wolf pack, and the fact that fourth master adores the wolf king he also mentioned. Thus, that woman has escaped towards the wolf pack. She understands the art of taming wolves and will surely survive. This woman appears delicate and unassuming, devoid of aggression, yet has cunningly lowered her guard to unearth certain matters. How astute! I implore you, fourth master, grant me 2 days. Oh no, just 1 day, and I assure you I will capture her. Yuan Hao is filled with regret, wishing he could kneel and admit his mistakes. After committing such a grave error, Surely he is doomed. However, that you cannot restrain that mouth of yours. For 2 days you shall eat nothing and reflect upon your transgressions against the wall." After uttering these words, Louis Xiao turned and ascended the stairs. This was not merely a matter of accountability, it also meant leniency for Jiang Nanxi. Meanwhile, Tao Musu, who had been silent, sensed something amiss. Once the fourth master departed, he approached and remarked, "Have you noticed that the fourth master doesn't seem very angry?" "Huh?" Yuan Hao appeared somewhat bewildered. "I certainly don't perceive that he had just been terrified, with no time to observe the fourth master's subtle expressions." Yet Tao Musu merely raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. Chapter 16. "I just want to survive." Yuan Hao scratched the back of his head, lost in thought, before declaring, "If that ugly woman is caught, she is surely doomed. I wouldn't be so certain of that." "What?" Yuan Hao frowned, glancing over. "If they intended to kill her, wouldn't they have acted sooner, rather than allowing her the opportunity to escape to the back mountain?" Tao Musu sighed, thinking, "You fool, that he understood the fourth master all too well. If he were genuinely enraged, it would not manifest in this manner. Moreover, his observational skills were keen. He had noticed that when the fourth master embraced Jiang Nanxi, his ears had turned quite red. Furthermore, if the fourth master wished to keep his distance from others, with his formidable prowess, he would have easily pushed her away." Tao Musu cast another glance at the direction in which Jiang Nanxi had fled. This woman is nimble, evidently trained in martial arts. Could she truly be connected to Beiqian, or to that assassin referred to as Xiaoxi? However, according to the investigation, she was merely a country girl and a rather timid student at that. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Tao Musu chose not to share his thoughts with Yuan Hao and followed in the footsteps of the fourth master upstairs. In the bedroom, there were no significant health issues, only recurring ailments. As Tao Musu conducted a thorough examination of the fourth master, he re-administered the hemostatic medication, so the dizziness and abdominal pain are remnants of previous injuries. Louis Xiao inquired. Tao Musu nodded. "Strangely enough, why can we not stop the bleeding?" Tao Musu's words triggered a memory in Louis Xiao of what that woman had just said. She remarked, "Did you not claim I was a habitual liar? So, do you think I am lying this time?" Thus, that woman truly poisoned herself. Initially, when Louis Xiao heard this from Jiang Nanxi, he believed it. However, he quickly realized that they had consumed the same food. And with Yuan Hao watching closely, she had no opportunity to administer poison. Furthermore, how could she have anticipated he would partake in her cooking? Hence, her actions were merely a delay. "Fourth master, what did that woman say to you?" "What did she say?" He did not conceal anything and simply recounted the events that had transpired. However, Tao Musu listened with a heart full of trepidation. In one moment, the Wolf King had been poisoned, and there were traitors within the ranks of Lu Hanyun. And another moment, Jiang Nanxi boldly dared to poison the fourth master. However, Tao Musu is not Yuan Hao. He is exceptionally intelligent and rational. After a brief silence, he began to analyze. "Why do I feel that what she said is indeed true?" Originally, Louis Xiao, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, although he uttered not a single word. His demeanor urged Tao Musu to continue. She realized there was no escape from this situation, nor could anyone come to her rescue. Delaying for 2 days would serve to demonstrate that the Wolf King had been poisoned and that there was a traitor within Lu Hanyuan's ranks. Tao Musu glanced at her fourth brother, paused for a moment, then continued. "This is simple. We will know the truth within at most 2 days. Moreover, I suspect there is indeed a traitor among us. Otherwise, how could you have been ambushed while traveling to the Holy Empire?" This coincided perfectly with Louis Xiao's thoughts. The recent incident in the Holy Empire clearly indicated that their whereabouts had been leaked, leading to the ambush. Tao Musu added, "Furthermore, I don't believe she is foolish enough to poison your food directly." Their gazes met, and while Louis Xiao remained silent, Tao Musu discerned something from her fourth brother's expression. Suddenly enlightened, Tao Musu exclaimed. Louis Xiao readily admitted. "Yes, please continue." The women he had encountered typically consumed minimal food to maintain their figures, avoiding high-calorie options. However, that woman was different. While not devouring her meal ravenously, she had eaten a considerable amount, leaving a lasting impression. Yet, Tao Musu posed a question, "But how did she deduce that your wound was bleeding profusely?" Louis Xiao's gaze deepened, lost in thought. Both remained silent, enveloped in a moment of tranquility. Yet, in that fleeting instant, Tao Musu's mind began to race, connecting various dots. Suddenly enlightened, she exclaimed, "The majority of tonight's meal consisted of cold seafood, which is detrimental to wound recovery. You have a wound, yet she does not. This clarifies why both Jiang Nanxi and your fourth brother consumed the same food, yet only your fourth brother's wound continued to bleed." Tao Musu pressed on. "So, when did she become aware of your injury?" "When?" Louis Xiao had crossed paths with her several times today. This cunning woman must have noticed. Tao Musu's thoughts spiraled, murmuring to herself, however, the persistent bleeding from the wound raises a concern. I suspect that even if she did not poison the food, she certainly added something to it. That moment, a knock echoed at the door. Fourth master. I discovered something in the trash bin. It was Yuan Hao. Come in. Yuan Hao had intended to summon the servants to clean the dining room and kitchen but inadvertently stumbled upon a new find. Thus, he brought the kitchen's trash bin along, containing some ordinary herbs and a piece of paper. Lui Xiao reached out to take it and saw a few words written on the paper. I am sorry, I only wish to survive. I did not poison you. This is blood accumulation herb. He raised an eyebrow. This cunning little fox had surprisingly neat handwriting. At that moment, Tao Musu also noticed, but her attention was drawn to the unremarkable herb in the trash bin. Chapter 17, One Medical Sage. Upon closer inspection, Tao Musu's expression brightened as she exclaimed, it is blood accumulation herb. This substance is colorless, tasteless, and non-toxic, yet it can cause excessive bleeding in the injured. Generally, those with poor medical knowledge are unaware of this herb's effects. Thus, everything falls into place. Jiang Nanqi did not genuinely seek Lui Xiao's life. She merely aimed to buy time for her escape. Yuan Hao was taken aback as he had always believed this to be mere weeds. Having previously encountered them in the vacant lot of the back garden, Lui Xiao cast a glance at Tao Musu, and the two exchanged no words. This glance suggested that everything had been meticulously planned in advance. Thus, Jiang Nanqi must have picked this up during her duel with the Wolf King and the Fierce Tiger. From the moment she awakened, to her hunger prompting her to eat first, and ultimately preparing a meal by adding this herb to her dishes, everything was evidently within her calculations. Even the trash bin had been prearranged by her. What was her objective? Self-preservation. Her will to survive was remarkably strong. Yet, one could not deny that this woman was exceedingly clever. However, Tao Musu, in a state of shock, remarked, the medicinal properties of this blood-accumulating herb are not frequently utilized in medicine, and its roots can easily be mistaken for weeds, making it difficult to identify. Therefore, she possesses medical knowledge. Not only does she possess such knowledge, but her skills are quite commendable as well. Upon hearing this, both Lui Xiao and Yuan Hao were momentarily stunned. Yuan Hao, unable to restrain himself, exclaimed, that can't be true. According to the information gathered, she was sent to the countryside at the age of 11, had consistently poor grades, is currently in her senior year of high school, and was even sold into the entertainment industry. At this point, Yuan Hao could not help but scoff. With her ghastly appearance, how could she possibly be sold into the entertainment industry? One wonders what they were thinking. How could she possibly understand medicine? Lui Xiao, however, was entirely absorbed in his own thoughts, paying no heed to Yuan Hao's comments. How could one explain her knowledge of the blood-accumulating herb? Was it merely coincidence? After a brief silence, Lui Xiao calmly stated, but she claims that only she can save the Wolf King. Is it merely a faade, or does she possess genuine skill? After all, they usually hire veterinarians to conduct checkups on the wolves and tigers, and no abnormalities had been detected. The cautious Tao Musu interjected, is it possible that this Jiang Nanqi is orchestrating an elaborate ruse? Since she dares to drug our fourth master, she might have poisoned the Wolf King as well? As soon as the words left her lips, Yuan Hao gasped in disbelief. How could a homely woman from the countryside be so formidable? Yet, in just a few seconds, Tao Musu shook her head with a bitter smile. That is unlikely. When the Lu Hanyuan was constructed, I was overseeing the project. Even though there is a vast forest in the back mountain, I am well acquainted with all the herbs. This was the renowned Dr. Tao of the capital, who, despite her youth, was proficient in both Western and traditional medicine. Subsequently, Tao Musu added, I will immediately summon a veterinarian to examine the wolf pack. We shall soon find out. Lui Xiao nodded, his expression calm as he said, conduct a thorough investigation into Jiang Nanqi. This woman is shrouded in secrets. It has only been 2 days. He had ample time to discern her schemes. Indeed. Yuan Hao assented. Also investigate everyone in Lu Hanyuan. After Lui Xiao finished speaking, he turned to Tao Musu. Understood, fourth brother. Yuan Hao and Tao Musu exchanged a glance, merely acquiescing, not daring to raise any questions. It seemed that their fourth brother had placed his trust in Jiang Nanqi's words. Regardless, she could not escape. The next 2 days would likely be arduous for her in the forest of the back mountain. Even if she could tame wolves, without sustenance and water, alongside the wolf pack, it would be unbearable for a woman. Let alone a man. However, Tao Musu found herself lost in thought, gazing intently at the paper written by Jiang Nan 11. In a fleeting moment, he could not shake the impression that this font bore a striking resemblance to one. The esteemed physician. Previously, the matriarch of the Tao family had been gravely ill, lying in a coma, while many renowned doctors in the capital shook their heads, declaring her condition untreatable. Even Tao Musu, a grandson with formidable medical skills, harbored little hope of her recovery, which is why he had gone to great lengths to invite one to assist. The cranial surgery was executed with remarkable success, and during the procedure the elderly matriarch regained consciousness. However, when they awaited Doani's return for the postoperative examination, she failed to appear. Regardless of how many tasks he posted, she did not respond, seemingly vanished from existence, and no one could locate one, nor had anyone ever laid eyes on her. All that was known was that she was a tall woman, masked, with formidable strength, and she moved like a specter. Subsequently, Tao Musu could not help but chuckle ruefully, contemplating how he had truly lost his senses. That country bumpkin, Jiang Nanshi, despite her medical knowledge, could not possibly be compared to one, could she? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence that she stumbled upon the incident of the wolf pack being poisoned. Yuan Hao had departed first, and Tao Musu was preparing to leave as well when he paused, turned around and softly called out, "Fourth brother." What was it? Was fourth brother's kindness towards Jiang Nanshi truly only because he could glean information about the Bei Qian from her? Lu Yixiao glanced over, his gaze deep and inscrutable, not revealing a single word or emotion. Yet, Tao Musu was the first to concede defeat, lowering his head to say, "I have overstepped. I should not have asked. Fourth brother, keeping Jiang Nanshi around is quite beneficial to the very least. You can enjoy the meal she prepares." Tao Musu spoke earnestly. Her recovery from anorexia was indeed a good thing. There was another thought he kept to himself. Fourth brother had endured far too much hardship over the years. 86. He witnessed his mother's murder, subsequently developing autism. 10. He was lost by Lu family's eldest daughter, Lu Luoman, and had to secretly find his way back to the Lu household. At 17, he was once again ensnared in a kidnapping plot orchestrated by several of the Lu sisters, only to be rescued by grandmother Lu. It was also at 17 that he encountered the assassin. Xiao Shi. Such experiences and life events had led fourth brother to close off his heart, indifferent to the world's perception of him as a cold, ruthless demon of hell. If the gentle nature of Miss Ruan could not penetrate fourth brother's defenses, perhaps it was time for Jiang Nanshi to take a chance. After all, when fourth brother was with Jiang Nanshi, their quarrels ignited his anger and stirred his emotions. Tao Musu believed that, in those moments, fourth brother had truly come alive. Chapter 18. Did you know to come back? 2 days can feel both fleeting and languid. On the first morning, as the Lu family awaited the arrival of the new bride to collect her remains, they found themselves waiting interminably, yet no one arrived. This was indeed peculiar. Every bride who had entered the Lu family previously had not survived beyond the second day. Could it be that this new bride possessed extraordinary qualities? A few bodyguards, concealed within the crowd, discreetly slipped away, seemingly to report something. However, within the castle, many wolves lay lifeless. Aside from the Wolf King, dozens of wolves had lost their former vigor and were gravely weakened, some even on the brink of death from dehydration. Had the wolf pack succumbed in less than a day? Yuan Hao was taken aback. Could it really be that the ugly woman had spoken the truth? But how could she have known? Tao Musu remained silent, having previously arranged for the veterinarian to examine the wolf pack. The hired staff consists solely of the world's foremost veterinarians, tasked with the care of noble-bred wolves. After thorough examinations, they all shook their heads, declaring the animals infected with the plague virus, with no hope for recovery. Plague virus. If it were not for Jiang Nanshi's prior warning, Tao Musu would have truly believed them. Although Tao Musu is not a veterinarian, he conducted a cursory examination of the wolf pack, and was certain they were not afflicted by the plague. However, when it came to prescribing medication, he found himself at a loss, as the dosages and methods for animals differ significantly from those for humans. Could that unattractive woman truly save the wolf pack? Yuan Hao, beside himself with anxiety, had yet to locate the porridge, fearing the worst. That he had spent an entire day searching for the Wolf King in the forest, but to no avail. The wolf pack does not have a fixed dwelling. Unless they emerge voluntarily or are summoned, locating them is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet he was certain Jiang Nanshi was with the porridge, as a tracking system had been installed in the forest. Any intrusion would trigger an alarm in the inner residence. If something were to happen to the porridge, it would spell disaster for him. The fourth master would undoubtedly be furious. Tao Musu, however, calmly stated, "There will be no mishap." Why does Dr. Tao feel that way? Jiang Nanshi, in her quest for self-preservation, will also tend to it. Yuan Hao pondered for a moment before asking. Earlier, Dr. Tao mentioned that our fourth master would not kill her for the time being. What is the reason behind that? Tao Musu glanced at Yuan Hao and replied nonchalantly, "Fourth brother is typically cold and indifferent towards everyone, lacking interest. Only with Jiang Nanshi is he different." In what way is it different? Tao Musu sighed, thinking, how can someone at 23 still be so naive? Were it not for Yuan Hao having followed fourth brother since childhood, he would have been tempted to dismiss him. Thus, he succinctly explained, it is merely an impression. I perceive a sense of curiosity in fourth brother's gaze, towards that unattractive woman. Tao Musu nodded. Moreover, fourth brother lied to Jiang Nanshi, claiming she was a bodyguard, when in truth he never contemplated killing her. It is merely a change of identity. Enough about her. Tao Musu redirected the conversation. Have you discovered the traitor? We have narrowed it down to several individuals, all of whom have connections to the Liu family. We should have results by tomorrow at the latest. Then Yuan Hao recalled something and added, by the way, we have obtained information about Jiang Nanshi. I will take it to fourth master now. Wait, Tao Musu interrupted, let me see it first. However, once again he was left disappointed. The in-depth investigation into Jiang Nanshi's background revealed no new information compared to previous inquiries. There was no explanation as to how she acquired her medical knowledge or who her mentor might be. The only distinction was that she had been betrothed at the age of 11 to a young master of the Zhou family. Tao Musu looked at Yuan Hao. Isn't that your cousin? What was his name again? Zhou Chongjing. Yes. Tao Musu nodded. He is still attending high school in the capital, likely in his third year. I suppose so. Yuan Hao shrugged, seemingly disinterested. You know how it is. My uncle had a falling out with our family and insisted on severing ties, so we lost contact long ago. Very well, you can present it to fourth brother. The entire Lu Hanyuan was enveloped in a palpable atmosphere of tension. Awu. Awu. The slumbering Lu Yixiao was abruptly awakened, his brow furrowing as he flicked on the bedside lamp, only to find Shifan standing at the edge of his bed. As it howled, something fell from its mouth onto the floor, and after finishing its call, it obediently retrieved the item. Had it been anyone else, they would have been thoroughly startled at such an hour. But how could Lu Yixiao be afraid? The fierce Wolf King's eyes glimmered with an emerald light. Upon hearing the sound, it appeared almost human-like, forsaking its ferocity and instead adopting a more endearing posture by his bedside. Its imposing figure sprawled across half of the bed. Get out! Liu Yixiao was not in the best of moods. He had often been roused by Shifan, yet never had he felt such ire. Why was he angry? He could not articulate it. Shifan let out another howl, dropping something by the bedside. It did not retreat but instead tentatively moved closer to Liu Yixiao, using its paw to nudge the object towards him. Are you assisting that woman? His expression remained inscrutable, his already dark pupils appearing even more unfathomable. Liu Yixiao chuckled in frustration. The wolf he had raised, while not entirely capable of comprehending human speech, was remarkably adept at reading human expressions, and this Wolf King, despite its foul temper and aloof demeanor, had transformed into a lapdog in such a short span of time after being around that woman. At 11, he lost his mother and was sent to the countryside. His uncle was imprisoned for tax evasion, and his grandmother was gravely ill, leaving his cousin to work in the entertainment industry. She was timid, lacking the will to resist, and had endured oppression for a prolonged period of 8 years. Viewed in this light, Jiang Nanshi appeared to possess no extraordinary qualities, perhaps even evoking pity. Yet as the thought of pity flitted through Liu Yixiao's mind, he recalled her fierce resistance and her bold leap from the window. Did that embody the essence of someone pitiful and weak? Did that suggest she was inept? Thus, he refused to believe that this was the entirety of Jiang Nanshi's character. Suddenly, Shifan let out a howl. Chapter 19. It seems Jiang Nanshi truly understands medicine. Shifan exhibited no reaction. To Liu Yixiao's eyes, it was resisting after all. It was the Wolf King he had trained for many years, fully aware of its temperament. In the next moment, the man furrowed his brow, his anger prompting him to rise from the bed. With a single forceful motion, he cast Shifan out of the bedroom and locked the door. Shifan's status as Wolf King was not merely due to its height, which rivaled that of a human, but also its substantial weight of 80 kg, making even several Tibetan mastiffs no match for it. Yet, Liu Yixiao had effortlessly banished the wolf. Initially, Shifan scratched at the door with its paw, as if pleading for mercy. Before long, silence prevailed outside. Under normal circumstances, the Wolf King would have continued to grovel for forgiveness. Liu Yixiao had thought the same, yet upon hearing no sound, his heart softened. He opened the door, only to find no trace of it. A shadow of displeasure crossed his face. A series of thuds echoed from downstairs, the sound of shoes striking the tiled floor. Soon, Tao Musu and Yuan Hao, clad in bathrobes, ascended together. Fourth brother, I heard Shifan howling. I rushed up here. Tao Musu exclaimed. I just saw it in the dining room, and as I approached, it bared its teeth. How fierce! Yuan Hao complained. It seems there's nothing to worry about. Until the traitor was apprehended, Tao Musu would temporarily reside at Lu Hanyuan's place. Liu Yixiao's spirits were not particularly elevated. He simply remarked coolly, it's better off dead. Yuan Hao cast a glance at Tao Musu, and both remained silent. Who has dared to provoke our esteemed lord? Is death the only solution? No servant is permitted to enter the fourth master's bedroom directly. Save for Chiffon, who can swagger in and even ascend the bed. Such favoritism is unparalleled. They even harbored the illusion that the status of the Wolf King surpassed that of Yuan Hao and Tao Musu. Suddenly Yuan Hao scratched the back of his head, his anxieties finally alleviated, and remarked, "I just saw Chiffon rummaging through the refrigerator. I wonder what it was after that. A proper wolf rummaging like a dog. Is it lacking in food?" Louis Xiao bent down and retrieved the item Chiffon had brought from the foot of the bed. It was wrapped in cloth, encased in layers upon layers, tightly bound. Upon unwrapping it, he discovered several sheets of paper. They bore the handwriting of Zhang Nanqi. "Now I can prove I did not deceive you. The wolf pack had contracted the lyre virus, resembling a plague, and the message instructed them to follow her prescription." The note enumerated the symptoms of the wolf pack's poisoning, analyzed the blood test results, and included a prescription. Tao Musu was incredulous, leaning closer to take the note from the fourth master's hands for a careful examination. His heart jolting in surprise. Indeed, Zhang Nanqi possessed medical knowledge. Moreover, her handwriting, he found himself ensnared in confusion and contemplation once more. It bore a striking resemblance to the script of the renowned one medical sage. How could this be? "Dr. Tao, what troubles you?" Yuan Hao inquired aloud, assuming that Dr. Tao was unwell, for it was rare to see the usually composed Tao Musu in a state of disarray. Tao Musu forcibly suppressed his earlier thoughts. Surely, he was merely fatigued and had been seeing things that he hastily stated. The analysis of the Wolfpack's blood test report by Zhang Nanqi is identical to that conducted by the veterinarian. The Global Medical Organization has no antidote. Previously, the veterinarian took blood samples for the Wolfpack's examination, and I have a good memory, so I naturally recall the blood test report. However, the veterinarian's findings were based on instrumental analysis, while Zhang Nanqi deduced it without any auxiliary tools, indicating her exceptional medical skills. I was previously skeptical, but it appears Zhang Nanqi truly understands medicine. Upon hearing this, Louis Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Although he was not well versed in medicine, he had heard of the lyre virus. It had originated from Asia and superficially resembled ordinary diarrhea symptoms. However, prolonged contact with the lyre virus could lead to contagion, with a high mortality rate and difficulty in cure. Implicitly, this strongly suggested that the second daughter of the Lu family, Lu Jia, was behind this mischief. She had likely bribed Lu Hanyuan to poison the wolf pack, subsequently transmitting it to Lu Yixiao through the wolves, which made perfect sense. As the implication settled in, a somber atmosphere enveloped the room. Everyone's gaze shifted to the man seated resolutely by the bed. His expression still cold and resolute, yet the sharp contours of his face sent a chill through their hearts. All admired and revered Lu Yixiao, yet who could fathom that he had been betrayed by his own family numerous times? After a prolonged silence, Lu Yixiao finally spoke in a frigid tone. "Investigate Lu Jia." "Understood." Yuan Hao nodded in response. Regarding the matter of the wolf pack, Tao Musu resumed the earlier discussion. As that country bumpkin Zhang Nanqi truly so remarkable? Yuan Hao was adamant in his disbelief. However, Tao Musu succinctly explained the efficacy and dosage of the medicines listed in the prescription, concluding with, from her prescription alone, it is indeed composed of fine ingredients. With such an endorsement from the illustrious Dr. Tao, Yuan Hao fell silent. "Fourth master." Tao Musu spoke up, suggesting that since there was no antidote for such a poison in the world, perhaps they should give it a try. Louis Xiao's gaze was indifferent. He said little, merely responding with a non-committal "hm. They had begun to investigate for traitors, indicating that they had indeed placed faith in the woman's words, given that even the highly paid veterinarian could not provide a cure. He was curious to see just how formidable Zhang Nanqi truly was. Furthermore, Zhang Nanqi had mentioned that Tao Musu was fixated on the note in her hand, claiming she required certain items. Was she starting to lose her composure? Yuan Hao scoffed, suggesting that having fled to the forest, she must be seeking supplies, perhaps food and drink. Yet, to his astonishment, Tao Musu meticulously read aloud several names of medicinal substances from the note. Yuan Hao was left speechless. None of them were consumables or everyday necessities. Skeptical, he leaned closer to Tao Musu to inspect the note, only to discover it was filled with incomprehensible medicines. How ironic. Tao Musu murmured to herself, noting that while the medicines were not expensive and were seldom found in the market, they were all aimed at beauty enhancement and boosting physical vitality. And Chapter 20. It became apparent that there was a traitor within Lu Hanyuan. Did not ordinary individuals prioritize securing their basic survival first? Shouldn't one seek a phone to contact the outside world or call for help? Unlike Zhang Nanqi, who seemed to be preoccupied with frivolous pursuits. Of course, if Zhang Nanqi were genuinely seeking assistance, she would find it impossible to make a call. This was because Lu Hanyuan's communications were locked down. Any contact with the outside world would be intercepted and forwarded to Louis Xiao's inbox. Nevertheless, Tao Musu quickly pieced together certain facts. According to her research, Zhang Nanqi's plight was dire indeed. Her father had remarried, elevating the second daughter of the Zhang family to great heights, while Zhang Nanqi herself, deemed a burden, was sent to the countryside. What place did she have within the Zhang family? Thus, there was no one to rescue Zhang Nan 11 at this juncture. Yuan Hao interjected, suggesting that she had not entirely saved the Wolf King from the poison, and that they could very well choose to ignore the situation. Everyone's gaze turned towards Lu Yixiao, the one most entitled to speak. Their fourth master, typically taciturn, now exuded a restrained and profound aura, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. After a moment of silence, he parted his lips. Give it to her, Darius, not as if we cannot afford it. 2 days had already been wasted. A few medicinal items were of little consequence. Oh, very well, Yuan Hao acquiesced. So is that ugly woman coming to collect it herself? He muttered as he walked away, with neither food nor drink. I wonder how long that ugly woman can maintain her bravado. Truly pitiful. Yet Zhang Nanqi, who was being disparaged as wretched, spent her days in the forest in the utmost tranquility. There were no burdensome tasks, no one pursuing her, and no need to tread carefully for survival. This was perhaps the sole joy she found in having been reborn into the original body. Even in her past life, Zhang Nanqi had suffered from insomnia due to headaches. Relying on renowned medicines from across Beiqian for relief. It remained uncertain whether her improvement stemmed from sleeping alongside the Wolf King or some other reason, but her insomnia had notably lessened now. She could at least manage 3 to 4 hours of sleep each night. At this moment, seated on a stone, she had constructed a simple stone stove and was grilling lamb chops over a charcoal fire while lost in thought. If one were to say that the events of today were unexpected, would you believe it? Upon her encounter with the wolf pack in Lihanuan, she unexpectedly discerned that the Wolf King was not well. In their private interactions, she swiftly conducted a physical examination, discovering that it was poisoned. Moreover, the poison was not easily remedied. As a renowned healer, she had no issue treating humans, let alone an animal. Subsequently, while battling a tiger, Nanqi stumbled upon blood accumulation herb. This medicinal plant bore a striking resemblance to common weeds and was often overlooked, yet it was seldom found in the market. Driven by her compassionate nature as a healer, she casually plucked a bit for further study. This seemingly innocuous act led to revelations while cooking. As she gleaned some information from Yuan Hao's words, the astute Nanqi quickly deduced the unfolding events. The wolf pack could not have emerged from Lihanuan, and at this moment they were infected with the rail virus. What could this signify? There was a traitor within Lihanuan, intent on using the Wolf King's poisoning to infect Lord Lu Sai, which would ultimately endanger Lu Yixiao's life. What did this imply? Although Lord Lu publicly declared himself in dire straits, many remained skeptical of his actual condition, as he still held significant power. From her prior research, Nanqi knew that numerous individuals coveted Lu Yixiao's life. It was not merely her benevolent heart that compelled her to act. She herself was in peril, yet she felt obligated to rescue him. Having been married into Lihanuan, someone had tampered with her bridal veil, aiming to eliminate her as well. Nanqi despised being manipulated and treated as a pawn. Rather than perish unjustly, she chose to collaborate with those from Lihanuan to uncover the mastermind behind the schemes. Additionally, she could not disclose matters pertaining to the Holy Empire, so a plan formed in her mind, ready to take a gamble. Her objectives were twofold: to expose the traitor within Lihanuan and to save the Wolf King and its pack. Furthermore, the bodyguard she had fought against bore wounds, and she had merely used blood accumulation herb to craft a minor ruse, buying herself some time to escape. Blood accumulation herb was not a poison. She did not consider herself to be endangering anyone's life. She had stated before that her sole desire was to survive. Now trapped in Lihanuan, she needed to earn their trust, even if it meant merely prolonging her own existence for the time being. Henceforth, she had to devise a swift means to contact Beiqian. But had she not been betrayed in her past? Could Beiqian truly have wished her harm? No, it was implausible. Their bond of over a decade as both mentor and friend was too profound. Before her, the roasted lamb chops dripped oily juices onto the charcoal, emitting a tantalizing sizzle. As the lamb chops were cooked to perfection and seasoned with cumin, garlic, and chili sauce, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air, tempting her palate. What is this? Nanqi remarked, glancing at the Wolf King sprawled at her feet. Are you also tempted? Oh, woo! She laughed heartily, declaring, wait here. I shall prepare a feast for our great contributor. Indeed, was he not a great contributor? Thanks to the porridge in the forest, Nanqi was able to enjoy such a delightful meal. She had spent time in the kitchen that night, aware of the provisions stocked in the refrigerator. Moreover, the porridge had free access to the ancient castle, allowing her to have the Wolf King procure various foodstuffs and supplies. The porridge was exceptionally obedient. It had practically emptied the kitchen, bringing back only the finest and most luxurious items, such as Australian lobster, filet mignon, ham, foie gras, and caviar. Before the age of 8, Nanshi lived with her grandmother in hardship. She not only tamed wolves but also learned how to bond with them. After turning 8, she was sold to a murderous organization by her parents for a mere 1,000 yuan. Living a life on the edge of a knife. Her past experiences endowed her with formidable outdoor survival skills. Chapter 21. The Ugly Woman? She has a name. This is why Nanshi harbored no suspicions that Beiqian would seek to take her life. Upon joining the assassination organization, every aspect of her life, relationships, combat prowess, was meticulously taught to her by Beiqian himself. Nanshi was also dutifully obedient to the directives of the organization, unwaveringly loyal, and served as Beiqian's most formidable weapon. He had no motive to kill her. Shifan tilted her head back and let out a howl, as if to accuse someone of losing focus. Nanshi glanced down and smiled, affectionately ruffling the fur of the Wolf King. She had considered asking for a mobile phone or perhaps a computer from Lu Hunyuan's associates to establish contact. However, under constant surveillance, it was impossible to recklessly reach out to Beiqian, for she could not risk exposing his identity. Shifan seemed elated. Usually, even Yuanhao kept his distance, yet now he nuzzled against Nanshi like a devoted lapdog. The playful banter between the girl and the wolf was a scene of pure harmony. You are rather clingy. Your fourth master is so fierce, yet how have you managed to raise such a soft-hearted creature? Shifan continued to howl. Even your name reflects that. Nanshi shook her head. You hardly resemble our valiant wolves of the Holy Empire. After all, you hail from there, so do not bring shame upon us. In the Holy Empire, which she had single-handedly established, she had raised many wolves, yet not all wolves possessed human-like sensibilities. Shifan's breed was undoubtedly of exceptional quality. After a while, when the playful antics subsided, Nanshi began preparing raw meat for Shifan, thus resolving their lunch. As she ground the meat, she applied it to the wounds on her face, and in no time, the ghastly scars would heal, and her complexion would return to its fair radiance. Early the next morning before dawn broke, a knock resounded at Lu Yixiao's bedroom door. Fourth master, fourth master. We have apprehended the traitor. Yuanhao, after 2 days of relentless effort, had finally captured the mastermind. The traitor was the individual responsible for feeding the wolves under Lu Hunyuan's command. After only a few lashes, he confessed everything. The man revealed that he had accepted 2 million from the second daughter of the Lu family to poison the wolves, intending to administer the poison over a span of 2 months. And upon completion, he would receive a final payment of 5 million in total. That amounted to 7 million, a price on Lu Yixiao's life. However, the traitor ultimately knelt and pleaded for mercy, claiming ignorance of the poison's nature, stating merely that he was following the second daughter of the Lu family's orders. Now, calculating the timeline, it was nearly 2 months since the plot had begun. Lu Yixiao, notorious for his severe mourning temperament, was engulfed in a storm of malevolence upon hearing this news. How delightful! Someone has been scheming right under my nose, and I remained oblivious? It took a stranger to unveil the truth. He cast a cold, indifferent glance at Yuanhao, trembled, hastily begging for forgiveness. I was at fault. It was my negligence that allowed the traitor to escape my notice. With that, he knelt, his tone earnest. I willingly accept punishment. I implore you. Fourth master, do not let your anger consume you. Lu Yixiao possessed an exceptionally handsome visage. His refined and striking profile featured a furrowed brow, a straight nose, and fair skin. When he glared, his pupils appeared darker and more profound than ordinary. Shimmering with a flicker of light, his striking looks and pale complexion could easily place him among the hottest stars in the entertainment industry, lending him an almost fragile allure. Yet, those who truly knew the fourth master understood that beneath his long garments lay a physique that exuded raw masculinity. He could disarm a bomb with his bare hands, and in combat against 10 foes, he would emerge victorious, his proficiency with knives and firearms unparalleled. He is a demon from the depths of hell, a master of devouring men without leaving a trace, far more terrifying than wolves, tigers, or leopards. Enough of this. Kneel outside, as your presence is a nuisance here. Upon hearing these words, Yuanhao felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted. In essence, it meant that the fourth master had chosen to overlook his negligence at work, a second chance bestowed upon him that left him profoundly moved. Lu Yixiao, eyes closed, rubbed his temples and inquired, "Did that man reveal who arranged for Zhang Nanshi to be brought in?" Yuanhao shook his head. "It is not the second young lady of the Lu family. Eliminate the traitor." "Understood." A moment later, despite Lu Yixiao's seemingly relaxed demeanor, the air of intimidation remained palpable. "Release the news of Lu Jia's infidelity, just like that. Let her off." Yuanhao was astounded but dared not voice his thoughts. Everyone claimed the fourth master to be cold and heartless, Yet he was, in truth, the most filial. The elders of the Liu family frequently sent people to eliminate the fourth master. Had it not been for the presence of the matriarch, he would not have endured this long. Indeed, among the entire Liu family, only the old matriarch held affection for the fourth master. Yet, she was aging, and her greatest wish was for family harmony, thus maintaining a facade of peace for the time being. Liu Xiao waved his hand, preparing to return to slumber. However, before Yuan Hao could leave, a chilling voice interrupted. What has become of that woman? Which woman? Oh, Yuan Hao understood promptly and hurriedly responded, the ugly woman Jiang Nanxi? She is still in the forest. The wolf pack has been administered medication and is showing improvement. Should I capture her? Before Yuan Hao could finish, Liu Xiao shot him a disdainful glare. Yuan Hao fell silent. Ugly woman? Yuan Hao cautiously observed the fourth master's expression, pondering whether she truly was unattractive. She has a name, Jiang Nanxi. Yuan Hao stammered in realization. You not refer to her as an ugly woman. It reflects poorly on my people. Yuan Hao grasped the situation. Was the fourth master defending that unattractive woman? Liu Xiao sneered. And you intend to capture her? 2 days have passed, yet you have failed to apprehend her. Yuan Hao felt tears welling up. Did the fourth master hold him in contempt? Nevertheless, was the fourth master in a good mood. He had just mocked him. Enough, leave. After speaking, Liu Xiao buried himself beneath the covers, his head immersed in sleep. Chapter 22. Witnessing the misery of that ugly woman, Yuan Hao cautiously exited the bedroom, closing the door behind him. He felt conflicted, acknowledging that the fourth master was right. 2 days had elapsed without capturing Jiang Nanxi, the ugly woman, while simultaneously questioning his own competence. Just as he entered the dining room, he overheard Butler Gu reprimanding several servants downstairs. I was gone for merely 2 days, searching for a culinary genius for the fourth master, and yet the house is in such disarray. If you have no desire to work, then leave at once. Several servants exchanged frightened glances before hastily pleading for forgiveness. Yes, there are daily instances of food being pilfered from the refrigerator. Moreover, the guest room is a complete mess. Blankets and clothes have disappeared. Butler Gu, we were wrong. He rubbed his nose, suddenly recalling the night he saw the Wolf King rummaging through the refrigerator. Yet it couldn't possibly be him, could it? The Wolf King feasted better than himself. How could he be the one stealing food? Yuan Hao said little, preoccupied with tinkering with numerous drones, each equipped with cameras. What are you doing? Uncle Gu approached after punishing several servants. Go into the forest and find that ugly woman. Let us see how miserable her life has become. Uncle Gu remained unfazed. He had previously served as the old steward of the Liu family mansion, having watched the young fourth master grow up. Naturally, he was also assigned by the old matriarch to look after Liu Xiao, but he was fiercely loyal to the fourth master and was quite tight-lipped. During his absence over the past 2 days, he had assumed that the woman from the Zhang family who married and had perished. To his astonishment, she not only survived but had been living alone in the forest behind the mountain for 2 days. How intriguing! Yet what surprised him most was that the fourth master had actually eaten the meals prepared by that woman. Regardless of her motives for marrying in, as long as she could coax the fourth master into eating, Uncle Gu felt it prudent to keep her around for the time being. After all, keeping the woman under his watchful eye would allow him to monitor whatever tricks she might attempt. Uncle Gu, please summon Dr. Tao, Yuan Hao said, having completed the drone setup and already conducting test flights. Let him join us in observing. Everyone assumed that after 2 days Jiang Nanxi must have endured a harrowing existence. Without food or water, and scarcely able to sleep, no normal person could thrive, let alone a woman. Thus, driven by curiosity, they gathered with rapt attention. Yuan Hao skillfully maneuvered countless miniature drones, exploring the forest for nearly an hour. Finally, they uncovered a clue. So, she was hiding here. Yuan Hao mused as he led the group into the forest for a few circuits. Previously, he had avoided this area due to the marshy ground. Uncle Gu paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. How did I not know there was a wooden house in this forest? Yuan Hao focused intently on the large screen before him, displaying footage captured by the drone's camera. There, a square wooden house stood, its foundation made of sturdy timber. The sides were constructed from slightly thinner wood, securely bound with wooden ropes. It seemed they had anticipated rain, as the roof was covered with overlapping palm leaves, resilient against strong winds, complete with a wooden door. Upon witnessing this, Tao Musu was equally astonished. I can assure you, when constructing Lu Hanyuan, no one erected a wooden house in the forest. In other words, was this hastily built by Jiang Nanxi? Upon closer inspection, the wooden house measured at least 10 square meters. It was not large, but certainly not small, ample enough to accommodate one person. Look over here. At that moment, Uncle Gu's keen eyes caught sight of another screen, exclaiming, Isn't that the Australian lobster from our refrigerator? Not only were there lobsters but also red wine, juice, and various expensive ingredients. Caviar worth tens of thousands and filet mignon were laid out on the stones. Beside the wooden house stood a makeshift small cabin. Lacking a door but draped with a curtain. It was evident that pots, utensils, and signs of cooking were present, creating a vivid impression of life. Uncle Gu rubbed his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating. Is that truly a kitchen? That pot and set of dishes were ones I purchased. How did they all end up here? Yet this is not the most astonishing part. 3 men found themselves transfixed by an image on the screen. Was that a bathroom concealed by a curtain? Yuan Hao's lips twitched, realizing that Zhang Nanshi had fled to the back mountains, living quite comfortably. She was running for her life. How could it seem like she was indulging in exclusive pleasures? Truly, she was not shortchanging herself in the least. However, that woman had not visited the castle in recent days. Uncle Gu furrowed his brow, pondering how these items had been transported there. As soon as he spoke, a howling sound echoed through the air. Everyone exclaimed in unison, "It's Shi Fan!" Even through the screen, the voice of the Wolf King resonated ominously, sending chills down their spines. Its howl was distinctly different from that of other wolves. Before long, the footage captured by the drone revealed a wolf intruding. It stood tall, its claws sharp, and its striking silver fur was quite conspicuous as it approached with an alarming gait. However, upon noticing what it had in its mouth, Yuan Hao's expression shifted dramatically. Nearly losing control of the drone in his hands, what Shi Fan was carrying was indeed food. So that night, he had seen Shi Fan rummaging through the refrigerator, apparently fetching food for that ugly woman. Uncle Gu. Tao Musu. The mystery was solved. It turned out that Lu Hanyuan's kitchen and guest room had been thoroughly ransacked by the thief Shi Fan. The butler dared not confront the Wolf King. It was so ferocious, who would dare to approach? Yuan Hao's mind was in turmoil. How on earth did that ugly woman tame the Wolf King? Did she simply send Shi Fan to steal? Chapter 23. That ugly woman is quite good-looking. At that moment, the Wolf King noticed several drones circling above the wooden cabin. It continued to howl and then leapt up, swiftly running to the wooden door. Scratching at it incessantly as if to send a warning, Uncle Gu slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "It must be notifying Zhang Nanshi." However, what shocked Tao Musu even more was that while they dared not approach Shi Fan, Zhang Nanshi had managed to coexist peacefully with the Wolf King for several days. The wooden door creaked open. That instant, Yuan Hao's keen eyes spotted a woman clad in a white shirt and knee-length shorts. Who else could it be but Zhang Nanshi? Her long dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, obscuring half her face, but from the glimpses of her visage, it was apparent she was fair-skinned and quite beautiful. Yet, when the notion of beauty crossed Yuan Hao's mind, he was reminded of Zhang Nanshi's disfigured face. How could that possibly be beautiful? Uncle Gu was taken aback for a few seconds, remarking, "Her clothes seem to belong to our young master. I bought them myself." Strangely enough, that men's shirt looked rather nice on her. As soon as Yuan Hao uttered this, both Uncle Gu and Tao Musu cast him disdainful glances. Yuan Hao swallowed hard, slapping his thigh, and declared Shi Fan the traitor stole the young master's clothes for that ugly woman. "Quickly," Tao Musu urged from the side, "switch the drone's view. Press down on it, as you can hardly see Zhang Nanshi's appearance." As Yuan Hao fiddled with the buttons of the drone in his hand, several miniature drones, hovering above, converged towards the wooden cabin in unison. Nanshi, disturbed from her slumber, felt irritable. Her headache had resurfaced, as if she had only slept for an hour. Rubbing the head of the porridge beside her, she noticed the swarm of drones encroaching upon her vicinity. It dawned on her that the people from Luhanyuan were surveilling her. As the drones drew closer, a cold glint flashed in Nanshi's eyes. She dashed forward, snatching a stone from the ground and hurling it into the air. Yuan Hao cried out, "That ugly girl has brought down our drone." The signal was abruptly severed. "No worries, we still have several others," Uncle Gu chimed in, fanning the flames. "She cannot possibly take them all down." However, as soon as he spoke, the drones hovering above plummeted one by one. Only one drone remained. Everyone was sweating profusely, unaware of Nanshi's astonishing accuracy. She struck each drone with precision, and soon the last drone's signal was also lost, indicating it had been shot down by Nan 11. At that moment, Yuan Hao was taken aback. He seemed to have caught a glimpse of Nanshi's visage, against the backdrop of her dark hair. Her small face, no longer marred by scars, was strikingly delicate, resembling a porcelain doll. That ugly girl appeared rather beautiful. Beside them, both Uncle Gu and Tao Musu, who were quite indignant, were momentarily stunned, simultaneously exclaiming, "So what if Zhang Nanshi brought down the drone? Is there any need to praise her so lavishly?" Yuan Hao, slightly dazed, responded, "It's true. Her scars are gone." "Gone?" Tao Musu chuckled helplessly. "I have seen her scars. They were old and could not possibly have faded." Uncle Gu sighed. "Xiao Yuan, I think you're still half asleep. Exchanging glances with Tao Musu, he finally shook his head. Xiao Yuan, perhaps you should go outside and find a sweetheart. You seem quite smitten. Just as Yuan Hao was about to retort, a commotion behind him captured his attention. Everyone turned simultaneously. Little fourth master. Uncle Gu exclaimed joyfully, "Oh my sir, starting your day with iced milk is not good for your stomach. Allow me to warm it up for you." It was nearly noon, and no one knew how long little fourth master had been standing there. He was sipping from a 1-liter carton of frozen milk. "Day is fine," Louis Xiao replied coolly, his gaze steady, his voice slightly frosty. The man's short hair appeared somewhat tousled, emanating a rugged charm, yet it did not detract from his handsome visage. Despite this, an undeniable aura of authority surrounded him. "Shall I have lunch sent over?" Uncle Gu inquired cautiously. "I have no appetite." "Still, you ought to eat something," Uncle Gu urged. "I specifically sought out a new 6-star chef for this meal. I assure you'll be satisfied." During his 2-day absence, it was said he had only consumed the meal prepared by Jiang Nanqi, hardly eating otherwise. One must eat to sustain oneself. This is unacceptable. Without waiting for Louis Xiao's consent, Uncle Gu cheerfully set about making arrangements. Tao Musu adjusted his glasses as he approached, asking, "Fourth brother, when did you awaken?" Just moments ago, Louis Xiao, with sleepy eyes, appeared as if he had just awakened, yet still seemed half asleep. Fourth master, Yuan Hao exclaimed. Startled, "Did you just see the screen?" Louis Xiao remained silent, his expression void of joy, continuing to sip the milk in his hand, as if to convey, "I did not see it." Yuan Hao, as if having stumbled upon a remarkable revelation, hurriedly declared, "I just caught a glimpse of Jiang Nanqi. She is no longer unattractive. In fact, she looks quite lovely. Are you still not giving up?" Tao Musu interjected with a teasing tone, "Fourth brother, pay him no mind. Yuan Hao is merely conjuring illusions of women. I am not." Yuan Hao sighed. "She truly is beautiful. What does she look like?" Tao Musu smirked sarcastically. Yuan Hao scratched his head, deep in thought, and after a few moments, finally replied, "I can't quite describe it, but she has fair skin, large eyes, like a star, no, like a celestial fairy." Chapter 24. "Do not fear, I shall assist you." Tao Musu could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I recall you saying that when you saw the daughter of the Ruan family, you also claimed she was a fairy. It seems your so-called fairies are rather inexpensive." Yuan Hao quickly raised 3 fingers, swearing, "I assure you, Jiang Nanqi is more beautiful than the Ruan heiress." No sooner had he spoken than Louis Xiao delivered a kick to Yuan Hao's rear. He exuded an air of unapproachable nobility and indifference. Stating, Yuan Hao clutched his backside, looking aggrieved. How fierce. Fourth master certainly had a quick-tempered. We haven't provoked this esteemed gentleman today." Tao Musu, however, pointed out, "Fourth brother asked you to fetch the porridge. Weren't you the one who just said it was treacherous?" Yuan Hao nodded and dashed out, fearing another kick from fourth brother. Meanwhile, Tao Musu, finding amusement in the situation, followed behind Louis Xiao, jabbing, "It seems our fourth brother also caught a glimpse of the screen earlier?" Louis Xiao said nothing. Tao Musu pressed further, "So, did you see that Jiang Nanqi is indeed very beautiful?" At this, Louis Xiao set down the milk carton. After a few moments of silent exchange, he coolly remarked, "Do you wish to be punished?" Tao Musu hastily fled. How could he contend with fourth brother? He merely intended to indulge in a jest. Jiang Nanqi truly is formidable. They thought she would not survive the second day after her marriage. Yet, she managed to endure. They believed she could not save the wolf pack, but the pack emerged unscathed, and the traitor within Lu Hanyuan was apprehended. They assumed she would suffer in the forest, yet she thrived in those dire conditions. Moreover, fourth brother must have seen the screen earlier, yet he did not appear angry. As for the meal, Louis Xiao took a few bites, not only discarding his chopsticks in displeasure but also regurgitating his food. This frightened Uncle Gu and Tao Musu, prompting them to send the renowned chef away. "Dr. Tao, could it be the ice milk he drank earlier?" Tao Musu shook his head. "No, fourth brother has always consumed it this way. What are we to do?" Uncle Gu was at a loss, having been by the young fourth master's side for nearly 8 years. He had exerted considerable effort to ensure the young master ate well. Yet to no avail. However, the outside world remains oblivious to the plight of the young master, who suffers from anorexia. It seems necessary for Jiang Nanqi to make her entrance as she freshens up. She engages in conversation with the Wolf King. "I know you are the most obedient. Didn't you just remind me about the drones? Wasn't I impressive just now? I took them down in no time." This remark instantly brings a smile to Nanqi's face. In the forest, devoid of any means to communicate with the outside world, she finds herself far from bored. Her days are consumed by eating and exercising, and she feels her body has improved significantly. She remains perplexed by the sudden influx of drones. Are they here to deal with her? That seems unlikely, as the wolf pack's venom has been neutralized. Never mind, she decides. 2 days have passed. It is time for her to venture out. After completing her morning routine, Nanshi applies the previously crushed medicine to her face. The remedy proves effective, alleviating her discomfort from the scars, which should soon heal. Once she is dressed, she affectionately strokes the head of Shifan. Am I beautiful now? Upon opening her package, she gasps in delight. There's even a mirror. Our Shifan is such a good boy. I'll reward you with a delicious treat later. Consequently, the Wolf King howls in response, nuzzling against her feet in gratitude. It is worth noting that his diet is of the highest quality, with dedicated caretakers, and since Nanshi arrived, he has shared her living quarters. As she admires her reflection, she cannot resist the urge to touch her face. Indeed, it is fair to say that she possesses a complexion that is both fair and delicate. It is evident that the original owner, Jiang Nanshi, was not lacking in beauty, perhaps even strikingly so, with a slight raise of her brow and a playful glint in her eye. Her gaze transforms from almond shape to that of a cunning fox, reminiscent of her former self. Only when her stomach growls does she set the mirror aside. In the grand scheme of things, satisfying her hunger takes precedence over mere appearance. Soon, the girl and her wolf indulge in a delightful meal together. Once they finish dining, Nanshi gets to work, diligently dismantling all the drones that have fallen to the ground. Perched on a stone bench, she meticulously attends to the task, while Shifan lies protectively at her feet. To her surprise, she discovers that some drones are equipped with cameras. A hint of impatience crosses her features. However, this could prove beneficial. The chips within the drones are valuable, and the camera wiring holds potential as well. By disassembling and integrating them into her computer and phone, she could create a wireless communication device, enabling her to contact Beiqian without the risk of being traced. An hour later, she completes the task. Patting Shifan's head, she announces, "Let us go, we must head to the ancient castle now." With the issues concerning the wolf pack resolved and their traitor presumably captured, it is time for her to make her appearance. What's the matter? Are you afraid of the people there? Fear not, I shall assist you. As the sun sets, Nanshi dons a mask and, accompanied by Shifan, traverses from the back mountain forest towards the ancient castle ahead. Although it may seem small within the realm of Lu Hanyuan, the area is expansive and a leisurely walk would take over an hour. Deep within the forest, numerous swamp traps lie in wait. Inside the study on the first floor of the castle, Yuan Hao seethes with frustration. What on earth did that woman, Jiang Nanshi, consume to grow up? I led a team into the forest to search for the Wolf King, and several of my men have become ensnared in the swamp. Perhaps it was the overwhelming anger that prompted him to seize the water cup resting on the table, pouring a bit of cold water down his throat with a gurgling sound. Of course, in addition to his fury, exhaustion also weighed heavily upon him. After all, rescuing the bodyguard from the mire was no small feat, was it? Chapter 25. The first survival crisis temporarily averted. Tao Musu, seated on the sofa, chuckled, implying that they were outdone by a mere woman. Yuan Hao felt a wave of despair wash over him. Outdone by a woman. What would become of his pride? No, my point is, we cannot overlook this woman, Jiang Nanshi. She actually set traps in the forest and dug numerous deep pits. Upon hearing this, Lu Yixiao, who had been engrossed in his documents, slightly raised his gaze. Nothing could stir his emotions, save for Jiang Nanshi's peculiar antics, which piqued his interest just a tad. His duties were generally managed by the bodyguards at Lu Hanyuan, sparing him the need to intervene personally, as others handled the matters at hand. Noticing the interest in Fourth Master's demeanor, Yuan Hao hastily elaborated, Jiang Nanshi possesses formidable combat skills. Judging by her construction of wooden shelters, she is well versed in outdoor survival, and her trap setting indicates a cautious nature. He refrained from voicing the thought that Jiang Nanshi had nearly turned the mountains behind Lu Hanyuan into her own abode. Liu Yixiao remained silent, his cold expression offering little insight into his emotions. Yet inwardly, he mused that this woman was quite clever, a cunning little fox. At that moment, howls echoed from outside the castle, growing ever closer. Uncle Gu sprinted in, reporting that very few servants were allowed into Lu Hanyuan. At this moment, under Nanshi's request, the vast study was left with just her and Lu Yixiao. Wouldn't it be too perilous to have her so near you alone? Yuan Hao felt a twinge of anxiety. Meanwhile, Tao Musu pulled Yuan Hao aside, whispering, Fourth brother's combat prowess far surpasses that of Jiang Nanshi. Soon, the study was cleared, returning to silence. The bright lights illuminated the scene as one person donned a mask while the other wore a human skin mask. Standing on opposite sides of the table, a stark contrast to one another, when their gazes locked, neither pair of eyes revealed any warmth. Nanshi was on guard. Lu Yixiao was even more vigilant. I have fulfilled all my commitments. Nanshi broke the stalemate first. The traitor has been captured, and the wolf pack has been treated according to my prescription, all restored to health. Does this not serve as proof of my innocence? A temporary trust granted by you? Thus, her first survival crisis was momentarily resolved, allowing her the courage to broach the next matter. The light cascaded upon Lu Yixiao's austere visage, even clad in casual home attire. He exuded an innate elegance and an air of nobility. Having crossed paths with him several times, Nanqi still found herself shaken by the aura that radiated from him. She even sensed a peculiar familiarity in his presence. Yet, the memories of their past interactions eluded her. After all, she had endured an incident 8 years prior during a mission. Not amnesia, but a myriad of events had blurred her recollections. The headaches were merely a lingering aftereffect of that incident. So what is it you wish to negotiate? Lu Yixiao's tone was nonchalant as he scrutinized the woman before him, her long hair cascading like black satin, quietly draping over her shoulders. In the brief time since their last encounter, she seemed to have changed, yet in many ways she remained the same. Previously, Yuan Hao remarked on her newfound beauty, which caused Lu Yixiao to recall the scars that marred her face. Hence, her wearing a mask seemed merely a guise to conceal her unattractive visage. Nanqi was taken aback, not expecting such bluntness from the man. If that were the case, it would be better to be forthright. She shook her head and clarified, "This isn't a negotiation. I merely wish to demonstrate my sincerity and certainly do not wish to be wronged." Beneath the mask, Lu Yixiao curled his lips in a cold smile. Hadn't this little fox been rather fierce before? Now she had retracted her sharp claws. Lu Yixiao stood there quietly, contemplating for a while before uttering, And then, Nanqi, not one to beat around the bush, replied, "Give me a week and I can capture Zhang Yu and those behind the Lu family. At that point, whether you choose to keep me or not, I shall depart." After all, everyone in Lu Hanyuan knew she was a substitute bride. Once Fourth Master Lu awoke, she could be cast out at any moment. Depart? Lu Yixiao was momentarily taken aback. So this woman was not expending effort to remain by his side, but rather to leave. Did she genuinely wish to go? Or was this a ploy to evoke his feelings? Suddenly, he recalled the information Yuan Hao had gathered. Zhang Nanqi was a substitute bride with a fiancé named Zhou Chongjing, whom she held dear. Was she in haste to find him? Lu Yixiao did not dwell on this thought and shifted the subject, adopting a slightly interrogative tone. "How did you deduce that Lu Hanyuan had an insider?" "How did I deduce?" Nanqi maintained a pleasant demeanor, responding neither obsequiously nor arrogantly with her prior speculation. It was merely a matter of knowing that the Wolf King was Fourth Master Lu's most cherished, and that the poisoning would spread. This indicated that someone had bribed the one responsible for feeding the wolf pack. This aligned with Lu Yixiao's earlier calculations, prompting him to ask, "Why do you understand medicine?" Nanqi was not surprised by his inquiry. He must have thoroughly investigated the background of the original Zhang Nanqi. Thus, she replied, "Partly self-taught, partly learned from a barefoot doctor during my time in the countryside." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Yixiao clearly harbored doubts regarding her credibility. Nanqi met his gaze with calmness, simply affirming, "Yes." "And who is this barefoot doctor?" Lu Yixiao's anger simmered beneath the surface. "Don't tell me he moved again?" His missing. Lu Yixiao emanated a chill akin to the depths of winter. His phoenix-like eyes dark and brooding. He had been made a fool of by this woman. Fully aware that she spoke no truth, he foolishly engaged her further, only to find himself seething with rage. This woman possessed a remarkable talent for provoking him time and again. "Do you truly believe I wouldn't kill you?" Nanqi's heart tightened. She hadn't anticipated he would be so easily incensed. Yet, she spoke only the truth, albeit her own version, not that of the original Zhang Nanqi. "I merely wish to conduct our affairs amicably. I do not intend to provoke you." Nanqi explained, "But no matter what I say, you refuse to believe me." Despite her deceit, she continued to argue her case. Lu Yixiao, fatigued by her evasions, coldly interjected, "I have already stated that I can locate that culprit within the Lu family, rendering your assistance unnecessary." Chapter 26. She didn't die, did she? Both were acutely aware that the magnetic field between them could ignite into flames with the slightest misstep. "Yes, I know you are formidable," Nanqi declared. "I must capture the person who has wronged me." She was resolute, determined to pursue what she believed in. The man before her seemed to shimmer with a silvery glow, as he lowered his gaze upon her. He had no desire to engage in any further mind games. Coldly, he stated, "I merely wish to know about Beiqian." Nanqi's reincarnated form stood at approximately 170 centimeters, yet when looking up at him, she had to tilt her head back, a clear testament to his towering height. It appeared that this man was convinced he knew Beiqian, leaving her with no means of escape. So, despite my efforts to uncover the traitor and save the wolf pack, I still cannot save myself. There was an icy sharpness to Nanqi's tone compared to before. Lu Yixiao raised an eyebrow slightly. "Have I not spared your life?" Nanqi was taken aback, staring at him. "At the moment you poisoned me, had it been anyone else, they would have perished." Lu Yixiao articulated each word with deliberate precision. then continued, you fear we will capture you, which is why you laid a trap in the forest. But Jiang Nanshi, do you truly believe you can escape if I am resolute in my pursuit? Nanshi began to comprehend. From the moment she fled to the forest behind the mountain, this man had no intention of killing her. For she still held value, that was to extract information about Beiqian from her. With arms crossed, she paced the study, deep in thought. Was this man truly just a bodyguard for Lu Hanyuan? She couldn't help but question his identity. After a moment of silence, Lu Yixiao, his expression devoid of emotion, asked, do you still wish to flee? Nanshi shook her head, speaking candidly, I cannot escape, but without the most fundamental trust between us, how can I be certain that you will let me go if I divulge information about Beiqian? This man was not easy to deal with. Therefore, rather than conceal the truth, it was better to confront it directly. After all, she could not divulge anything about Beiqian, but there were other ways to navigate this situation. Lu Yixiao's brow furrowed slightly. Had this little fox finally relented? He inquired, so, do you admit to knowing Beiqian? I cannot say I know him, but I am aware of his existence, Nanshi responded with caution. Striving to avoid any implication of familiarity with Beiqian, Lu Yixiao's wariness of her did not dissipate. She was a habitual liar. Yet, in Lu Hanyuan's domain, your life and death are at my discretion. You have no choice. The implication was clear. She had no option but to reveal the truth. His tone was exceedingly arrogant, yet not in a boastful manner. Your life and death are determined by me? Nanshi's expression soured. Her fate was in her own hands, not subject to another's whims. In light of this, she decided to unveil a significant piece of information. Oh, you know Naneo? Nanshi fixed her gaze intently on the man before her. This was the weighty revelation she intended to share. Rather than exposing Beiqian, it was wiser to redirect his attention toward herself. After all, the former Nanshi had perished. If this man became intrigued and sought to find Beiqian through her, perhaps he could uncover who had caused her demise in her past life. However, for a fleeting moment, Lu Yixiao's heart seemed to skip a beat. Naneo was Xiaoxi, the very person he had searched for over the years. So this woman knew her? Or did she not? Nanshi scrutinized his expression earnestly. As Beiqian's most capable subordinate, you know Beiqian, so how could you not be aware of her? Strangely, the man's demeanor remained unervingly calm, and she could discern no emotion in his eyes. To understand his prior questioning regarding Beiqian's whereabouts, it is evident that his emotions fluctuated greatly. The world's foremost assassin, Naneo, also known as Nanshi, possesses a reputation that far eclipses that of Beiqian. Thus, was he merely feigning composure? Suddenly Lu Yixiao spoke in a nonchalant tone, inquiring, and then, if one did not listen closely, it would be difficult to discern the slight tremor in his 3 words. At last, Nanshi realized that he was indeed putting on a faade of calm. He recognized himself. He recognized Naneo. Yet, Nanshi could not recall ever having met this man, nor could she ascertain if they had crossed paths prior to the incident. However, Beiqian had divulged nothing to her. Consequently, curiosity compelled Nanshi to probe further. I know the whereabouts of Naneo. Would you like to know? Upon uttering these words, the previously composed Lu Yixiao could no longer maintain his facade. His expression shifted dramatically as he retorted, so she is not dead. In that moment, Nanshi found her suspicions confirmed. Therefore, was he an adversary of her organization? She hastily demanded, you clearly know her. Why were you so calm just now? You were pretending. I never said I didn't know her. Lu Yixiao, disregarding caution, lunged forward, gripping her shoulders as he pressed for answers. Is she really alive? She isn't dead, is she? For a fleeting moment, Nanshi discerned a pang of sorrow and grief in his words. Why the sorrow? Why the grief? She could not recall any interaction with this man. Speak. Lu Yixiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he shook her insistently. For an instant, he felt an urge to throttle her in his emotional turmoil, yet he could not bring himself to do so. Compassion. How remarkable it was that the iron-willed, decisive, and impeccably ruthless Lord Lu could exhibit such a moment of mercy. Let go of me, Nanshi murmured, feeling somewhat dizzy. Yet, her words were drowned out by his relentless inquiries. Is she alive? Where is she? The atmosphere was heavy with melancholy, evoking a visceral sense of anguish. Perhaps it was the confinement of his grip, or perhaps his strength was too overwhelming. Her headache flared, and she found herself unable to push this man away. All she felt was that he had lost his sanity. The study on the first floor stood wide open, and their postures resembled that of a heated argument. However, in the next instant, a colossal figure leaped in through the window. Chapter 27. Clearly, it is you taking advantage of me, awu. The little creature dashed in, intending to intercede between its 2 masters who appeared to be quarreling. One was its male owner, the other, the female owner it adored. Yet, being an animal, it lacked the sense of propriety. resulting in both Nanxi and Lu Yixiao stumbling and falling to the ground in unison upon impact. But a bizarre scene unfolded. The pain Nanxi had anticipated did not materialize. For she had landed on someone that it did not hurt, yet the rigidity of his muscular form offered a different kind of discomfort that in addition to their positions, her above, him below. His hand rested on her waist, their lips nearly brushing against one another, albeit separated by masks, their gazes locked, and time seemed to halt in that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The man lifted his gaze, utterly flustered, especially as he beheld the pair of eyes mere inches away, sparkling as if they had been washed by water, imbued with spirit and allure. His first instinct was to soften. It is not that her lips are soft. In fact, kissing through a mask offers little sensation. It is merely the unconscious embrace of her hands around his waist that feels remarkably gentle. Lu Yixiao slightly averted his gaze, the tips of his ears betraying a subtle blush that went unnoticed. Nanxi was momentarily taken aback, her mind stalling for several seconds before it began to function again. For an instant, she felt a thrilling sensation rush through her, a sensation so intense it seemed to soar to the crown of her head. Unaccountably, as she gazed into his eyes from such close proximity, she found them oddly familiar, as if they had known each other for ages, yet she could not recall him at all. She could easily push him away or rise to her feet. Yet, at that moment, it felt as though she were ensnared by some enchantment, utterly unable to detach from his lips. Most dangerously, he possessed a captivating fragrance that was simply irresistible. Oddly enough, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. It was uncertain whose breath became erratic first, or whose heartbeat spiraled out of control. Just then, the door to the study was thrust open, and the eavesdropping Yuan Hao and Tao Musu, having heard no sounds from within, rushed in, fearing that the fourth master was in trouble. The moment they uttered a startled fourth, they found themselves frozen in shock. What on earth? Wasn't it said that they were to deal with Zhang Nanxi? Instead, they had gone straight to kissing. This was simply too exhilarating. A scene of monumental social embarrassment. The atmosphere was thick with a deathly silence. Amidst the commotion, a sound erupted from Shifan, and in their fluster, the two not only failed to retreat but instead clung even tighter. Nanxi gazed at the two who could fit an egg in their mouths and hurriedly explained, "No, it's not what you think." The more she tried to clarify, the more it seemed like a cover-up, and Tao Musu and Yuan Hao exchanged glances, both sensing an unmistakable tension between fourth brother and Zhang Nanxi. Although Lu Yixiao's expression beneath the mask was concealed, the palpable aura of danger radiating from him was unmistakable. It was best not to provoke the Wolf King. With a resounding thud, the study door slammed shut again. Aren't you going to get up? Lu Yixiao's face was dark with displeasure. This time, he was genuinely furious, his gaze as cold as ice, as if frozen to the core. He despised contact with anyone, especially women. Yet this woman had repeatedly tempted him. She had just done that. This was, after all, her first kiss, albeit through a mask. Wait? No, this was the original owner's body, not hers. With this thought, Nanxi's mood lightened considerably. She tapped her chest in bewilderment, wondering why her heart was racing so fast. As she stood up, she mumbled, "Why are you being so fierce? Clearly you were taking advantage of me." Her words were barely audible, yet Lu Yixiao heard them, igniting the flames of his fury. "Taking advantage of you? Clearly, it was you who enticed me." His voice boomed, somewhat ferocious, while Shifan whimpered beside them, as if to remind them to cease their quarrel. Infuriated, Lu Yixiao turned to glare at the Wolf King. "It's all your fault. What are you barging in for?" With that, he strode toward Shifan, clearly intent on reprimanding it. This action startled Shifan, who scurried behind Nanxi. "Hey! Why are you bullying it? Can't you see it's frightened?" "Frightened?" Lu Yixiao chuckled in exasperation. He knew full well what kind of creature he had raised. Fierce and unafraid of humans, Shifan was nothing but a traitorous little beast. One could have pleaded for mercy, yet chose to cower behind that wretched woman instead. Thus, he was even more determined to deal with her. Nanxi, however, grew anxious and reached out to stop him, but the disparity between their strengths rendered her utterly powerless against him. Finally, with gritted teeth and a steely resolve, she threw her arms around his neck, clinging to him like a koala, and uttered a command in wolf language towards Shifan. Lu Yixiao heard her clearly. She was saying, "Kai Kai, run quickly." Shifan reacted swiftly, letting out a howl before darting out of the window like a streak of smoke. Kai Kai. Lu Yixiao was infuriated. His Wolf King, whom he had raised, had been bestowed such a foolish name by her. Not only that, but he provided for its sustenance, and it was now aiding this woman, obeying her every word. As the two engaged in their playful tussle, they remained blissfully unaware of the suggestive nature of their positions. Suddenly, a sensation akin to mountains pressing against one another enveloped Lu Yixiao, causing his breath to falter slightly. "Get down!" The voice of the man was as frigid as if it had been drawn from an ice cellar. Had one been able to glimpse beneath the mask, they would find his expression fierce, yet his cheeks tinged with crimson. Realizing her transgression, Nanshi hastily dismounted from him. "You go stand over there." Lu Yixiao enunciated each word through clenched teeth. Pointing to the opposite side of the table, "Keep your distance from me." Nanshi scoffed lightly, exhibiting disdain, yet muttered under her breath, "Do you still find me distasteful? As if I desire to stand close to you?" With that, she strode over, positioning herself defiantly across from him once more. Chapter 28. It wouldn't be too late for you to kill me later. Lu Yixiao did not catch her words clearly. Nor did he care to, demanding, "Speak, where is Nanao?" The atmosphere once again grew tense, charged with unspoken threats. "She is dead." In an instant, Lu Yixiao's heart sank as if plummeting into an abyss. Had he been deceived? This woman had played him for a fool once more. Indeed, Nanshi perceived a flicker of malice in his gaze, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. This palpable intimidation genuinely frightened her. Her immediate thought was that she was doomed. Yet, despite the raging fire in his eyes, he articulated with deliberate clarity, "She is not dead. She is not dead." Curiously, in that moment, Nanshi's previously restless heart found an unexpected calm. Though she did not know this man, his unwavering belief in her survival struck a profound chord within her. "We have yet to see her body." Lu Yixiao's assertion seemed less directed at her and more a self-reprimand. How could she possibly be dead? Nanshi paused, realizing that it was the absence of her body that troubled him. She could have refrained from asking, but her curiosity got the better of her. "What is your relationship with her?" His eyes betrayed no emotion, heavy and profound. An alarm rang in Nanshi's mind. She was all too familiar with the expression he wore now. It was the visage of one harboring murderous intent. So was this his boundary, an unaskable question? Aware that she was no match for him, she resolved to prioritize her own safety. Thus she urgently proposed, "Yes, her body has not been found, but I can help you locate her. How about that? If we find her, we will uncover Bei Qian's whereabouts." She believed she had everything under control today. However, upon mentioning Nanao, she could distinctly sense something amiss with the man. Consequently, a multitude of events unfolded, leaving her feeling utterly out of control. However, it matters not. If she could utilize her own affairs to delay this man and prevent him from probing into Bei Qian, she would have the time to escape. Would she not? Indeed, as soon as these words escaped her lips, the resolute and decisive expression in the man's eyes vanished without a trace. He, too, was aware that his earlier emotions were amiss. Yes, once entangled with Xiaoxi, no matter how well he concealed himself, he would ultimately lose control. Yet, he suddenly bowed his head and let out a self-deprecating smile. What was he seeking Bei Qian for? What he had always been after was Xiaoxi, the world's foremost female assassin. "Nanao, on what ground should I trust you?" Lu Yixiao's tone was frigid, akin to the chill of midwinter. Yet, the very fact that he was able to utter these words was an opportunity in itself. Nanshi understood this implicitly and hastened to respond. "Isn't Fourth Master Lu always in search of Fei Mianyu? It is a remedy for insomnia, and I can procure it. This is my first gesture of sincerity to earn your trust." Upon hearing the mention of Fei Mianyu, Lu Yixiao's expression darkened further. Indeed, he had previously instructed someone to search for it, as the elderly matriarch at home suffered from insomnia and poor sleep. "So you have investigated Fourth Master Lu's affairs?" "I wouldn't call it an investigation," Nanshi clarified. "That in the imperial capital, whenever Fourth Master Lu has the slightest commotion, the entire world takes notice. This is the truth. Even if I wished to investigate Lu Yixiao, Bei Qian would not permit it. A few years ago, Bei Qian declared that he would not accept tasks from the imperial capital, nor any concerning those around Fourth Master Lu. When I inquired about the reason, Bei Qian remarked that Fourth Master Lu was not to be trifled with. It was only in recent years, after several capable subordinates of Bei Qian encountered misfortunes, that Nanshi took over tasks in this area, frequently entering and exiting the imperial capital. Observing the man's silence, she sensed an opportunity and continued to lead him subtly. "I have heard that Fourth Master Lu's relationship with the Lu family is rather strained. Recently, someone placed a surveillance device under my red veil. My demise is trivial, but taking Fourth Master Lu's life is of great consequence. Should I refrain from employing even a single soldier of Fourth Master Lu's, I could capture the individual collaborating with Zhang Yu. What say you?" Lu Yixiao crossed his arms and regarded her. "Ha, this little fox is indeed cunning. But rest assured, if I were to be captured by their people, I would never betray those who collaborated with me. You need only to watch the show." Lu Yixiao raised an eyebrow, still remaining silent. Yet, to speak candidly, he had not killed her at the outset and had no intention of doing so now. Life was too mundane. He was curious to see what unexpected action she might take to survive. Their gazes met. The man's expression was far from friendly, yet Nancy maintained her composure, neither servile nor arrogant. After a prolonged silence, she once more shattered the stalemate. Nan-Ao accepted a mission but encountered trouble on her way to the imperial capital. You two cannot locate her or Bei Qian at present. Give me a month's time that I can assist you. If I fail, you may kill me then. Besides, I can cook and remedy your anorexia. Furthermore, my medical skills are not lacking. If you trust me, I can treat Fourth Master Lu. Isn't it rumored that he is gravely ill? With a month at her disposal, she could avenge the original owner and then depart from the imperial capital. By then, even if this man sought her out, he would be unable to find her. Even without his words, under the light, the corners of Nanxi's eyes lifted. Her languid demeanor exuding an air of inevitability. Liu Yixiao's profound gaze scrutinized her. And it was no exaggeration to say that this woman was indeed clever, adept at negotiation, and always hitting the nail on the head. Her medical skills are not lacking. Do you wish to save yourself? Ha, but you are not ill. Let her save you, wouldn't that expose the truth? Lu Sai's ailment does not require your intervention. The man spoke coldly. Nanxi, with a tinge of regret, shrugged her shoulders, fully aware that they would not place their trust in her. Nevertheless, this was advantageous, as it spared her the embarrassment of revealing her identity as the one medical sage. That a month's time frame was conceded by Lu Yixiao, yet he swiftly shifted the subject, inquiring whether she was a member of the Northern Qian Assassination Organization. Chapter 29. On what grounds should she perish? Nanxi licked her lips, a glimmer of cunning flickering in her eyes, and replied, their organization requires individuals with formidable combat prowess. Do you truly believe I could gain entry? The question was cast back at Lu Yixiao, who scoffed, acknowledging her cleverness. Indeed, the Northern Qian Assassination Organization was populated by various experts, and given Jiang Nanxi's current combat abilities, she fell short. Yet, this woman was a habitual liar. Who could ascertain if she were concealing half of her strength? Do you know Nan-Ao? Lu Yixiao's gaze bore into her without wavering. Nanxi's heart remained unperturbed. I do, was it not true? She was Nan-Ao herself, having transmigrated into the original host, Jiang Nanxi. After her death, he continued to scrutinize her intently, pressing, what is your relationship with him? In the face of his interrogation, Nanxi exhibited no signs of panic. She slightly raised an eyebrow and said, I must retain some secrets. What if you decide to discard me midway? Lu Yixiao's gaze was frigid as he glanced at her. Even in silence, the oppressive aura he exuded was suffocating. It was evident he would not extract anything from her lips, yet his curiosity regarding her response was piqued. Unexpectedly, she continued, moreover, do you not also conceal your face? Nanxi, with a touch of defiance, stated, but I did not inquire why you wear a mask. It is quite normal for both parties to withhold certain information, and in a month, I shall reveal everything you wish to know. Lu Yixiao chuckled coldly. Observing how astute this little fox was, she seemed assured that he would not eliminate her. Her demeanor now considerably more assertive, he found this intriguing. His interest further ignited. And why do you wear a mask? Why? Nanxi pondered for a moment before sighing. Because I am ugly. Liu Yixiao's skeptical gaze fell upon her. It was not that he doubted her. He had previously seen the scars marring her face. He simply found it hard to believe that a young girl could declare herself unattractive without a hint of insecurity. Suddenly, he remarked, I am also ugly. Huh. Nanxi was momentarily bewildered. Liu Yixiao fell silent. Merely observing her with his cold stare, Nanxi understood. He was implying that his mask concealed his own ugliness as well. She chuckled inwardly, questioning whether to believe him. However, she was not particularly invested in whether he was handsome or not. For now, the crisis had temporarily subsided, and she had avenged the original host's grievances. She was ready to depart from the capital. Shall we consider this a partnership? She ventured cautiously. Liu Yixiao remained silent, implicitly acknowledging her proposition. How peculiar. This might be the first instance of an outsider, particularly a woman, broaching the subject of collaboration with him. May I inquire your name? Nanxi explained, as we are to collaborate long-term, I ought to know your name. You may call me Nanxi. Yet in reality, this woman was not Xiaoxi. She was not Shanqi, the man stated expressionlessly, uttering two words, Shanqi. Nanxi furrowed her brows, pondering which two characters it could be. Mountain beggar, she mused. Mountain Qi. After Lu Yixiao finished speaking, he took a seat at the desk and began reviewing documents. His demeanor suggested that once the matter was settled, he would swiftly dismiss her. Nanxi had initially intended to confirm the subsequent action plan with him, but upon witnessing his attitude, she refrained from lingering and turned to exit the study. In the blink of an eye, the study was enveloped in silence, and the lingering essence of her presence dissipated considerably. Suddenly, He recalled the sensation of holding her moments ago. The man's heart raced considerably. Yet, mere seconds passed before his expression darkened, and he crushed all the alluring images in his mind. He despised such uncontrollable emotions. The term mountain beggar was significant, not merely because of the character in Louis Xiao's name. Just as he had begged for survival in the mountains when he first encountered Xiaoxi 8 years prior. He had followed her in that quest. At T-17, he had been abducted to the mountains, battered and bruised, with the kidnappers demanding 500 million from the Liu family merely for his life. Louis Xiao gazed regretfully at the heavens. All he ever desired was to live peacefully. Yet, from the moment of his birth, the Liu family had relentlessly sought to create trouble for him. The Liu family was not his home, but rather the inception of his misfortune. He closed his eyes, believing death to be inevitable, when suddenly a woman clad in a red dress rode toward him on horseback, her anger palpable as she spoke fervently. Louis Xiao still remembered her words. "We are the feared and despised assassins of society. If given a choice, we would never choose this path. Yet, we cannot act against our conscience." He, merely a teenager, exuded kindness. They were purging the world of evil, and should not indiscriminately slay the innocent. Subsequently, she saved Louis Xiao. Her first words to him were, "Do not be afraid. You are safe now. My name is Xiaoxi. And what is yours?" He could not utter a single word since the passing of Louis Xiao's mother. She was the first person to inquire about his pain. The memory halted abruptly. Louis Xiao gripped his pen tightly, the pressure so intense that it snapped tenfold. How had he not realized that his life held such value? He loathed her, rebelling against her, indifferent to how others perceived him, transforming himself into a demon from hell within a few short years. He would not kill the Liu family, but he would not allow them peace. Slowly tormenting them seemed far more gratifying. Xiaoxi had not died. Indeed, she was alive. If he bore no grudge against her, why should she perish? In that fleeting moment when Louis Xiao closed his eyes, a tear trickled down his cheek. However, he quickly suppressed the emotions within him, his gaze returning to its usual indifference and hostility. Chapter 30. It seemed as if he were concealing something. Nanshi exited the study, following the corridor toward a strong source of light, eventually arriving at the dining hall. Before she approached, she overheard Tao Musu and Yuan Hao engaged in a heated discussion. Though she could not discern the details, she caught snippets about four and various other topics. They were discussing her. The Nanshi standing behind them interrupted. "It's not as you think. That kiss was merely a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? Do you think we are fools? Just by coincidence you ended up embracing and kissing." Upon uttering the last sentence, he bore an expression of unintentional gossip that was, after all, the notoriously aloof fourth master. Not a single female mosquito is allowed to approach. Yet by some stroke of coincidence, I ended up sharing a kiss with this unattractive woman. "Oh wait, she has become beautiful." Nanshi shrugged her shoulders and remarked, "It was merely that your discussions were too fervent. You simply did not hear the commotion." She then recounted the recent events. Porridge had come rushing in through the window, she and he had tumbled over, and they accidentally kissed. After her explanation, she added pointedly, "Honestly, please refrain from making baseless accusations that tarnish my reputation." In contrast to Yuan Hao's agitation, Tao Musu appeared far more composed. He adjusted his glasses and inquired, "We have not expressed disbelief. So why the fervor? The more you emphasize, the more it seems you are concealing something. Moreover, when it comes to reputations, it is only the fourth master S that appears to be in jeopardy. Is it not?" Nanshi let out a cold laugh. One cannot deny that Tao's family's eldest son is remarkably astute. His words left her with no retort. Choosing silence, Nanshi moved to the open kitchen and began to gather ingredients from the refrigerator. "Have you reached an agreement?" Yuan Hao approached, his eyes filled with curiosity. Initially, everyone believed that this newcomer would not survive beyond the second day. Yet here she was, thriving and confidently preparing a meal in Luhan Courtyard. Nanshi responded with a non-committal offering no further details. "How did you negotiate?" He probed, his curiosity piqued. Nanshi met his gaze and replied, "You should inquire with the individual in the study." Yuan Hao touched his nose, feeling somewhat foolish for his persistence. He observed her as she retrieved various ingredients from the refrigerator and could not restrain himself from asking, "Are you hungry? In the back mountain forest, you seem to be eating better than us. How did you manage to have the Wolf King bring you food?" Nanshi swiftly gathered her long hair into a bun, securing it with a chopstick. "Did I speak wolf language?" she stated without pretense. "It's not for me to eat. I'm preparing it for the person in the study." After speaking, she turned her attention back to Yuan Hao. "I did take some ingredients from your refrigerator, but I will pay you back. Given our temporary collaboration, it's inconsequential to mention these trivial matters." She had always been a woman of her word. If she said she would cook, she would, and it was merely for a month. Yuan Hao suddenly felt a surge of excitement. The fourth master had hardly eaten anything in recent days, and Uncle Gu had finally found a 6-star culinary genius, but the fourth master had eaten it and promptly vomited. The fact that Jiang Nanshi could cook was indeed fortuitous. After all, the fourth master was currently eating only her food. Thus, when he looked at Jiang Nanshi, she seemed far more agreeable, and he casually chatted, "But why does the porridge listen to you so well? It can be quite fierce." Fierce? Nanshi tilted her head in contemplation and replied, "Not really, it's quite well behaved." Yuanhao was at a loss for words. The porridge was well behaved? Haha. "Why don't you remove your mask?" he asked. "Because I'm ugly," Nanshi replied, not lifting her head as she cracked eggs. "Yuanhao, pass me the salt from over there." "You're ugly? Who are you trying to fool?" Yuanhao retorted, yet he moved over to hand her the salt from the other table, oblivious to being commanded by Nanshi. "I saw your appearance through the camera of the drone." Upon hearing this, Nanshi looked up and paused for a few seconds before saying, "You must have misjudged." Upon being scrutinized by the stunning beauty, Yuanhao felt his cheeks flush crimson. Hearing her words, he hastily countered, "How could that be? My eyesight is impeccable. I can see that there are no scars on your face." Nanshi let out a barely perceptible sigh. Initially, she merely wished for the scars on her face to heal swiftly. As they were both itchy and painful, she had not anticipated that the original owner's visage would be so captivating that if it were to be exposed and draw attention, it would complicate her ability to engage in other matters. "Yuanhao, how do you refer to the people in the study?" "Shanqi." She had intended to shift the topic without any ulterior motives, however, Yuanhao frowned in confusion. "What Shan?" Realizing that the man had deceived her, Nanshi concluded that Shanqi was likely a fabricated name. Meanwhile, Tao Musu, who had been silently observing Jiang Nanshi, approached and slapped Yuanhao on the back. "Dr. Tao, why did you hit me?" Yuanhao exclaimed. "You fool," Tao Musu retorted, pushing Yuanhao aside, lowering his voice to add, "You've already been probed by Jiang Nanshi. This woman is indeed clever. Otherwise, our fourth brother would not have kept her around this long." "What?" Yuanhao was taken aback. "Our fourth brother is disguising himself as a bodyguard," so she intentionally inquired whether his name was Shanqi. Yuanhao thought to himself that he had nearly jeopardized everything. Consequently, as he looked at Jiang Nanshi, despite her being a breathtaking beauty, his gaze lost its warmth throughout the encounter. Nanshi remained silent and uncurious, showing no signs of insecurity from her earlier probing. Wholly focused on her tasks at hand. In that fleeting moment, Tao Musu developed a flicker of interest in Jiang Nanshi. According to her records, she was under 20, a young girl, yet how could she exhibit such composure? "How do you possess knowledge of medicine?" Upon hearing this, Nanshi lifted her gaze. There was a wary glint in her eyes, which Tao Musu noticed. Maintaining his amiable demeanor, he clarified, "I mean no offense, so please do not be alarmed. Now that you are in Luhanyuan, we will certainly investigate everything about your past." Chapter 31. Is it the mad genius teaching you medicine? Tao Musu suddenly cut to the chase, prompting Nanshi to feel considerably more at ease. She disliked subterfuge and loathed being tested. "You are aware that I am Tao Musu, a renowned surgeon in the imperial capital, correct?" "Yes," Nanshi nodded. "Thus, I am simply curious about how you understand medicine. Consider this an exchange of knowledge. After all, I have yet to decipher the poison on the wolf." Despite Tao Musu's caution, a scholar's thirst for knowledge burned brightly within him. Observing his earnestness, Nanshi briefly explained how she had studied medicine under a barefoot doctor since childhood. In the countryside, the barefoot doctor treated both humans and animals, allowing her to learn quite a bit. This shared experience was one of the few points of commonality between her and the original owner, as Jiang Nanshi had been cast away by her disreputable father, while Nanshi had been sent to her grandmother's house in the countryside by her parents. "Where is that old doctor now?" "Missing." After Nanshi spoke, she expected Tao Musu to respond with skepticism akin to Shanqi's. However, to her surprise, Tao Musu shook his head. "What a pity. To miss out on such a remarkable opportunity for medical exchange. You don't think I'm lying?" Nanshi found the situation amusing. Tao Musu gazed intently at Jiang Nanshi, contemplating for a few moments before he spoke. "To be frank, I do not trust you. However, the field of medicine is one that cannot be deceived. Hence I believe that you genuinely possess medical knowledge." Nanshi relished the company of straightforward individuals. "Do you still remember the name of that elderly doctor?" she inquired. "What was it?" Nanshi pondered seriously for a moment and then recalled he claimed his name was Dian Qingtian. "What Qingtian?" Tao Musu queried, having not heard clearly. "Dian as in the madness of Dian," Nanshi elucidated. She recalled that barefoot doctor, who indeed represented the madness implied by Dian, that he had insisted on teaching her medicine, declaring his intention to impart his lifelong talents to her. Initially, Nanshi had little interest in the medical field, but over time, She grew to love it. After being adopted by the Beiqian organization at the tender age of 8, she had not seen Dianqing Tian again and had pursued self-study instead. With her remarkable intellect and diligence, she established the world's largest medical academy, thereby becoming its founder. Yet, Tao Musu's expression seemed peculiar as he responded with a hint of incredulity. You mean to say that the one who taught you medicine is Dianqing Tian? He is a barefoot doctor. Nanshi was perplexed by his strange demeanor but nodded affirmatively nonetheless. Jiang Nanshi, oh Jiang Nanshi, Tao Musu sighed with a wry smile, even if you jest, moderation is key, is it not? Never mind, I understand your reluctance to divulge, I am not joking. You should prepare the meal, Nanshi replied. Tao Musu left, somewhat disheartened. How could Dianqing Tian possibly be a barefoot doctor? He was the foremost physician of the imperial capital, a luminary in the medical community. Many were simply unaware. His real name was Tianqin, who, disillusioned with the traditional medical system, chose to adopt the alias Dianqing Tian while traveling the world. With his grandmother gravely ill and unable to recover, he found himself unable to contact the one medical sage, leaving him with no choice but to hope for a swift reunion with Dianqing Tian. Nanshi watched Tao Musu's departing figure and shook her head. She had spoken the truth, yet he remained skeptical. She could hardly be held accountable for that. Ultimately, she decided to focus on cooking. As she prepared the meal, Yuan Hao stood by, vigilant, fearing that this woman might concoct some scheme. Half an hour later, a delectable feast was ready, and Uncle Gu arrived. Initially, he had intended to teach Jiang Nanshi a lesson under the guise of being the steward of Lu Hanyuan, suspecting her to be an envoy from the Lu family's old residence. In the Lu household, aside from the old matriarch's desire for the fourth young master to thrive, the rest wished for his demise. However, due to her advanced age and yearning for familial harmony, she turned a blind eye to certain matters, having been swayed by whispers from some family members. Yet, upon witnessing the table laden with culinary delights, Uncle Gu's intention to reprimand Jiang Nanshi dissipated. Uncle Gu, would you care to sample it first? Nanshi offered him a pair of chopsticks. Typically, when delivering food to the fourth young master, it was either Yuan Hao who tasted it or Uncle Gu himself. Accepting the chopsticks, Uncle Gu took a bite and exclaimed, "Indeed, this is quite delicious. What ingredients did you use? How did you prepare it?" With good-natured patience, Nanshi explained each element, even incorporating some medicinal dishes, having noted that Shanqi had a delicate constitution. Very good, Uncle Gu nodded repeatedly, momentarily forgetting his earlier intentions of causing Jiang Nanshi some discomfort. Finally, Nanshi handed him a medicinal pillow she had prepared in advance. What is this? Uncle Gu inquired as he took it. You seem to have a lumbar ailment, do you not? Some medication has been added here which will alleviate your pain and also aid your sleep. At your age, it is imperative to take this seriously. On the night that Nanshi married into the Luhan courtyard, she noticed the butler's gait was peculiar. Upon a brief contact, she discerned his ailment. It was not flattery. She simply recognized the elder's frail condition and offered her assistance. Yuan Hao looked over anxiously. Uncle Gu, do you have a back ailment? Despite having spent many years in the company of Uncle Gu without noticing, it was remarkable that Jiang Nanshi had uncovered it. Uncle Gu was momentarily at a loss for words. Although there was Dr. Tao at home, he did not wish to trouble others, regardless of whether Jiang Nanshi could truly remedy his condition. Her concern alone was profoundly touching. Just a moment ago, he had expressed a desire to reprimand her, yet now he felt compelled to praise her. Eventually, Nanshi took her leave, but before departing, she briefly shared her plans with Yuan Hao. She then requested an old computer and a used phone from him. Yuan Hao became cautious and retorted, "Who are you planning to contact? Didn't you investigate my information? Who could I possibly seek help from?" Nanshi replied, "No one can save me, just leave a phone number for convenience tomorrow." There were many old phones in Luhan courtyard, so Yuan Hao casually handed one to her. After they exchanged numbers, Nanshi finally departed. "Oh, aren't you staying in the guest room?" Chapter 32. We shall see whether she truly possesses skill during dinner. Unaware that it was Jiang Nanshi who had prepared the meal, Louis Xiao consumed a considerable amount. His expression remained cold, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor. He ate slowly, as if savoring each bite, which moved the three observers beside him. The fourth young master has eaten 2 bowls of rice. Uncle Gu dabbed at the corners of his eyes, genuinely moved to tears. The depths of the wealthy are profound. He was aware of some matters concerning the Lu family, but as a servant, he knew better than to speak out of turn. He also knew that 8 years prior, the fourth young master had been kidnapped, though the specifics were shrouded in secrecy, as the entire Lu family kept such matters from the public. Since then, the matriarch had entrusted his care to Uncle Gu. Thus, over the years, Uncle Gu had been acutely aware of the challenges faced by the fourth young master. Yuan Hao was also somewhat elated. Moreover, he did not reject it, nor did he vomit. Fourth brother can finally eat. Tao Musu sighed. If he doesn't eat soon, we shall have to administer nutritional fluids again. Thus, it was all the more essential to keep Zhang Nanqi around. Uncle Gu nodded vigorously. He harbored a singular wish. Whoever could cure the fourth young master's anorexia would be hailed as a great benefactor. Once the meal concluded, Uncle Gu instructed the servants to clear the dining room. Fourth young master, are you feeling all right? Uncle Gu inquired, a broad smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gu was overjoyed. If the fourth young master deemed it so, it was indeed quite splendid. So will we be eating the meals prepared by this person from now on? Uncle Gu probed. Lui Xiao nodded lazily, his words few and far between. Uncle Gu left with a smile. At that moment, Tao Musu approached. Fourth brother, aren't you going to ask who made it? Who? Zhang Nanqi. The expression on someone's face, unmasked, clearly soured a few degrees. Tao Musu and Yuan Hao exchanged glances, both falling silent. Why did it seem that this young master was once again displeased? Hadn't the fourth young master just been quite amicable with Zhang Nanqi? Yet they dare to gossip about Zhang Nanqi, but they do not have the audacity to confront the fourth master directly. Who would dare to ask? Isn't that akin to courting death? It's unpalatable. Lui Xiao cast aside these words and turned back towards the study. Tao Musu. Yuan Hao. That if it's so unpalatable, why did you consume so much? Our fourth master is just stubborn in his ways. The two followed suit to the study, convening to deliberate on certain matters. Lui Xiao had no intention of withholding information, succinctly relaying the recent events to them. It was at this juncture that the suspicions regarding her were lifted. Yuan Hao scratched the back of his head and continued to summarize. And now she has been granted a month to unearth the member of the Lu family orchestrating this? Lui Xiao replied with a nonchalant hum. I too believe she has indeed been exploited by her father, remarked Tao Musu. Zhang Nanqi has gone to such lengths merely to survive. Her will to live is undeniably strong. Yuan Hao nodded in agreement, adding, but can one truly apprehend that member of the Lu family within a month? I can't shake the feeling that she is merely boasting. He had spent 5 years establishing a foothold within the Lu family, eliminating rivals of the Lu group, acquiring various companies, and steering the family towards globalization. It was during this time that he inherited the rights to the Lu estate. Subsequently, the 3 daughters of the Lu family and their father had been covertly seeking to undermine the fourth master. Although Lui Xiao was aware of their machinations, he remained oblivious to their identities and lacked concrete evidence. Thus, Yuan Hao harbored skepticism regarding Zhang Nanqi's ability to handle the Lu family members. In any case, she had been allotted a month. Tao Musu remarked, it would be intriguing to see if she possesses genuine skill. Surely, she wouldn't attempt to flee. She cannot escape. Zhang Nanqi's uncle is imprisoned on charges of tax evasion, and her grandmother is gravely ill in the hospital, necessitating a substantial sum of money amidst a slew of troubles. At this point, Tao Musu seemed to ponder before continuing. Furthermore, her mother's death years ago appears to be inextricably linked to that stepmother. Wang Pei, should we inform Zhang Nanqi? The latter statement was directed towards Lui Xiao for approval. A certain individual's tone was somewhat frosty. Do as you wish, then let us refrain from mentioning it. It is wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. Besides, Zhang Nanqi has stated that she does not require our intervention, so we shall allow her to manage it. Lui Xiao's indifferent demeanor offered no insight into his emotions. However, I am curious about one matter. Yuan Hao voiced his doubt. Does Zhang Nanqi truly know that assassin Nanao? He recalled that the fourth master had been rescued by that woman 8 years prior when he was kidnapped. Yet, shortly thereafter, the fourth master inexplicably began searching for the female assassin, Xiao Shi. Thus, for over 2 years, they had been pursuing the whereabouts of Xiao Shi and Bei Qian, only to find them seemingly vanished into thin air. Whether she knows or not, we shall find out through a gamble. Lui Xiao slightly raised his chin. His aura commanding. It seemed that he was only willing to speak a few more words when the topic of the female assassin arose. Oh, and by the way, Yuan Hao added, just now Zhang Nanqi requested an old computer and a phone from me. What does she need those for? Tao Musu queried, puzzled. Could she be seeking help from someone? He recalled Zhang Nanqi's profile. Her social connections were lamentably sparse. She had a childhood friend in the countryside, a cousin in the capital engaged in film management, and a betrothal from 8 years ago to a scion of the Zhou family. The first two were devoid of power and influence, thus ignorable. The Zhou family, despite possessing some wealth, does not hold a prominent position on the list of affluent individuals in the capital. If Lu Hanyuan is unwilling to release them, their rescue remains an impossibility. Lui Xiao fell into a contemplative silence before stating, send the information interception to my email. Understood. Yuan Hao nodded, adding that Zhang Nanqi had mentioned visiting the Zhang family tomorrow and requested his company. Lui Xiao glanced over, his brow slightly furrowing. Since when have you two become such close associates? Yuan Hao felt a tightening in his chest. Something about Fourth Master S tone felt off. Chapter 33. Has Naneo logged into the assassin organization's network? No, this is not good. Yuan Hao quickly shook his head, but isn't that tantamount to surveillance? She claimed she would go to the Zhang family tomorrow to prove something to you. Yui Xiao remained silent, emanating a palpable sense of aggression. Will you be going? Yuan Hao inquired cautiously. No, Lui Xiao replied, a hint of impatience creeping into his voice. I need to personally attend to every trivial matter? Oh, understood. Please convey that the entire Lu family is to refrain from addressing me as Fourth Master. Lui Xiao's expression remained unreadable, instructing, call me Shan Qi. That night, Tao Musu departed. The hospital awaited his attention with numerous surgeries, and he also needed to manage matters concerning Fourth Brother's company. Yuan Hao sat in the computer room, his gaze fixed on the large screen, which monitored the entire network and communications of Lu Hanyuan. Any phone call made would immediately reveal the caller's location and enable tracking. Likewise, any internet activity would swiftly disclose the nature of the engagement. He waited, and waited, nearly falling asleep, yet still no contact from Jiang Nanshi to obstruct the information flow. He stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, why hasn't she made a call? What does Jiang Nanshi need the computer and phone for? She hasn't even looked up any information. This vigil extended until the clock struck 2 in the morning. Yuan Hao began to doze off when suddenly, a piercing phone ring shattered the silence. He answered, struggling to decipher the frantic words on the other end. His expression shifted dramatically. What? You say just now? Naneo logged into the assassin organization's network. Does this mean Naneo is still alive? Fourth Master will surely be elated upon hearing this. Quickly pinpoint the caller's location. I must inform Fourth Master immediately. After hanging up, he abandoned his post monitoring Jiang Nanshi and hurried to find Fourth Master in the forest behind the mountain. Nanshi was furious, irritably destroying the chips in her computer and phone. She spent 2 hours reconfiguring her computer, installing a previously dismantled drone chip, which transformed it into a wireless network. It was only past midnight that she attempted to contact Beiqian, but the call failed to connect. This was not unexpected. Typically, if dispatched assassins encountered trouble, the organization swiftly altered communication channels to evade exposure and subsequent pursuit. Consequently, she used her assassin alias, Naneo, to log into the assassin task network. To her dismay, not only was her password altered, but she was also removed from the organization's registry. This indicated that the funds she had within the organization were temporarily inaccessible. Most critically, her location was now being tracked. She had no choice but to swiftly destroy her computer. Fortunately, with her quick wits, just before her location was tracked, she modified her coordinates to the northern suburbs as a member of the Thai hacker organization. In order to prevent being traced back to Lu Hanyuan. It was not out of a desire to protect anything. This was the territory of Lord Lu, and she wished to avoid trouble. Perhaps sensing Nanshi's low spirits, the porridge beside her lay at her feet and let out a soft whimper, too afraid to make a sound thereafter. Why had she been expelled from the assassin organization? Nanshi fell into deep contemplation, murmuring to herself, and who was it that altered my password? The only conclusion to draw was that these two actions were perpetrated by the same individual, the one who sought to eliminate her. She had accepted a new mission and arrived in the capital. Had it not been for an insider leaking her whereabouts, she would not have found herself ambushed and in danger of death. Now trapped in Lu Hanyuan, she felt utterly powerless and unable to investigate. However, soon enough, Nanshi began to piece together some truths. Within the organization, aside from Bei Qian, she trusted no one. For each person harbored motives to eliminate her. Most critically, she could not explain her current identity. Rebirth, soul crossing. Who would believe such absurdity? She herself found it utterly incomprehensible. There was no rush. Once she dealt with the Zhang family and avenged the original owner, she would devise a plan to escape Lu Hanyuan. Time to sleep. Nanshi ruffled the fur of the Wolf King. The porridge let out a soft whine, shook off its coat, and seeing that its mistress was no longer as furious, it became lively once more. No more play for now. Tomorrow is for that. How late it is. Whine. Acting coy would not help. Nanshi patted its head, saying, sleep. I have important matters to attend to tomorrow. In stark contrast to Nanshi's relaxed demeanor, Lui Xiao was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Our people tracked Naneo's location. It leads to an abandoned gas station in the northern suburbs of the capital. Yuan Hao lowered his head, afraid to meet the gaze of Lord Lu, and added, but when we arrived, the abandoned gas station was deserted. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the bedroom became suffocatingly tense. The incident had occurred in the early hours, and the bodyguards had searched for several hours. Now it was already 6 in the morning, meaning Lui Xiao had gone an entire night without sleep. He awaited news of finding Xiaoxi, Yet it remained elusive. This was perhaps the essence of greater hope leading to greater disappointment. Yuan Hao, bowing his head, waited in silence, but when he saw Lord Lu remain silent, he could no longer contain himself. Lord, there is one more thing. After a moment of stillness, Lu Yixiao commanded, speak. Yuan Hao, steeling himself, continued, our people reported that the hacker organization they were tracking exhibited activity around 2 in the morning through radio communication. Yuan Hao's heart trembled slightly as he pressed on. This timing coincides with when we discovered Nan Ao's whereabouts. I wonder if there is any connection, or if it is merely a coincidence. Chapter 34. Is it that man? Quite the dog. Given Lord Lu's current standing in the capital and indeed the world, he is the target of envy and jealousy, with many seeking to hunt him down. Thus, knowing oneself and one's adversary is essential to achieving victory in every battle. They had amassed a wealth of information from the world's foremost sources. Simultaneously, the TIA hacker organization, ranked among the top 3 globally, fell within the purview of their surveillance. In a mere span of a few years, they have assimilated dozens of surrounding hacker organizations, subsequently rising to become one of the top 3 in the world. Most crucially, the identities of the organization's leaders and core figures remain shrouded in mystery. They are fully armed, their true appearances never revealed, evoking a profound curiosity. The pursuit continues. As Lu Yixiao spoke, Yuan Hao breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, their 4th master was not angered, which meant he would not erupt in fury. This implies that the female assassin Nan Ao is still alive, but is the 4th master genuinely pleased or merely feigning happiness? His emotions are utterly inscrutable. Leave, Lu Yixiao commanded, then paced to the bed and lay down. Yuan Hao nodded and turned off the light before departing. Once alone in the room, Lu Yixiao revealed a long-lost smile. He touched his wildly racing heart, reassured that as long as Xiaoxi was alive, it mattered not that she was currently unreachable. They would find her eventually. Nanxi awoke very early to be precise. She had barely slept throughout the night, suffering from a severe headache. Even clutching a bowl of congee did little to alleviate her discomfort. This cursed insomnia was becoming increasingly bothersome. To her astonishment, inhabiting the body of Jiang Nanxi had also brought along this affliction. She found herself dreaming of a man named Shan Qi, and even shared a kiss with him. How utterly embarrassing. Nanxi, you have truly lost your senses. She chided herself. That difficult-to-approach, cunning man, whose true face she had never even glimpsed. How could she conjure such intimate visions? What if he were hideously unattractive, with a face full of acne? It wasn't that she was superficial, but Nanxi did have a tendency to be somewhat particular about appearances. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. During her brief encounter with him last night, aside from feeling an inexplicable familiarity, she had also felt a strange sense of fatigue, a desire to sleep. Should she seek him out again? On second thought, she shook her head. That man was too much trouble. Rising to wash up, she prepared to head to the main residence to cook for Shan Qi, before reuniting with Yuan Hi an hour later. Masked, Nanxi was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Compared to yesterday, Uncle Gu was considerably more amiable. Miss Jiang, you must find it uncomfortable staying in the wooden cabin on the back mountain. Why not come stay at the old residence? No need. I'm quite accustomed to it, Nanxi replied with a smile. You can just call me Xiaoxi. Although the small wooden cabin was rudimentary, it at least sheltered her from the wind and rain. She had previously endured far worse living conditions. By the way, you made a dish of yam and shrimp last night, Uncle Gu began, nearly letting slip a secret, then deftly redirected. Young Shan Qi seems to enjoy it. Did you add something special to it? Nanxi, oblivious to his subtle shift, briefly explained the ingredients. After more than half an hour, a sumptuous breakfast was ready, requiring no assistance from anyone. Finally, Nanxi thoughtfully remarked, this breakfast is for you. I noticed your stomach isn't very strong, so I added ingredients to aid digestion. Through their few interactions, she had discerned that Uncle Gu was a kind-hearted man, devoid of ulterior motives and not one to create difficulties for others. Perhaps it was a doctor's instinct, but considering his health, she had even devised a dietary plan for him. Not only that, she had also prepared breakfast for Yuan Hao. Uncle Gu was instantly taken aback. If only this girl had not been disfigured, her optimistic and unpretentious demeanor would be a perfect match for their brooding 4th master. Most importantly, the 4th master only consumed food she prepared, which surpassed many other considerations. Uncle Gu, feeling a touch of embarrassment, remarked, originally, I intended for you to merely prepare meals for Xiao Shanqi, not to have you serve as a maid in Lu Hanyuan. You need not concern yourself with our meals any longer. Although Jiang Nanxi had married into Lu Hanyuan as a substitute for Jiang Jieyue, by both sentiment and reason, she was the mistress of Lu Hanyuan, even if only temporarily, and certainly not a servant. It was merely an incidental task, not a burden. Nanxi was entirely unconcerned. Perhaps it was due to her upbringing that she had long cultivated a mindset of caring for others. What she was unaware of, however, was that this unintentional gesture had already earned her the approval of the estate's steward. Suddenly, Uncle Gu's phone rang. Upon answering, it was the bodyguard at the gate. Whatever was conveyed to him brought a bright smile to his face, and he promptly stated, "Xiaoxi, please leave these items here for the servants to wash. You need not worry about them. I must go fetch someone. A guest is arriving?" Nanshi casually inquired. A distinguished visitor from the Ruan family. Uncle Gu replied before eagerly departing. Unlike other estates, Lu Hanyuan's gates were ironclad and electrified. Typically, one would need to seek permission from Steward Gu to gain entry. This particular visitor from the Ruan family was among the few, aside from the elderly matriarch of the Lu family, permitted to enter Lu Hanyuan. A distinguished guest. Could it possibly be the Ruan family, ranked among the top 3 wealthiest in the capital? Nanshi did not dwell on it and proceeded to wash the dishes and pots before slipping into the back garden. It was still early, around 8 o'clock, and once Yuan Hao finished tidying up, they could head to the Zhang family. Chapter 35. I do not like you. After meandering through the back garden, Nanshi found herself quite alone. Bored, she whistled to summon Shifan to join her in some exercise. After a few moments, the Wolf King emerged majestically from the side of the garden, engaging in playful antics with Nanshi. To restore Zhang Nanshi's body to the optimal condition she had in her previous life would require considerable effort. Despite the original owner being merely 19, her physique was quite frail, suffering from malnutrition and metabolic illnesses. Her body bore the marks of old whip scars, healing slowly, indicative of a childhood marred by abuse. It was a mystery how Zhang Nanshi had endured until now. Yet, in her earnest pursuit of fitness, she remained oblivious to the fact that her actions were being observed from the 3rd floor of the old castle. Xiao, are you blaming me? Ruan Jiwan coughed delicately, covering her mouth, presenting herself as a fragile beauty. Your sister and father have both inquired about you, asking if you are unwell or if you are awake, but I have revealed nothing regarding your circumstances. She was the sole daughter of the Ruan family. Though not strikingly beautiful, she possessed an air of grace and dignity that endeared her to many prominent families, with a standard oval face, a radiant and well-rounded forehead, full and plump cheeks, and rosy lips. Her appearance was favored among the elite. However, what endeared her most was her lineage, the Ruan family. Now at 26, Ruan Jiwan was a year older than Lu Yixiao, embodying the essence of indulgence if there were any flaw to speak of. It was her frail health, suffering from a congenital heart condition. None, Lu Yixiao replied, his tone nonchalant. Standing by the window without a mask, he wore a well-tailored outfit that accentuated his tall and straight figure. Above, his handsome visage was breathtaking, with deep-set features and striking eyebrows. Then you are still blaming me? Ruan Jiwan's eyes brimmed with tears. I have always wished to marry you, yet my family does not consent. They perceive the Lu family as chaotic, and deem you insufficiently formidable. If I were to marry into this family, I would surely be consumed by their internal strife. Yet, I remain unperturbed. Xiao, I am acutely aware of the challenges you have faced over the years. I have steadfastly stood by your side. Once I clarify matters with my parents, I shall offer the entirety of the Ruan family in support of you. This declaration signifies my unwavering endorsement of Lu Yixiao. The elders of the Lu family would then possess no grounds to contend with him. However, upon uttering these words, an extended silence ensued. Although this man stood before her, an air of aloofness and indifference enveloped him. Rendering her unable to draw near, he maintained an upright posture, exuding an air of elegance and refinement, as if he existed in a realm of opulence yet remained untouched by worldly concerns. He was the man who had captivated Ruan Jiwan for many years. Yet, she observed that he spoke without even glancing in her direction, leaving her heart heavy with sorrow. Xiao. A pang of pain coursed through Ruan Jiwan's heart. She understood his reticence, but did he truly wish to avoid her words now? As she began to speak, she realized that Lu Yixiao's gaze was fixed intently on a particular spot outside the window. All her words became lodged in her throat as she followed his line of sight. In the garden, a woman wearing a mask frolicked with a wolf. Ruan Jiwan's keen eyes quickly identified it as the most esteemed wolf king of the Lu family. The woman below appeared slender, almost as if a gust of wind could topple her, yet she engaged playfully with the 100-pound wolf. The pair frolicked, the woman tumbling to the ground, only to spring back up and retaliate against the wolf king. The wolf emitted playful yips, as if in a state of delight. A wave of melancholy washed over her. She had interacted with the wolf for several years, yet dared not approach the majestic creature. Ruan Jiwan was astounded. She was unafraid of the wolf? In that fleeting moment, she thought she discerned a flicker of a smile on the face of the indifferent man. Was it truly a smile? Was it directed at the woman below, or the wolf king? Ruan Jiwan pressed her palm, inquiring, Is she your new bride? Lu Yixiao, with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, emanated an air of aristocratic dominance merely by standing there. He remained silent, yet Ruan Jiwan interpreted this as tacit approval. She continued, "Do you keep her because you are fond of her?" As she posed this question, anxiety gripped her. She feared he might affirm his affection. She was aware that several women had entered Lu Hanyuan, yet all had met tragic fates the following day, their bodies removed in silence. Thus, she ought not to be unsettled. Yet, this new bride not only survived but thrived within Lu Hanyuan. Previously, she had been the sole woman traversing its halls, but now that precarious balance had been shattered, prompting Ruan Jiwan to rush over in distress. "I do not harbor such feelings," the man's tone was frigid. How could he possibly be enamored with Zhang Nanxi, a woman shrouded in secrets and deceit? Ruan Jiwan's palms were slick with sweat from her trepidation. She exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness he does not like her, which means I still have a chance. However, the very next moment brought the chilling words, "Jiwan, I do not like you either." Ruan Jiwan had anticipated this outcome, yet facing his rejection left her feeling somewhat humiliated. Lu Yixiao turned to regard her, his features impeccably sculpted, his eyes captivating and deep, yet a piercing coldness emanated from within. "That we have grown up together since childhood. Yet our bond remains superficial. It is only due to my grandmother's fondness for you that I have refrained from expressing certain sentiments directly. Please, do not say anything further," Ruan Jiwan responded, her heart racing with trepidation. She sensed that Lu Yixiao was about to utter words she dreaded hearing, words she wished to avoid. Had Lu Yixiao truly harbored feelings for her all these years? He, not known for his compassion, maintained his impassive demeanor as he declared, "I do not harbor any affection for you, nor do I wish to burden you. Consequently, there is no need for assistance from the Ruan family." Chapter 36. Do you think I stand no chance? This was one of the rare moments when Xiao Xie gazed at Ruan Jiwan in such a manner, yet his words were laden with cruelty. In an instant, Ruan Jiwan clutched her chest, her heart aching with pangs of despair. "Is it that you disdain my frail health?" She hastily interjected, "My father has arranged for me to travel abroad for treatment, where a compatible heart has been found." "Jiwan, this has nothing to do with your health," Lu Yixiao asserted firmly. "I do not like you. There is no romantic connection between you. My grandmother, in her advanced years, tends to reminisce about trivial matters. She often speaks of you as her prospective granddaughter-in-law, and I must apologize on her behalf." "Xiao Xie, I am in distress." Ruan Jiwan's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice a plea. "Please do not utter such heartless words. I am unafraid of being a burden." Lu Yixiao's brow furrowed slightly, recognizing her imminent emotional breakdown. Suddenly raising his voice, he commanded, "Uncle Gu, please take Miss Ruan to the hospital at once." "I refuse to go," Ruan Jiwan protested, shaking her head vigorously as she grasped Lu Yixiao's hand. "Today I have been too forward. Can we still be friends?" Her tone was nearly beseeching. Lu Yixiao detested any form of physical contact and abruptly released her hand, stating, "You must first take care of your health." As Uncle Gu approached, Lu Yixiao entrusted Ruan Jiwan to the butler. "Xiao Xie." Ruan Jiwan felt the warmth of Lu Yixiao's presence slip away, leaving her in a void. She understood his aversion to touch, yet emboldened by her illness, she dared to be so audacious. Despite his coldness, Ruan Jiwan remained infatuated with him, having loved him for a decade. How could she simply let go? "Miss Ruan, shall we depart?" Uncle Gu assisted her, sighing deeply. It was only when Lu Yixiao's silhouette vanished that Ruan Jiwan succumbed to tears, exclaiming, "Uncle Gu, do you think I have no chance?" "Miss Ruan, do not overthink it. Is the bride truly beautiful? Which esteemed family does she belong to? Does Xiao Xie genuinely favor her?" Uncle Gu was aware of the affection Lu's grandmother held for Ruan Jiwan, as well as Ruan's years of silent devotion to the young master. Witnessing her weep so sorrowfully, he felt a pang of sympathy. After a moment's contemplation, he gently advised, "The bride is not particularly beautiful. She has suffered disfigurement and was compelled to marry in place of her sister. Our young master does not favor her." Ruan Jiwan abruptly ceased her tears, astonished by this revelation, as if seeking confirmation. "I cannot say more. I implore you, Miss Ruan, do not put me in a difficult position." Uncle Gu spoke with a hint of regret, adding, "Were you not meant to travel abroad for treatment today? You must prioritize your health if you wish to remain by the young master's side." With tears glistening on her cheeks, Ruan Jiwan appeared delicate and enchanting. It was as though she had found a source of strength, and she nodded in agreement, until Uncle Gu sent her to the back door and watched her leave. He did not turn away to end the car. A girl dressed in a very short skirt and adorned with a lively demeanor chattered incessantly. "Cousin, I just drove around to the front door and inquired with you on how. This time the bride is the unfavored daughter of the Zhang family, named Zhang Nanxi." Ruan Jiwan, puzzled, asked, waning, "Which Zhang family?" As far as she remembered, there was no prominent Zhang family among the wealthy clans in the capital. The girl named Waning raised her eyebrows and replied, "Her family background is quite ordinary, so you need not concern yourself. Moreover, I heard Yuan Hao mention that Lord Lu wears a mask when facing Jiang Nanqi. Although she does not have the privilege to enter Lu Hanyuan and has never seen Lord Lu's true visage, cousin can enter freely, so she must have seen Lord Lu's appearance. Thus, even if she marries into Lu Hanyuan, Lord Lu is unlikely to hold any affection for her. Just wait and see. It won't be long before Jiang Nanqi is cast out." Ruan Jiwan, burdened with thoughts, refrained from inquiring further. Today, she had acted hastily. She had concealed her feelings for Lu Yixiao for so many years. How could she allow the arrival of a new bride at Lu Hanyuan to unsettle her? Besides, Jiang Nanqi was arranged there by the few sisters that Lu Yixiao disliked the most. This matter could easily be uncovered. "Cousin, you should focus on your treatment abroad. I will safeguard things here." Ruan Jiwan nodded. "Thank you for your efforts, Waning. And about you and Yuan Hao? There is nothing between us." Waning immediately distanced herself from the notion. "How could I possibly fancy that bodyguard? I'm merely gathering information for my cousin." Meanwhile, Nanqi had long since left the back garden and joined Yuan Hao at the front gate. Completely unaware that she was being watched by certain individuals, however, before she could approach, she saw Yuan Hao wearing a lovesick expression, accompanied by a woman clad in a very short skirt. Nanqi chose not to intrude, concealing herself in a corner where she would not be noticed. This position allowed her to observe Yuan Hao and the woman, but due to the distance, she could not hear their conversation. They conversed for approximately 20 minutes, after which the woman received a gift from Yuan Hao and then turned to enter a luxury car. However, Nanqi clearly noted that when the woman faced Yuan Hao, she smiled sweetly and obediently, yet upon turning away, especially while glancing at the gift in her hands, she made a disdainful expression. Yuan Hao, on the other hand, remained oblivious, his gaze fixed on the woman as she entered the luxury vehicle. His face flushed and a daft smile plastered on his face. It was evident he had been relegated to the role of a backup. Only after the luxury car departed did Nanqi step out from her hiding place. "Yuan Hao, Jiang Nanqi." Yuan Hao resumed his usual serious demeanor. "Why have you only just arrived? I have brought a lawyer to the Jiang family as you requested." In the morning, he had received a text from Jiang Nanqi, stating that she needed a recording device and a lawyer for her visit to the Jiang family. As for the specifics, she only mentioned discussing them in person. Nanqi smiled slightly. "Is this not to avoid interrupting your conversation with your girlfriend?" Yuan Hao appeared a bit embarrassed. "She is not my girlfriend yet." "Not yet. But soon, Waning said we can only start dating after she graduates from university." Nanqi raised her eyebrows slightly. Indeed, a backup, and so deeply infatuated, she found herself hesitating whether to clarify the matter of that woman's sudden change of demeanor to Yuan Hao. When, not far off, a figure approached. Chapter 37. There is nothing she cannot handle. At this moment, there were 3 individuals in the car, and a palpable silence enveloped them, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly peculiar. Yuan Hao was at the wheel. Seated beside him in the front passenger seat was Nanqi, while in the rear sat Lu Yixiao. Their destination was the same, the Jiang residence. Yuan Hao discreetly glanced at the rearview mirror. Fourth Master displayed no discernible expression, his eyes closed as he leaned back against the seat. Yet his commanding aura was striking. He pondered, had Fourth Master not just been engaged in conversation with Miss Ruan? Had their discussion concluded so swiftly? Furthermore, had this formidable figure not declared last night his intention to abstain from attending? Why the sudden change of heart? Yet, Yuan Hao dared not inquire further. Was it perhaps due to concerns for Jiang Nanqi? After all, Fourth Master had shared an intimate moment with her. Thus, he turned to observe the individual in the front passenger seat. In stark contrast, Nanqi remained unperturbed, exhibiting no signs of unease. It was evident that Jiang Nanqi and Fourth Master shared an uncanny resemblance in their formidable presence. 10 minutes elapsed. By the way, why are you seeking a lawyer at the Jiang residence? Yuan Hao, loquacious by nature, found silence intolerable. Just a minor matter. Yuan Hao. That was tantamount to saying nothing at all. At times, he found Jiang Nanqi quite agreeable, yet on other occasions she emanated an air of detachment that made her seem unapproachable. These conflicting traits coexisted within her without discord. You'll understand once we reach the Jiang residence. Nanqi, lost in thought, was reluctant to engage in conversation. Hand me the recording pen. Although she had no significant ties to Yuan Hao, he was, after all, a decent person. Having witnessed that woman's odd behavior, she hesitated, contemplating whether to voice her concerns. Yuan Hao handed her the recording pen. In less than half an hour, a sleek black Maybach discreetly came to a halt outside the Jiang villa. It was an upscale community, replete with row houses, yet, in the eyes of the affluent Lu family, such villas scarcely held any significance. The vehicle parked neatly by the roadside, and Nanqi unfastened her seatbelt, preparing to exit. Are you quite worried? Yuan Hao could not restrain himself from speaking. Although you claim that you could uncover the culprits behind the Lu family's troubles through the Jiangs, if you were unable to do so, I wouldn't hold it against you that he had subconsciously begun to regard her as a comrade in their shared endeavor. Upon hearing this, Lu Yixiao, who had remained silent until now, opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward them. His eyes were bloodshot, likely from a lack of sleep. Consequently, the previous air of menace had dissipated, replaced by a hint of innocence. Nanshi glanced at him before shifting her focus back to Yuan Hao. Retorting, "Who said I was worried? Then why do you appear so pensive?" Yuan Hao sighed, "It's nothing. We have been investigating for quite some time and have yet to uncover any incriminating evidence against the other party. Therefore, you need not carry any psychological burden, nor must you feign bravado, as I hold no expectations for your success." His words, though blunt, were unvarnished truth. Nanshi chuckled in exasperation. There was nothing she could not manage. Nonetheless, she provided no further explanation and exited the vehicle, believing that action would be far more reliable than words at this juncture. Yuan Hao, feeling a sense of pride, felt he had deduced correctly, and called after her retreating figure, "Good luck. If you find yourself at the mercy of the Jiang family, do not count on us to intervene. As you know, the Lu family refrains from meddling in the affairs of others." He believed he had fulfilled his moral obligations, and having witnessed Zhang Nanshi prepare breakfast for him that morning, he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. After all, he had researched Zhang Nanshi's background and knew she had suffered greatly at the hands of her father and stepmother. When their gazes met in the air, although Shan-Chi did not utter a word, his eyes were profound, glinting with a light reminiscent of dazzling obsidian, drawing one into its depths. Yet for Nanshi, his silence seemed to tacitly endorse Yuan Hao's claims. What she was unaware of, however, was that Lu Yixiao did not believe Zhang Nanshi would falter today. His visit was motivated by a desire to avoid entanglements with Lu Hanyuan and Ruan Jiwan. It was undeniable that while Zhang Nanshi spoke many falsehoods, she was capable of delivering on her promises. Nanshi closed the car door and stood outside, momentarily lost in thought. Then, she leaned in and said, "Rather than worry about me, you should be more concerned about yourself. It seems that woman Ruan Jiwan has been testing you on certain matters." "What?" Yuan Hao was taken aback. "Whether she will become your girlfriend, I cannot say, but you are undoubtedly her backup." After finishing her statement, Nanshi smiled slightly. "Brother, this is precisely why I appeared so troubled earlier. Wait for my call. I will instruct you to summon a lawyer to notify him to come to the Jiang family." With Zhang Nanshi gone, the atmosphere in the car remained oppressive. Suddenly, Lu Yixiao coldly remarked, "How did Ruan Jiwan learn so quickly about the arrival of a new bride at Lu Hanyuan, and that the bride was not dead?" Typically, when the Lu family sent brides in, it would take at least 10 days to half a month before Ruan Jiwan would be informed of such matters. Yet this time it was merely 3 or 4 days. Yuan Hao swallowed hard. I mentioned it in passing during a casual chat with Wan Ning." Lu Yixiao's expression darkened further. "I was wrong." Yuan Hao quickly pleaded, "Fourth master, I did not mean to." Wan Ning always uses Miss Ruan as an excuse. "We all believe that Miss Ruan will eventually marry you, so when she inquired about certain matters, I shared some information but not everything." Even if he were fond of Wan Ning, he would not be foolish enough to divulge crucial information, only trivial details. "Who told you I would marry Ruan Jiwan?" Lu Yixiao removed the mask from his face, revealing a visage filled with fury. Yuan Hao lowered his head, too intimidated to speak. The Lu family had not allowed any other women to enter. Only Miss Ruan had the privilege of coming and going. Moreover, there had been no other women close to Fourth Master, save for Miss Ruan, with whom he exchanged a few words. Was this not evident? Of course, although Fourth Master had been searching for that female assassin, given the Lu family's current standing, Grandma Lu would never allow Nan Ao to marry into the family. Chapter 38. Ruan Jiwan is henceforth prohibited from entering Lu Hanyuan. What nonsense have you spouted today? Lu Yixiao's eyes were icy and defiant. Yuan Hao pondered for a moment, succinctly recounting his original conversation with Wan Ning, which primarily revolved around Zhongnan 11. Lu Yixiao shot a sidelong glance at Yuan Hao, his gaze devoid of warmth. Yuan Hao's heart raced. "Have I spoken out of turn again? You really ought to have some pig brains." "Huh? Eat where you need to replenish." The joke fell flat, leaving Yuan Hao unable to muster a smile. Since the Fourth Master is joking, it indicates that he is in a good mood today and no longer angry. "Correct. Indeed, you were tested by that woman who referred to you as merely a backup," which was already quite polite. Yuan Hao was on the verge of tears. A beam of light illuminated Lu Yixiao's sharply defined face, casting varying shades of brightness. Coldly, he remarked, "If you continue to speak carelessly, I'll send you straight to Africa." Yuan Hao shivered and stammered, I was wrong. "I won't say anything more." He set his words aside, declaring that from now on Ruan Jiwan was not permitted to enter Lu Hanyuan. "Understood." Yuan Hao had never been in a romantic relationship. He was innocent, though not truly foolish. In truth, he sensed that Wan Ning treated him differently, for their conversations invariably revolved around Fourth Master Lu. Whenever Yuan Hao refrained from discussing Fourth Master Lu, Wan Ning would ignore him or cease to seek him out. However, he was accustomed to his carefree demeanor, thinking little of it. Yet at this moment, with Fourth Master explicitly stating that Miss Ruan was not allowed in Lu Hanyuan, he felt it necessary to maintain some distance from Wan Ning. No matter how significant romance may be, it could never surpass the importance of our Fourth Master. Half an hour passed, and suddenly Yuan Hao's phone rang. It was a number previously saved as Zhang Nanqi. He quickly glanced at Fourth Master and confidently declared, "See? Zhang Nanqi just arrived and she can't handle it. She's likely seeking our assistance." However, when Yuan Hao answered the call, he realized he had misjudged. Zhang Nanqi was not asking for help. Rather, she was letting them overhear her conversation with her family regarding the Zhang clan. Yuan Hao switched to speaker mode, listening intently to the dialogue on the other end. Just as he was about to enter, the door was opened by the original owner's wet nurse. "Miss Shishi? Zhang Ma? Is that really you? With a mask on, I barely recognized you." The person before her appeared to be around 40 years old and had cared for Zhang Nanqi since her birth. Later, when Zhang Nanqi was sent to the countryside, Zhang Ma was also supposed to be dispatched there. But Zhang Yu, fearing external criticism, kept the original old servant. Although she was said to be retained, she had endured constant torment. Upon seeing Zhang Nanqi, Zhang Ma embraced her, weeping uncontrollably while uttering something. After listening for a long while, Nanqi finally understood what Zhang Ma was saying. She learned that Zhang Nanqi had taken Zhang Jia's place in marrying into Lu Hanyuan. Furthermore, she expressed her apologies to Zhang Nanqi, as well as to Zhang Nanqi's mother Sui, aware that Zhang Yu and Wang Pei were responsible for Su Yi's death. Yet lacking any evidence, she was forced to live a meager existence within the Zhang household. Since Zhang Nanqi's mother passed away, Zhang Yu had usurped her uncle's assets and imprisoned him. Even when Zhang Nanqi's grandmother fell ill and required hospitalization, Zhang Yu was reluctant to provide funds for her treatment. Upon hearing such critical revelations, Nanqi furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a twinge of headache. She possessed the original owner's memories and was aware of certain matters, but she had not anticipated so many hidden truths. Thus, the original owner's tragic fate was the result of a scoundrel father and a wicked stepmother. She gently patted Zhang Ma's back, saying, "Please take your time, no need to rush, and do not cry." All right, I won't cry. I almost thought I would never see you again." Zhang Ma wiped her tears from the corners of her eyes, calming her emotions as she continued. That pair of despicable individuals accepted a bride price of 500 million from the Lu family. Yet they were unwilling to let Zhang Jie marry into Lu Hanyuan, so they forced you to take her place. On that day, I clandestinely overheard their conversation. If you marry into that family, it is tantamount to death. There is no possibility of emerging alive. Fortunately, you are unharmed now. I am well, Nanqi reassured. Have they received the 500 million yet? Not yet. Zhang Ma lowered her voice, stating that they spend their days at home deliberating, merely waiting for the Lu family to send money. Do you know who from the Lu family is delivering the funds? Zhang Ma shook her head. Nanqi understood. If outsiders could easily discern this, Yuan Hao and the others would certainly be able to investigate it as well. She inquired, I remember I have a cousin. Where is he now? Are you referring to young Master Su Chenin? Upon mentioning this, Zhang Ma became incensed, revealing that he was assigned by Zhang Yu to work as a manager in Zhang's entertainment company. He toils like a beast every day, exploited to the point of being denied even a holiday, and is compensated with a mere pittance. Currently, the most lucrative enterprise of the Zhang family is indeed the entertainment company. Nanqi was taken aback. She was aware that Su Chenin was an accomplished student who had studied abroad. How could he be so trampled upon by that scoundrel of a father? Does your face still ache? Zhang Ma expressed her deep concern, asking if the mask was to conceal the scars. I know that after Zhang Yu sent you to the countryside, Wang Pei arranged for someone to disfigure you. I was powerless to intervene. They tormented and abused me daily, and eventually I relayed this information to young Master Chenin. Consequently, that pair of despicable individuals devised every conceivable means to torment young Master Yan Qin, preventing him from seeing you. The more Nanqi listened, the more incensed she became. What torment had the original family endured? Why did my cousin not leave this place? Because there is leverage against him. Suddenly, murmurs of discussion drifted from the garden. Someone was approaching. Zhang Ma, in a flurry, pushed Nanqi towards the exit while lowering her voice, stating that she was using the only means to protect Miss Cece. Yet, it was too late. A few individuals had already emerged not far away. Chapter 39. You actually did not die. On the other end of the line, Louis Xiao and Yuan Hao fell into silence upon hearing all of this. Initially, Nanshi had called them to let them eavesdrop on the happenings at the Jiang family. However, what surprised Nanshi was Zhang Ma's sudden intrusion, during which she had said far too much. Fourth master, Yuan Hao covered the phone's microphone. SNT Zhang Nanshi's situation utterly tragic. Not only was her mother murdered, but her uncle has also been imprisoned by them. They even sent Zhang Nanshi to the countryside to suffer abuse. Although I had reviewed the materials previously, hearing it all now evokes deep sympathy. Lui Xiao's expression remained indifferent as he glanced over his countenance complex, rendering his emotions indiscernible. Should we assist her? I sense she is on the brink of encountering trouble. Yuan Hao inquired again. Throughout, Lui Xiao remained silent. Yuan Hao. This silence signified a lack of aid. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed from the other end of the phone. So this wretch is here slacking off. Consequently, Yuan Hao ceased speaking, listening intently to the commotion on the line. What Yuan Hao did not realize was that Lui Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, gazing out the window in a moment of distraction, lost in thought. Miss Wang, I implore you, do not strike me. Zhang Ma's face displayed panic, her voice almost pleading. Leading the group was a woman clad in a pale yellow dress, youthful and flamboyantly adorned, who proceeded to berate Zhang Ma without restraint. My aunt has instructed you to clean the restroom. If you have no desire to do so, you might as well leave at once. The speaker is Wang Pei's niece named Wang Siwei. Not going to fight. Ha! All the old servants remaining in the Jiang household endure torment and are subjected to scorn daily. Who told them they were once under Su Yi's employ? If their own aunt disapproves, then they should be dealt with accordingly. I will go clean right away. Zhang Ma, in a fluster, pushes Nanshi towards the door. Despite Nanshi's frail appearance, she stands her ground, unmoving after several pushes. Miss Shishi. Zhang Ma is on the verge of tears, lowering her voice, urging, please, you must leave. Witnessing Zhang Ma being bullied in such a manner causes a pang of pain in Nanshi's heart. How strange, this is the body of the original owner, yet she feels it too. Do not be afraid, she grips Zhang Ma's hand in return as if to offer comfort. I will not leave. Not only will she not depart, but today she intends to confront her scoundrel father and the shameless stepmother. Zhang Ma continues to push Nanshi. Suddenly, Wang Siwei furrows her brows and inquires, who is that masked woman? And nobody. Zhang Ma panics, shielding Nanshi, and exclaims, she is an unfamiliar person, and you dare to bring them into the Jiang household? I see you are truly looking for a fight. Wang Siwei clutches a rattan whip, raising it high above her head with a resounding crack. Before Zhang Ma can react, the whip strikes her face directly. Zhang Ma, in pain, immediately covers her face, kneeling on the ground. A worthless wretch. Wang Siwei raises an eyebrow, her face filled with fury. Upon her remark, two nearby servants flatteringly chime in, scolding Zhang Ma. Indeed, just an old useless person. If you cannot manage the household chores well, you should leave at once. The Jiang family would not keep trash like you. Yes. Zhang Ma, kneeling on the ground, laments, I was wrong. Whenever Miss Siwei arrives, the elderly servants are subjected to daily beatings. Who is behind this? Undoubtedly, it is Wang Pei. Rather than stubbornly enduring the beatings, it is wiser to submit. Nanshi is truly infuriated. What era is this that one dares to brazenly strike a servant? Her brows furrow slightly, exuding a chilling aura of pride. She hastily crouches down to assist Zhang Ma, saying, why do you allow her to mistreat you? Thus, for these years we have been compelled to toil in the Jiang household. For if we leave, she will demand compensation in the hundreds of thousands. If one could choose a dignified life, who would wish to live in such a wretched manner? Nanshi's gaze darkens. She did not expect the stepmother to harbor such malicious intent. Never mind, Zhang Ma shakes her head. Wang Siwei has always been so arrogant, relying on her aunt Wang Pei. Never mind. Nanshi's complexion pales, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. Today's events will not be brushed aside. Suddenly, Wang Siwei glares, chastising, a stranger dares to protect our Jiang family servant. I see you are truly seeking a fight. As soon as the words leave her mouth, the whip in her hand is poised to strike once more. Zhang Ma, quick to act, screams, Miss Shishi, be careful. While instinctively shielding Nanxi and protecting another, she neglects her own safety with a sharp crack. The whip falls heavily upon Zhang Ma once again. How painful. Zhang Ma shuddered slightly. It was summer again, and she wore few garments. With the first lash, blood streamed down her face. The second strike left her back brutally lacerated. Haha. Miss Wang strikes remarkably well. The two attendants standing nearby laughed uncontrollably. Indeed. Another servant chimed in, praising Miss Wang's prowess. Miss Shishi? Wang Siwei furrowed her brow as she gazed at the masked woman. After a few moments of contemplation, she exclaimed in astonishment. You are Jiang Nanshi? Did you not marry into Lu Hanyuan? How is it that you are still alive? Zhang Ma, dragging her battered body, once again shielded Nanqi, pleading, "Please do not strike me anymore." "What?" Nanqi's expression turned frigid as she coldly replied, "Are you truly disappointed that I am not dead?" Wang Siwei gripped the whip tightly. Her aunt had once mentioned that none of the brides who had married into Lu Hanyuan had survived beyond the first day. This rustic girl truly had a charmed life to emerge alive from Lu Hanyuan. Chapter 40. Let us deal with this rustic girl together. Zhang Nanqi had always been Wang Siwei's childhood nightmare. She was beautiful, came from a prestigious family, and excelled academically. Everyone in the capital spoke of her as the most stunning heiress. Wang Siwei, though also attractive and academically gifted, lacked a noble lineage and had grown up in the countryside. It was not her own desire to compete with Zhang Nanqi. Rather, she had overheard her mother mention that her aunt Wang Pei was the true matriarch of the Zhang family. And thus began Zhang Nanqi's nightmare. Sent to the countryside due to her ominous fate, she was subsequently disfigured by her aunt's minions. Beautiful. She is now a hideous creature. With this thought, Wang Siwei straightened her posture, regaining her earlier haughty demeanor. Her cousin Jieyue had been studying abroad, and for years she had remained by Wang Pei's side, earning her aunt's favor and gaining significant status within the Zhang family. So what if Zhang Nanqi was alive? Today she would ensure that this rustic girl met her demise, thereby garnering accolades from her aunt. Disappointed? Wang Siwei scoffed. Of course. Sent to the countryside to suffer, yet you did not perish. Forced to marry into Lu Hanyuan and still you survived. Humph. Now I shall beat you and that wretched Zhang Ma together. Let us see whether your life is truly charmed or if my whip is more formidable. On the other end of the line, Yuan Hao anxiously glanced at the fourth master, covering the phone's microphone as he whispered, "They are being utterly oppressive. If that whip strikes Zhang Nanqi, it will surely ruin her. Do you need me to intervene?" His concern was not out of excessive compassion, but during their brief interactions, he had discerned that despite her many secrets, she harbored no ill intentions. Moreover, men possess a certain chivalrous spirit. He recalled Zhang Nanqi's ethereal visage that if she were to be struck, her tears would surely evoke sympathy. Lu Yixiao rested his hands on his thighs, lightly tapping his knees in a seemingly absent manner. Though he did not speak, an undercurrent of agitation was palpable. Would Zhang Nanqi truly be harmed? He found it hard to believe. He wanted to witness the depth of strength concealed within that woman who spun tales so effortlessly. Mere seconds passed before they heard something from the other end of the line. How could Nanqi possibly give Wang Siwei the opportunity to inflict harm? Having been a killer for over a decade, she had never feared beasts of prey. Evading her enemies amidst a hail of bullets, she never showed a hint of cowardice. Could she truly not handle these few pathetic individuals? Just as Wang Siwei raised her whip, poised to strike, Nanqi sprang to her feet in an instant with remarkable speed. She dashed toward the group before her. The whip, intended for her and Zhang Ma, was deftly seized from Wang Siwei's grasp as Nanqi swung it aside. "Ah, that hurts!" Two feminine voices exclaimed in unison. Wang Siwei stood there, momentarily stunned at so. The whip did not strike Zhang Nanqi but instead landed on the faces of the two servants beside her. Though she possessed a fair beauty, her features twisted in rage rendered her utterly unrecognizable. In a flash, Nanqi exerted her strength, wresting the whip from Wang Siwei's hand. How dare you hurt my hand?" Wang Siwei glared fiercely. Nanqi scoffed coldly. "I barely exerted any force and you already cry out in pain. You truly are worthless. Wang Siwei erupted in fury, hurling insults. "You country bumpkin." Yet, before she could complete her tirade, Nanqi swung the whip towards her mouth. In an instant Wang Siwei's lips swelled, leaving her utterly bewildered. Was this truly the timid Zhang Nanqi? Her aunt had sent her to the countryside, where she endured daily beatings and disfigurement, yet she never dared to speak up, resembling a coward, but this coward had just struck her. "You dare to hit this young lady? You worthless, It hurts." Wang Siwei managed only half of her sentence before the whip struck her again. This time with even greater pain and a heartbeat, she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. "Miss Siwei! You little wretch, how dare you strike our Miss Siwei? You're courting death." The two servants stood frozen in shock at Wang Siwei's fall. "What are you waiting for? Let us deal with this country bumpkin." Wang Siwei's face turned an ashen hue, trembling with rage, her voice sharp and piercing. That moment, her sole focus was on punishing Zhang Nanqi, completely oblivious to the shift in dynamics. Thus, the three women prepared to attack Nanqi in unison. Cici. Zhang Ma, standing nearby, was drenched in cold sweat. She feared that if it were just one assailant, Cici might still have a chance. But against three, defeat seemed inevitable. She wished to assist, yet after enduring 2 lashes, she could barely stand in the blink of an eye. Zhang Ma's eyes widened in horror at the scene unfolding before her. What was she witnessing? Nanqi executed a high kick, effortlessly sending the first two advancing maids sprawling to the ground. Wang Siwei was left dumbfounded. She hadn't even approached the country bumpkin, and yet her own servants lay defeated at her feet. But there was no time to halt her advance. As she drew near to Nanshi, she was met with a perfectly executed shoulder throw, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. For a fleeting moment, Wang Siwei felt as if every bone in her body had been dislocated. The three once haughty women now lay in disarray, rolling on the ground and wailing, unable to utter a word through their pain. Chapter 41. This household bears the surname Jiang, not Wang. Nanshi is the kind of person who acts decisively, never indulging in idle chatter. Why waste words when one can strike swiftly? With her arms crossed, she cast a cold glare at the person on the ground. I expected you to hold out a bit longer, but it turns out you are just as useless. Wang Siwei lay trembling on the ground. You claim this is your Jiang family? Huh. You are not even a true Jiang. What makes you think you can intimidate me? Nanshi's face darkened, her tone ominous as she declared, I am the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Not only you but even Jiang Zhou must address me as sister upon seeing me. Who do you think you are? With her soft spot exposed, Wang Siwei's makeup was ruined by her tears. Her entire body ached, leaving her no energy to hurl insults. She loathed Jiang Nanshi. Why, after all these years, was she still so pathetic? Nanshi discarded the whip in her hand and approached Zhang Ma. Helping her to her feet as Zhang Ma wiped her tears, she expressed her gratitude. Miss Cici, you are truly formidable now. Only with your strength can we avoid being bullied by that scoundrel Jiang Yu and that shameless Wang Pei. Nanshi grasped Zhang Ma's hand firmly. From now on, I will protect you. At those words, Zhang Ma broke down in tears, shaking her head. As long as you are well, I am content. Suddenly, Nanshi turned her gaze toward the three individuals on the ground, regarding them like refuse, and coldly remarked, Are you still so arrogant? Wang Siwei remained silent, but the two maids beside her trembled in fear, shaking their heads and pleading, No, we were wrong. Yes, we will no longer be arrogant. Please forgive us. Nanshi regarded them with a chilling gaze and stated, Remember, this household is Jiang, not Wang. When relying on others, be sure to discern whether you are leaning on a person or a dog. Wasn't she essentially labeling Wang Siwei as a dog? Indeed, she was merely Wang Pei's lapdog. The two maids exchanged glances and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, the eldest Miss Jiang is absolutely right. Nanshi, disinterested in further dialogue, commanded, Apologize to Zhang Ma. The maids, having witnessed Jiang Nanshi's formidable nature, dared not resist and promptly offered their apologies. As for Wang Siwei, she remained on the ground, neither apologizing nor speaking, simply sobbing uncontrollably. Thus, Nanshi approached Wang Siwei step by step. The moment her footsteps halted, the previously scattered aura around her vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming presence. I will ask once more. Will you apologize? Her voice was significantly more menacing than before. Wang Siwei shivered at the sound. This country bumpkin. Hadn't she been branded a coward before? Why was she so assertive today, and so skilled in combat? Nanshi, losing her patience, delivered a swift kick, her movements both quick and fierce. Wang Siwei, terrified, forgot her own injuries, scrambling to evade while exclaiming, I was wrong. Is it not enough that I admit my fault? Nanshi had no true intention of kicking her. There was no challenge in defeating an already vanquished foe. However, Wang Siwei was utterly terrified. With her aunt and uncle at home, Jiang Nanshi, you are finished. After saying this, she fled in a panic, supported by the two maids, clearly intending to lodge a complaint. What should I do? Miss Cici, you ought to leave quickly. Zhang Ma was both anxious and frightened. I shall not depart. Nanshi has yet to accomplish today's tasks. How could I possibly leave? She retrieved a voice recorder from her bag and handed it to Zhang Ma, swiftly instructing. Did you not mention that Wang Pei and Jiang Yu frequently resort to corporal punishment against you? And that the servants below harbor grievances towards them? You should secretly record with this. Within a week, I shall extricate you from the Jiang household, and you need not worry about compensation. Zhang Ma was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Zhang Ma, trust me. Zhang Ma's eyes glistened with tears as she stammered. What right do I have to doubt Miss Cici? Yet, I fear for your safety against their bullying. I shall be fine, do not worry. The two exchanged no further pleasantries, for Nanshi was about to face a formidable battle, one that required swift resolution. What are a scoundrel father and a shameless stepmother to fear? As Nanshi strode towards the Jiang family estate, she fished out her phone, still engaged in conversation. Hence, Shanqi and Yuan Hao had already heard about her confrontation with those three despicable individuals. But so what? She was neither a paragon of virtue nor a villain. She did not seek trouble. Yet when it arose, she was unafraid. However, on the other end of the line, Louis Xiao and Yuan Hao fell into silence. After a few seconds of quietude, just as Yuan Hao prepared to speak, he glanced up at the fourth master and froze. Had the fourth master just smiled? Surely that was a smile. They all witnessed the corners of his lips slightly lift. Yuan Hao rubbed his eyes, scrutinizing further, only to find Lu Yixiao's expression had returned to its usual indifference, his lips drooping once more. He must have been mistaken. Did Zhang Nanqi not just decisively deal with those three women? What relation did that have to the fourth master, and why would he smile? Contemplating this, Yuan Hao covered the microphone and whispered, I never expected Zhang Nanqi to be so formidable. The information we gathered earlier suggested she was a pathetic weakling. Suffering at home? Lu Yixiao cast a faint glance at him, remarking, anyone bold enough to contend with ferocious beasts cannot possibly be a weakling. His tone was light, yet carried an imperceptible authority, hinting that his mood was far better than before. Of course, Yuan Hao failed to perceive this. He merely sighed. It seems the information was not entirely accurate. However, she has only just arrived at the Zhang household and is already facing such a daunting challenge. When she encounters Zhang Yu and Wang Pei, it will not be so simple. How then can she probe into the Lu family's connections behind Zhang Yu? Lu Yixiao slightly raised an eyebrow. Remaining silent, what surprises might Zhang Nanqi bring this time? Chapter 42. Underhanded schemes. As Nanqi stepped into the living room of the Zhang family estate, she was greeted by a chorus of wails and accusations. Aunt, uncle, you must stand up for me. It was Zhang Nanqi who assaulted us. Look at all my injuries. Not only did she strike me, but she also attacked the two servants beside me. Wang Siwei appeared as a picture of delicate sorrow. Completely shedding her former arrogance with her words, the two servants joined in, lamenting Zhang Nanqi. For them, their earlier apologies to Zhang Nanqi were merely a ploy to avoid being struck. But now, with Wang Pei backing them, they naturally regained their audacity. After Wang Pei and Zhang Yu exchanged glances, their expressions abruptly shifted. Could it truly be Zhang Nanqi? Are you certain it was her? Zhang Yu furrowed his brow and inquired. Beside him, Wang Pei, still in shock, murmured to herself. Logically, a woman who marries into the Lu family should not survive beyond the next day. Could it be you misidentified her? She maintains herself well, having received treatments for years, making it hard to discern that she is in her early 40s, adorned in a resplendent outfit. One might think she is eager to inscribe the titles of noblewoman and head of the household upon her forehead. I truly did not mistake her. Though she wore a mask, I recognized her instantly. Besides, when she struck me just now, she did not deny being Zhang Nan 11. As Wang Siwei spoke, tears welled up once more. Enough of the tears. Wang Pei's face turned ashen. Naturally, your aunt will advocate for you. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, empathetically saying, Siwei, my dear. Upon sensing the support, Wang Siwei immediately beamed with pride, snuggling into the embrace of Zhang Yu and Wang Pei. In that moment, the trio resembled a genuine family. It was precisely then that Nanqi, expressionless, stepped out from beside the door. Aunt, look, Zhang Nanqi has arrived. Everyone turned their gaze toward the doorway, several pairs of eyes fixated on the woman standing there. Despite her mask, they recognized her as Zhang Nanqi without hesitation. Wang Pei's expression shifted dramatically as she sprang from the sofa. That single glance startled her. Why did it feel as though this was not the spineless Zhang Nanqi she had known? Yet the woman's voice and appearance confirmed her identity. Zhang Yu, however, had wandered into another train of thought and approached, saying, Nanqi, does this mean that since marrying into the Lu family, Lord Lu treats you quite well? Nanqi glared at this worthless father, a surge of anger swelling within her. It seemed he was testing her resolve. What do you think? Her tone was laced with a hint of detachment. Why not stating it outright? She compelled him to guess. How could Zhang Yu fail to perceive that Zhang Nanqi was employing evasive tactics? Although he had not seen this daughter for years, he still regarded her as the timid, meek and uncalculating child she once was. Do you tell your father, is Lord Lu unwell, or is he still conscious? Nanqi smirked coldly. She retorted, were you not the one who placed a surveillance device beneath my bridal veil? How could you not know whether Lord Lu is awake or not? Alas. Zhang Yu frowned, realizing that the device had malfunctioned once it reached the Lu household, rendering him completely unaware of Lord Lu's condition. Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly froze. Oh no. He had just been led into a trap by Zhang Nanqi. The Lu family had promised him that if the daughter who married into their clan discovered Lord Lu's condition, they would grant an additional 5 billion. That amounted to a staggering 10 billion. Thus Zhang Yu had blurted it out without contemplation. However, in that moment, he began to scrutinize this long-lost daughter, noting how she was anything but naive. A distinctly chilling aura began to seep from the depths of Nanqi's eyes. It appeared that this worthless father harbored intentions for the original owner to perish. With a frosty demeanor, she coldly stated, so, it was you who tampered with my bridal veil? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's face turned a ghastly shade. He could never admit to such an accusation, for that would mean offending the Liu family. The discord between the Liu family and Liu Chuanyuan was common knowledge among many in the capital, yet neither side had openly severed ties. In the midst of a celestial clash, he, a mere pawn, sought nothing more than to collect his payment and witness the spectacle. As the two locked eyes, the atmosphere grew tense, charged with an unspoken hostility. Although she sensed the brewing conflict, this was not Wang Siwei's intent. What she craved was for her aunt and uncle to deal with Jiang Nanshi. It would be ideal to see her opponent brought to her knees, begging for mercy. Suddenly she pinched her waist, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Uncle, aunt, you must stand up for me. Sister Nanshi has gone too far, attacking me without cause." Her words dripped with feigned innocence, embodying the essence of a delicate white lotus. After speaking, she defiantly tilted her chin at Nanshi, her expression brimming with provocation. This statement undoubtedly provided Wang Pei and Jiang Yu with the perfect opportunity to strike at Nanshi. Exchanging glances, both shared a disdain for Jiang Nanshi, and thus they resolved to deal with this insufferable wretch, compelling her to confess the true nature of Liu Hanyuan. As Wang Pei received a silent signal from Jiang Yu, she prepared to confront Nanshi. However, the next moment Nanshi's actions left everyone utterly astonished. What was she doing? With a swift motion she lunged forward, seizing Wang Siwei's long hair and yanking her outward. The force was tremendous, executed with a speed and ferocity that took everyone by surprise. By the time Wang Siwei realized what was happening, her first instinct was to grasp her scalp, fearing it might be torn away. In an instant, she found herself pinned to the ground, receiving several sharp slaps. The resounding cracks echoed, leaving the onlookers in shock. A moment ago, Wang Siwei had been brimming with self-satisfaction, yet now she was reduced to tears, pleading, "Please stop hitting me." What had initially been a scheme to see Jiang Nanshi suffer had backfired, leaving her at the mercy of Nanshi, with no opportunity to retaliate. This detestable woman was as brutish as they come. She could never have anticipated that Jiang Nanshi would unleash such ferocity. Striking her down in front of her aunt and uncle. Chapter 43. "My words are law. We are both cunning foxes. What are you playing at in my domain? Calling me sister? I am the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. You are hardly worthy." When Nanshi unleashed her wrath, few could stand against her, especially not a defenseless Wang Siwei, who, upon minimal contact, revealed herself to be nothing more than a paper tiger. Nanshi's gaze, sharp as a blade, bore down on the pinned Wang Siwei as she declared, "Do you not understand why you are being hit? You bullied me in the garden and insulted me, yet now you claim it was without reason? Do you think your words hold any validity? Wang Siwei, one ought to possess some common sense. I didn't." Wang Siwei sobbed, her face awash with tears. "Do you have any evidence? Uncle, aunt, please come to my rescue." As she cried, her breath became increasingly labored under Nanshi's weight, until she was reduced to pitiful whimpers. Nanshi's boldness left both Jiang Yu and Wang Pei in utter disbelief. They stood frozen, mouths agape, exchanging glances of shock. This was not how it was supposed to be. After being sent to the countryside, Jiang Nanshi endured daily torment, suffering in silence. What had caused such a dramatic transformation today? Wang Pei quickly recalled that on the day this wretched girl wed into Liu Hanyuan's family, she had displayed a similar domineering spirit. How peculiar. Had Jiang Nanshi become possessed? "Oh, I understand now. It must be that Jiang Nanshi has endured considerable bullying during her years in the countryside, and she is now beginning to retaliate. But even if she does retaliate, what difference does it make? What can a wild girl like her possibly accomplish?" Jiang Yu coughed twice, a subtle cue for Wang Pei to take action. After all, he holds his reputation dear. What would outsiders think if they heard he struck his own flesh and blood? Thus, it has always been Wang Pei who plays the villain in their long-standing collaboration. Wang Pei nodded at Jiang Yu, then pointed a finger at Nanshi, berating her. "Jiang Nanshi, just look at yourself. Have you no sense of propriety?" With that, she suddenly raised her voice, commanding, "Housekeeper, bring in a few bodyguards and have Jiang Nanshi dragged away. What an uncouth country girl she is." Upon hearing this, Nanshi remained unfazed. "Propriety?" She scoffed coldly, her grip tightening on Wang Siwei, yet she turned to glare at Wang Pei, clarifying, "Understand this. Half of the Jiang family's fortune is amassed by my mother. So I am the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and my words carry weight." Wang Pei was momentarily taken aback, never having anticipated that this little wretch would dare to challenge her. Then, with a sudden darkening of her gaze, Nanshi continued blandly, "You were merely a barmaid from the countryside, lacking in education and wealth, a mistress who rose to prominence. What right do you have to speak?" Each word struck at Wang Pei's vulnerabilities. In an instant, her mind buzzed, completely overwhelmed. Although Nanshi's assertions were true, When Jiang Yu married Wang Pei, he had silenced all such gossip. How could this wretched girl know of it? Furthermore, despite her humble origins, Wang Pei had managed the Jiang family business over the years, a feat Jiang Yu himself could not accomplish. Thus, how could the Jiang family lack standing now? You are simply spouting nonsense. Wang Pei, exposed, was consumed by rage. She no longer cared for the demeanor of a matriarch and prepared to strike. However, as she advanced towards Nanshi, the latter swiftly lifted her leg. Wang Pei was sent sprawling to the ground. The stark contrast between her previously refined appearance and her now disheveled hair and smeared makeup was strikingly tragic. Nanshi, with a raised eyebrow, effortlessly dealt with the onslaught from this group of miscreants. One by one, she dispatched them with ease. When asked how she knew of Wang Pei's past, it was thanks to the original owner's years in the countryside, where she had overheard discussions among the locals. Indeed, the countryside to which Wang Pei had sent Zhang Nanshi was the very place where Wang Pei had once resided. Nanshi held fragments of the original owner's memories. She had merely intended to probe, not expecting Wang Pei's furious outburst to confirm the truth. Jiang Yu, startled, slammed his hand down and shouted, "Zhang Nanshi!" However, Nanshi remained undaunted by her father's wrath. Ignoring his fury entirely, she simply gazed at Wang Pei and coldly remarked, "Outsider. Wang Siwei has gone to great lengths to curry favor with her aunt and uncle, and she is anything but an outsider in the Jiang family." With renewed boldness, she confronted, "I am not an outsider. My aunt and uncle dote on me." Nanshi, with a languid expression, lifted her eyelids and said softly, "Yet you still do not bear the surname Jiang." Wang Siwei was rendered speechless. That if given the choice, she too would be willing to change her surname. "No wonder you just outside mocked, raising an eyebrow, that the Jiang family will belong to you in the future, including Jiang Jie's share of the inheritance." This insinuation, as light as a feather yet weighty as a mountain, left the previously furious Wang Pei and Jiang Yu momentarily stunned. I did not. Wang Siwei distinctly sensed her aunt's expression shift, and panic set in. "What nonsense are you spouting? Aunt, I never said such a thing." She was well aware that Wang Pei's greatest affection lay with Jiang Jie. After all, she was a member of the Wang family. Shouldn't she benefit somewhat from the Jiang family's fortune? "Never said such a thing." The astute Nanshi naturally noticed Wang Pei's displeasure. Thus, she continued her sowing of discord. "Do you have any proof? I distinctly heard you declare your intent to usurp Jiang Jie and become the lady of the Jiang family." Chapter 44. I shall see who dares. Wang Siwei felt as though she might choke. She immediately turned to the two maids nearby, exclaiming, They were just outside. They heard me say no such thing." In an instant, Nanshi cast a chilling glance at the two maids. Previously, someone had described Nanshi's gaze. When she was in high spirits and smiling, it resembled that of a beguiling little fox. Yet, when her mood soured, her cold stare bore an aggressive intensity, akin to a sharp blade piercing the heart. "Did you forget while kneeling outside, begging for mercy?" Nanshi warned. "As long as you dare utter another word, Wang Siwei's fate will be yours." The blatant threat was unambiguous, direct, and terrifying. The two maids exchanged glances, shivering in fear. They were not only terrified of the words but also of Jiang Nanshi's gaze. It was utterly daunting. Thus, in unison, they exclaimed, No. We know nothing," being the opportunists they were, witnessing Wang Siwei being pinned down by Jiang Nanshi. Who would dare to come to her aid? Wang Siwei was seething with rage. However, Wang Pei quickly regained her composure. Regardless of the circumstances, Siwei was her niece and must not be turned against. As for Wang Siwei's words, she would deal with that impudent girl later. Just as the atmosphere reached an impasse, suddenly Wang Pei stood up from the ground. She charged forward once more, poised to launch a surprise attack on Nanshi. In her past life, Nanshi was the world's foremost assassin. She would not be intimidated by the most formidable men, let alone be harmed by Wang Pei's meager skills. Cursing her as useless in her mind, she remained still, awaiting Wang Pei's assault. Mere seconds passed. As Wang Pei drew near, in the blink of an eye, Nanshi extended her leg, causing Wang Pei's sneak attack to fail, resulting in a resounding thud as she fell unceremoniously. "You little wretch!" Wang Pei roared with fury. Yet, before the words had fully left her lips, Nanshi seized a handful of Wang Pei's hair, dragging her closer. "It hurts. Husband, come save me." Regardless of Wang Pei's desperate cries, Nanshi remained unmoved. From her pocket, she produced a rope, swiftly binding Wang Pei and Wang Siwei together with ease. "Jiang Nanshi." Jiang Yu paced anxiously, exclaiming, Are you still not going to stop?" Though his heart raced with urgency, the fierce demeanor of that wretched child made him hesitant to approach, primarily out of fear of being struck. "Stop. How could Nanshi possibly cease?" The fury within her had yet to be fully released. At that moment, the butler stormed in with several burly bodyguards. Just moments ago, Jiang Yu and Wang Pei had worn expressions of distress, But now they believed help had arrived. Go and bind Zhang Nanxi for me. Zhang Yu barked, emboldened by the presence of reinforcements. Wang Pei, no longer seeking mercy, turned to Zhang Nanxi and began to hurl insults. Here I have 4 or 5 bodyguards. Zhang Nanxi, you little wretch. You're finished. On the other end of the line, Yuan Hao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His toes nearly gripping the ground, he covered the mouthpiece and glanced at Lu Yixiao, asking, Fourth Master, should I go in to assist her? Lu Yixiao's finely sculpted brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing his features. The opposing side had 4 or 5 strong bodyguards, while Nanxi was but a single, fragile woman. It was clear to any discerning eye that she was doomed. Yet, in that moment, Lu Yixiao felt that the woman should not succumb so easily. Moreover, why should he rush to her aid? Past experiences of being hunted and reviled by kin had dulled his capacity for sympathy. Besides, it was Zhang Nanxi herself who had declared that she did not require assistance. Conflicted for a fleeting 2 seconds, just as Lu Yixiao was about to charge out to rescue her, they heard something. A man's anguished cries resonated from the phone. In those brief seconds, Nanxi's expression darkened, and she swiftly rose from the ground. It was evident that the bodyguards, having undergone professional training, were completely subdued by a single delicate woman, rendered utterly defenseless. The sight of the bodyguards on the ground, clutching their stomachs and moaning, plunged the room into an eerie silence. After a few tense seconds, Nanxi, her face cold, spoke icily, Are you still going to bind me? Not to mention those few bodyguards, all of you combined are no match for me. Previously, no one would have believed such words, and many would have scoffed, but at this moment Zhang Yu did believe. What's wrong? Have I rendered my dear father speechless? Nanxi's gaze toward her negligent father was filled with contempt, despite her fury. He was a man who cared deeply for appearances. Being so thoroughly outmatched by this wretched child was unacceptable to him. He was certain she would not dare to strike him. Otherwise, that if she did lay a hand on him, he would report her to the police. Moments later, all of Zhang Yu's astonishment morphed into derision. You truly are outrageous. Do you no longer regard me as your father? Outrageous? Nanxi enunciated each word with a chilling tone. Zhang Yu shivered under her piercing gaze. However, with so many witnesses present, could he back down? What else would you have me be? He retorted, Sending you to the countryside was a mistake. I never expected you to grow so wild. I see no other option but to send you to a juvenile detention center. With that, he fumbled for his phone, but in his flustered state, he searched his bag several times without retrieving it. Let us see who dares. Nanxi's expression darkened suddenly. Chapter 45. Can one truly be a father? Zhang Yu was immediately incensed, his face reddening with rage. He gasped for breath and declared, Do not forget. I am the guardian on your household registration. You the young lady of the Zhang family? Without me you are nothing. Do you think I wouldn't dare? He was resolute in his belief that he could not be defeated by this ungrateful wretch. How brazen she had become. Nanxi possessed the ability to empathize with the original owner of this body. At this moment, although reason prevailed, a wave of discomfort washed over her on behalf of Zhang Nanxi. This feeling gradually spread to her heart, coalescing into a bittersweet ache. Bittersweet? Ha! How could such scum be worthy of fatherhood? Nanxi felt an immense sense of injustice for the original owner. If she were to remove her mask, one would surely see her expression frozen in an icy glare, chillingly terrifying. Is that so? Nanxi retorted coldly, If you dare to send me away, I will first cause a scene at the Lu family, claiming I am not Zhang Jiyue, but merely a substitute bride. She would then hold a press conference, exposing how you married me off to Lu Hanyuan for the sake of the Lu family's 500 million in betrothal gifts. Let the world condemn your callousness. This statement struck Zhang Yu at his most vulnerable point. Everyone knew he was overly concerned with his reputation. Otherwise, years ago, he would not have hastily married Wang Pei into the Zhang family simply because she threatened to air their dirty laundry in public. Nor would he have spent a fortune to clear Wang Pei's name as a drinking companion. Fortunately, over the years, Wang Pei had proven adept at pleasing others and was shrewd in business, alleviating some of her burdens. In mere seconds, Zhang Yu weighed the pros and cons and realized he could not afford to offend Zhang Nanxi at this moment. He immediately softened his tone, saying, Nanxi, I see this as a misunderstanding. Lowering oneself, isn't that tantamount to admitting defeat? Nanxi scoffed, calling him a worthless fool, and fell silent. However, Wang Pei could no longer contain herself. Not only had she been humiliated, but now she was bound, and if this were to spread, how could she maintain her position in the Zhang family? Besides, she did not believe Zhang Nanxi would dare to act so boldly. It was merely a threat. Even if she had suddenly become formidable, wasn't it true that she had not fought back when mistreated in the countryside? Darling, she wept, tears streaming down her cheeks as she played the victim. I truly believe that little wretch is lying. How could she possibly be that capable? Jiang Yu was particularly susceptible to a woman's display of vulnerability. Otherwise, how could he have ever married someone of Wang Pei's status? Seeing Jiang Yu hesitate, Wang Pei knew she had to stoke the flames further. Tears streamed down her face as she said, "Darling, I do not wish to impose upon you. I merely feel you deserve better." Jiang Nan, she does not regard you as her father at all. With that, she bit her lip, presenting an utterly heart-wrenching visage. In terms of appearance, Wang Pei was indeed quite stunning, enhanced further by years of cosmetic procedures, making her increasingly exquisite. Although she had failed to bear a son during her years in the Jiang family, she still garnered Jiang Yu's affection. Meanwhile, Wang Siwei was nearly disgusted by her aunt's antics. Yet, there was no other hope for her but to rely on her uncle for support. They could all see that Jiang Yu was moved. But just as Wang Pei and Wang Siwei believed Jiang Yu would deal with Jiang Nanshi coldly interjected, "Do not blame me for my attitude towards you. By your request, I have indeed been a substitute bride. But who instructed you to place a listening device under the red veil and dare to spy on Lord Lu? You are determined to ruin me. Is this what it means to be a father? Let me first clarify my words. Should you provoke me, consider the consequences carefully. After all, the people from Lu Hanyuan are just downstairs. You ought to provide them with an explanation. If you do not believe me, merely glance out of that window over there." As her words hung in the air, Nanshi's gaze turned icy. Resting upon the balcony behind the sofa, Jiang Yu stammered, flustered and attempting to evade responsibility, claiming, "This has little to do with me. It was arranged by the Lu family." Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Yuan Hao cautiously glanced at Fourth Master. Wasn't Jiang Nanshi astute? She was now managing affairs under the guise of Lu Hanyuan's name. Initially, he was engulfed in shock and guilt, shocked by the unexpected prowess of Jiang Nanshi, who had effortlessly overturned several bodyguards. Guilty for having doubted her ability to handle such matters and having just mocked her, suggesting she should not seek his assistance as it would be futile. He had merely intended it as a jest or a momentary indulgence, yet he never anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Jiang Nanshi was, in fact, a formidable player. However, Yuan Hao could discern no trace of anger on Fourth Master's countenance. If anyone else were to operate under Lu Hanyuan's name, Fourth Master would have swiftly expelled them upon discovery. Yet, at this moment, Fourth Master exhibited no signs of ire. Yuan Hao found himself puzzled once more. Inquiring, "Fourth Master, it seems Jiang Nanshi has indeed been utilized. After all, Jiang Yu is her father, and such actions are rather ruthless." Lu Yixiao remained silent, gazing pensively out of the car window. The vehicle was equipped with one-way reflective film, allowing those inside to see outside, while those outside remained oblivious to the interior's happenings. Jiang Nanshi would certainly not inquire of Jiang Yu whether he was in his right mind. She likely believed him to be a bodyguard. Yuan Hao paused before continuing, curiosity piqued. So how did she manage to probe Jiang Yu for information regarding the Lu family behind him? Jiang Yu is not easily dealt with. Indeed, how did she manage that? A fleeting glimmer of intrigue flickered in Lu Yixiao's dark pupils. This little fox was becoming increasingly intriguing. Minutes passed. At this moment, Jiang Yu had leaned out to glimpse the Maybach parked outside. A limited edition luxury vehicle, of which only 8 existed worldwide, solely owned by the esteemed figure of Lu Hanyuan in the capital. Upon inspecting the license plate, it was indeed exclusive to Lu Hanyuan. Chapter 46. Eagerly picking up the excrement to stuff into one's mouth. It cannot be mistaken. This is undoubtedly the vehicle of Lu Hanyuan. Regardless of whether Fourth Master was inside, the mere presence of the car signified his status. Jiang Yu turned to Jiang Nanshi, softening his tone considerably. "Nanshi, you bear the surname Jiang. We are family. Should I meet my end, you two shall not fare well. Please assist your father." "That is hardly certain," Nanshi retorted coldly. Today's discourse served 2 purposes. Firstly, to establish rules within the Jiang family and rectify matters on behalf of the original owner. Secondly, to ascertain the identity of the Lu family member through Jiang Yu. But what if she could not extract that information? She possessed other means, of course. With a disdainful scoff, she remarked, "You are well aware that the Lu family and Lu Hanyuan are at odds. Yet you insist on wading through this murky water, never anticipating that I would survive. When you chose to assist the Lu family against Lu Hanyuan, you ought to have contemplated the ramifications of your decision." Her words were decidedly blunt, especially when heard by Jiang Yu, for they implied that the people of Lu Hanyuan sought his life. "I too have been exploited." Jiang Yu's gaze flickered as he swiftly deflected blame. Asserting, "I am your father. How could I stand by and watch you come to harm? Trust you? Absolutely not." Nanshi could never place her faith in the words of a scoundrel like him. With a weary demeanor, she inquired, "Exploited by whom?" I dare not say." Jiang Yu grew anxious, exclaiming, "If I speak recklessly, the Lu family will surely take my life. So it appears that nothing could be gleaned from Jiang Yu's words? A cold smile curled upon Nanshi's lips. Throughout her years as an assassin, she had encountered all manner of sinister characters. Naturally, she could discern when Jiang Yu was lying. Indeed, the old fox soon revealed his true colors. Pressing further, my dear daughter, do tell your father, is Lord Lu truly awake, or is he still in a coma? Even at death's door, he still sought to probe her with his words. Nanshi cast a frosty glance in his direction. Did this scoundrel still consider himself the same ineffectual man of old? Yet what Jiang Yu failed to realize was that while he believed he could extract information from Nanshi, she had already obtained crucial insights from him. It was evident that he and the Lu family member behind him were bound together. This was turning out to be quite entertaining. My dear daughter, do speak, Jiang Yu urged, impatience evident in his tone. No rush, Nanshi replied, rising to her feet. She stepped past Wang Pei and Wang Siwei, pushing aside the butler to take her place at the very center of the sofa. It was a position that even Wang Pei dared not occupy, reserved solely for the head of the Jiang family. Yet in this moment, Jiang Yu, desperate for answers, dared not utter a word against Nanshi. After all, he sensed that her seemingly nonchalant remark about not being in a hurry hinted at her knowledge of certain matters. The day I was forced to marry into the Lu family, I mentioned that. Suddenly, Nanshi interjected, I want my mother's dowry, for it is all that she left behind at this juncture. She fixed her unwavering gaze upon Wang Pei, provocatively adding, it is certainly not the privilege of a mere courtesan to enjoy such wealth. Her words ignited a firestorm of rage within Wang Pei, who see that you, Jiang Nanshi, must not overstep your bounds. Overstep? Nanshi raised an eyebrow, her demeanor languid. I did not name names. It seems you are the one eager to shovel filth into your own mouth. Wang Pei was momentarily stunned. It was only now that she comprehended the profound transformation in Jiang Nanshi. Yet why had this little vixen changed so drastically? Meanwhile, Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, pondering other matters. How could he think that this wretched child had gone to such lengths merely to demand her dowry? Your father promised you. If he said he would provide, he shall, he declared with conviction. Upon hearing this, Wang Pei vehemently disagreed. That is intended for Jia Yu. Why should it be given to this country bumpkin? She bit her lip, sweetly calling out husband. Jiang Yu immediately shot her a look, as if to say, I will certainly not give it. This is merely to placate that wretched child. In the next moment, Jiang Yu turned his attention back to Nanshi, shifting his tone. However, the Jiang family is currently facing difficulties. Suddenly presenting you with such a large sum is not feasible. Once the Jiang family overcomes this hurdle, I shall provide it to you. Was this not merely a game of Tai Chi? Nanshi had seen enough of such tactics. She scoffed coldly. It seems father is not interested in learning about Lord Lu. Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. Nanshi, is this truly such a substantial sum of money? Nanshi, unperturbed, interrupted him. Are you suggesting that the Jiang family, which makes at least a few million in profit each month, cannot afford this? With unwavering intensity, Nanshi fixed her gaze on Jiang Yu and continued, or are you implying that half of the Jiang family's wealth is merely my mother's dowry? Is this the excuse you intend to use to evade me? Jiang Yu, feeling the pressure, stubbornly denied it. That is not the case. It's merely a few million. He was acutely aware that his previous statements were riddled with inconsistencies. Yet, he was eager to ascertain the true nature of Lu Hanyuan's situation from Nanshi. If he succeeded, he could present this information to the Lu family, positioning himself as a benefactor to the Lu clan. Collaborating with the Lu family would ensure a continuous influx of wealth into his coffers. Nanshi, disinterested in further pleasantries, replied coldly, I want it now. Transfer it to me immediately. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the room, rendering the atmosphere rather tense. However, the seasoned Jiang Yu and Wang Pei remained oblivious, unaware that the conversational dynamics were firmly in Nanshi's control. Otherwise, why had no one released Wang Pei and Wang Siwei, who were bound and helpless? Even the two directly involved were preoccupied with their own ulterior motives. After a brief pause, Nanshi stated, I am currently in need of funds. Transfer 1 million to me now, and the remainder can follow later. 1 million. Jiang Yu had just contemplated whether this troublesome individual might extort tens of millions from him. To his surprise, it was only 1 million. He promptly agreed, fearful that Jiang Nanshi might reconsider. All right. I will transfer 1 million to you now, and the rest can be sent in a few months. Chapter 47. No one can be trusted, only oneself. However, Jiang Yu's mind was concocting a different scheme. He mused that this troublesome individual was indeed from the countryside, evidently inexperienced in the ways of the world. Could he really be expected to survive until then? Given the events of today, Jiang Nanshi would undoubtedly find herself pursued by the Lu family. Why? Because certain members of the Lu family were at odds with Lu Hanyuan. Yet, the most authoritative figure in the Lu family, Old Lady Lu, had declared her intention to marry off 4th Master Lu to bring good fortune. which provided certain individuals within the Liu family with the opportunity to act. Spending such a considerable sum to secure a bride for Liu Hanyuan was merely a means to ascertain whether Liu Xiao was truly in dire straits, thus paving the way to seize the Liu family's inheritance. Once Zhang Nanxi had served her purpose, she would inevitably be disposed of. With this thought, Zhang Yu felt a surge of satisfaction as he accepted the bank card from Nanxi and promptly contacted the bank. Bustling about, throughout this process, Nanxi lounged languidly on the sofa, crossing her long slender legs, exuding an air of authority. While 1 million was not a trivial amount, the bank had its limitations. Just moments ago, she had overheard Zhang Ma mention that Zhang Nanxi's grandmother was in the hospital, and Zhang Yu, this scoundrel, was unwilling to cover even the medical expenses. Why was he dragging the original owner's grandmother into this? Was it not out of fear of external judgment and disgrace? Yet, he dangled her life in the balance. Moreover, given Nanxi's capabilities, she could easily secure tasks that paid in the 9 or 10 figures. She would not be so short-sighted as to covet a mere 1 million. Nevertheless, it was not a significant issue. She had other means at her disposal. On the other end of the line, Yuan Hao was beginning to feel restless. He covered the microphone, furrowing his brow as he looked toward Fourth Master. What does Zhang Nanxi mean by this? Isn't it about time to inquire why Zhang Yu is now demanding money from the Liu family behind him? In contrast to Yuan Hao's bewilderment, Liu Xiao exhibited a rather indifferent demeanor, showing little reaction. However, the transformation in Zhang Nanxi was indeed remarkable. Yuan Hao scratched the back of his head, realizing that she had likely endured considerable bullying and was now starting to resist bullied. Liu Xiao recalled every move made by that woman and felt no inclination to believe she was the type to endure. So why had that woman changed so drastically? A mere 10 minutes later, Zhang Yu resolved the matter of 1 million. He gazed at Zhang Nanxi with delight and proclaimed, "My dear daughter, the money has been transferred to your account. Can we discuss it now? Why the haste?" Nanxi replied with ease, "That I just thought about it and feel uneasy until all the money is accounted for." Zhang Yu's expression immediately soured, his tone growing cold. "The money has been transferred to you. What do you mean by this? Father should at least provide a written statement, perhaps stating that the remaining amount will be transferred to me within half a month or a month." Zhang Yu was momentarily speechless. Nanxi seemed prepared for this. Pulling a pen and a piece of paper from her bag and presenting them to Zhang Yu, he was somewhat at a loss for words, his face turning ashen. "Nanxi, I am your biological father. Is this really how you intend to treat me?" Yet soon after, she scoffed, recalling how her father had once sent her away to the countryside. Citing her ominous fate at this moment, she felt an unbreakable bond with her former self, filled with an inexpressible mockery. The last 3 words, imbued with a touch of venom, almost erupted from between her teeth. Thus, she no longer harbored any desire to maintain a faade of peace with Zhang Yu. With the mask torn away, what more was there to consider? Zhang Yu's complexion grew even graver. Was she not speaking the truth? The accuracy of her words left him without a counterargument. Hence, no one could be relied upon. Nanxi concluded that she could only depend on herself. This sentiment echoed not only the sentiments of the deceased original owner but also served as a reminder to herself. In her previous life, Nanxi had been abandoned by her parents and sent to her grandmother's house in the countryside. Ultimately, her grandmother passed away, and she was sold to an assassin organization, leading her to understand this harsh reality. Reflecting on this, a flicker of resentment ignited in Nanxi's eyes as she asked, "Do you truly wish to know about Liu Hanyuan? If you continue to waste time, you may as well explain the surveillance issue to Liu Hanyuan yourself." Zhang Yu's expression grew increasingly grim as though this wretched child was seeking revenge against him. He finally grasped that regardless of whether he acquiesced to Zhang Nanxi's demands for money today, she would always find a reason to coerce him into compliance. Moreover, her actions seemed designed to make his life difficult if he refused to part with the funds. The presence of Liu Hanyuan's car parked downstairs loomed like an invisible pressure, suggesting he might indeed have to pay a visit to Liu Hanyuan. Was that a place a person could enter and exit unscathed? He dared not take that risk. Should he comply and part with such a significant sum, not only would it pinch his finances, but it would also leave him feeling resentful and unwilling. Zhang Nanxi, how underestimated I have been. Losing her patience, Nanxi rose from the sofa and, as she made her way towards the door, remarked, "Then you can just wait for Liu Hanyuan's people to come after you." This panicked Zhang Yu, who rushed after her without a moment's thought, exclaiming, "Fine. It's just a matter of writing a statement. I'll do it. With no one to notarize the writing, it holds no weight." Nanxi stood still, reminding him, "Write with more sincerity, do not take me for a fool." Zhang Yu felt a surge of frustration within but refrained from expressing it on the spot. He scrawled something hastily on the paper. Naturally, Wang Pei beside him was signaling discreetly. The two exchanged a glance. both aware that this was merely a ruse to placate Jiang Nanxi. Chapter 48. Indeed, an unrefined escort, Nanxi remained silent, merely taking the paper to examine the proof Jiang Yu had written on a flimsy sheet of paper. After several minutes of scrutiny, Jiang Yu gradually lost his patience. He frowned and remarked, "Haven't you finished reviewing it yet? You wouldn't dare to deny it, would you?" "However," Nanxi countered, "it is clearly stated here. Are you offering my mother's dowry in the form of Jiang family shares or converted into cash?" Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze darkening. He hadn't anticipated that this troublesome child would be so hard to deceive. Nanxi looked up at him, though her features were obscured. That piercing gaze sent a shiver down Jiang Yu's spine. Strangely, he found himself feeling a twinge of fear towards Jiang Nanxi I just mentioned. Nanxi's voice turned frosty. "Do not take me lightly. Have my words fallen on deaf ears?" Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. Shouldn't such a statement come from him as her father? "Jiang Nanxi, you are utterly audacious. I detest those who refuse to obey." After finishing her statement, Nanxi dismissed the matter with a wave, rising to her feet. "Then you may go and explain to Lu Hanyuan yourself." Her tone resembled that of reprimanding a junior. With that, she took a long stride, preparing to exit. Jiang Yu in a panic rushed to block her path. "Jiang Nanxi, I will write it. Whatever you say, I will write it down." "All right." Although Jiang Yu was taller than Nanxi in that moment, he felt overshadowed by her presence. Ultimately, under Nanxi's directive, Jiang Yu amended the proof. Either grant Jiang Nanxi 10 of Jiang family shares or convert it to 300 million in cash. While Jiang Yu knew this proof bore no legitimacy, it irked him to be compelled to write it. When had he ever been in such a subordinate position? As Nanxi received the proof, her eyebrows arched slightly as she remarked coolly, "It seems that it is still father who benefits. With the Jiang group about to go public, 10 of the shares would undoubtedly exceed 300 million. Jiang Yu scoffed, rendered speechless. Were it not for this troublesome child's potential utility, would he have written this? He wished to give Jiang Nanxi not a single cent. Moreover, Nanxi paused, her eyes glinting with derision as she continued, "After my uncle was imprisoned, all the money belonging to my mother's family fell into the hands of the Jiang family, certainly exceeding 300 million. Thus it is you who have profited." Jiang Yu was seething with anger. Meanwhile, Wang Pei, unable to contain herself, interjected, "Jiang Nanxi, understand this. Had we not taken over those messes left by the Su family, they would have long gone bankrupt." Before she could finish her sentence, Nanxi interrupted sharply, "I am speaking with my father. What gives you the right to interject?" Indeed, she was nothing more than an uncultured escort, a mere mistress unworthy of the stage. Several years ago, the Su family was undoubtedly far superior to the Jiang family. A mess. How audacious of Wang Pei to utter such words. Wang Pei's eyes widened in disbelief. This little wretch has truly gone too far. How dare she speak from her position? Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Jiang Yu, preoccupied with other matters, interjected before Wang Pei, asking, "Is this acceptable now? Nanxi, please enlighten us about the situation with Lu Hanyuan." "Wait a moment." Nanxi has always maintained her calm demeanor. Yet again she says wait? At this, Jiang Yu felt a surge of irritation. Surely this scoundrel does not intend to pull any tricks. He then observed Jiang Nanxi pulling out her phone. From a distance, he could not discern her actions. Moments later, he heard her speaking into the phone. "Hello? Yuan Hao, please have the lawyer come to the 3-building row villa." After that, no one could tell if she had ended the call, as she simply tucked her phone away. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Yu's mind went blank. Setting aside the question of why this scoundrel was summoning a lawyer, he was well acquainted with the name Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao was none other than Lord Lu's personal assistant and housekeeper, the most favored individual in Lu Hanyuan's circle. Nanxi, his daughter. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of anxiety and asked, You have such a close relationship with Mr. Yuan?" Upon seeing Jiang Yu's startled expression, Nanxi found it amusing. Intending to tease, she chuckled and replied, "Then that he won't come to trouble our Jiang family, will he?" This was precisely Jiang Yu's greatest concern. Observing his cowardly demeanor brought her joy. She clicked her tongue lightly and remarked, "That will depend on my mood. After all, that I am also half a master of Lu Hanyuan now." Such words were rather provocative and carried a hint of arrogance. Wang Siwei clenched her palms tightly, glaring fiercely at the masked Jiang Nanxi. Even though no one had encountered Lord Lu, the rumors surrounding his comatose state had only fueled the desire of every debutante in the capital to marry him. Who could blame them for wanting to wed into the affluent, powerful and prestigious Lu family? Yet, not everyone is destined for such fortune. Hatred, it truly burns. Yet, the thought of Jiang Nanxi's disfigured face brought her an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. So what if she married into Lu Hanyuan? Jiang Nanxi was still an eyesore, and was Lord Lu even alive? Jiang Yu began to push further. A dog cannot change its nature. He could not help but prod with his questions. Nanshi raised an eyebrow. Remaining silent. Oh dear Nanshi, you are truly going to drive your father to despair. Yet, Nanshi continued her silence, thinking it would be best if he were driven to his wits' end. Seeing her remain mute, Jiang Yu could only resort to inwardly cursing her. Recognizing that this was not the opportune moment to confront her openly, he forced a smile and inquired, "By the way, what do you need a lawyer for?" Nanshi casually scratched her ear. "When they arrive, you will find out." She relished in the suspense. Jiang Yu and Wang Pei exchanged glances, both harboring a foreboding sense of unease. Chapter 49. I most dislike being threatened. It was only when the lawyer arrived that their ominous premonitions were confirmed. What? Wang Pei was taken aback. You summoned a lawyer to notarize the earlier statement. What? Aunt Wang, am I a fool, just as you are? Nanshi smirked coldly. Since a statement has been written, it must be notarized by a third party to hold any validity. Our earlier conversation has been recorded, and now it is time for the lawyer to notarize it. This nearly severed all ties between Wang Pei and Jiang Yu. Even if they wished to retract their statements, Nanshi has already secured the recording. It was only at this moment that Wang Pei realized something was amiss. In her eagerness to extract information from this insufferable individual, she had agreed to draft a statement, unaware that this cunning person had been well prepared. Wang Pei clenched her palm tightly, her heart aching for those several million, which were intended for her daughter, Jia Yu. When Jiang Yu saw the lawyer's arrival, he was utterly stunned. He could never have anticipated that he would fall victim to the schemes of Jiang Nanshi, who had lived in the countryside for over 8 years. She first extracted 1 million from him, then coaxed him into writing a statement, and now she was having the lawyer notarize it. A month from now, he would be obligated to pay Jiang Nanshi this sum, or face legal repercussions. Given that this lawyer is quite renowned in the capital, being the personal attorney of Lu Hanyuan, Jiang Yu's face darkened with a mix of anger and frustration, feeling unable to voice his discontent. The lawyer conducted his duties with efficiency, completing the notarization in a mere 10 minutes. Now surely you can elucidate the situation regarding Lu Hanyuan? Jiang Yu cast an irritated glance in that direction. Everything was merely a test of the fourth Master Lu's circumstances, so he restrained his ire for the moment. Nanshi shrugged with regret. I can't say much. You know the lawyer is aligned with Lu Hanyuan. If I disclose anything, it poses a risk. Hearing this infuriating tone, Jiang Yu could no longer maintain his composure, his expression falling. Who summoned the lawyer? It was that wretched Jiang Nanshi. She was toying with him. What a wretch she was, having been left to fend for herself in the countryside. He had thought she would never amount to anything. Only to discover her sudden prowess, however. Nanshi leaned closer to Jiang Yu and whispered, The fourth Master Lu is in good condition. Have the Lu family behind you contact me. After saying this, she handed him a slip of paper with her phone number written on it. Jiang Yu, who had just been brimming with anger, found himself momentarily lost in thought while staring at the number. After a few seconds of contemplation, he lowered his voice and retorted, What do you mean by in good condition? Is he truly alive? Nanshi possessed the knack for piquing curiosity with a mere phrase. She spoke enigmatically, employing a strategy of evasion. Knowing too much can lead to an early demise. After all, it is sufficient for me to bear the risks for the Jiang family. Jiang Yu looked at her, somewhat perplexed by her intentions. In 3 days, have the Lu family behind you contact me, or else. Jiang Yu felt a tightening in his chest and quickly interjected, Or else what? His question inadvertently acknowledged the influence of the Lu family behind him. Nanshi merely sought to convey to Shanqi and Yuan how that she harbored no intentions of harming the fourth Master Lu. Otherwise, he would have to personally explain the matter regarding the monitoring device concealed beneath the red veil. With a weary expression, Nanshi stated, I can only delay matters up to this point. Jiang Yu's face paled in fear. His mouth agape, at a loss for words. Observing his cowardly demeanor, Nanshi felt a sense of satisfaction. She could not fathom how the original family's members had allowed themselves to be bullied into such a state. Nanshi chose not to say much more, standing up to head towards the door. But midway through, Wang Pei, who lay on the ground, suddenly exclaimed, Jiang Nanshi, don't you want to know about your uncle's imprisonment back in the day? NNX momentarily halted her steps, turning to cast a cold glare at Wing Pi, who lay on the ground. Come over here, I have something to tell you. Wing Pi, having shed her earlier disarray, stood resolute that if she possessed no capability, how could she have ascended to the role of a mistress and become the matriarch of the Jing family? Indeed, she now held a significant position within the Jing group. What was NNX afraid of? She was eager to witness Wing Pi's machinations and thus strolled over. Half crouching on the floor. One knelt, the other half crouched, yet from the moment NNX approached, an aura of dominance enveloped her. Wing Pi, sensing this shift, suppressed her discomfort and declared, We possess evidence of your uncle's tax evasion from when he was imprisoned. So if you provoke me, do not expect me to show mercy. In an instant, NNX's demeanor turned icy. Her silence only emboldened Wing Pi, who continued, without the support of the X family. What gives you the audacity to act so recklessly? Do you truly believe that Lu Hnyun's associates hold any genuine regard for you? They wouldn't hesitate to eliminate you. Finally, NNX spoke. Is this the reason you compel my cousin to toil for the Jing family, to serve your interests? Wing Pi was taken aback, not expecting the seemingly contemptible girl to remain calm. Instead responding with such composure that a triumphant smile graced her lips as she retorted, and what of it? You ought to grovel before me. NNX laughed, but as her amusement faded, her gaze hardened, and she coldly uttered, do you know what I despise most? Her calmness was unsettling to Wing Pi just as the thought crossed her mind. NNX seized Wing Pi by the hair and slammed her head against the floor. Bang! 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 Each motion was swift and filled with fury, devoid of hesitation that a piercing scream echoed in the air, followed by Wing Pi's pitiful cries, haunting and tragic that by the time anyone reacted and prepared to intervene. NNX had already ceased her assault. Rising to her feet, she brushed off her hands, as if removing dirt and debris, and coldly scoffed, I most detest being threatened. Before you speak next time, consider whether you are worthy. Was it merely because the original owner's uncle had been imprisoned? The room fell into stunned silence, yet in that moment, no one dared to step forward. Perhaps they were intimidated by NNX's formidable presence. Or perhaps it was the dangerous glint in her eyes, utterly chilling. Chapter 50. The worthlessness of trash. Just as NNX prepared to depart, she cast one last scornful glance at the fallen figure. With a hint of derision and disdain in her gaze, she remarked, what does it matter how fine your attire is? It cannot conceal the essence of a nouveau riche. Our Jing family comes from a scholarly lineage. Do not tarnish our reputation as you step outside. Wing Pi felt a wave of nausea wash over her, that a multitude of pent-up resentment surged within her, seeking an outlet to continue fawning over this old white lotus? What a futile dream! NNX raised an eyebrow, tauntingly adding, those jewels you flaunt are nothing but the very trinkets my mother dismissed a decade ago. You truly have no standards, do you? You accept any trash. With that, NNX departed, accompanied by her lawyer. Wing Pi's face turned ashen, blood streaming from her forehead. Even though she had just been forced to slam her head against the ground, the physical pain paled in comparison to the anguish she felt in her heart at that moment. This is precisely her Achilles heel. Although Jiang Nanqi's mother has passed away, there are always those who compare her to Sun Yan, and she is certainly unwilling to accept it. You, a grotesque creature disfigured beyond recognition. Jiang Nanqi, wait for me. I can eliminate that wretched Sun Yan, and I can certainly do away with you as well. With this thought, Wang Pei regained her composure and immediately turned to Jiang Yu, her expression shifting. Oh dear. Husband, what are you dawdling for? Look, her forehead is bleeding. The Jiang family was indeed in disarray. As for Nanqi, after leaving the Jiang residence, she took out her phone to check. The call was still ongoing, so she hung up. Throughout the journey, she pondered deeply. Everything she had done today served two purposes. First, to avenge the original owner and establish her authority within the Jiang family. Second, to prove her innocence and gain Lu Hanyuan's trust. This would provide her the opportunity to lift Lu Hanyuan's surveillance, enabling her to contact Beiqian. Of course, she also sought vengeance for the original owner. Thus, Nanqi needed to leverage Lu Hanyuan's reputation to swiftly exact revenge for Jiang Nanqi within a month, rescuing her uncle, cousin, and grandmother. As for what would transpire after a month, she had her own matters to resolve, and it was clear that she could not remain in the capital. It wasn't until Nanqi stepped into the car parked by the roadside that the atmosphere inside seemed to still be tense. The car roared to life and quickly departed from the vicinity of the Jiang residence. At that moment, Louis Xiao had donned a mask, reverting to his usual cold and austere demeanor. However, when he gazed upon the woman before him, his eyes lacked the previous wariness. For reasons unknown, he had just felt a surge of anxiety for her. He suddenly recalled what Yuan Hao had said after Jiang Nanqi hung up the phone. Fourth master, I have discovered that Jiang Nanqi's predicament mirrors yours. Both are ensnared by their families, which is why she is so desperately clinging to life. Nanqi exchanged a glance with Shan-Chi, both recognizing the change in his gaze. This was a promising sign, yet she chose to remain silent as they reached a traffic light. Yuan Hao glanced at the fourth master and then at the taciturn Jiang Nanqi, who had been silent since boarding the vehicle. After a prolonged silence, he tentatively inquired, Are you all right? Nanqi cast a faint look in his direction. Me? Indeed. What could possibly be wrong with me? Yuan Hao scratched his nose, realizing the truth. It seemed this woman did not require his sympathy. From her arrival at the Jiang residence to the recent conclusion, Jiang Nanshi had maintained the upper hand. Of course, her circumstances were indeed tragic. Her mother had been murdered by her father and the mistress, her uncle imprisoned, and her cousin reduced to servitude within the Jiang family. Yet, fortunately, the current Jiang Nanshi was not so feeble. She had begun to fight back. Nevertheless, the Jiang family would undoubtedly not let this matter rest easily. Well, that was of little concern to him. Yuan Hao then flashed her a thumbs up, his admiration genuine as he remarked, "You truly were remarkable today," leaving them utterly unrecognizable. Impressive. In the face of such compliments, Nanshi displayed no signs of embarrassment. What was this? She could easily take on 10 adversaries, let alone these few insignificant foes. Yet, she felt a twinge of annoyance as a part of her resonated with the original owner's sentiments, causing her discomfort. How vexing. "I sincerely apologize for my previous disdainful behavior towards you," Yuan Hao stated earnestly. He approached his tasks with neither arrogance nor servility. A mistake was a mistake, and he did not perceive an apology as a sign of weakness. What was the outcome? She slapped the face of the entire Jiang family. Although I did not witness the scene, merely hearing the sound made it evident that she must have been incredibly formidable. Nanshi is not someone who dwells on trivial matters. She calmly remarked that it was of no consequence. Thus, this incident was considered resolved. While we are aware that the surveillance camera beneath the red veil has nothing to do with you, Yuan Hao appeared somewhat perplexed. However, you instructed Jiang Yu to contact the Liu family. At this juncture, Yuan Hao glanced at Lord Liu and continued, "Isn't this putting yourself in a precarious position? Are you certain the Liu family will reach out to you?" Upon hearing her subsequent words, he finally comprehended what this woman was planning. Nanshi cast a glance at Yuan Hao. She was intent on swiftly gaining the trust of Liu Hanyuan, capturing the Liu family behind Jiang Yu to prove her innocence. Even if it meant becoming bait. To attain favorable results expeditiously, one must take risks. After a moment, she simply stated, "If they wish to know about Lord C's situation, they will undoubtedly seek me out. Then what will you do when that time comes?" Yuan Hao continued to inquire. After pondering for several seconds, Nanshi gazed out the window and replied, "I haven't thought it through." Her tone was so composed that it left Yuan Hao momentarily speechless. It was not that Nanshi was being enigmatic. She genuinely had not formulated a plan. As of now, she had not even seen who the Liu family behind Jiang Yu was. How could she act? The three young ladies of the Liu family each had distinct temperaments, and she could only strategize once she encountered them. Moreover, she had always been adept at improvisation. "You are undertaking these actions under the banner of Liu Hanyuan. Are you not concerned that Lord C will discover this?" As Yuan Hao said this, he discreetly observed the expression of the man in the back seat. Noting that Lord C remained unfazed, he felt emboldened to continue. "Are you not worried that Lord C will find out and take action against you?" Chapter 51. Although cunning, she possesses principles. Nanshi expressed no concern, simply responding, "Isn't he absent?" Yuan Hao fell silent. In truth, he was quite exhilarated, yearning to inform Jiang Nanshi that the man in the back seat is Lord C. Yet he refrained from speaking. TSK. Nanshi then turned her attention to Shanqi and inquired, "Can you disclose this?" Lu Yixiao turned his gaze towards her. Despite their numerous exchanges of glances, each encounter evoked a unique sensation within him. Sometimes her eyes reflected caution, at other times wariness. Occasionally they sparkled with intrigue, yet there was never a hint of calculation. Lu Yixiao remained silent, and Nanshi interpreted this as tacit agreement. Consequently, she shifted her gaze back to Yuan Hao and remarked, "You see, if you do not speak and Shanqi remains silent, then Lord C will surely be unaware, right? Moreover, I am currently acting on behalf of Lord C, am I not?" Yuan Hao found this amusing and teased, "You are leveraging the name of Liu Hanyuan to demand your mother's dowry from Jiang Yu? And you consider that as serving Lord C? Isn't this a mutually beneficial arrangement?" In that moment, Yuan Hao found himself somewhat outmatched by Jiang Nanshi. Furthermore, when Nanshi looked over with utmost seriousness, she asserted, "Although I am operating under the name of Liu Hanyuan, I have not engaged in any actions that would tarnish Lord C's reputation. Since my marriage to Liu Hanyuan, my activities have been confined to the kitchen, the dining room and Shanqi's study. I have not even laid eyes on Lord C." Thus Yuan Hao licked his lips and inquired, "Do you truly not wish to meet him?" To speak candidly, Yuan Hao cast a fleeting glance at the fourth master in the back seat, observing that the man was equally intrigued by Jiang Nanshi. It was certainly the truth. Yuan Hao continued the conversation. Nanshi shook her head, expressing disinterest. Suddenly, the man in the rear seat spoke up. "Everyone wishes to meet Lord Liu, so why do you not? Curiosity, they say, killed the cat." Nanshi regarded the masked man, pondering, "If I were to meet him, would I even survive? I have stated before, I value my life greatly. For reasons unbeknownst to him at that moment, Louis Xiao found himself in surprisingly good spirits. Shortly thereafter, Nanxi added, however, I must admit, I do harbor a small scheme to leverage Lord Lu's reputation against the Jiang family. Yet, I will not take advantage without recompense. I shall repay it in due time. Yuan Hao let out a faint scoff, choosing to remain silent. Repay? How could she? After all, Jiang Nanxi was merely a senior in high school. What could she possibly offer in return? Yet, in that moment, Louis Xiao gained a newfound understanding of this woman. Though she was a cunning little fox, she possessed a strong sense of principle. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yuan Hao inquired, Are you truly resolute enough to confront your father and stepmother? Nanxi remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding, This is my family matter. The implication was clear. There was no necessity for her to divulge any further information to him. This was precisely why Yuan Hao had previously found Jiang Nanxi difficult to engage with. She seemed amiable, responding to questions, but only because she chose to share should she decide against it. Extracting any information from her would prove futile nevertheless. Yuan Hao was not particularly invested in others' familial affairs. He shrugged and, intrigued by other matters, remarked, But you are using yourself as bait to lure the Lu family. Aren't you afraid of them? Afraid? What could Nanxi possibly fear? According to the information at her disposal, the Lu family was far less intimidating than those associated with Lu Hanyuan. Were she lacking in confidence, she would not have recklessly confronted the Lu family. If I have done nothing wrong, what is there to fear? She retorted coolly. Louis Xiao gazed at the back of her head in silence, uncertain whether she was simply naive or had a meticulously crafted plan in mind. He leaned towards the latter. Suddenly Louis Xiao interjected, The Lu family is not to be trifled with. In times past, he would have refrained from such commentary, never meddling in others' affairs, yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to hold back. Nanxi turned her gaze back to the man in the rear seat, unable to suppress her scrutiny. He remained masked, his emotions inscrutable, yet an aura of decisiveness radiated from him, chilling her to the core. Nanxi instinctively interpreted the words of Shanxi and Yuan Hao as a lack of trust in her. I am aware, but I will complete the task. Even if I falter, I will not require your assistance. Louis Xiao had always found her eyes to be strikingly unique, pure and vibrant. Yet at that moment, they bore a hint of impatience. He averted his gaze coldly, thinking to himself that he should have refrained from concerning himself with her. Truly ungrateful. He then scoffed silently, questioning why he even cared. His curiosity was merely that. As the car resumed its journey, Yuan Hao remained silent at the wheel, while Nanxi and Louis Xiao had no inclination to converse, plunging the atmosphere back into the earlier tension. After 10 minutes, Yuan Hao halted the vehicle in front of the First People's Hospital. What is it? He asked, glancing at the woman in the passenger seat. Nanxi replied, Just a small matter. Yuan Hao cast a hesitant glance at the fourth master seated in the back row, and upon noticing his lack of further commentary, he finally pulled over to the side. Nanxi, while unbuckling her seatbelt, stated, I need to arrange for my grandmother's transfer to another hospital. Will you accompany me? Aware that her identity was under suspicion and recognizing that Yuan Hao's presence was not merely coincidental, she understood that she was undoubtedly being monitored. Yet, she articulated her thoughts calmly and directly, which made Yuan Hao feel somewhat awkward. He turned to look at the fourth master, as if seeking his approval. However, Louis Xiao, wearing a displeased expression, retorted, Why are you looking at me? Can't you make your own decisions? Yuan Hao. Oh dear, how intimidating. The fourth master didn't even scold me just now. Then you may accompany me, Nanxi proposed. She was quite astute. With a single probing remark, she discerned Yuan Hao's apprehension towards Shanxiu. Her curiosity piqued. What exactly was Shanxiu's status? He had an independent study. During meals, Yuan Hao and Uncle Gu were not seated at the same table but stood to the side. Furthermore, Yuan Hao feared him, and Butler Gu held him in high regard from the information she had previously gathered. She could not fathom any bodyguard in Lu Sigi's circle possessing such a lofty status. However, given that her own suspicions had yet to be alleviated, she refrained from probing further. Chapter 52. I am your great-aunt. Yuan Hao nodded and then glanced at the back seat, stating, however, after both Nanxi and Yuan Hao had departed. Louis Xiao's vehicle remained stationary. He gazed absently at the figures disappearing into the distance. On the road, in an attempt to ease the discomfort, Yuan Hao explained, In truth, we are not exactly monitoring you. Nanxi turned her gaze towards him. So you need not overthink it, Yuan Hao added. I am not overthinking, she replied. Oh. Even if it were monitoring, I would find it quite normal. With an impassive expression, Nanxi remarked, Have you not yet placed your trust in me? Yuan Hao genuinely found her inscrutable. Are you not upset? He inquired. If it were him under surveillance, he would undoubtedly feel uneasy. What does it matter? My goal is to prove my innocence. my emotional state is of little consequence. From that point on, Nanshi chose not to elaborate further, as she was rather preoccupied. Yet she did not allow Yuanhao to assist her upon entering the ward. She felt a pang of sorrow upon seeing her original self's grandmother residing in the hospital corridor. She pulled a nearby nurse aside and asked, "Why is that elderly lady placed in the corridor? Are there no rooms available?" The nurse, though somewhat busy, had a kind heart and after a moment of hesitation, replied, "It is at the request of her family, and they haven't provided any medical fees for quite some time. Alas, we are powerless in this matter." What could they say? They had previously clashed with the elderly lady's family, who would neglect the well-being of their elderly relatives. Yet the other party was exceedingly fierce, adorned in gold and silver, clearly from a wealthy family, yet they refused to pay for medical expenses. They berated the doctors and nurses, insisting they mind their own business. It was a situation they could not afford to provoke. Nanshi's expression darkened slightly as she said, "Thank you, please assist us in arranging her transfer." "Ah?" The nurse was taken aback. "Who are you to the elderly lady?" "Her granddaughter," Nanshi replied before making her way towards her grandmother. At that moment, Yuanhao asked, "Do you need my assistance? I could make a call. The hospital director could arrange for your grandmother to receive an examination and surgery." "To no need," she responded. As Nanshi gazed over, she expressed her gratitude. Yuanhao remained silent, leaning against the wall while sending a text to Lord Lu to report the situation. Just as Nanshi approached, she overheard the caregiver nearby shouting angrily, "Are you feeling unwell? Then why don't you just die already? You've lived for so many years, and Mrs. Zhang would be thrilled if you were gone." Caregivers like her were specifically hired by companies outside to tend to the patients. The elderly woman uttered a few words softly, which provoked the caregiver to retaliate with punches, kicks, and insults. If it weren't for Wang Pei backing her, she wouldn't dare to act so brazenly. Amidst the assault, the caregiver yelled, "Looking for your grandson? He's not here. Also, stop bothering Mr. Zhangyu. He runs a large company, busy as can be, and doesn't have time for you. You old wretch." The caregiver, with her back turned, was completely unaware that someone was standing behind her. Unable to bear it any longer, Nanshi recorded the scene up to this point and then put away her phone. She strode over, seized the caregiver's arm, and twisted it backward. A sharp crack echoed through the air. "Ah, my hand, it's broken." The caregiver's face turned pale with pain as she staggered back a few steps, stammering, "Why you are who? Who am I?" Nanshi scoffed, "I am your great-aunt." No sooner had she spoken than she delivered a swift kick to the caregiver's body. A dull thud resonated as the caregiver fell to the ground in disarray. Nanshi rushed to support her grandmother on the bed, calling out, "Grandma!" The elderly lady, barely in her 60s, looked frail, reduced to mere bones, instantly reminding Nanshi of her deceased grandmother. Upon hearing her voice, the old woman's eyes brimmed with tears, her lips trembling. "Cece? Is it little Cece? It's me. My child, you finally came." The elderly lady could no longer contain her emotions, bursting into tears. "I have held on to my last breath just to see you." The old woman's health was poor, burdened with numerous ailments. Her partner had passed away years ago, leaving her alone in the world. A few years prior, she endured the agony of losing her daughter, and now her son was imprisoned, resulting in the complete decline of the Su family. Her granddaughter was cast into the countryside while her grandson worked for the Zhang family. Her body had utterly deteriorated, and even the simplest tasks felt insurmountable. Over the years, she had been relegated to the hospital by Zhangyu, receiving little to no attention. Yet, the elderly lady had no choice but to endure in silence because Wang Pei had warned her, "If you don't behave, I will deal with Zhang Nanshi and Su Chenin." With only a granddaughter and grandson left to her, she felt powerless to assist them and dared not complicate their lives. Had her health not been so fragile, she wouldn't have troubled the caregiver today, as she often faced mistreatment from her. Ultimately, the old woman had but one wish today, to reunite with her long-lost granddaughter Cece through Zhangyu and Su Chenin. A final wish before her death. Don't say such things. Nanshi embraced her grandmother. "I will save you and heal your ailments." This embrace reminded her of her own grandmother. Nanshi's greatest regret was that she could not save her biological grandmother. Her beloved grandmother had passed away too soon, before she had learned medicine. Gasping for breath, the old lady sobbed, having wept daily since her granddaughter was sent to the countryside. Following the Su family's misfortunes, all her acquaintances had shunned her, and even finding someone to care for her granddaughter had become an impossible task. In an instant, even Yuanhao, who had not intervened, was somewhat moved. "Oh, not cry." Nanshi comforted the elderly lady. "I will carry you. Let us transfer hospitals immediately." At that moment, the caregiver, who had been lying on the ground, sat up. She had heard from Madame Zhang that this elderly woman had a granddaughter, whose appearance had been ruined, and who was now living in the countryside. However, seeing the masked figure before her, the caregiver disregarded her thoughts. You cannot take this old woman away," she exclaimed, panic rising as she pushed herself up from the ground. Ignoring the pain, that I must report this to Madame Jiang. And you, ugly country bumpkin, just for hitting me earlier, I will sue you. She was determined, believing she could easily handle a mere rural dweller. Chapter 53. Villains have their comeuppance. With that, the caregiver advanced, attempting to pull the elderly woman away from Nanshi. Yuanhao, quick on his feet, was ready to assist, but before he could act, Nanshi swiftly lifted her leg and sent the caregiver sprawling to the ground. With that single kick, even while bearing the weight of the elderly woman on her back, she exerted no more effort than a breath. Yuanhao was astonished, pondering how this seemingly frail Jiang Nanshi could possess such strength. After all, she had just toppled several formidable bodyguards at the Jiang residence. Dealing with a female caregiver was certainly child's play. The caregiver fell to the ground, clutching her abdomen and weeping in agony. By now, a crowd had gathered, comprising interns, nurses, and relatives of patients. They refrained from intervening, as they frequently witnessed this caregiver bullying the elderly woman. Initially, they had come to the old lady's aid, but as the caregiver grew increasingly brazen and abusive, they gradually ceased to involve themselves in the matter. You deserve this. Your disrespect for others from the very beginning has led to your downfall. Nanshi glared at the figure on the ground. I am the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Who are you to insult me? The caregiver's gaze flickered momentarily. Madame Jiang. My mother passed away 8 years ago. Where did this other Madame Jiang come from? Nanshi then scoffed. So you consider the mistress Wang Pei to be Madame Jiang? She was unafraid of the surrounding whispers and indeed hoped that the news would spread, bringing shame only upon Wang Pei and Jiang Yu. The caregiver was taken aback. She had no knowledge of these matters. You intend to sue me? Nanshi's brow furrowed, an icy demeanor radiating from her. Given that you have just mistreated and insulted my grandmother, I have every right to report you. I have already recorded your abuse towards her. Yuanhao, call the police and have this caregiver taken to the station. Yuanhao was more than willing to comply, responding, all right. The caregiver's face paled in terror, rendered speechless. Finally, several family members in the crowd clapped in approval, exclaiming, ah, so it was the stepmother bullying her grandmother. Truly, villains have their reckoning. She ought to be reported to the authorities. I have witnessed this caregiver harassing the elderly woman multiple times. Another added, indeed. I even informed the doctors and nurses, but as soon as they left, the caregiver resumed her abuse of the old lady. Ultimately, it is the wicked stepmother pulling the strings. Otherwise, this caregiver would not dare act so brazenly. The caregiver was utterly terrified. Don't take me away. It was Jiang. It was Wang Pei who made me do this. She said this old woman is an eyesore and that she should die sooner rather than later. It was she who neglected to provide the elderly lady with the surgical fee. Nanshi, weary of the conversation, remarked before her departure, you can save that for the police. As the farce concluded, Yuanhao made a call to the police station and subsequently contacted the hospital staff, instructing them to dispatch security personnel to escort the caregiver to the police station. Half an hour later, Nanshi swiftly transferred her grandmother to the most prestigious private hospital in the capital, Renshan Hospital. Once the formalities were completed, her grandmother lamented, it's too expensive, we have no money. Cici, I shan't be hospitalized at no. You must undergo surgery, Nanshi insisted. From their brief contact, she quickly detected something amiss with her grandmother's condition while taking her pulse. Although the ailment was not particularly grave, if surgery were delayed, the elderly lady could very well depart from this world at any moment. Among all the hospitals in the capital, Renshan Hospital boasted the highest medical standards. Its costs were steep, yet its cure rates were equally impressive. Regardless of the severity of the situation, it mattered little, for she was a medical sage, ready to return to her former glory. The elderly lady, with swollen eyes, expressed, to see you is enough for me. Cici, let us not squander this money. There is no need to fret about finances. Nanshi patiently reassured her grandmother. I obtained some from Jiang Yu. In that fleeting moment, she could sense her grandmother's sincerity, and indeed she held a deep fondness for the old woman. The elderly lady's pallor deepened as she sighed. I am truly useless, causing you trouble, but dear child, save your money for yourself. It is not worth it to save this old hag. Once, the Su family was not wealthy in the capital, but they lived comfortably. However, after over 8 years of hardship, her youthful vigor had been completely worn away. Nanshi embraced her grandmother, saying, how could you possibly be an old hag? You are my grandmother. Don't cry, your good health is our greatest blessing. She longed for her own grandmother, instinctively channeling all her emotions towards the elderly lady. Ultimately, disregarding her grandmother's pleas, she withdrew 900,000 from her card, covering the hospitalization, surgical, and subsequent rehabilitation costs. She also hired 2 professional caregivers, leaving the remaining funds for daily expenses. She would consider it a temporary loan from the original owner. With a sigh, Nancy reflected that in times of abundance, she had never felt the weight of money, but now she needed to resume her previous profession as soon as possible. Yuan Hao, observing this, was taken aback. In truth, Jiang Nancy could be rather difficult to interact with, as he had previously noted, due to her somewhat aloof demeanor. Yet, just moments ago, he witnessed her tenderly embracing the elderly woman, a rare sight indeed. Yuan Hao attempted to interject several times, offering assistance, but each time Nancy declined that he was not one to meddle. But upon seeing Xiao Lu's message offering help to Nancy, he felt compelled to speak up. Consequently, he relayed every detail to the fourth master. To his surprise, Jiang Nancy did not require assistance, managing the entire situation on her own. What puzzled him even more was when did the fourth master become so benevolent as to offer aid to this woman? Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from fourth master Lu. Yuan Hao glanced at the distance where Jiang Nancy and the elderly lady stood before stepping away to answer the call. Fourth master. He whispered, "Yes, I mentioned it, but that woman insisted she didn't want my help, claiming she could handle it herself. I assure you, it's the truth. Furthermore, I merely assisted her in reporting the caregiver to the authorities, and she remarked that she would owe me a favor in return." Chapter 54. Putting on a bold face, how unpleasant that I truly cannot comprehend this woman. If one were an outsider, who wouldn't he desire a connection to Lu Hanyuan? Yuan Hao represents the esteemed fourth master Lu. With a mere word, he could not only waive her medical expenses but also arrange for the most authoritative doctors in the hospital to attend to her grandmother. Yet, to my astonishment, Jiang Nancy declined the offer, insisting that she must repay the favor owed. In essence, she is unwilling to take advantage of others. Let her be. Lu Yixiao hung up the phone. Yuan Hao stood in stunned silence for a few seconds. Why does it feel as though Jiang Nancy's refusal of assistance has somehow displeased our fourth master? TSK. The heart of a man is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. I simply cannot grasp it. After ensuring her grandmother's arrangements were in order and confirming the surgery date, she finally took her leave. Her grandmother, despite her frail health, fretted over her granddaughter. Given the current circumstances, she felt it best to refrain from voicing her concerns, wishing instead to spare her grandmother any worry, treating it as a well-intentioned falsehood. Forgive me. Her grandmother, in her advanced years, shed a few tears, all because of my shortcomings. I lament her earlier lack of assertiveness, which prevented her from wielding real power, resulting in the Su family being usurped by Jiang Yu. I regret her poor health. 8 years ago, she could not keep Shishi by her side, forcing the child to endure hardships in the countryside. I resent her inability, as her grandson was sent to work under Jiang Yu's command, while she remained powerless to intervene. Here it comes again. Nancy forced a smile. Oh dear grandmother, please do not cry. Your tears make me want to weep as well. The elderly lady, flustered, touched the corners of her eyes. I am not crying, not crying. And you mustn't cry either. Could the little old lady muster a smile? With eyes growing heavy, she managed a strained grin, though her smile was far from graceful. The good fortune was that she ceased to weep. She inquired, "Why are you wearing a mask?" "I have a slight cold that I shall come to see you in a couple of days." The elderly lady, reluctant to bid her granddaughter farewell, waved her hand, battling the urge to cry, fearful of provoking tears from Nancy, and instead bore the redness in her eyes with stoicism. Upon exiting the hospital, Nancy gazed skyward, exhaling a deep sigh. "What is it?" Yuan Hao approached. "Do you feel your grandmother is a burden?" "Isn't it a burden? This woman is barely managing herself, and yet she wishes to carry an elderly lady along. Ah, how tragic." Consequently, Nancy cast Yuan Hao a peculiar glance. "What are you talking about? Then why the sigh?" "I simply feel." Nancy looked heavenward once more. Life is rather good. This marked her first experience of being reborn as the original Jiang Nancy, and she discovered that life was quite pleasant. Heaven has proven to be fair. In her past life, Nancy's greatest regret was not having spent more time with her grandmother. Look, this time she has been granted a wonderful grandmother. Yuan Hao scoffed coldly. "I'm starving. Let us eat." Nancy moved forward. "I'll treat you. Do you have money?" Yuan Hao recalled that Nancy had already paid a considerable amount for her surgery. "I still have enough to treat you to a meal." Little did they know, not far from the hospital, Lu Yixiao's black Maybach had not left. He watched the two figures standing close together in the distance, finding them exceedingly irksome. Although Lu Yixiao's expression remained obscured, one could infer from his frosty gaze that he was quite displeased. He chose not to linger any longer. Pressing the accelerator and swiftly departing, Nancy treated Yuan Hao to an exquisite meal, with an average cost of at least 3,000 per person. It wasn't that Yuan Hao couldn't afford it. After all, the fourth master paid him a handsome salary. However, you have no money left, and yet you invite me to such an expensive meal. Yuan Hao was taken aback. "I may be low on funds, but that does not preclude me from repaying your kindness." "Huh? You just helped me call the police. Nanshi spoke earnestly. Did you not also contact the hospital, instructing the security to detain the caregiver? Yuan Hao sheepishly scratched the back of his head, responding, It's nothing, merely a small favor. Furthermore, Nanshi lifted her gaze. I appreciate you for the clothes I wore at Luhan Garden. Huh? Yuan Hao quickly clarified, that is not my doing. It was Shanshu's request for me to prepare them for you. Nanshi paused, surprised that it was that person who made the purchase. A few moments later she added, In any case, thank you. But weren't you out of money? We could simply have something light. There's no need to indulge in such extravagance. Yuan Hao was puzzled. Nanshi continued to peruse the menu, hoping to discover any new dishes. Unfortunately, there were none, leaving her somewhat disheartened. Without lifting her head, she remarked, They also have your favorite caviar ham, a monthly special, and fortuitously, it's available today. Holding the food, Yuan Hao surrendered to the inevitable. He had not anticipated that Zhang Nanshi would take his words to heart. As he genuinely wished to savor the cuisine from this establishment, though he had previously lacked the time to visit, he inquired with a smile, How did you know about the special today? It's available at the beginning of each month. I come here often. Yuan Hao chuckled awkwardly. Truly, boasting without a thought. Never mind, he was too lazy to argue with her. Nanshi ordered several dishes, not the restaurant's signature selections, but undeniably the most delectable offerings. However, are these all single servings? Yuan Hao frowned. I have quite the appetite. Won't two of us be insufficient? He glanced at the nearby waiter, fearing to become a subject of ridicule, and then leaned closer to Nanshi, whispering, I know you are short on money, but I will cover this meal. You need not repay any kindness. At that moment, Nanshi finished placing her order. Once the waiter departed, she stated, I ordered this for you. What? Yuan Hao was momentarily taken aback. I have grown tired of this place. Yuan Hao. Here we go again. Putting on a brave face is truly unwise. I do not wish to eat this. Please enjoy it at your leisure. Nanshi instructed, I will grab a casual bite outside later and then purchase a few items. Let us meet outside in an hour. Chapter 55. Is this not a case of sacrificing one's dignity for the sake of appearances? Yuan Hao had no chance to voice his thoughts before he saw Nanshi leave. TSK. This person truly does this not a case of sacrificing one's dignity for the sake of appearances. Nonetheless, he felt somewhat touched. Zhang Nanshi, despite her financial constraints, insisted on treating him to such an extravagant meal, costing at least 5,000. Yet her sudden departure. Was she afraid of footing the bill in the end? Besides, as a grown man, how could he allow a woman to cover the expenses? It was only after Yuan Hao finished his meal that the waiter presented the receipt, and he realized he had been proven wrong. Already paid. This price seems off. How can it be just over 2,000? The server exhibited an exemplary demeanor, nodding as he explained, The lady you just saw is our esteemed super VIP, entitled to discounts, and today the limited caviar ham is exclusively available to VIPs. Not everyone qualifies for a membership at this establishment. One must first spend a minimum of 3 million and additionally recharge over 1 million. Yuan Hao was momentarily taken aback. Sir, have you finished your meal? The server inquired with a bright smile. Are you satisfied? Quite satisfied, he replied. What reason did he have to be dissatisfied? After Yuan Hao departed, he found it hard to believe. This Zhang Nanshi. Wasn't she from the countryside? How did she possess a super VIP card? Moments later, he spotted Zhang Nanshi pushing a shopping cart, initially assuming the young girl would purchase clothing or skincare products. To his surprise, the cart was filled with an array of household items, various ingredients, pots and pans, and even herbs he could not comprehend. Yuan Hao was astonished. Is this all you bought? Nanshi nodded. I noticed the Lu residence lacked many essentials, so I prepared accordingly. Yuan Hao once again regarded Zhang Nanshi with newfound respect. The world of fairies is so perplexing, much like our fourth master. He mused. In fact, all these household items could have been procured by Uncle Gu. That is not the same, Nanshi replied. Since I am currently residing at the Lu residence, it wouldn't be right to use someone else's money. Yuan Hao refrained from probing further into the differences and instead asked, What did you just eat? Noodles. Yuan Hao sighed, feeling a deeper sense of guilt. You treated me to such an extravagant meal, yet you only had a bowl of noodles worth a few coins. Allow me to reimburse you for the earlier expenses. So, where did she acquire the super VIP card? It must have been given to her by someone else. When I said I would treat you, I meant it, Nanshi responded, glancing over. Have you misunderstood something? What do you mean? The noodles I had were not just a few coins, they were 1,000 yuan for a crab roe noodle. Forget it. Please don't say any more, Yuan Hao replied helplessly, unable to absorb it. Truly, this little girl has quite the sense of pride. Nanshi tilted her head, casting him a few glances before averting her gaze. She had already stated her position. If he chose not to believe her, what could she do? Fortunately, she had previously loaded several $100,000 onto the cards of her favorite eateries, so she did not have to worry about dining in the capital lately. Yet, she still felt quite impoverished and needed to earn money swiftly. Half an hour later, Nanchi and Yuan Hao arrived at the Liu residence, where Uncle Gu awaited them. The little one has yet to eat. Xiaoxi, take a moment to rest. If you're not tired, could you prepare something for him? It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Earlier, while Xiaoxi was cooking, Uncle Gu had watched closely and had learned quite well. However, once the dish was prepared, the fourth young master took a single bite and refused to eat any further. Nanchi was taken aback. He didn't eat. I apologize, I had a few matters to attend to today and forgot. I will make something immediately. It's quite alright. If you wish, you may rest for a bit. Uncle Gu also felt somewhat apologetic. No, I am not tired. Nanchi moved swiftly, beginning to wash vegetables and prepare a meal. Uncle Gu assisted her and helped put away the items she had just purchased into the kitchen and refrigerator. Xiaoxi, there are lamb chops and caviar in the refrigerator already. Why did you buy more? Nanchi did not lift her head and said, I used to live on the back mountain. Wasn't it the kanji that was brought to the kitchen? It's only fair that I repay it. I bought quite a few things worth tens of thousands. Otherwise, why would the imported supermarket give her a shopping cart? Of course, this was done with the original owner's money. Nanchi thought to herself. She must repay Zhang Nanchi's money as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gu felt a bit embarrassed and remarked, Oh Xiaoxi, there's no need to be so formal. Yuan is not lacking in money. How could we let a young girl spend her own money on these things? However, Nanchi replied earnestly, this is not merely politeness. Since I am temporarily residing in Luhanyuan, I must contribute in some way. Temporarily? Uncle Gu paused in his actions but did not dwell on it further. His fondness for this young lady from the Zhang family had increased considerably. At such a young age, she exhibited such clarity and grace, which was truly endearing. Yuan Hao, upon hearing this, said nothing more and went to the study to find the fourth master. He relayed all that had transpired on the way to the fourth master, adding, Louis Xiao is currently signing documents and hasn't spoken a word. Moreover, she lavishly treated me to a meal today, yet she only had a bowl of noodles. I sighed. It made me feel quite embarrassed. Finally, Louis Xiao, who had been unresponsive, paused his pen. A line was drawn across the blank space for the signature. He clicked his tongue, realizing that the document had been rendered useless. Yuan Hao, completely unaware of the fourth master's unusual demeanor, continued, the waiter informed me that Zhang Nanchi is a supreme VIP member. My goodness, isn't she from the countryside? Where did she get that card? I suspect she might have asked her fiancé for it. Otherwise, how could she possibly possess a VIP card? It certainly wasn't issued by the Zhang family. Chapter 56. The fourth master is truly contradictory. After Yuan Hao finished speaking, his thoughts began to wander. If that were the case, would he have a connection with Zhang Nanchi in the future? After all, her fiancé is his cousin. Although he was not particularly close to his cousin's family, there remained a blood connection. Furthermore, given Zhang Nanchi's ethereal beauty, it was entirely possible that this supreme VIP card was indeed gifted by that young man, Zhou Chongjing. This time, Louis Xiao lifted his head and glanced over. From his expression, Yuan Hao detected a hint of displeasure. Why was the fourth master unhappy? What was the matter? Fourth master, Yuan Hao cautiously inquired. Louis Xiao's demeanor was somewhat cold as he lowered his head to continue signing, remaining silent. Moreover, Zhang Nanchi mentioned that she was only temporarily residing in Luhanyuan, displaying a degree of self-awareness, understanding that they would eventually ask her to leave. Louis Xiao was completely disinterested in work matters. He raised his gaze and spoke in a flat tone. Was the meal delicious? His voice was so subdued that Yuan Hao found it slightly strange. He swallowed hard and replied honestly, yes, it was good. Then you seem to have benefited quite well. Yuan Hao felt on the verge of tears. Why did the fourth master suddenly appear so fierce? Moreover, how could a grown man feel comfortable taking advantage of a girl who hadn't even graduated from high school? Do you think my salary is insufficient? Louis Xiao's gaze was profound. No, then you are taking advantage of a woman. That's not the case. Yuan Hao hurriedly explained, I intended to pay. Zhang Nanchi gave it to me in advance. Louis Xiao's demeanor was notably frosty, his silence betraying his dissatisfaction. Yuan Hao felt a tremor within him and stammered, I will return the money for the meal to her immediately. As for Zhang Nanchi, you need not concern yourself with her any longer. Louis Xiao, still looking down, resumed signing documents. What? No longer monitoring her. Yuan Hao scratched the back of his head, knowing full well that she was aware of their surveillance. Although she claimed not to mind, I did not say to cease the monitoring. Louis Xiao replied. You should attend to the merger case of the new company in the southern district. Yuan Hao understood. realizing that the fourth master was not permitting him to keep watch but rather assigning him other significant tasks. Very well, he nodded. Then who will monitor Jiang Nanshi? Just then, a soft knock echoed through the room. Little fourth master, it was Butler Gu, his voice barely above a whisper. Come in. Once Butler Gu entered, he offered an awkward smile and said. Louis Xiao set down his pen and coldly rose, remarking, what she has prepared may not be to my liking. Yet it is merely passable. Indeed passable, Butler Gu concurred. He had just sampled a dish, and to his surprise, despite their simplicity, each dish was a feast for the senses, igniting his appetite. Suddenly Louis Xiao added, in the future, when you see me there is no need for such formality, you may call me Shanqi instead. After uttering this, Louis Xiao glanced at Yuan Hao. You allowed her to test you again today. What? Yuan Hao was taken aback. Slightly slow to comprehend, Louis Xiao furrowed his brow, reminding him, from the car departing the Zhang residence, she mentioned handling the transfer procedures for her grandmother and asked if you would accompany her. Ah, right, Yuan Hao recalled that at that moment, he had instinctively sought the fourth master's guidance. Thus turning to look at the back seat, Louis Xiao, observing Yuan Hao's perplexed expression, felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. How is it that you possess stature yet lack intellect? With the last vestiges of my patience, I must say, in the capital, everyone is aware of your significance at my side. We both share the identity of bodyguards. Yet you still seek my counsel in critical situations. With Jiang Nanshi's shrewdness, do you think she would not speculate? She has long since tested you. Yuan Hao gasped, suddenly enlightened. He excitedly inquired, then shall I be in charge of all matters from now on? Louis Xiao's gaze was chillingly silent. His lack of response was tacit agreement, and he departed. First, upon arriving at the dining room, he was greeted by an enticing aroma. Are you here? Nanshi, donned in an apron, looked over and cheerfully announced, dinner is ready. Her familiar tone suggested a long-standing acquaintance. She moved with remarkable speed, and in less than half an hour, she had prepared a lavish spread of culinary delights. All were home-style dishes, infused with medicinal ingredients yet devoid of any medicinal aftertaste, from angelica stewed chicken to pork-stuffed mushrooms, cumin-spiced cold beef, albeit with a milder touch of chili, and a medley of vegetables, accompanied by pan-seared foie gras with seaweed rice. The man who had just professed indifference towards the food had already consumed 2 bowls of rice. How does it taste? Nanshi inquired from the side. Without lifting his head, Louis Xiao replied, mediocre. Yuan Hao glanced at Butler Gu. Mediocre. Yet he still devoured 2 bowls of rice. TSK, our fourth master is truly a man of contradictions. Nevertheless, today he has indulged to his heart's content, and that brings joy. Nanshi did not ponder much and silently took note of his culinary preferences, contemplating that she would prepare a variety of dishes for him next time. Louis Xiao ate at a leisurely pace, clearly exhibiting refined manners, chewing slowly and without a sound. It took him over half an hour to finish his meal. At that moment, Nanshi presented him with a medicinal pillow. What? The man lifted his eyelids, casting a glance in her direction, his tone rather indifferent. It will aid in the recovery of your wound. During the brief interlude of his meal, Nanshi had busied herself in the kitchen, concocting a simple pillow with the medicinal herbs she had purchased. Utilizing items available in the Liu family's residence, Louis Xiao did not accept it. After a few seconds of tension, Nanshi explained, do not be deterred by its appearance, its efficacy is remarkable, and it also promotes tranquility. Consider it a token of gratitude for the clothes you had someone procure for me. As their gazes met, one masked and the other veiled. Only their eyes could convey their emotions. The former remained impassive, while the latter was composed. In a certain light, their energies appeared strikingly similar. Chapter 57. Raising a white-eyed wolf, Louis Xiao, accustomed to wariness, naturally carried an air of detachment towards others, yet he refused the pillow. And the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. At that moment, Uncle Gu stepped forward to mediate, smilingly suggesting, why not accept it? Xiaoxi's creations are truly commendable. Just the other day, I used the lumbar pillow she prepared for me, and my back pain has dissipated. Nanshi ceased her insistence, placing the medicinal pillow aside before departing. It was then that Louis Xiao's wariness gradually ebbed. How long had this woman been here to have already won over Uncle Gu? It was well known that Uncle Gu had a discerning gaze and was notoriously difficult to deal with, rarely speaking in favor of outsiders. Yet here he was siding with Jiang Nanshi. Furthermore, regarding the matter of purchasing clothes for this woman, was he to allow her to continue wearing his shirts? This woman truly exhibited no sense of shame, donning a man's attire in such a manner. The two coexisted peacefully for 2 days. Nanshi did not reside in the Liu family's ancient castle but continued to stay in the forest behind the mountain, commuting daily to prepare meals, during which she also catered to Uncle Gu. Strangely, for these 2 days, all meals were delivered by Uncle Gu to the study, and she had not encountered Shanqi again. Xiaoxi, I perceive that you seem somewhat unwell. Have you been sleeping poorly in the back mountain? Uncle Gu inquired. Nanshi was taken aback. She had not anticipated her sleep issues to be noticed by Uncle Gu. She had always struggled with sleep, relying on medication in her past life. In this life. Initially, when she had the Wolf King beside her, she could manage a few hours of sleep, but in recent days, he had been slipping away in the middle of the night, disrupting her rest. It was quite vexing, as remaining in a state of constant alertness was not beneficial as a healer herself. She found it frustrating that she could not remedy her own condition. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Gu, Nanshi replied. It's an old ailment. Returning to the old residence. That would only exacerbate your insomnia. She declined politely. It's nothing. I might just be a bit sensitive to the bed. By the way, Uncle Gu, I have been unable to contact you and how. Is he particularly busy? Uncle Gu pondered briefly. He has been assigned other tasks recently. If you have anything to discuss, you may speak with me. She was certain that within the next 2 days, the Liu family members behind Zhang Yu would reach out to her. If Yu and Hao were indeed busy, then who would she coordinate with? Uncle Gu hesitated for a moment before suggesting, perhaps you could directly contact Shanqi. Very well. Uncle Gu did not elaborate further and took his leave. He still has to attend to the young master. Who could have anticipated the recent turmoil in the capital? Following a scolding from the matriarch of the Liu family, the young master found himself in a foul mood. The scandal of Liu Jia, the second daughter of the Liu family, engaging in extramarital affairs has surfaced online, causing a storm throughout the capital city. In an instant, Liu Jia became the subject of public ridicule, and the Liu family stock prices plummeted. Although the matriarch has relinquished some authority in recent years due to her advanced age, her authority remains unchallenged. She placed a call to Liu Hanyuan, and the butler, Uncle Gu, answered. Madam, what brings you to call? He inquired. Have Lu Yixiao take the call, the matriarch commanded curtly. Uncle Gu glanced at the figure sitting quietly in the study. The phone on speaker. He timidly added, Madam, the young master is still feeling faint. Before he could finish, the matriarch interjected sharply, don't give me that nonsense. I know he is merely feigning his condition. Uncle Gu fell silent, merely observing the young master. Xiao Gu, how many years have you been by my side? The matriarch continued, her tone carrying an air of authority. You are my loyal servant, yet when we arrive at Liu Hanyuan, you choose not to speak. Yes, I understand loyalty to whom you serve, but I am his grandmother. Throughout this exchange, Lu Yixiao remained impassive, his gaze fixed on the documents in hand. The matriarch, not one for subtlety, spoke plainly. I have already bestowed upon him the position of heir to the Liu family. What more do you expect from me? Do you truly believe I have passed from this world? Must I eradicate every last one of the Liu family? At her words, Lu Yixiao's expression hardened, an aura of menace radiating from him. Uncle Gu sensed the young master's rising fury and attempted to mediate. Madam, could this perhaps be a misunderstanding? It may not necessarily be the young master's doing. Whether or not he is responsible, I cannot say. I may be aging, but I am not foolish, Uncle Gu remarked. Observing the young master's reluctance to explain, taking a bold step, he added, perhaps the young master has his reasons for his actions. If he were not provoked, he would never. Enough. I do not wish to engage further with you. The matriarch retorted sharply. I feel for him, having lacked a mother in his early years, and have endeavored to make amends, yet I have reared a treacherous ingrate. Had he any regard, he would know that harmony and prosperity are my utmost concerns. Should he continue down this path, do not blame me for stripping him of his inheritance. The call ended abruptly. It was then that Uncle Gu sighed, Young master, why do you not explain yourself to the matriarch? Explain? What is there to explain? Lu Yixiao responded with a bitter smile. He had previously offered explanations, only to face intensified schemes from his 3 sisters, fueled by the matriarch's favoritism and distrust. Indeed, in the entire Liu family, only the matriarch has shown him kindness. Yet, she has also been benevolent towards his 3 sisters, who have been nurtured under her care all along. Uncle Gu, I apologize for involving you in this, he said. Uncle Gu, taken aback, replied with genuine concern, why would you apologize to me? Please leave me be. I wish to reflect in solitude. As the butler departed, he felt a weight in his heart. He thought to himself, our young master possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is burdened with a heavy heart, reluctant to explain himself, swallowing his grievances in silence. However, that evening at 10 o'clock, Nanshi finally received a message from the Liu family. Chapter 58, Testing Me? Shanqi. That evening, Nanshi received a phone call and promptly ran from the back mountain forest to the ancient castle. According to Uncle Gu, Shanqi had been in the study, so Nanshi approached to knock on the door. After knocking for quite some time without a response, She paused for a few seconds before knocking again, saying, "Shan-chi, are you inside? I received a message from the Liu family, asking to meet tonight. I can't reach you on how, so I had no choice but to seek you out." The other party did not specify who from the Liu family it was, but they directly stated the need for a face-to-face discussion. Nancy knew she had to go. The study remained silent. Just as she began to doubt whether anyone was inside, the door suddenly swung open in that moment of eye contact, even though he still wore a mask. Nancy could distinctly sense a low pressure surrounding him. "Let's go," the man said curtly, taking the lead and stepping forward. The moment she received the text message, Lu Hanyuan had intercepted it, forwarding the information to his email. Thus, Nancy caught up. "Are you coming with me? We could arrange for another bodyguard. The others are unavailable." Nancy followed him. At that moment, a light rain began to fall in the capital. It continued until they got into the car, with him driving and her sitting in the passenger seat, the earlier low pressure still hanging in the air. Nancy was not one to meddle in others' affairs, but at that moment she suddenly saw a hint of pain in his eyes. How could that be? This man had always given her the impression of being dominant, aggressive, and difficult to get along with. Perhaps she was imagining things? She thought this but couldn't help but ask at the traffic light, "Are you all right?" Louis Xiao paused, hands on the steering wheel, turning to look at her. "Testing me?" His tone was flat, making it hard to discern whether he was wary or merely making a casual remark. Nancy. Look at him, she genuinely cared. Yet he perceived it as ill-intentioned. She sighed. "Don't think so poorly of me. I merely noticed you seemed upset." Louis Xiao was not one to display his emotions openly, yet today he felt quite dreadful as the traffic light turned green. He turned the steering wheel but asked a seemingly trivial question. "How did you spend those years after being sent to the countryside?" Nancy looked over quietly, confirming her suspicion that he was indeed in a bad mood. She was not surprised, knowing he must have investigated her background. Gazing out at the steadily intensifying rain, she reflected on the original owner's feelings, which she did not know, but after being left at her grandmother's home in the countryside by her parents, her thoughts were. Thus Nancy replied honestly, "Everything had to rely on myself." Louis Xiao remained silent. "No one can sway my emotions, nor can they deter me from what I want to accomplish. I must see it through." The man behind the mask couldn't help but silently smile at her words but still asked, "What if the things you wish to do cannot be achieved?" "Cannot be achieved?" Nancy chuckled softly. "That's impossible." So confident? Nancy shook her head. "It's not confidence. Everyone desires to win, but I am unafraid of losing. If I fail once, I will try twice and then countless more times." Louis Xiao was left speechless, contemplating, is she really just a senior in high school? Yuanhao remarked that she bore a striking resemblance to him. Upon such reflection, it is not merely a resemblance. They are, in fact, identical. So much so that when he gazed upon her, she increasingly resembled Xiaoxi, not in terms of appearance but rather in essence. There is no need to dwell on who the other person may be. For those who truly care for you will empathize and consider your perspective. Louis Xiao abruptly applied the brake, bringing the Maybach to a halt by the roadside. When their gazes collided once more, Nancy spoke with a gravity that far surpassed her earlier tone. "You are more intelligent than I, possessing a greater understanding of profound truths. I trust you will comprehend." Upon finishing her statement, she turned her gaze to the outside, where a desolate street lay devoid of any human presence, directly opposite a quaint CFWT. That moment, the rain had yet to cease, yet she declared, "We have arrived at the place where the Liu family arranged to meet me." The previous topic was thus deftly diverted. Louis Xiao was not one to share his innermost thoughts with others, but engaging in conversation with her this evening had been unforeseen. However, he had to concede one point. Her manner of speaking brought him a sense of comfort. Unlike Ruan Jiwan, who pried relentlessly, she possessed a keen sense of space, allowing for greater freedom in dialogue. Who could have anticipated that, at this moment, Louis Xiao genuinely regarded her as a friend? As Nancy unbuckled her seatbelt, she handed him one of the devices linked via radio from her bag, while affixing another to her ear. "Radio link?" Louis Xiao inquired, somewhat taken aback by its origin. "I just concocted it on a whim." Had it been Yuanhao, he would undoubtedly have doubted her words, deeming her boastful. Yet Louis Xiao believed her. Nancy offered a brief explanation. "I ventured out today to purchase some tools and then fashion this. Once I enter, my phone will surely be confiscated, so I thought this would facilitate our communication. Do not blame me for taking the initiative, but please trust that I will not betray Lord Lu Si. In truth, I cannot, as I lack knowledge of his specific circumstances. Should my radio signal cease, do not enter. I will manage everything on my own, and I assure you I will complete the task today." "What task?" "To ascertain which member of the Liu family instructed individuals to place surveillance devices under the red veil." Having conveyed her instructions, she paused for a few seconds, seemingly awaiting his response. However, Lu Yixiao merely regarded her intently without uttering a word. Xiao Nanshi. This moment signified his understanding. Without further thought, she pushed open the door and exited. Just as the car door was about to close, "Hey!" Lu Yixiao suddenly called out. In that instant, it felt as if their relationship had silently transformed. Nanshi nodded and proceeded forward, fully armed, like a valiant warrior swiftly vanishing into the night. Yet, what awaited her was a tempest of bloodshed. Chapter 59. Do you think you can trap me? Upon entering the CAF, Nanshi discovered it to be an underground boxing arena. Just as she had suspected upon crossing the threshold, her phone was confiscated by the bodyguards. Clad in black, the imposing bodyguards wore sunglasses, each exuding an air of formidable strength and maintaining a stoic demeanor, wielding devices to scan her for weapons. Only after confirming her lack of dangerous items were they willing to grant her entry. Fortunately, the radio on her ear was not detected due to the special interference device she had added. It was merely that Shansu could hear the commotion on her end. She was unable to communicate with him. "Miss Jiang, greetings to you." The speaker bore a deep scar from the brow to beneath the eye, exuding an aura of menace. "I wish to meet the Lu family," Nanshi stated with poise and composure. The man chuckled lightly, his tone laced with mockery, retorting, "Do you think the Lu family can be seen at your whim?" In that moment of eye contact, anyone else would have faltered in terror. Yet Nanshi remained silent and turned to leave. She realized her haste. The Lu family behind Zhang Yu was not so easily accessible. If it were that simple, the formidable fourth master Lu would certainly know who she was. As she attempted to exit, the scarred man grew anxious, bellowing, "Halt! You think you can just walk away?" The higher-ups had assigned a task, and failure to complete it meant she would not be allowed to leave. In an instant, a multitude of black-clad bodyguards surrounded Nanshi. "You ugly brute, do you dare to leave?" The scarred man sneered, astonished by her audacity in coming alone. But how foolish it was to oppose the Lu family. How much better it would have been had she promptly disclosed her intentions to Zhang Yu. Instead, she had chosen a path that led to her demise. In mere moments, 5 or 6 bodyguards encircled Nanshi. Her expression grew icy. So it was Zhang Yu who had alerted them. She felt no fear as she turned to face the scarred man. Inquiring, "You won't let me go?" The man lifted his chin, his tone dripping with arrogance. "This place is swarming with my men. Let us see if you are truly fearless or merely a naive fool." Before he could finish, Nanshi, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, executed a swift shoulder throw, effortlessly toppling the most robust of the bodyguards to the ground. A muffled grunt escaped the fallen guard. Yet, in the next instant, Nanshi crouched slightly, extending her long legs, and within 2 minutes, she had dispatched 5 or 6 bodyguards. Each move was lethal, yet she refrained from causing any fatalities. They merely lay on the ground, groaning in agony. Unable to rise, she clapped her hands, raising an eyebrow in a taunting manner, and declared, "And you think you can contain me?" The scarred man's smile faltered, frozen in disbelief. What had he just witnessed? This yellow-haired girl had taken down several of his strongest bodyguards. Hadn't the higher-ups claimed she was merely an unvalued young lady from the Zhang family, a mere country girl? You actually know martial arts. Someone seize her. Nanshi's gaze hardened, a chill radiating from her as the other bodyguards prepared to apprehend her. She charged forward in a flash, catching them off guard with lightning speed. She executed another shoulder throw, sending the scarred man crashing to the floor. But that was not the end. Before he could even utter a cry of despair, Nanshi swiftly maneuvered into a graceful chokehold, his face turning a shade resembling that of a liver. She understood the principle of capturing the leader first. Coldly, she announced, "If anyone dares to approach, I shall kill him." Her tone was chilling, instilling terror. Thus, even without a weapon and despite the presence of dozens of bodyguards, her actions left them paralyzed with fear, unwilling to advance. No one could have anticipated that this mere 19-year-old country girl could so effortlessly subdue their formidable leader. She stared unblinkingly at the scarred man on the ground, a cold sneer escaping her lips. "So it is you who fail to adhere to the rules. Do you not speak for yourself, even collectively? None of you stand a chance against me." Upon hearing her audacious words, the scarred man found himself at a loss for words, his entire body aching. Where did this wild girl from the countryside derive such brute strength? He struggled slightly but found himself utterly unable to break free. That moment, the lights in the basement flickered and extinguished with a sharp crack, plunging the surroundings into chaos, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. A power outage? No, it must be that someone has deliberately cut the power. It was then that a woman's voice pierced through the darkness. "What are you standing there for? Go capture that little wretch." The voice was round and deep, suggesting a woman around the age of 40, if not for the deliberate modulation. So, this was the person behind Zhang Yu from the Lu family? The atmosphere, already tense, grew even more so in the pitch-black surroundings. Nanshi bent her elbow and delivered a forceful strike to the scarred man's nape, rendering him unconscious. Relying on her recent memory of the dim light, she quickly located 2 sharp daggers tucked at the man's lower back and retrieved them for self-defense. Having committed acts in darkness before, Nanshi was no stranger to such predicaments. Her past as an assassin had exposed her to dangers far exceeding those of today. What was this? She rolled to the side, only to collide with a bodyguard. The impact knocked the breath from her, and instinctively, she retaliated with a swift kick. Resurrected in this new body, she still required further training, as her strength remained somewhat lacking. The bodyguard let out a cry and hurriedly relayed the information. Jiang Nanshi is here. In the blink of an eye, Nanshi ducked aside, concealing herself behind a punching bag. However, in the process, one of her ear studs fell, severing her connection with Shan-Chi outside. Yet, in a moment she dismissed the concern, swiftly entering a combat-ready state. She had previously asserted her exceptional reflexes. At this moment she merely needed to create diversions to throw the bodyguards into disarray. Chapter 60. You played me first. Where is she? That wretched girl, where has she gone? I can't see anything. Useless. Nanshi discerned the voices, picking up a bottle from the ground and hurling it towards the source of the loudest commotion. Ah! A black-clad bodyguard yelped. Who hit me? Once one person made a move, others instinctively retaliated, resulting in a scene of self-inflicted chaos, the basement soon echoing with various cries of distress. Who the hell touched my backside? Get lost, I have one too. Why would I care to touch yours? Ouch! Wrong person. Thus, in this tumultuous scenario, Nanshi could simply observe from a distance, reaping the benefits of their discord. Even amidst the chaos, she managed to catch the voice of that earlier low-toned woman. A bunch of good-for-nothings. You can't even capture a Jiang Nanshi. Where is she? The surroundings fell silent for a moment. Yet the commotion did not cease. It was indeed dark. The kind of darkness where one could not see their own hand in front of their face, and in the absence of visibility, any slight movement was assumed to be Jiang Nanshi striking. Little did they know at that moment, Nanshi was merely enjoying the spectacle from the sidelines. Everyone, halt at once. Turn on the lights and search for her. She surely cannot escape. The woman was seething with anger. Can't escape, you say? This vast basement has but a single door. If anyone were to leave, the door would undoubtedly be seen ajar. Amidst the surrounding chaos, Nanshi stealthily crept towards the source of the voice that had just spoken. Just as the basement lights flickered back to life, all present squinted momentarily before adjusting to the brightness, and what did they behold? Nanshi's blade was poised at the throat of the furious woman. A collective gasp echoed through the room as fear washed over everyone, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had never anticipated that the country girl would capture the very person lurking behind them. Jiang Nanshi, if you dare to kill me, you shall never leave this place today. The enraged woman's hair was swept back, and although she wore no jewelry, an air of opulence enveloped her. Yet, there was an unmistakable edge to her demeanor that suggested she was not to be trifled with. Though slender, Nanshi towered over the woman by a head, her knife pressing firmly against the opponent's throat, rendering her immobile. With a sly smile, she coldly retorted, "Oh really? Young Miss Lu, care to wager whether I can slay you and still make my escape?" Her tone was nonchalant, bordering on indifferent. However, to Luluaman, it carried an undertone of disdain. Her true identity had been unveiled, causing her face to flush with a mix of crimson and pallor. What storms had she not weathered? Over the years, she had been formidable enough to confront board members and engage in fierce verbal duels. She could challenge the most powerful figures in business over lucrative deals. Her arrogance was well-founded, being the favored granddaughter of the Lu family matriarch. Yet now, confronted with the words of this yellow-haired girl, she found herself unable to gamble. The threat she faced was a consequence of her underestimating this girl's speak. As Nanshi's knife glided slightly, a droplet of crimson emerged upon Luluaman's fair skin. She recognized Luluaman, the young mistress of the Lu family, a notable figure in the business realm, a woman of immense power who had forsworn marriage for the sake of ambition. The onlookers exchanged glances, fear etched across their faces. You truly intend to oppose the Lu family for the sake of Lu Hanyuan? Luluaman's hair was disheveled, yet her piercing gaze instilled trepidation in many. However, it did not faze Nanshi, who stood behind her, obscuring her view of the adversary. You initiated this farce. Nanshi's countenance was weary. Infuriated, Luluaman retaliated, "Madwoman! You are as deranged as my brother, a lunatic." Lu Xiao disfigured and masked. Lives in seclusion, and you? I have heard from Zhang Yu that your appearance is likewise marred, rendering you a hideous creature. Thus you two are indeed a match made in heaven. She believed her words would incite Nanshi's wrath. Yet Nanshi's brow furrowed slightly at the mention of disfigurement and a mask. Her immediate thought was of the masked figure. Could it be Lu Sijia? However, time was of the essence, and she had no luxury to ponder further. In the silence that ensued, Lu Luoman's confidence surged, and she suddenly scoffed clearly. It is you who is peculiar. A wild girl from the countryside possesses such remarkable martial prowess. Not a single bride sent in before her has survived beyond the dawn of the second day. Yet you are the exception. What could possibly explain this? At last it dawned upon her. It is because you possess martial skills. Were it not for the fact that Zhang Yu is one of her own, she would have suspected that Zhang Nanqi was affiliated with Lui Xiao. Growing weary of idle chatter, Nanqi simply stated, so Zhang Yu did not disclose to you that I am merely a substitute bride for Lu Hanyuan? Lu Luoman furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend why this woman from the countryside would utter such words. In the silence that ensued, Nanqi seized the opportunity to elaborate. Zhang Yu is reluctant to part with his precious second daughter to Lu Hanyuan. Thus he arranged for me to take her place, having informed me that the red veil is equipped with surveillance. Though unable to discern Lu Luoman's expression, Nanqi could sense the rigidity in her posture, indicating her successful provocation. Continuing with her subtle manipulation, Nanqi remarked, therefore, after I became the substitute bride for Lu Hanyuan, you were unable to observe the happenings at Lu Hanyuan through the surveillance, having laid the groundwork. It was improbable that someone as astute as Lu Luoman would fail to grasp the implication. Moments later, Lu Luoman responded, so it was you who revealed the existence of the surveillance to Lu Yixiao, which is why he spared your life. Nanqi neither confirmed nor denied, employing the art of Tai Chi in her response. Yet, to Lu Luoman, this was tantamount to an admission. In an instant, her spirit was lifted. So what now? Is Lu Yixiao feigning ignorance? With this thought planted, Nanqi recognized that Lu Luoman had taken the bait. Chapter 61. This yellow-haired girl is in it for the money. However, Nanqi's thoughts were elsewhere as she stated. Are you not aware that Zhang Yu and you do not share a common interest? What? Lu Luoman's mind became momentarily disoriented. He further claimed that collaborating with you was less advantageous than allying with Lu Yixiao. Are you not wishing for Lu Yixiao's demise? This presents the perfect opportunity. Impossible, Lu Luoman retorted, unable to accept this notion that if that were the case, Zhang Yu would be courting disaster. She reached for her phone, intending to make a call, only to find out the call would not go through. Observing Lu Luoman attempting to make the call, Nanqi remained entirely unfazed. Prior to her entrance, she had employed a signal jammer. Thus she was certain Lu Luoman would be unable to reach anyone. As for Lu Luoman seeking confirmation from Zhang Yu later, that was beyond Nanqi's concern. Today, she was determined to accomplish her objective. Moments later, do you not believe me? Nanqi sneered, do you know why I became a substitute bride for Lu Hanyuan? Because Zhang Yu stated that he received a bride price of 300 million from you, all of which he intended to give to me. After I managed to emerge from Lu Hanyuan alive, he concluded that I had developed a strong bond with Lu Yixiao, thus offering me an additional 200 million, hoping to curry favor with Fourth Master. Truth is but a guise, and falsehood is but a truth, merely a means to obfuscate reality. Lu Luoman fell silent. No. She had provided Zhang Yu with 500 million. If his daughter successfully wed into Lu Hanyuan and the surveillance revealed the true state of Lu Yixiao, he would subsequently provide an additional 500 million. So, who is truly lying, Zhang Nanqi or Zhang Yu? In this moment of uncertainty, Nanqi pressed on. Even though you are the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Yixiao is the heir to the Lu estate. It is only natural to curry favor with those in power. Her assertion regarding the heir of the Lu family struck at the very core of Lu Luoman's vulnerabilities. She spoke through gritted teeth as if driven to madness. If it weren't for that greedy individual from back then, who later took my grandmother's money, Lu Yixiao, that lunatic, would have long been dead. How could he possibly ascend to the position of heir to the Lu family? That position rightfully belongs to me. My grandmother only bestowed it upon him because he is the sole male descendant of the Lu clan. Nanqi furrowed her brow slightly. Although she did not comprehend the full implication of Lu Luoman's words, she was certain they were far from flattering. Unfortunately, Beiqian had not allowed her to engage with the Lu family's affairs in her earlier years. Otherwise, she would have been privy to certain hidden truths. Nevertheless, it was of no concern to her, and she had no desire to inquire further. Do you wish to know the true circumstances surrounding Lu Yixiao? A single sentence from Nanqi instantly quelled Lu Luoman's earlier fury. After a few moments of silence, Lu Luoman replied, you want to collaborate with me? Nanqi was adept at manipulating the emotions of others. Opting for silence. It was Lu Luoman who grew anxious. On what ground should I trust you? Then let us not discuss it. Nanqi's tone turned frigid. The more she said this, the more Lu Luoman found herself convinced, prompting her to exclaim, wait. Tell me. I am intrigued. Provide me with 300 million. Nanqi insisted. You have yet to pay the betrothal gift promised to Zhang Yu, haven't you? He and my stepmother dream of wealth at home every day. Now if you furnish me with this 300 million, I shall divulge the secrets of Lord Lu. Luoman scoffed, thinking to herself how this young girl was merely motivated by money. As long as it was about financial gain, the matter could be easily resolved. She had previously sought numerous brides for Lu Hanyuan, squandering billions, so would she truly lament losing 300 million? She had ample wealth but would not be taken for a fool. You are already wed to Lu Yixiao, the mistress of Lu Hanyuan. Do you truly think I am Navi enough to collaborate with you? As her words fell, Nancy released her grip on Lu Luoman, the knife clattering to the ground. Thus the other party had taken the bait. How else could she have lulled her opponent into a false sense of security? With her neck freed, Lu Luoman felt as though she had escaped a calamity. She instinctively shifted to the side, but the next moment, she saw Jiang Nanqi raise her wrist and pull back her sleeve, revealing bruises all over her body. Evidently from a whip. Had Lu Yixiao inflicted this harm? Lu Luoman furrowed her brow and retorted. She was well aware of how terrifying Lu Yixiao could be in a fit of rage. Nanqi lowered her head. Remaining silent, she was capable of inflicting pain and performing drama. It was all trivial for her. Yet, the pitiable appearance she presented to Lu Luoman was indeed a fade. Simply provide me with a check. Nanqi stated that I harbor some doubts about Zhang Yu. I fear that if I bring him to Lu Hanyuan, he may cast me aside. Collaborating with him is not as advantageous as partnering with you. After all, my aim is to leave Lu Hanyuan. But I require funds. A check? Lu Luoman could not suppress a derisive laugh within her mind. Was Jiang Nanqi truly clever? Indeed, she was. To dare come alone to a meeting and to threaten her took a certain audacity that few possessed. Yet, to claim she was foolish was equally true with such a substantial sum. If Jiang Nanqi were to withdraw it from the bank, any amount exceeding 500,000 would prompt the bank to call the issuer for verification. If the call were made at that moment and Lu Luoman outright denied it, Jiang Nanqi would find herself bereft of both her money and her hopes. With a more ruthless approach, the bank called, claiming that Jiang Nanqi had committed theft. Could this blonde girl possibly end up in prison? Excellent. Lu Luoman readily agreed. From her initial aggressiveness to her current agreeable demeanor, Nanqi was no fool. She certainly understood the situation since she dared to demand this check. It must hold significance. Lu Luoman exchanged a knowing glance with the bodyguard beside her, who then presented her with a blank check. Moments later, a check for 300 million was handed to Nanqi. She accepted it with a gasp, exclaiming, "Wow, that's a lot of money." Lu Luoman raised an eyebrow, thinking how unsophisticated she was, being sold out yet still counting the money for others. Nanqi carefully tucked away the cash and looked up, stating, "Master Lu Si is not dead." Not dead? Lu Luoman frowned, realizing this could complicate matters. If that little madman was still alive, how could she seize the Lu family heir? After all, she was quite wary of Lu Yixiao's current power. Chapter 62. Did he just abandon his teammates? However, the next moment Nanqi calmly added, "But he is on the brink of death." Lu Luoman was displeased. Could she not convey everything in one go? The boy from the Tao family can't even be saved? The boy from the Tao family. Wasn't he that referring to Tao Musu? Nanqi shook her head. I wouldn't know it. No wonder he had visited Lu Hanyuan a few days ago and stayed for several days. Lu Luoman was lost in her own thoughts. Nanqi cast a few glances at her but remained silent. It seemed Lu Luoman had been keeping a close watch on everything concerning Lu Hanyuan. Suddenly Lu Luoman looked over. Why should I trust your words? At 3 o'clock in the morning 2 days later, the back door of Lu Hanyuan opened for 10 minutes. A servant went out to shop, and I will help you by some time. Lu Luoman was momentarily taken aback. After years of trying, she had never gained entry into Lu Hanyuan. Why was it suddenly so easy? Instantly she became cautious and countered, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? Are you truly oblivious?" Nanqi slightly lifted her chin, gazing at her. The underlying message was clear. At this point, still playing dumb. Do you really think I'm naive? Lu Luoman scoffed derisively. If it were a trap, sending someone would only lead them straight into a snare. Experience speaks volumes, but Nanqi was no longer interested in playing games with her. She wagered that Lu Luoman would take the risk to come. Why? Among the new brides who entered Lu Hanyuan, there should have been no surveillance devices. Perhaps Lu Luoman merely wished to ascertain whether Master Lu Si was truly dead. However, none of the brides lived to see the next day. Thus they devised a malicious plan, placing surveillance devices under the red veils of the brides, indicating they could no longer contain themselves. By proposing assistance to help her enter Lu Hanyuan, Nanqi was offering an opportunity. Nanqi raised an eyebrow slightly. I've delivered the message. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, as I am also taking a risk. Their eyes locked, the two stood in opposition, and the atmosphere grew tense. It was in this very moment, especially when Nanshi noticed a flicker of murderous intent in Lu Luoman's eyes, that she sensed something was amiss. At that instant, even the surrounding bodyguards displayed menacing expressions. In a flash, Nanshi waved her hand from her pocket. Several stones accurately struck the light bulb hanging in the basement. The sound of crackling echoed through the air, and one by one, the lights in the basement extinguished. A cacophony of screams and gasps filled the atmosphere, while Nanshi seized the moment to escape. Pursue that ugly wretch. Lu Luoman gritted her teeth, determined to see the girl alive or the body in death. There remained too many questions she had yet to ask. How could she allow this wild child to flee? Moreover, having nearly reached her goal, what would it matter if she were to eliminate Jiang Nanshi? Indeed! The bodyguard surged forward. Nanshi swiftly toppled several burly guards at the entrance before preparing to dash towards the Maybach across the street, only to discover the car was gone. She glanced around. They were in the suburbs, where not a soul could be seen, let alone a vehicle. Thus had Shanchi abandoned her. A slight furrow appeared on Nanshi's brow, her initial reaction being disbelief that he would leave a teammate behind. Then a self-deprecating smile crossed her lips. She was still within their surveillance range, and he had never truly regarded her as one of his own. That woman is at the entrance. Catch her. A throng of bodyguards, armed with knives and iron rods, closed in behind her. Nanshi had no time to ponder further. Seizing the moment as the rain intensified, she bolted, yet, having been reborn as Jiang Nanshi, her physical stamina was woefully inadequate. After a brief sprint, fatigue overwhelmed her. She adeptly evaded their pursuit, swiftly dispatching several guards before continuing her flight. Clutching a voice recorder meant for Lu Hanyuan, she scanned the street, realizing there were no shops, only walls. Soon, a new wave of black-clad bodyguards emerged from the opposite side, indicating that she was surrounded by foes both ahead and behind. As she advanced, she managed to incapacitate several more of the black-clad guards. While it appeared she had the upper hand, facing hundreds of them, her strength would soon wane. Just then, a narrow alleyway appeared to her left. Regardless of whether it was a dead end, it was her only option. Without hesitation, Nanshi turned sharply and entered. The alley was constricted, barely wide enough for a single vehicle to pass through, and the flickering streetlights cast an eerie glow. Above, the awning collected rain, creating a rhythmic patter. Nanshi's heart raced, not from fear, but from exhaustion. There she is! Quick, pursue! A bodyguard shouted urgently. The words outside reached Nanshi's ears with startling clarity. Thus, this path was not a dead end. It was now a contest of speed. Just as Nanshi glanced back and resumed her run, suddenly, a pair of hands seized her. Judging by the grip and strength, she quickly deduced it was a man. Darkness clouded her vision as she instinctively elbowed sideways, preparing to strike. Yet, the man was agile, narrowly avoiding her attack as Nanshi attempted to twist his arm and execute a shoulder throw. A low voice resonated near her ear. "It's me, you didn't leave?" Nanshi breathed a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to her, a hint of joy flickered within as she uttered those words. In her past assignments, she had encountered teammates who would abandon her without a second thought. After all, in times of peril, everyone is preoccupied with their own safety, and fleeing is only to be expected. Chapter 63. Surrounded, bathed in the faint glow of the light, the man beheld her. Drenched and disheveled, her white shirt thoroughly soaked, the tight tank top beneath it subtly visible, her hair clung to her scalp, and the mask she wore was only half in place, appearing ready to slip away at any moment. Despite her disarray, when their eyes met, he found her to be strikingly beautiful. "You remain here. Why should I leave?" Lu Yixiao proclaimed, placing his cap atop her head. Nanshi paused momentarily, unable to discern his gaze against the light. Yet, for a fleeting instant, his words instilled a profound sense of comfort within her. However, just as she lost herself in thought, the man pulled her behind him protectively. In the next moment, several bodyguards rushed towards them. As they approached, Lu Yixiao furrowed his brow and lifted his leg. The first bodyguard was sent sprawling to the ground. Subsequently, as the second, third, and numerous others advanced, they were met with Lu Yixiao's swift and precise strikes. Targeting their calves with brutal efficiency simultaneously, several bodyguards cried out in agony. Collapsing to their knees, Lu Yixiao fought with ruthless intensity, each move lethal, leaving the adversaries utterly incapable of defense or retaliation. With the immediate danger averted, Nanshi spoke up. "I thought you had left. Where did you just go?" After a few seconds, once he had dispatched his opponents, he replied, "This entire street houses only my car. Does that not strike you as odd? I also took the liberty of notifying you on how to bring reinforcements." Nanshi remained silent. "What, do you think I abandoned you?" Lu Yixiao's comment was unintentional. "Isn't that the case?" Nanshi responded candidly. "I am still under surveillance and do not qualify as one of your allies." In that brief exchange, Nancy clearly perceived a flicker of emotion in his calm eyes. What precisely it was, she could not ascertain. Suddenly Louis Xiao let out a scoff. So you interpret this as surveillance? If it were surveillance, I wouldn't have come personally. I could have left it to the bodyguards, couldn't I? Are you perhaps attempting to protect me? As she voiced this thought, Nancy found it incredulous. Protect? He was protecting her? The mere notion made her heart race, and she instinctively denied it. No. He merely felt that this woman resembled Xiaoxi and sought her only to find Xiaoxi. Yes, it must be so. Moreover, this Zhang Nancy was merely acting on his behalf. Seeing his silence, Nancy assumed she had guessed correctly and muttered softly, I knew it is surveillance. The topic was abruptly closed. Suddenly, from the left ahead, watch out! As Nancy's words fell, she had unknowingly picked up a long iron rod, solid and unyielding. Just as an assailant was about to strike, she swung it mercilessly. The bodyguard collapsed instantly. Louis Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then turned to glance at her, casually uttering a thank you for her assistance. Though both exchanged nothing more than a single thank you, they understood the unspoken meaning behind it. At the other end of the alley lay a path leading to another main road. Yet, as they confronted the dark-clad bodyguards, they found themselves surrounded from behind with bodyguards assaulting from the front and encircling from the rear. How could they escape this predicament before Yuan Hao arrived? Surrounded, there was no way out. Nancy looked up at him, falling into a moment of silence for a few seconds. Do you trust me? Louis Xiao spoke softly. Those 4 succinct words ignited an entirely different sensation within Nancy's heart. She nodded, recognizing that there was no alternative at the moment. Then entrust your back to me, without hesitation. Nancy replied, all right. Their backs pressed tightly against one another as they charged into the fray of oncoming bodyguards. Although they had known each other for a brief time, the synergy between them felt akin to that of old friends who had shared decades of camaraderie. Both possessed formidable strength, wielding solid iron rods that swiftly dispatched dozens of adversaries. As the world's foremost assassin, Nancy had encountered countless scenarios when undertaking missions, yet most of her experiences involved solitary battles. In combat, it was not a matter of facing opponents head-on, but rather a concern of being ambushed from behind. Thus, surrendering one's back to a teammate necessitated profound trust. In truth, she longed to ask, have you never doubted whether I am worthy of your trust? Just as Nancy and Louis Xiao persevered to the end, Yuan Hao finally arrived. Exhausted, Nancy bent over, hands resting on her knees, gasping for breath. The words I'm fine were about to escape her lips when, in a flash of lightning, a black-clad bodyguard lunged from the side, intending to ambush Louis Xiao. All her words transformed into a warning of caution. As her voice fell, she stepped in front of him. Louis Xiao distinctly heard a muffled grunt from behind as the white shirt became stained with crimson, the rain washing down, spreading the vivid bloodstains across a wide area. Enduring the pain, Nancy, while collapsing, drew a knife from her shoulder and struck the bodyguard on the back of the head with the iron rod in her other hand. In that fleeting moment, Nancy turned the tide. She appeared so frail, yet she embodied such strength. She resembled a warrior of the night, infused with ferocity, momentum, and indomitable spirit. The instant Nancy fell, she did not encounter the anticipated pain. Instead, she tumbled into a cool, damp embrace. What are you doing shielding me? The man seemed quite incensed, questioning her need to act so recklessly. Chapter 64. I will win. Today will not end in tragedy. Louis Xiao effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Though it was a Princess Carrie, it bore no hint of romanticism. A smile tugged at the corners of Nancy's lips. This man was truly as rigid in demeanor as he was in physique. Moments later, Nancy tilted her chin towards him, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes, and said, when you entrusted your back to me, I too must become someone worthy of your trust. Thus, she could have evaded the bodyguard's attack to save her own life. But she did not. This man was rescuing her, and Nancy was determined to reciprocate. Meanwhile, Yuan Hao charged over with a group of people. Upon spotting the fourth master, he inclined his head slightly, preparing to speak, only to abruptly change his tone. Shanqi, we are late. Then, he beheld Zhang Nanqi lying in the fourth master's embrace. Yuan Hao stared in shock for several seconds before exclaiming, is she injured? Should I carry her? This was not the first time the fourth master had held Zhang Nanqi, yet he instinctively sensed that this embrace was markedly different. Louis Xiao's brow furrowed, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. He did not relinquish his hold and simply instructed, handle this situation. Understood. Yuan Hao nodded without further contemplation. He plunged into the chaotic throng. Louis Xiao followed the narrow path towards the broad avenue outside, where his car was parked. Throughout the journey, Nancy merely furrowed her brow slightly, refraining from voicing her discomfort regarding her injury. After a considerable while, she broke the silence. Why not let me down? I've merely injured my shoulder. My leg is fine. Do you enjoy showing off so much? This was the second time he had remarked on her stubbornness that evening, and Nancy, somewhat taken aback, retorted, what? She could not comprehend the source of his anger. Had everything not been fine just moments ago? Had she inadvertently provoked him, or did he believe she was hindering his progress? Aren't you someone who values life? Louis Xiao himself was uncertain of the reason for his irritation, yet when the Liu family summoned you, you simply arrived without ascertaining the surrounding circumstances. That if only you had applied that little wit of yours here, today would not have turned out so disadvantageously. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Just as he was about to speak again, Nancy suddenly interjected, I know you care about me, so please stop scolding. My wound hurts. With that single statement, Louis Xiao halted, falling silent. Care? He was not concerned for her. I do not care for you. I merely do not wish to owe anyone a life. His tone was brusque. Does your wound hurt? Just hold on a little longer. He hesitated, contemplating whether to take her directly to the hospital or to summon Tao Musu to Luhanyuan. Ultimately, he decided on the hospital. Nancy managed a feeble smile. This man's demeanor was frigid, yet in that moment she found warmth in his embrace. Throughout her years as an assassin, she was not invincible. Yet people only saw her successes, never the solitary moments of nursing her wounds, and no one cared for her. Even Bei Qian, a longtime acquaintance, merely remarked, Nancy, I know you will always prevail. Nothing will happen to you. The reality, however, was harsh. There were not so many perpetual victors. She was human, and she could feel pain. The man lowered his gaze, locking eyes with the woman in his arms, unaware of how long she had been staring at him. Has anyone ever mentioned that when Nancy speaks, she tends to be quite loquacious when lying? Louis Xiao felt a slight stiffness in his body. You claim you are not concerned for me? Then why do you care whether my wound hurts? He was reluctant to engage in conversation with her. Was this truly the time to be concerned about such matters? What was this woman thinking? Observing his silence, Nancy chose not to press further, stating instead, however, Shan-Chi, I'm not foolish. I understand that coming here today is fraught with peril, but it is the only swift way to prove my innocence. Liu Yixiao glanced down once more at the woman in his embrace. Her gaze was invariably candid, direct, and pure. The man swallowed hard, unable to continue looking at her. Did she realize how enticing such a gaze could be? Was it intentional? Though he did not fully comprehend her, he saw no hint of romantic sentiment in her eyes. You might consider my actions radical, but to vindicate myself I must charge forward. Nancy distinctly sensed a change in the man holding her. Yet, she did not dwell on it and continued, to obtain what one desires, one must be willing to face corresponding dangers. However, I know one thing. I must win, and today nothing will go wrong. Liu Yixiao chuckled. There won't be any trouble? Nancy reached into her pocket and pulled out an object. Upon seeing it, the man paused for a few seconds before retorting, where did you acquire a micro-bomb? Though such an object possesses minimal explosive power and poses no harm to individuals, it is certain to instill fear in the opponent. Consequently, Nancy would not resort to using it unless absolutely necessary. Her sole aim was to escape, not to inflict injury. She refrained from elaborating and instead retrieved another item from her bag and handed it over. Liu Yixiao frowned as he observed it and remarked, a smoke bomb? Thus, Nancy replied, I am not unprepared. I will not accept defeat. Even if she knew that the man would drive away, she still possessed her secret weapon for victory. Where did it come from? Louis Xiao inquired, aware that carrying ammunition in the capital is illegal. I made it myself. Liu Yixiao was momentarily taken aback. Given its specifications, it did not reach the threshold of illegality, merely serving as a distraction. Nancy raised an eyebrow and declared, I am a law-abiding citizen, well aware of the regulations. What sort of distraction? To buy time for my escape. Had he not saved her tonight, had he not instilled in her a sense of trust, she likely would not have disclosed such information. Revealing too much to the other party constitutes a risk. Yet, just moments ago, she had spoken the truth to him. Liu Yixiao fell silent. If his prior perception of her was one of cleverness, at this moment she had delivered a profound shock. According to the records, she was merely 19 years old, a student who had yet to graduate from high school, with grades that were abysmal, yet she could fabricate a bomb? Chapter 65. This man is truly hard to soothe. Liu Yixiao ought to have doubted her. Yet after closely examining the bomb, he understood its construction better than anyone else. It had indeed been modified. So how many more surprises does Zhang Nanqi possess? Noticing his silence, Nanqi spoke again. Upon entering, I placed a signal jammer within that fighting arena. Any lies I concoct would be unverifiable by the Liu family. Louis Xiao's lips drooped and he remained silent. Suddenly, Nanqi exclaimed, I understand you're upset because you think I've hindered you? What? Louis Xiao was slightly confused at Han Yuan how previously stated that even if she were to impede him, they would not come to her rescue. After saying this, Nanshi failed to notice the subtle change in the man's expression and continued earnestly, "So is that why you're unhappy? But I can handle this myself." Louis Xiao remained silent for a long time, simply gazing at the woman in his arms, somewhat amused. Was this truly the reason for his discontent? When had he ever claimed that she was a hindrance? The matter concerning the Lu family was intricate, and even with his capabilities, he could not ascertain who among them was causing trouble or find any leverage against them. Naturally, he did not expect Zhang Nanshi to resolve it. Even if he sought to achieve certain objectives, he had no intention of placing a woman in danger. Therefore, he could not abandon her. Yet how had she misconstrued his intentions in such a manner? In the next moment the man gently set her down and coldly stated, "If you are so capable, then you may leave on your own." Nanshi sighed. What is wrong with you now? This man is truly difficult to appease. He becomes angry at the slightest provocation. Has he consumed gunpowder? At this moment, they had already reached the intersection, with the car merely 100 meters ahead. Louis Xiao walked briskly, completely disregarding her presence. Nanshi followed closely, but having exhausted herself and sustained an injury, she could not keep pace. Yet, today was hardly a day for her to lag behind. She raised her voice in explanation, asserting that while radio communication had failed, she had recorded the conversation of the Lu family. Still, Louis Xiao paid her no heed. Suddenly, she recalled that he had not inquired about the identity of the Lu family behind Zhang Yu. Nanshi jogged up to him, asking if he had discovered who it was since their meeting that evening. The topic of that Lu family member had remained untouched. Therefore, it was evident he must have gleaned some knowledge about it. Indeed, Louis Xiao was aware. After Zhang Nanshi entered that so-called CAF, he overheard the dialogue within. Additionally, he recognized the voice of another woman besides Zhang Nanshi. He was all too familiar with it. It was none other than his formidable elder sister, Lu Luoman. Moreover, just after Zhang Nanshi's radio signal was cut off, he, in a moment of panic, rushed to that CAF only to find it was a fighting gym. Thankfully, she was unharmed, allowing him to temporarily depart in search of reinforcements. Furthermore, he had not truly left. At the gym's entrance, he had concealed a miniature smoke bomb. But why was he lurking down another side path? Because he had calculated that Zhang Nanshi would attempt her escape from there. During the hour she spent inside, he had thoroughly scouted the terrain. Being in the outskirts, it was desolate, yet it formed a intersection, with bodyguards encircling both ends. Thus, if she wished to flee, her only option was to turn down the narrow path. He had anticipated her panic, but upon encountering her on that path, he discovered her remarkable composure. Just as Louis Xiao was lost in thought, Nanshi suddenly grasped his arm. The man instinctively recoiled. One reached out while the other pushed away, and in their brief contact, Nanshi winced in pain. Louis Xiao halted once more, turning to support her, frowning as he asked, "Are you injured? Are you all right?" "What do you think?" she retorted, her tone laced with mild reproach. Nanshi had never been adept at soothing men. Having grown up among them, her understanding of romantic affairs was belated, coupled with the visage and temperament from her previous life. It was others who had indulged her. Louis Xiao, faced with her accusatory tone, felt no anger. Seeing her able to speak again reassured him of her well-being, prompting him to release her and open the car door. Nanshi then retrieved a voice recorder and a check for 300 million, presenting them to him. Even though she was drenched, she had safeguarded the two pieces of evidence with great care. "Here, take this. You're not angry anymore, right? The voice recorder contains Lu Luoman disparaging your family as fourth master." Nanshi explained. "The check for 300 million is also signed by Lu Luoman herself. I had promised you I would secure the bride price for the substitute marriage. Although I am still short 200 million, I have managed to obtain this." Louis Xiao neither accepted nor spoke, leaning against the car door as he simply regarded her. He remained silent, and Nanshi found it impossible to fathom his thoughts. She spoke to herself, "With these two pieces of evidence, I have indeed kept my word and cleared my name. Have I managed to uncover the individuals behind the Lu family for you? As for whether you apprehend her or not, I have already informed Lu Luoman that 2 days from now, there will be a servant shopping at the back door of Lu Hanyuan. She might just show up." This was all she could do, and it simultaneously proved that her task was complete. However, the voice recorder and the check had not been received by Louis Xiao. Nanshi felt a surge of frustration. Even when they both entered the car, he still remained mute. She, too, was harboring a sense of irritation. Hadn't their collaboration just been quite effective? To be honest, there were numerous flaws in Shanxu's character, and that name might very well be fictitious. She could not place her full trust in him. But now that he was silent, what could she do? Consequently, Nanshi decided to disregard him, sitting in the passenger seat with her arms crossed, gazing out of the window. Chapter 66. So alluring. Suddenly, Louis Xiao exited the car again, heading towards the trunk for an unknown purpose. What are you doing? Nanshi turned her head to look, her tone less than pleasant. Wipe it off, I haven't used it. His unhurried demeanor left Nanshi feeling somewhat disoriented. Was he not angry? Then why was he silent? Noticing that she remained still, Louis Xiao spoke again. Do you wish to catch a cold? Or are you hoping to aggravate the injury on your shoulder? Nanshi thought to herself that this man was not entirely unbearable. She decided to drop the formalities, removing her hat and using a towel to dry her hair and body. A few minutes later, Louis Xiao had already started the car. Seeing that he was wet, Nanshi asked, aren't you going to dry off? Just a towel. Pull over, she instructed. Louis Xiao glanced at her but did not inquire further. Pulling the car to the side of the road, he assumed she had something to say, but instead she handed him the towel. For a moment the man did not take it. Did you not just say I am not consistent? Nanshi's tone was slightly rigid as she offered him the towel. Louis Xiao tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Did this woman realize how ambiguous this situation was? That towel had been used by her. Was she really offering it to another man? Did she find him repulsive? Nanshi seemed to see through his thoughts. I haven't used it much. It's hardly wet. He still did not take it. Merely staring at her. In the past, Nanshi would have ignored such behavior. Why should she care if he caught a cold? Yet, he had shown concern for her just moments ago. Although they had not faced any life-threatening peril, their recent collaboration had been commendable. Moreover, at this moment, she discerned no wariness, vigilance, or rejection in his gaze. Thus, she decided to be the good person to the end. With that thought, she placed the towel directly on his head, assisting him in drying off while saying, even if you find it distasteful, bear with it. In that instant, Louis Xiao should have pushed her away. He despised being touched by others, especially by the opposite sex. However, ever since their paths had crossed, they had interacted numerous times, and it had all felt quite natural. When Lu Hanyuan's tiger attacked her, he had rescued her, and they had embraced. And Lu Hanyuan, after she awoke, facing his probing, they had tangled together on the bed. In Lu Hanyuan's study, they had kissed, albeit through masks. Just moments ago, on that small path, he had held her in his arms when she was injured. At this moment, within the confines of the car, she tended to the rain-soaked body of him. Louis Xiao had numerous opportunities to push her away, yet he refrained from doing so. Even he could not fathom why he did not. Strangely, he seemed to harbor no aversion to her touch. This thought sent a wave of unease through him, causing him to instinctively grasp her hand. Nanshi winced slightly from the pressure of his grip, but she did not withdraw. Instead, she utilized the leverage to shift the towel draped over his head. Consequently, their gazes collided. In the cramped space, their breaths intertwined, intense and hurried, yet tinged with a sense of exploration and curiosity. Despite their individual thoughts, an air of ambiguity lingered in the dim light. A phrase floated into her mind. Some people's eyes are more alluring than their words. Even though the man before her spoke with a hardened tone, his eyes at that moment were undeniably captivating. Was he ensnaring himself? Nanshi licked her lips, eager to tear away the mask he wore and discover his true visage. For in that instant, Lu Luoman's words echoed in her mind. So, was Shansu a mere guise of Lu Sai? After all, there were numerous points of suspicion surrounding Shansu. However, Louis Xiao's statement, I came by myself, shattered the previously charged atmosphere. He released her hand, and Nanshi had no reason to persist. She retreated to her seat. Oddly enough, her heart had raced so fast just moments ago that she felt as if her heart might falter. Louis Xiao hastily ruffled his hair and pulled out his phone to search for the nearest hospital. Throughout the entire ordeal, neither spoke a word, yet the ambience seemed to shift for the better. Even without the recording pen, Nanshi appeared less agitated. After a 10-minute drive, they arrived at a hospital situated in the outskirts. There were no pharmacies in the vicinity. This was the sole hospital, comprising 3 modest floors, yet it was adequate for treating minor injuries. Moreover, Nanshi had medical knowledge herself. She could request medication and manage her treatment. That would suffice. She unfastened her seatbelt and exited the vehicle. The process of visiting the emergency room, registering, and consulting the doctor consumed only a few minutes. The doctor, a man in his 40s, upon seeing Nanshi, inquired about the location of her injury. She replied that it was on her scapula. The doctor's gaze scanned her form several times before finally resting on a specific area, commanding undress. Nanshi felt no discomfort, yet Louis Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. Her clothing was thoroughly drenched, and under the harsh hospital lights, the outline of her gray camisole beneath her shirt was distinctly visible, revealing her exquisite figure. Every inch of her skin glowed with a radiant whiteness, her graceful physique invoking the imagination. Louis Xiao had inadvertently brushed against her before and was aware that beneath her loose clothing lay a well-proportioned body. Indeed, she was slender, yet her curves were undeniably pronounced. Just as Nanshi was unfastening the second button of her shirt, Louis Xiao caught sight of the doctor's gaze, which was laden with covetous desire. At that moment, Louis Xiao positioned himself directly in front of the doctor, stating firmly, "There is no need to undress. You may apply the medication as is." The doctor, displeased, thought to himself how peculiar it was for one masked and the other appearing odd, soaked to the bone, to arrive at the hospital in the late hours. Who was the doctor here, him or me? The man's demeanor was unkind, prompting the family members to wait outside. Nanshi gently patted Louis Xiao's shoulder and said, "Let us wait outside for a moment. I will be fine once I apply the medicine." Chapter 67. Have you begun to trust me? Louis Xiao did not leave. The doctor, agitated, stood up hastily, preparing to push Louis Xiao out. He thought to himself that although he could not discern the woman's appearance, her figure was appealing, and given her youth, she dared not voice any complaints even if she was taken advantage of. Either refrain from seeking treatment or heed my words. It was late at night, and before he could finish speaking, Louis Xiao seized his collar. The doctor's expression shifted in fear, further solidifying his belief that these two individuals were not to be trifled with. He stammered, "We can discuss this calmly. Now you realize the importance of a civil conversation." Louis Xiao's tone was nonchalant, yet those who knew him recognized this as a precursor to his impending wrath. "Why is it I was wrong?" the doctor stuttered, utterly terrified. Nanshi grasped Louis Xiao's arm, silently conveying the message. "It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble." Louis Xiao's anger dissipated somewhat, and he simply instructed the doctor, "Hand me the medicine." 10 minutes later, the two were back in the car, where he prepared to apply the medication for her. Louis Xiao called Tao Musu to inquire about the precautions. Nanshi had already shed her loose outer shirt. She was reluctant to allow the previous doctor to treat her. As his gaze had been unsettling, the wound on her left shoulder was not very deep. With the blood already coagulated, Nanshi tilted her head to examine the injury, using iodine swabs and alcohol to begin disinfecting. Just as Louis Xiao finished his call and turned around, he beheld the woman at that moment without her jacket. Her damp tank top revealed her exquisite figure, creating a striking visual contrast. The man swallowed hard, a wave of warmth washing over him. Yet, this alluring woman remained blissfully unaware of the effect she had. Louis Xiao quickly turned his gaze towards the window. On the other end of the line, Tao Musu continued, "Hello? Fourth brother, why are you silent?" However, Louis Xiao heard nothing. In the dim light, no one noticed the slight flush on his ears. But in the next moment, "Shanqi? Could you assist me?" Nanshi indeed found herself in a predicament. She had completed the disinfection and applied the medicine. All that remained was to use a bandage to apply pressure and stop the bleeding. Yet she was somewhat unable to exert herself. Little did she know that the moment she spoke, both men were taken aback, one being Louis Xiao and the other, Tao Musu, on the phone. Within seconds, Tao Musu's call was abruptly ended. What the hell? Tao Musu was astonished. Fourth brother had progressed with that woman so quickly. At such an hour, what could a man possibly do to assist a woman? "Shanqi?" Nanshi called again softly. Noticing his daze, she handed him the bandage, instructing, "Wrap it around." The dreaded demon of the capital, known to instill fear in all, had never before assisted anyone in such a manner, let alone help someone bind a bandage. This was traditionally done for him. Yet at that moment, Louis Xiao earnestly secured the bandage for Nanshi. The confined space of the car made it impossible for them to avoid contact. She felt the coolness of his fingers while he sensed the warmth of her skin. Silence enveloped them, creating a serene atmosphere that felt timeless. After a while, Louis Xiao finally spoke. "Did you apply the medicine yourself?" Indeed, the man was not surprised. He recognized her medical knowledge. The tension between them dissipated, revealing a surprisingly harmonious coexistence. As a woman, one inevitably harbors a degree of wariness. "What?" Nanshi turned to regard him. Louis Xiao did not lift his gaze, stating that Doctor's eyes were off. "I noticed at this moment." The man appeared slightly taken aback, retorting, "Then why did you just send me out of the consultation room?" Seeing that his tone was rather amicable, Nanshi smiled faintly. "Have you forgotten? My combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Who could possibly take advantage of me?" Louis Xiao fell silent. Suddenly, Nanshi shifted the topic. "Are you still angry?" "What?" Louis Xiao seemed not to have heard clearly. "Then why didn't you take the voice recorder and the check?" The result was yet another silence. Nanshi grew increasingly vexed. This man truly must he be so reticent? Yet the next moment, Louis Xiao remarked, "I am not angry that I didn't refuse the items. I was merely contemplating." His frown, as if he were organizing his thoughts on how to convey to you that, even though I wish to achieve a certain objective, it's unnecessary for you to take such risks. Yes, you want to win and so do I, but we cannot gamble our lives, for we possess but one chance at life. When did their relationship evolve into such candidness? Perhaps it began tonight at the gathering organized by the Liu family when she had offered him a few words of comfort in the car. She turned her head and found herself gazing into his eyes. Neither of them shying away. Liu Yixiao continued, I was pondering that if I accepted your items, it would signify my endorsement of this reckless endeavor. Thus, would you not undertake even more perilous actions next time? Unbeknownst to him, the mention of next time revealed that he had already begun to consider her as one of his own. Nanshi was uncertain as to why he articulated such sentiments, but she recognized his good intentions. How remarkable it was that this seemingly indifferent man could genuinely care for her. Yet, it was true. Suddenly, Nanshi spoke with an air of nonchalance. So now you trust me? Their eyes locked, neither party averting their gaze. After a prolonged silence he replied, I assent. It obvious. I have trusted you for quite some time. When you confronted Zhang Yu at the Zhang family's residence, your words resonated with me. He felt a certain kinship with her plight. It was unbecoming of a man to torment a 19-year-old high school student. Furthermore, during the recent altercation with Lu Luoman's black-clad bodyguard, had she not intercepted a blade, it might have been he who was injured. He discerned friend from foe, reality from deception. A hint of exhilaration graced Nanshi's tone. So you want to kill me? Lu Yixiao sighed, remaining silent. Had he truly intended to kill her, he had countless justifications to do so on the night she was coerced into marrying into the Liu family. Instead, he had spared her life, even contravening several conventions for her sake. He repeatedly questioned himself, was it merely because this woman bore a resemblance to Xiaoxu? Lu Yixiao was uncertain. Yet he understood that he was gradually yielding. Chapter 68. You're not shy, are you? Nanshi's face brightened with joy as she exclaimed, so you want to kill me? Does that mean you are no longer watching me? At that moment, Lu Yixiao looked up at her. There is no surveillance on you. All right, I understand. Nanshi was overwhelmed with joy. The survival crisis had seemingly been averted. Thus, her adventurous actions today could be deemed a blessing in disguise. Moreover, she had rekindled her relationship with this man. Perhaps rekindled was an appropriate term. The atmosphere between them was devoid of the previous tension, skepticism, and wariness. At least for the days that lay ahead, they could coexist in harmony. Consequently, she regained her freedom, with ample time to seek vengeance and pursue her own endeavors. This time Lu Yixiao accepted her voice recorder and a check for 300 million. Even though she wore a mask, he could sense the exuberance radiating from her. Ah, such simple pleasures. Her shoulder wound was secured with a bandage. Fortunately, the injury was not severe, requiring only diligent care. Yet, his gaze inadvertently wandered elsewhere. Does it hurt? Nanshi was momentarily taken aback. Liu Yixiao, mindful of boundaries, lightly brushed against the whip marks on her shoulder for a few seconds before withdrawing, stating, Here? Nanshi initially thought he was inquiring about her recent knife wound, only to realize it was the whip injury. To be frank, since she had been reborn into the original body of Zhang Nanshi, the former owner had perished, leaving her with little memory of such pain. But how could a mortal body endure such brutality without suffering? All her unuttered sentiments coalesced into a single phrase. It's almost healed. Do you need ointment? He tilted his head, looking over. Since the moment Nanshi met him, she had never perceived this man as so accommodating. Their interactions had always been marked by testing and conflict, yet now, he exuded a gentleness she had not expected. Nevertheless, Nanshi merely shook her head, insisting that it was nearly healed and ointment was unnecessary. With her shoulder secured, she lifted her hand to move it, relieved that it did not hinder her. They stood in close proximity, yet Nanshi did not retreat immediately. Instead, she reached to lift the hem of his shirt. Lu Yixiao's eyelids flickered in surprise as he grasped her erratic hand, questioning, What are you doing? His lack of surveillance did not grant her the liberty to act recklessly. Nanshi blinked, feeling a twinge of discomfort from his grip. Pondering why he was being so fierce, she remarked, Are you unaware of your abdominal injury? I just saw you being cut when you confronted the bodyguard. Nanshi's gaze fixated on his abdomen, where blood was seeping beneath the hem of his shirt. Liu Yixiao clenched his jaw, turning to obscure her view. This woman, what on earth is she staring at? How shameless! What's wrong? Nanshi furrowed her brows at his reaction. Is he angry again? This man truly was petty, becoming irate at the slightest provocation. Moreover, when he was angry, he fell silent. Liu Yixiao remained mute, prompting Nanshi to realize with a gasp. You can't possibly be shy. Can you? What's the big deal? Didn't you just inflict a wound on me? Nanshi pouted, treating it as a reciprocal gesture. Besides, during her time in the assassination organization, she often tended to others' wounds during training. So what was the fuss about? Lu Yixiao's lips twitched slightly. He snatched the disinfectant and medicine from Nanshi's hands, brusquely stating, I'll handle it myself. With the medicine taken from her, Nanshi shrugged and said nothing. Yet, the next moment, the damp towel that had just been used was tossed onto her head. Don't peek, the man grumbled. Nanshi was left speechless, as if he had portrayed her as a voyeur. He is a man, yet he exhibits such effeminate behavior. Little does she know that Louis Xiao has not changed the bandage at all. He merely sits quietly beside her, fixated on the woman concealed beneath the bath towel. He simply wishes to use the towel to shield her from view, as if she were unaware of the distinctions between men and women. Does she not comprehend that a man's thoughts can be rather impure? Is she oblivious to the fact that her figure is quite alluring? Several minutes ticked by. Are you done? Nanshi inquired. Not yet. Nanshi shifted slightly, her tone tinged with mild reproach. Why is it taking so long? Can you even manage to change it? Do you need my assistance? Her concern was palpable, and Louis Xiao understood it. After a few seconds of silence, he merely replied, Don't peek. If one were to listen closely, they would detect a subtle hint of amusement in his words. He was unsure why, but his mood was surprisingly buoyant at that moment. Peeking? Nanshi was incensed, retorting, What have I not seen? Just you. What is there to look at? The man bit down on his lower lip, suggesting, So you have seen quite a bit. Nanshi recalled her previous life's training, where everyone wore scant clothing. Her subordinates often went bare-chested, which she had indeed witnessed numerous times. Yet what was the significance of this? Everyone was solely focused on training. Only those with troubled minds would indulge in wild fantasies. Thus she nodded and replied, Indeed, what of it? Louis Xiao's gaze turned colder, imbued with emotions that an ordinary person could not decipher. Nanshi silently counted to 10 in her mind before asking, Why are you silent? Another silence ensued. If you remain silent, shall I remove the towel? Louis Xiao still did not respond. It was only when Nanshi decided to take the towel off her head that she realized she had been played. Furrowing her brow, she exclaimed, You haven't changed the bandage? Louis Xiao shot her a sideways glance, his expression indicating displeasure. Was he injured? He could not say for certain. It was not serious enough to warrant a bandage change here. Additionally, he had a severe obsession with cleanliness. After having just been caught in the rain, he felt uncomfortable and needed a shower. Why are you angry again? Nanshi asked, exasperated. Unbeknownst to her, she had transitioned from being wary of him to considering him an ally after their recent collaboration. Even their tone of conversation had shifted from tentative to that of friends. Louis Xiao was not particularly cold, yet he turned on the car's heater, pressing down on the accelerator. He started the vehicle. The atmosphere within the car fell into a stifling silence once more. Nanshi grew weary of trying to placate him. He remained silent, and so did she. In Chapter 69, she contemplated removing his mask. One drove while the other crossed her arms, gazing out the window. After over an hour, they finally arrived at Lu Hanyuan, just as the rain ceased. Yet, during the journey, she suddenly felt an impulse to remove the mask from his face. Particularly with the unintended words of Lu Luoman lingering in her mind, regarding how Lu Sai had also worn a mask due to disfigurement. This man, known as Shan Qi, likely bore a false name. Yet he was held in high esteem at Lu Hanyuan. Given these factors, it was difficult not to question his identity. What if he were Lu Sai? Why then would he deceive her? Once the threat to his life had been alleviated, her curiosity intensified. Suddenly, Nanshi broke the silence, stating, Shan Qi, today I took a blade for you. Does that count as being your friend? Friend? Louis Xiao paused, lowering his gaze to her. The woman was not particularly short. Amidst a gathering of females, she would undoubtedly stand out. Yet, when the two were side by side, she appeared diminutive before him. What do you wish to say? The man inquired, his tone neither hurried nor slow, yet imbued with a hint of pressure. Nanjia, astute as she was, quickly grasped his misunderstanding and clarified, I have no demands. I merely wish to express that if I have done anything to displease you, I ask for your understanding. Louis Xiao's scrutinizing gaze fell upon her, and she did not flinch. What was it that she intended to do that might displease herself? He contemplated, if you are already aware that it would upset me, why would you proceed? Just as Louis Xiao immersed himself in these thoughts, Nanjia hesitated for 2 seconds before suddenly closing the distance between them. The man was taken aback, unprepared for her swift approach. Just as he was about to question her intentions, Nanjia lunged forward, using the momentum to reach for the mask on his face. Louis Xiao was momentarily stunned. His first instinct was to think this woman was attempting to seduce him. However, as her delicate hands reached for his mask, he realized he had been caught off guard during those fleeting seconds. Fortunately, Louis Xiao reacted swiftly. As the mask was on the verge of being removed, he turned his face, preventing it from being taken off. Nanjia's heart sank. She had missed the opportune moment, and future chances would become exceedingly difficult. In no time, the two found themselves wrestling on the grass beside them. Under the cloak of darkness, an unsuspecting observer would likely perceive their scuffle as a playful flirtation. Yet only Nanjia and Lui Xiao understood the tension that permeated the air. Just moments ago, they had displayed remarkable synergy in subduing the bodyguards in the alley. Now they could discern each other's strengths and weaknesses with clarity. Jiang Nanjia, do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? I know, she replied calmly, fully aware of the gravity of her challenge. Lui Xiao's breath deepened. You know, yet you dare to test my limits? She understood the peril, and it was deliberate. Simultaneously, Lui Xiao perceived a defiant spirit in her eyes. So what are you concealing? Nanjia was resolute. She was determined to unveil the visage behind his mask. Is it your identity, or your appearance? She could distinctly feel that he was exerting only a fraction of his strength, likely hesitant to make contact with her left shoulder. Otherwise, he would have easily pushed her away. Seizing upon his hesitation, Nanjia said little. With a swift motion, she flipped over and positioned herself atop him, pinning him down. Lui Xiao's gaze wavered slightly. This woman was perpetually like this. To call her seductive would be misleading, for there was no hint of desire in her eyes, merely a pure determination to triumph. In the next instant, Nanjia extended her arm and removed the mask from his face. She had envisioned him as unattractive, perhaps bearing scars akin to the original owner. However, within the span of 2 seconds, her perception underwent a profound transformation, and she fell into a tranquil silence. The man, though youthful, emanated a strong sense of boyish charm, with tousled hair falling over his forehead, even while pinned beneath her. He remained composed, his prominent nose captivating and his furrowed brows lending him an air of vitality. It was precisely due to her anger that her jawline tightened, her expression exuding a hint of sharpness, rendering her countenance strikingly fierce, yet it accentuated the beauty of her features magnificently. In her previous life as an assassin, Nanshi had encountered countless handsome men, yet none had ever left such an indelible impact on her as he did. All she could think was how extraordinarily handsome he was, to the extent that she momentarily forgot her initial intention of unmasking this man. In truth, she merely wished to ascertain whether his face bore any scars from disfigurement and to confirm if he was indeed Lu Sai. However, there were no signs of disfigurement on his visage. In contrast to his earlier fluster, Lui Xiao was now completely composed. He made no attempt to reclaim the mask she had snatched away. And surprisingly, the two ceased their struggle, albeit their positions remained rather peculiar. She sat atop him in an odd reversal of roles. After a brief silence, he parted his thin lips. Those who gaze upon my face do not live to see the next day. Aside from those close to him, indeed, no one had ever witnessed his true visage. Over the years, he had learned to disguise himself, constantly pursued by enemies. Yet now that he was genuinely feeling a twinge of anger, for a man so strikingly handsome now bore a shadow of gloom in his eyes. Nanshi's heart tightened, yet instinctively, she felt he would not kill her. If he truly intended to take a life, would he engage in so much conversation? She reached out, her finger gently pressing against a beauty mark beneath his left eye. And then with a sudden realization she exclaimed, so it really is a mark. Quite lovely. She had seen many women with beauty marks, but this was her first encounter with a man possessing one. A man who appeared aloof, even somewhat cold, now bore a beauty mark that paradoxically imparted a delicate, almost fragile aura. However, Nanshi understood that he was not fragile. Having previously come into contact with his body, she was aware of the hardness of his mouth and the firmness of his abdominal muscles. Thus, he was far from delicate. Yet this contrast was striking. In that moment, she felt an uncanny familiarity with him. However, she could not recall where she had met him. Could it be that they had crossed paths before an incident 8 years ago? Lui Xiao stiffened momentarily, but soon masked his earlier demeanor, revealing a fierce gaze. He enunciated slowly, Jiang Nanshi. Even though he had only been flustered for a few seconds, Nanshi quickly sensed it. Yet she remarked with such striking looks, why wear a mask? Lui Xiao's expression darkened. It appeared she was determined to tease him even to the brink of death. In an instant, he exerted force, changing their positions. Nanshi gasped, caught off guard, and found herself pinned beneath him. Unable to move, she had previously warned that this man was not to be trifled with. Yet here she was, embroiled in that very predicament. Resigned, Nanshi ceased her resistance, but she could not overlook the fact that as he had brought her down, he instinctively reached out to protect the back of her head. In the fleeting moment of distraction, the next instant Lui Xiao grasped her neck. Though he was holding her, he did not apply much pressure. In that moment, he was perplexed as to why he could not bring himself to harm her. The previous second he was protective, and the next he was fierce. This man truly embodied a paradox. Nanshi's long hair had cascaded down, slightly damp and thick, framing her face, while her gaze remained fixed upon him, exuding a fragile beauty. As the word flashed through Lui Xiao's mind, He impatiently waved it away. He merely thought that this person bore a resemblance to Xiaoxi, but it was merely a likeness. Not killing her did not imply that she could take liberties. Anyone who challenged his boundaries deserved to perish. After locking eyes for a few seconds, Nancy boldly remarked, "Are you so concerned about me seeing your true self?" She understood that he would not kill her. His angry words were merely a reaction, for why else would he so tenderly shield the back of her head, fearing her injury? This man was always like this, saying one thing while meaning another. His tone was harsh, yet his actions were warm. In that fleeting moment, a composed and self-restrained man appeared somewhat disheveled. He had her by the throat. Why did she not resist? Wasn't this woman supposed to cherish her life? And yet she posed such a question? What on earth was she up to? "Then I shall apologize to you," Nancy said, raising her chin slightly and gazing unblinkingly into his eyes. "I was indeed curious. Relying on the belief that you wouldn't kill me." Her tone was nonchalant, yet it did not conceal her sincerity. Lu Yishao's furrowed brow remained tense, his expression icy. This woman was astute, she had deduced everything. "Today, I overheard Lu Luoman say that Lord Lu wore a mask due to facial disfigurement," Nancy declared candidly. "Therefore, I suspect you are he." For a brief moment, something felt off in Lu Yishao's heart. It seemed that he was not so angry after all. She had unveiled her reasoning for revealing his mask. "However, upon seeing how handsome you are now, I know you are not," Nancy added. "I'm sorry. I overthought it." While the identity of Shanqi remained questionable, it sufficed to confirm that he was not Lord Lu. After all, Bei Qian had previously warned that Lord Lu of the imperial capital was formidable, and that any contact should be avoided. Furthermore, she despised being deceived. Their gazes remained locked, and though Lu Yixiao said nothing, his expression was somewhat peculiar. Nancy was oblivious to the subtle change in his demeanor and continued, "I recognize this is your bottom line. But my life is in your hands and we have previously collaborated as teammates. I could never betray you." Her tone was earnest. Yet, he remained silent, and in the dim light, his face radiated an enigmatic glow. However, without the mask's concealment, his expression was misleading enough to evoke a twinge of guilt in Nan Shishi sighed, as if making a decision, and after a few seconds she proposed, "How about this? To demonstrate fairness, I shall also remove my mask for you. After all, we are friends now." In truth, without the mask, the man possessed remarkable good looks, albeit tinged with an inexplicable bitterness. However, she truly had the audacity to think that by merely allowing him to see her, they were even? And when did he ever claim her as a friend? Not inclined to look. Nancy seemed to perceive his internal struggle through his expression. "I am not ugly," the man scoffed. "Not ugly. On the first day when we met at Lu Hanyuan, I saw your true face. A disfigured visage marked by a large scar. How could that not be deemed ugly?" Yet, he suddenly recalled what Yuan Hao had said a few days prior about observing her true appearance through a drone. What had Yuan Hao said? He had called Zhang Nanxi a fairy. In mere seconds, Lu Yixiao dismissed the thought. A fairy? Zhang Nanxi? Her face was marred beyond recognition. How could that be possible? "Do you not believe it?" Nanxi retorted. His scoffing demeanor, coupled with an air of nonchalance, ignited a fierce competitive spirit within her. She had no desire to continue wearing a mask. The damp fabric clung uncomfortably to her skin after the rain. What was the point of showing him? With that thought, she freed one hand and decisively removed the mask from her ear. Although it was merely a thin veil, if she had wished to keep it on, no one could have pried it from her face. Even during her earlier tussle with numerous bodyguards, her hair had been disheveled, yet the mask remained steadfast. However, when Lu Yixiao finally beheld her, it felt as if his heart had been seared. The woman, with her raven hair and crimson lips, possessed a delicate face that could not conceal her stunning beauty. She exuded the innocence of a young girl, unschooled in the ways of the world. Yet as she smiled, her dimples appeared fleetingly, radiating an enchanting charm that could captivate any city. Despite Lu Yixiao's extensive experience with numerous beauties, both natural and enhanced, none had ever struck him with such profound astonishment. He had often remarked that her eyes were her most captivating feature. At this moment, her gaze, like clouds and mist, seemed to shimmer with moisture as she looked at him. Utterly mesmerizing, that look, combined with her expression, was undeniably not Xiaoxi. Yet why did he feel as if she resembled Xiaoxi? Chapter 71. Ugly? How do I look? Nanxi raised an eyebrow, her eyes glinting with mischief. I told you I am not ugly. Right? Yet Lu Yixiao heard nothing of her words. His gaze drifted downwards. Their recent scuffle had been vigorous, and with her every breath, her fair skin shimmered before his eyes. The places his hand had touched felt remarkably soft, causing the warmth beneath his palm to become almost unbearably intense. The man, typically so composed, unyielding in desire, and impervious to the chaos around him, found himself concealed by the night, unnoticed by anyone as his ears flushed a subtle crimson. And his body grew somewhat rigid. He should have departed immediately, yet inexplicably, it felt as though he were ensnared, unable to withdraw his hand. Am I losing my mind? Indeed, he was Shanxi? Observing his unusual expression, Nanxi found herself perplexed by his thoughts. Did he perhaps believe himself unappealing? To be honest, this visage, when compared to her past self, was far from lacking. In the next moment, he prepared to leave. Nanxi, newly invigorated, felt no pain in her neck. It merely appeared as though he had gripped her. But he had exerted no real force, merely playing the part. As he turned to go, she braced herself and stood, pressing him. What did you say? I'm ugly. Are you blind? Of course, she acknowledged his good looks. But that did not negate the beauty of others. A closer inspection revealed his steps to be somewhat disordered. Hey. Nanxi jogged to catch up, eager to engage him in debate. However, as she placed her hand on his shoulder, he recoiled sharply, flinging her hand away. Nanxi was at a loss. Was she being dismissed? Do not touch me. Liu Yixiao harbored but one thought, to distance himself from her. Why are you being so fierce? Nanxi was equally displeased. After their interaction, she found him less irksome, though he had a tendency to become irate without apparent reason. So, the scars on your face are merely a fade. Not at all. Nanxi clarified. Didn't I ask you to help me procure some medicine earlier? My medical skills are commendable, thus I shall remove the scar. Liu Yixiao found it increasingly amusing as he pondered. Therefore, Yuan Hao's previous words rang true. She has indeed become quite beautiful. Do you now trust in my medical prowess? Nanxi noticed his momentary distraction and inquired. So, do you require my assistance in treating you? Lord Lu? Her intentions were genuinely benevolent. However, to Liu Yixiao's ears, it sounded like a test. Observing the displeasure in his gaze, Nanxi shrugged. Forget I said anything. Liu Yixiao strode forward, eager to distance himself from the situation. Nanxi followed closely, asking once more, do you truly find me unattractive? He remained silent, and she took his silence as acquiescence. What high standards does this man possess? He dismisses even someone like me. His long legs carried him swiftly, and despite Nanxi not being short, she exerted considerable effort to keep pace. All right, I unmasked you. That was my fault, she conceded before continuing. Thus, I shall reveal the whereabouts of Fimianu to even the score. Upon hearing the crux of the matter, Liu Yixiao paused, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded her with his mask removed, revealing his handsome visage. Nanxi found herself momentarily entranced, when Liu Yixiao grew impatient and spoke in a slightly frosty tone. Are you toying with me? She silently lamented the distractions of male beauty but pressed on. Fimianu is located in the underground museum on the outskirts of the Holy Empire, not currently on display. How do you know this? Liu Yixiao countered. How does she know? Because that museum belongs to Nanxi. Initially, she had sought Fimianu to alleviate her insomnia, only to discover it ineffective, thus discarding it in the museum. Yet, she could not disclose this to him. Instead, she vaguely replied, rest assured, I am not deceiving you. You will find out if you go. Liu Yixiao's gaze darkened slightly. Nanxi recognized his skepticism and explained, I am still in Lu Hanyuan. With my life in your hands. If I were to deceive you, you could easily eliminate me. This time, without waiting for him to depart, Nanxi circumvented him and proceeded toward the ancient castle. After a brief silence, Liu Yixiao trailed behind her, his pace markedly slower than before. As they neared the main residence, he unexpectedly remarked, you still owe me a personal favor. What? Nanxi did not catch his words and turned to look at him. Fimianu was a promise you made earlier in the moonlight. Though his expression was neutral, his mood seemed rather buoyant, thus she did not contest that. Nanxi let out a cold chuckle. One moment angry, the next indignant, and then seemingly in good spirits? This exemplifies why she refrained from romantic entanglements in her past life. Men are complicated. Earning money is far simpler. With a sigh she said, very well, you may tell me how I can repay this favor. Their eyes locked, neither willing to avert their gaze. Yet, standing together, they appeared exceptionally well matched. Let me clarify, I have no money, Nanxi emphasized. Liu Yixiao laughed in disbelief, as if he were in dire need of funds. He had yet to formulate a response. That could wait for later. As he departed, whether due to the commotion or Uncle Gu's persistent presence in the living room, upon seeing the young master, he hurried to greet him. Nanxi stood at the doorway, struggling to discern the voices emanating from the living room. Immediately following, Uncle Gu called out, your mask on your face. Chapter 72, considered the lady of Luhanyuan. At this moment, Nanxi had leisurely strolled into the living room of the main residence and happened to overhear someone say, Uncle Gu, I will no longer need it at Luhanyuan and no longer need it, for the only individuals who could behold his true visage were a few trusted confidants by his side. The sole exception, Jiang Nanxi, had now seen his genuine appearance, so why wear it any longer? Oh? Uncle Gu seemed somewhat bewildered. Oh. All right. Had it not been for Nanshi hastening to support him, Uncle Gu would surely have stumbled today. You are. Uncle Gu gazed at the enchanting young girl before him, utterly astonished. Uncle Gu, do you not recognize me? Nanshi smiled lightly. Little she? Is that you, little she? Were it not for the familiar voice and the knowledge that no other strangers could enter Lehanuan, Uncle Gu might truly have failed to recognize the person before him. He had always thought Miss Ruan was quite lovely, but at this moment he found himself at a loss for words, as Zhang Nanshi was simply far more beautiful than Miss Ruan. Ah, how embarrassing. How had he previously told Miss Ruan that Zhang Nanshi had been disfigured and was quite unattractive, and yet she was like a celestial being descending to earth, a perfect match for our young Master C. Oh dear, how muddled he had become. Such words should not be spoken so carelessly. Yes, it is I, Nanshi replied, lowering her gaze with a smile. Uncle Gu chuckled in return. I remember you had scars on your face. They are all healed. As if recalling something, Nanshi inquired, Uncle Gu, do you think I am beautiful? Uncle Gu, childless himself, felt a sense of warmth upon seeing little she, instinctively treating her as a younger generation, and replied, beautiful, of course you are. Isn't it so? I think so too, Nanshi sighed, but some think I am ugly. Who? Nanshi pointed to the figure that had just vanished upstairs. Oh, that would be young Master C. Uncle Gu replied with a calm smile, that's quite normal. He tends to be indifferent towards women. He had once doubted whether young Master C was perhaps aloof, as outsiders suggested, favoring men, but that could not be right. Nanshi shrugged, seeming indifferent, and changed the subject. May I stay in the castle tonight? Please provide me with a guest room. She bore wounds. Despite the porridge having been tamed by humans, the scent of blood would surely awaken the wolf's primal instincts for sustenance. Of course. Uncle Gu smiled, I had planned for you to sleep in a guest room. The back mountain is far too rudimentary for someone like you, such a delightful young girl, still in her senior year. Sleeping in the back mountain would be too pitiable. Moreover, since young Master C had allowed Zhang Nanshi to see his true face, if he intended to harm her, he would have done so long ago. If he hadn't acted now, he likely would not in the future. Thank you, Uncle Gu. The two made their way to the guest room on the first floor. Lehanuan was vast, and even finding a room on the first floor took them 10 minutes. Along the way they engaged in casual conversation. By the way, Uncle Gu, please prepare a bowl of ginger soup for the mountain wolf. He was caught in the rain and has sustained an injury to his abdomen. Uncle Gu paused for a moment. Oh, all right, how touching it was. This little girl actually cared for our young master. However, how did you know he was injured in the abdomen? I beheld the scene. Zhang Nanshi was utterly serious. Yet, Uncle Gu found himself pondering frivolous matters. Despite having never married throughout his life at this age, what could he possibly remain unaware of? The lower abdomen. That particular area seemed rather awkward, given the aloof nature of our fourth master. Would he allow anyone to glimpse the wound on his lower abdomen? Upon this reflection, Uncle Gu felt as though he had stumbled upon a momentous secret. In truth, Zhang Nanshi had already taken her sister's place as a bride, and the fact that fourth master had not expelled her indicated his acceptance of her as his wife. The two halted before a guest room, where Uncle Gu pushed open the door and flicked on the light. Let us reside in this chamber. Though it is somewhat secluded and modest, it offers tranquility, and the bedding is changed daily by the servants, ensuring cleanliness. Not modest at all, it is quite satisfactory, thank you. Uncle Gu. Do not be so polite with me. Uncle Gu smiled joyfully, thinking she had undoubtedly become the mistress of the Lu family, thus she could not reside with the servants, and so she would stay on the first floor of the castle. At this moment, he had entirely forgotten about Miss Ruan, who had long harbored a secret affection for the fourth master. There was no helping it. He had always staunchly supported the fourth master, and it was evident that Miss Ruan was enamored with him, yet the fourth master did not reciprocate her feelings. Moreover, Miss Ruan's health was rather unsuitable for our fourth master. Most importantly, despite Zhang Nanshi only being here for a few days, she had already proven to be of great significance to the fourth master. Given that he only consumed the meal she prepared, Uncle Gu had been so busy that it was already the latter half of the night when he brought a bowl of ginger soup to the bedroom to find the fourth master. Yuan Hao had already been inside for half an hour, reporting on the work. All matters concerning the eldest daughter of the Lu family had been resolved. Yuan Hao reported that all the bodyguards were apprehended but refused to acknowledge that Lu Luoman was behind it all. At this moment, Louis Xiao had finished his shower, his hair hanging over his forehead. If one were to disregard his gaze, he might appear utterly devoid of menace. However, when his profound eyes fell upon Yuan Hao, a chill ran down Yuan Hao's spine. Where is Lu Luoman? She has fled. Yuan Hao explained, apologizing to the fourth master for their failure to capture her. Lui Xiao was not surprised if Lu Luoman lacked the necessary skills. She would not dare to publicly provoke him. He casually remarked, instructing them to inform the police to arrest that group of individuals under the pretext of their private underground fighting arena and money laundering. Certainly. Yuan Hao nodded, questioning whether they would simply let Lu family's eldest daughter off the hook. Lui Xiao handed Zhang Nanqi's voice recorder to Yuan Hao. Having listened to it several times already, in that moment of pause, Uncle Gu swiftly presented the ginger soup, saying, "Fourth master, the ginger soup is getting cold. Please drink it." Although he had previously served beside the matriarch, he was now solely concerned with the fourth master's diet and health. Chapter 73. Our fourth master begins to feel pity for his wife. Upon seeing the ginger soup, Lui Xiao distinctly frowned, his aversion palpable. "You must drink this." Uncle Gu was aware of the fourth master's distaste for such concoctions and hastily explained, "Miss, she said you got caught in the rain and might catch a cold." Lui Xiao's expression shifted as he merely inquired, "Did she make it?" Uncle Gu, intending to say "I made it," found the words altered to "Yes, indeed." What did he then witness? Young Master C furrowed his brows, hesitating not for a moment, and drank it down in a few gulps. Uncle Gu was on the verge of tears. In the past, persuading young Master C to consume such concoctions had been an arduous task. Yet, with just a vague mention that it was made by Xiaoxi, he willingly obliged. Oh dear, it seems that the matter between young Master C and Xiaoxi is indeed progressing as he had surmised. After finishing his drink, Lui Xiao inquired, "Did she drink it?" referring to Xiaoxi. When Uncle Gu met Lui Xiao's ambiguous gaze, he instinctively blurted out, "Did she also get caught in the rain? Then I shall brew another bowl." As soon as the words left his mouth, he abruptly fell silent, realizing he had been tested by young Master C. Uncle Gu, having been exposed, was not the least embarrassed. He merely chuckled and quickly apologized. "Indeed, I lied. Did you already know this was my brew? Your concoction differs from hers." Lui Xiao frowned slightly and offered her a bowl. Uncle Gu was instantly elated. "Excellent. Our young Master C has changed remarkably," beginning to show concern for his wife. Observing the gleam in Uncle Gu's eyes, Lui Xiao recognized the misunderstanding. He himself was baffled as to why he felt compelled to extend kindness toward that woman. After all, this evening had already seen numerous exceptions made on her account. He then unprecedentedly explained, "I merely wish to prevent any unforeseen demise for Lu Hanyuan." I understand, Uncle Gu winked and then took his leave. Young Master C was never one for explanations. It was indeed unusual to think that their outing had led to such a rapid escalation of feelings. As long as young Master C exhibited interest in women, everything would be well. The old lady would surely be at ease, perhaps even mending the relationship between her and her grandson. Although the old lady often appeared fierce, she undoubtedly cared for and cherished young Master C. If she did not, then 8 years ago, when young Master C was kidnapped, she would not have been driven to the hospital by anger, nearly losing her life. If she did not care, she certainly would not have gone to great lengths to rescue him when she spoke of abandoning him in the Lu family. This pair of grandfather and grandson were both stubborn yet tender-hearted individuals. 10 minutes later, Yuan Hao had finished listening to the voice message, utterly astonished. Was this truly the work of Zhang Nanqi? Not only did she confront the eldest daughter of the Lu family alone, but she also dared to scheme against her. If Lu Luoman were to find out, she would likely pursue her relentlessly. It was well known throughout the capital how formidable Lu Luoman was in her dealings, having covertly set numerous traps for our young Master C, relying on the old lady's favor. Young Master C, do you think Lu Luoman will send someone to our Lu Hanyuan in 2 days? Yuan Hao inquired again. She will, Lui Xiao affirmed. Why? Lu Luoman is ambitious. She yearns to be the heir of the Lu family more than anyone else. Yuan Hao nodded in agreement with young Master C's assessment, voicing his own speculation. If her people discover you are gravely ill, they will attempt to seize the Lu family inheritance. If they find that you are not dead, it is highly likely they will seek to assassinate you. This aligned perfectly with Lui Xiao's conjecture. They had long been aware of Lu Luoman's malice but lacked concrete evidence. Yuan Hao continued, with the voice message, her personally signed checks, and her sending people to our Lu Hanyuan, this constitutes the most compelling evidence. Present these items to the old lady, and she will undoubtedly assist you. No longer shielding Lu Luoman, Lui Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly, casually uttering a few words. I highly doubt that. How ironic, his biological grandmother may not necessarily trust him. Yuan Hao seemed to realize something inside. Indeed, the old lady holds considerable trust in Lu Luoman. She might even show favoritism towards her over the years. Why hasn't she dealt with the 3 troublesome daughters of the Lu family directly? It is precisely because they have the old lady's backing. Although the fourth master appears indifferent and unconcerned about everything, He is, in fact, the most sensitive about that fragile bond of kinship. The old lady bequeathed the position of inheritance in the Lu family to the fourth master. Yet she still places great trust in several other direct relatives of the Lu family today. I heard from Uncle Gu that the matriarch of the Lu family called, and she scolded the fourth master without restraint. No one spoke, and the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive. A few seconds later, I asked, "Are we releasing Lu Luoman's people in 2 days?" "Yes," replied Lu Yixiao, his expression neutral. Though his gaze was profoundly deep, he sought evidence from Lu Luoman. Not to report to the old lady that, if memory serves, in the voice message Lu Luoman mentioned, "If it weren't for that greedy person back then, who later took my grandmother's money, that lunatic Lu Yixiao would have been dead long ago." But it is highly probable that 8 years ago, it was Lu Luoman who orchestrated her own kidnapping. This thought led Lu Yixiao to seek nothing less than the truth from 8 years past, regarding the simultaneous disappearance of Beiqian and Xiaoxi. "All right," Yuan Hao nodded. "I will arrange for it and closely monitor their every move." Lu Yixiao remained silent, tacitly agreeing, though he pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling somewhat fatigued. That evening, Yuan Hao cautiously inquired of the fourth master, "Why did you personally involve yourself with Zhang Nanshi? We could have arranged for bodyguards. Moreover, I noticed you were fighting alongside other black-clad bodyguards. Are you all right?" Chapter 74. Fourth brother seems quite fierce today. "I'm fine," Lu Yixiao replied in a nonchalant tone, citing urgency as his reason for not contacting anyone else. In reality, he hadn't informed any other bodyguards. Meanwhile, hurried footsteps echoed from the bedroom door. "Fourth brother." Though only his voice was heard, it was unmistakably Tao Musu. Moments later, someone pushed the door open and entered the room. At this juncture, Tao Musu appeared visibly delighted, asking, "Fourth brother, how did it go with Zhang Nanshi tonight?" His inquisitive nature was evident, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he received a cold glare from Lu Yixiao. Tao Musu felt a tremor of unease within. "Dr. Tao. Good to see you," Yuan Hao greeted. "What brings you here? Is Zhang Nanshi extraordinarily beautiful? When Uncle Gu called me, I was so excited that my blood pressure spiked. Had I not heard about fourth brother's injury, I wouldn't have rushed over." Of course, he had already heard about the events that transpired at the underground fighting arena in the suburbs from other bodyguards. However, as soon as he spoke, a cushion struck his face. It didn't hurt, but it signified that fourth brother was displeased. "Are you that idle?" Lu Yixiao's gaze darkened slightly. Tao Musu, adept at reading the room, promptly fell silent. He had intended to inquire just how beautiful Zhang Nanshi truly was, but upon seeing the fourth brother's expression, it seemed that question would remain unasked. Conversely, Yuan Hao perked up, eagerly asserting, Right? Right? I told you all last time Zhang Nanshi is genuinely beautiful, yet you all refused to believe me. Is the scar on her face truly gone?" Tao Musu directed his gaze towards Yuan Hao. "Indeed, it has completely vanished. How was it removed?" Tao Musu inquired with curiosity. Although he was a physician, not specializing in plastic surgery, he still held a keen interest in academic matters. Yuan Hao shrugged, "I have no idea." The two engaged in a lively discussion, completely oblivious to the displeasure radiating from the figure seated at the center of the sofa. In the next moment, Lu Yixiao's gaze was icy and profound, as dark as ink, and he remarked, "Do you wish for me to make room for your conversation?" Yuan Hao was left speechless. Tao Musu commented, "Why do I feel that fourth brother is particularly fierce today? Best not to provoke him." Finally, Tao Musu, quick to react, forced a smile and changed the subject. "Fourth brother, would you like to see the wound?" After all, Zhang Nanshi was not going anywhere, and they would eventually see for themselves just how beautiful she was. Yuan Hao grew anxious and asked, "Is fourth master's injury serious?" In an instant, both speakers turned their attention to the imposing figure of Lu Yixiao seated in the center of the sofa. How could Uncle Gu know about the wound? It must have been through that woman, Zhang Nanshi. While Lu Yixiao had casually dismissed it as idle chatter, his mood remained surprisingly stable. At his best to take a look for reassurance, Tao Musu suggested, "No need," Lu Yixiao replied, lifting his eyelids to glance over. "It's nothing significant." Having just bathed, he had applied the medication left by Zhang Nanshi. It was merely a minor wound. So now that the mask is off, has your identity been revealed?" Tao Musu inquired. "Who is she?" It was self-evident, Zhang Nanshi. "Not at all," Lu Yixiao stated with an air of indifference. Not only had his identity not been exposed, but that woman, due to Lu Luoman's words, had become even more convinced that he was not Lu Yixiao himself. "So, are you still called Shanqi?" Tao Musu looked at her fourth brother. "Yes." This small episode had been resolved. The group returned to serious matters as Yuan Hao recounted the events that transpired at the underground fighting arena in the suburbs that evening. Tao Musu was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. He had long known that the Liu family had been targeting fourth brother, so the revelation that the mastermind was Liu Luoman did not come as a great surprise. However, Jiang Nanqi would undoubtedly become a target of Liu Luoman's resentment. She might start to go after Jiang Nanqi, Tao Musu remarked. What should we do about that? Yuan Hao furrowed his brows. As long as Jiang Nanqi remains outside of Lu Hanyuan, she will be safe. Tao Musu looked at fourth brother, but she can't stay here indefinitely, can she? Throughout the conversation, Louis Xiao maintained a stoic expression, making it difficult to discern his emotions. His silence signified the end of that topic. A few minutes later, Louis Xiao shifted the conversation to another subject. Send someone to the underground museum in the western suburbs of the Holy Empire to retrieve the Famian jade. Huh. How does fourth brother know it's there? Louis Xiao was candid, stating plainly Jiang Nanqi mentioned it. Yuan Hao hesitated to inquire about its reliability, but seeing fourth master's confidence, he refrained from voicing his doubts. It was already the latter half of the night in the imperial capital. After clarifying all matters, the three prepared to part ways. Just before Yuan Hao was about to leave, he kindly remarked. Louis Xiao hadn't spoken yet when Tao Musu interjected. You're not hoping to create opportunities for more interactions simply because she's beautiful, are you? Yuan Hao's lips twitched. How could that possibly be? Then why are you blushing? I am not. Yuan Hao explained. I must admit she is truly stunning, but I am on the verge of having a girlfriend. Furthermore, he lacks the audacity. While Jiang Nanqi appears easy to interact with, her aura is undeniably powerful. He simply cannot hold his ground. After speaking, he noticed that Dr. Tao was skeptical and turned to look at fourth master. As a result, fourth master's expression darkened even further. We remain oblivious to the reason behind that formidable figure's anger. Ultimately, Louis Xiao concluded the conversation with a curt remark to mind his own business. In the end, Tao Musu and Yuan Hao departed with their arms draped over each other's shoulders. As they descended the stairs, Tao Musu remarked, Do you think you are foolish? Huh. Yuan Hao did not comprehend. Is your fourth master not the meddlesome type? He personally rescued Jiang Nanqi. What need was there for you to intervene? Tao Musu's expression was one of exasperation. Had it not been for overhearing certain words from fourth brother's phone call tonight, he would have been unaware of the rapid progression between Nanqi and fourth brother. As for fourth brother, if he did not wish to engage with others, he would have maintained distance, much like his demeanor towards Miss Ruan for years, hardly acknowledging anyone else. Chapter 75. Daring to compete for your fourth master's woman. Yuan Hao felt a tightening in his chest, sensing impending doom. Tao Musu chuckled again. You possess quite the audacity, daring to compete with your fourth master for a woman. Yuan Hao's face turned ashen with fear. How could I? I swear, I am merely concerned that young fourth master may encounter dangers akin to tonight's. Afterward, he suddenly realized, so it was fourth master who deliberately diverted me. He intended to assist Jiang Nanqi. Tao Musu raised an eyebrow at Yuan Hao, a look of mentorship on his face, and a wonder. Yuan Hao appeared to be conversing with himself, and no wonder fourth master declared that Miss Ruan should not return to the Liu family residence. Tao Musu was only taken aback for a few seconds before regaining his usual composure. It seems that our fourth brother has indeed developed feelings. After all, which woman married into the Liu family has survived beyond the second day? Yet, not only did Jiang Nanqi manage to see the second day, but she also negotiated terms with fourth brother. Now seeking to clear her name and uncover the Liu family's connection to Jiang Yu. Claim that Jiang Nanqi is unworthy of fourth brother? That may be true. However, if even the iron tree of fourth brother has blossomed, what does worthiness matter? Moreover, fourth brother currently only savors the meals prepared by Jiang Nanqi. Should she succeed in alleviating fourth brother's obsession with the female assassin Nanao, her involvement at this moment would be most fortuitous. Once the bedroom fell silent, Louis Xiao, initially fatigued, found himself unable to sleep. Clad in a cotton robe, the collar slightly open, the contours of his physique subtly revealed. The loosely tied belt hung carelessly at his waist. A truly alluring figure in the expansive Liu family estate, devoid of resident servants, he made his way downstairs to the dining room for a glass of milk. However, upon reaching the open kitchen, he noticed a faint glow within. At such a late hour, someone was indeed present. As this thought crossed his mind, he furrowed his brows and strolled over. It certainly wasn't the servants, as they resided in the independent quarters beside the old house. What did he find? Jiang Nanqi, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, sat cross-legged on the floor, lazily leaning against the refrigerator, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Her fair complexion was tinged with a rosy hue, and the dim light seemed to meld with her eyes, enchanting yet slightly bewitching. Without the mask obscuring her features, the close-up observation delivered a considerable visual impact upon him. What are you doing? Louis Xiao asked, arms crossed, as he scrutinized the figure on the floor. Nancy was startled momentarily, yet upon recognizing the person before her, she regained her composure and replied, drinking. It seemed that, in the dead of night, there was another soul like her, who had not succumbed to slumber. After speaking, she even let out a small burp, displaying no concern for her image whatsoever. Was it not a matter of indifference to her appearance? Having taken a shower in the guest room, she had no clean clothes and had hastily rummaged through the wardrobe, pulling out a shirt that, while still bearing its tags, was distinctly masculine. The shirt hung loosely on her frame, somewhat oversized, yet it exuded an unexpected charm reminiscent of a boyfriend's attire. Even with the top button fastened, her casual gesture of brushing her hair aside imparted an alluring sense of innocence. Louis Xiao's gaze darkened slightly. This woman. Why was she wearing his shirt again? Though it was new and he had never worn it, it struck him as peculiar. Moreover, had Yuan Hao not purchased clothing for her? Why was she not wearing those? In an instant, he deduced that her garments must be in the small cabin on the back mountain. Not here. His eyes shifted from her to the 2 empty bottles at her feet. She never ceased to surprise him. Had she now transformed into a drunkard? Nancy followed his gaze to the bottles, tilting her chin to glance down, her eyes sparkling. She licked her lips and inquired, "Care for a drink?" Louis Xiao lowered his gaze to her, remaining silent. The absence of masks allowed them to perceive each other's expressions clearly, discerning whether he was displeased or delighted. From Nancy's perspective, it seemed he was indeed unhappy. "What has sparked your ire this time?" she sighed, letting her gaze trail down his face until it settled on his chest. When her eyes landed upon the expanse of his fair skin, she cleared her throat and averted her gaze. She could not deny that this man was undeniably handsome, with well-defined features and a temperament that was both subtle and reserved. To date, he was the only man who could outshine even the most meticulously edited photographs. After a brief silence, she muttered softly, "How dull! I'll pay you back for the 2 bottles of wine. Wasn't it just dull?" There was no one here to share a drink with her, no one to train alongside, and the insomnia was maddening. As her words hung in the air, Louis Xiao's expression darkened further. Was he truly so concerned about the cost of the wine? Yet this woman seemed to meticulously account for every detail. Did she treat everyone else the same way? With an impassive demeanor, Louis Xiao retrieved a carton of cold milk from the refrigerator, tore it open and took several gulps. "Hey!" Nancy couldn't help but interject. "Drinking cold milk at this hour? Bad for your stomach." Louis Xiao shot her a disapproving glance, which then shifted to the empty bottles, and finally back to her. Though he said nothing, his demeanor seemed to convey, "Who are you to lecture me? You're the one drinking late at night." Nancy pouted, "I can't sleep, just a bit of insomnia, so I had a drink." It had been several days since she had enjoyed a good night's rest. The growing agitation was unbearable. In her previous life, drinking had not induced sleep, but after several restless nights, she felt compelled to try something different in this life. "Why are you staying here tonight?" Louis Xiao inquired, fixing his gaze upon her. He ought to depart and certainly should not meddle by questioning her regarding that remark. Yet, for reasons unknown, his feet felt as though they were encased in lead, rendering him immobile. Was it truly an inability to move, or rather a reluctance to proceed? He did not wish to delve into the matter further. It was arranged by Uncle Gu. Nancy cast her gaze in that direction. The outcome of her inquiry was met with his silence, which compelled her to ponder even more. Although she had temporarily gained his trust, this man was deeply suspicious and undeniably difficult to engage with. She further clarified, "I am injured and cannot reside with Shifan on the back mountain." Chapter 76. Had he just kissed her? Louis Xiao tilted his head back and took a few more sips of milk. The beauty of his visage grew frostier in the absence of conversation, his cool brows and eyes bearing a hint of sharpness that sent a shiver down Nancy's spine, given his identity as a killer. She was not typically one to lose her composure. However, someone like Shanqi, who was taciturn, ponderous and utterly inscrutable, was best approached with caution. Moreover, considering this man's casual presence in Lihanuan, where even Yuan Hao and Uncle Gu deferred to him, his status and rank were undoubtedly significant. After a brief silence, Nancy deliberated and resolved to clarify her intentions. "I have never ascended to the 2nd floor, nor have I inquired into the affairs of Lord Forth, so you need not harbor suspicions about my motives. I merely wish to enjoy a drink." In the midst of his milk drinking, Louis Xiao paused and lifted his gaze. He uttered no words, yet she was candid with her explanations. Furthermore, Lihanuan was under constant surveillance. He was well aware of her motives and had never doubted her intentions. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat tense, a sudden howl resonated from outside the window. It was Shifan. Having spent a day without companionship, it had likely come in search of company. Nancy felt elated, for the strange tension that had permeated the air was alleviated by the entrance of the Wolf King, preventing any further awkwardness between them. However, before she could savor her delight for more than a few seconds, Lu Yixiao's cold voice cut through the moment. You have wounds, you cannot engage with Shi Fan. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal figure burst through the open window of the dining room. Two voices cried out in unison. Shi Fan! Come here! Cubs, yet it was too late. The Wolf King, towering and as powerful as an adult male, leaped toward its owner in a frenzy of excitement. Nanshi barely had time to dodge aside, expecting to collide with the tiles, but instead, the anticipated pain did not materialize. She found herself enveloped in a chilling embrace. Had this man saved her? However, Nanshi had no time to ponder, as the peculiar sounds from Shi Fan drew her attention. It seemed the Wolf King had caught the scent of blood, having just howled, and was now panting in a state of fervor. Nanshi was startled. The situation was perilous. She hurriedly spoke in the language of wolves, attempting to rouse Shi Fan, yet it showed no sign of response, its eyes glistening with a menacing green light. Poised to pounce, suddenly Shi Fan stepped away. Lu Yixiao's gaze darkened as he barked at it. His aura loomed like a mountain, descending upon them and instilling a sense of reassurance in Nanshi. Soon, the fierce Wolf King howled a few times, casting a glance at Nanshi, leaving one to wonder whether it was reluctance or some other emotion that stirred within him. However, he quickly fled in fear, leaping out of the window once more. In just a few minutes, the crisis was averted. Suddenly, the man spoke. It is, after all, an animal. Do you think that reasoning with it slowly will somehow tame it? Nanshi was taken aback, staring into his eyes, and asked, Is the porridge you are taming? The two were positioned with her above and him below, seemingly engaged in a serious conversation, oblivious to the proximity and intimacy of their posture. Especially under the faint light that graced his profile, he appeared to be enveloped in a delicate golden halo. His silence was interpreted by Nanshi as tacit agreement. This could explain why this man held such a high status in the Lu Hanyuan. For he was capable of taming wolves. It was common knowledge that in the realm of Lord Lu, ferocious beasts such as wolves and tigers were kept, and the Wolf King alongside the tiger was extraordinarily fierce, beyond the reach of ordinary tamers. As if struck by a sudden thought, Nanshi's eyes shifted, and she hurriedly inquired, That night when I married into Lu Hanyuan and faced the tiger, was it you who scared it away? The man raised an eyebrow slightly, retorting, What else could it be? Embarrassed, Nanshi touched her nose, having assumed it was her own fright that sent the tiger fleeing to Sk. With such a man's audacity and ferocity, even the tiger and wolf trembled before him, proving he was not to be trifled with. Though they coexisted peacefully for the moment, such a formidable individual was not someone she could associate with. It was best to keep her distance. Aren't you getting up? His voice was low, imbued with a chill. His words, Nanshi realized she was still atop him, and while murmuring a thank you, she hastily sat up. Yet as she fell, it seemed she had twisted her wrist. The moment her hands left the ground, she let out a soft hiss of pain, and due to her body's inertia, she inadvertently leaned back onto him once more. It seemed her forehead had brushed against something soft. Nanshi suddenly realized that he had just kissed her forehead. In that moment, her body was once again pressed closely against Lu Yixiao's, maintaining the same positioning of her above him. As her soft form pressed against him, the man, who had intended to be irate, found his face unexpectedly flushed. Lu Yixiao had always known that beneath her long attire lay a figure of commendable allure. Apologies, Nanshi remained oblivious to the man's unusual demeanor. Her wrist ached, causing her to inadvertently slip down. One head tilted back, the other lowered, and in an instant, their gazes collided. If they were any closer, their lips could have met. However, her expression remained natural and open, while his eyes held an inscrutable sentiment. Before he could speak, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him weighed heavily, making it difficult to breathe. Had it not been for Nanshi's considerable fortitude, she too would have felt intimidated by his gaze. She earnestly explained, I truly didn't mean it. I just twisted my wrist. She had unwittingly taken advantage of him, so why was he so vexed? Why was he angry again? Just as her words fell, a yawn escaped her lips, accompanied by an inexplicable dizziness that beckoned her to slumber. This sudden onset of drowsiness invigorated Nanshi. After several sleepless nights, why was she suddenly so eager to sleep? Noticing her momentary distraction, Lu Yixiao was infuriated. The previous enchanting atmosphere now vanished. With a cold expression, he inquired, Why are you not getting up yet? Chapter 77. Had he once again been toyed with by Jiang Nanshi? However, Nanshi was unwilling to rise, merely replying, Just a moment. A moment for what? She meticulously recalled the sequence of their encounters and interactions. The scent emanating from him was both familiar and delightful, so delightful that it made her drowsy. The last time she fainted was also due to embracing this man. In the study, she had kissed him through a mask, only to discover her desire for slumber. Thus, could it be that her insomnia was finally alleviated? After all, she had consumed 2 bottles of strong liquor earlier and felt no fatigue whatsoever. A moment. Lu Yixiao, however, was becoming increasingly agitated. Was she really dazed while clinging to him? Did she mistake him for another man? As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Yixiao bit out a few words. Zhang Nanxi. Clearly, he was seething with rage. Nanxi exclaimed, I'm here. Just give me 10 minutes. She merely wished to ascertain whether her proximity to him would guarantee her sleep. Yet, the man's handsome visage appeared even colder than usual. His phoenix eyes glinting ominously. A pang of alarm shot through Nanxi. Realizing she had provoked him, grasping his sleeve, she hastily pleaded, 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes. When Lu Yixiao met her pleading gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. Though their time together had been brief, she had always looked at him with an unguarded openness, never displaying such a coy demeanor. So why was she now indulging in such a display? As this thought emerged, his brow furrowed. Was this woman attempting to seduce him once more? With their bodies pressed together, she shifted against his chest, seemingly in search of a comfortable position for slumber. When he realized the astonishing softness of her form, Lu Yixiao's expression darkened considerably. His eyes deep as the ocean, the usually composed and self-restrained man found himself momentarily softened and distracted by this woman. To be frank, with her limited strength, he could easily have pushed her away, preventing her from remaining atop him. Was he genuinely concerned about her wound reopening? Or was there another reason? Lu Yixiao was uncertain. He gently closed his eyes, striving for composure, but when he reopened them, a menacing intensity flickered within his gaze. Zhang Nanxi, do you truly believe I would never strike a woman? After uttering this, he waited a few seconds, and upon receiving no response, he lowered his head to glance at her. What did he find? This infuriating woman. Had she actually fallen asleep? He was furious, yet she lay sprawled upon him, sound asleep. The sound of her deep, rhythmic breathing brushed against his earlobe, further darkening his expression. Had he truly been outmaneuvered by Zhang Nanxi once again? Lu Yixiao pushed the woman off him, but she showed no sign of waking. Mumbling, don't disturb me, I'm tired. He was not one to be tender-hearted. In fact, he had a certain aversion to closeness. Had it been any other woman encroaching upon him, he would have erupted in anger and expelled her. Yet, for this woman named Zhang Nanxi, he had repeatedly compromised his principles. As his gaze fell upon her tightly shut eyelids, long eyelashes, well-defined nose, and delicate crimson lips. The man, momentarily taken aback, chose to exercise restraint. Zhang Nanxi, my compassion stems merely from your suffering because of me. This is the first and the last time. The following day, Lu Yixiao was roused from sleep by the persistent ringing of his phone. He harbored a severe case of morning irritability, compounded by a restless night filled with dreams, leaving his mood even more agitated. On the other end of the line was Yuan Hao, reporting on the matter concerning the acquisition of Famian jade from the Holy Empire. He also uncovered a formidable aide named Shi Ju who was associated with the assassin Nan Ao. Where is he? Lu Yixiao's interest peaked. He has fled from the Holy Empire, Yuan Hao said. But curiously, all assassins are currently covertly pursuing Shi Ju. Lu Yixiao fell into deep contemplation. If memory serves, their records indicated that Nan Ao, Shi Ju, and Dong Han were all subordinates of Bei Qian. Moreover, Shi Ju and Dong Han were nurtured under Nan Ao's guidance, obedient solely to her. Of course, when Lu Yixiao initially uncovered this information, he had not envisioned that Nan Ao was the very person he had been desperately searching for. Shaoxi. The call had not been terminated, yet silence reigned on the line. After a considerable pause, Lu Yixiao rubbed his temples and inquired, have you found any other individuals? Not yet. We are tracking Shi Ju. Lu Yixiao's expression remained impassive. I demand to see him alive. The situation was peculiar. Shi Ju held a high status within their assassin organization, so why was he being hunted? And by whom? However, Lu Yixiao's objective was not to rescue Shi Ju but rather to locate Nan Ao through him in the absence of Bei Qian. The remedy for insomnia is effective. Lu Yixiao enjoys restful sleep, so what would he want? After a few seconds of silence, he stated coolly, deliver him to the Lu family ancestral residence. For whom? Naturally, for old lady Lu. Yuan Hao confirmed. Oh, and there is one more matter. Yuan Hao's tone shifted. The caregiver at the hospital attending to Zhang Nanxi's grandmother has confessed after being taken to the police station. She claims she acted under Wang Pei's instructions, hence her usual abuse of the elderly woman, and now Wang Pei seeks to bail her out. The implication was clear. Should intervention be necessary? Lu Yixiao closed his eyes, massaged his temples and coldly replied, gather evidence of the caregiver's mistreatment of the elderly lady. We shall handle this in an official capacity. He had previously heard from Yuan Hao about the entire ordeal. Thus he was well aware of the caregiver's bullying. Chapter 78. This man can cure her insomnia. However, these words took Yuan Hao by surprise. Official capacity. That meant he would not let the caregiver or Wang Pei off the hook. As elder abuse under the laws of the imperial capital carries criminal repercussions, our fourth master is not one to act out of kindness. He is now essentially providing support for Jiang Nanqi. Yet to think that this god, devoid of earthly emotions, is now entangled in the bonds of human affection. It is exhilarating to contemplate. Very well. Yuan Hao nodded. I recently encountered someone named Su Chenin at the hospital. He inquired where Jiang Nanqi's grandmother had been transferred. Oh, by the way, Su Chenin is Jiang Nanqi's cousin, a manager at the Jiang family's entertainment company, and has gained a modest reputation. Jiang Nanqi's cousin? After a moment of silence, Louis Xiao replied coolly, inform him. Very well. As the call was about to end, Louis Xiao suddenly recalled something and inquired, what is the situation with Lu Luoman? That night, everyone present at the underground boxing arena was taken to the police station for questioning. Yuan Hao clarified that it was merely a playful incident without any external operations. Thus, this does not constitute a crime, and they did not accuse Lu Luoman as the mastermind behind it. What does this indicate? The group maintained a strict code of silence. Even if apprehended, there would be no repercussions for Lu Luoman. Furthermore, Yuan Hao mentioned that Lu Luoman had sought out Zhang Yu, and they were now searching for Jiang Nanqi everywhere, presumably plotting revenge. Lu Luoman and Zhang Yu had always colluded, and their interactions naturally hinted at being outmaneuvered by Jiang Nanqi. So, whom would they seek to retaliate against? Naturally, it would be Jiang Nanqi. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Hao leisurely remarked over the phone, it seems that Dr. Tao is correct. Jiang Nanqi's stay at Luhan Courtyard is the safest option. A seemingly casual comment. Louis Xiao said little more before ending the call. Meanwhile, a knock echoed from the bedroom door. Xiaoshanqi, are you awake? It was Uncle Gu outside. Breakfast is ready. Little she got up at 4 this morning to prepare a sumptuous meal. So early? Louis Xiao was momentarily taken aback. To be precise, Jiang Nanqi had actually awakened around 3 o'clock. She only remembered feeling extremely drowsy. Being near him made her sleepy, and she subsequently enjoyed a delightful slumber. Thus, aside from sleeping with the Wolf King, her insomnia seemed to have found a remedy. With this thought, Nanqi felt a surge of excitement. Even though she had only managed 2 hours of sleep, it was still a significant improvement over her previous sleepless nights. Today, she had prepared an extravagant breakfast, intending to pamper Xiaoshanqi. Ever since her mask had been removed by him, she had grown indifferent to wearing it again. For he had seen her face, hadn't he? Yet, while cooking, she still donned it for the sake of cleanliness. Little she, I noticed you seem quite cheerful today, Uncle Gu remarked, already perceiving her good spirits. Nanqi nodded. I had been experiencing some insomnia, but I managed to sleep well last night. Uncle Gu, being of advanced age, also grappled with sleep issues and understood the associated struggles. Yet he chuckled, waking up so early in the middle of the night can hardly be considered sleeping well. Can it? Nanqi smiled slightly. I may not sleep much, but Uncle Gu, has your insomnia improved? With this topic broached, Uncle Gu's mood lifted considerably. I've been using the medicinal pillow you provided. My sleep has improved quite a bit. If you can concoct such remedies, why not use them for yourself? To say that the medicinal pillow had no effect on Nanqi would be an understatement, as even the auxiliary tool for treating insomnia, Famian Jade, proved ineffective. Nanqi shrugged. I've tried it, it didn't work for me. The two engaged in casual conversation while enjoying breakfast, with Uncle Gu assisting Nanqi in the kitchen. After more than an hour, the delightful aroma of the lavish meal spread across the table, enticing Uncle Gu's appetite. From cooking to plating, Nanqi's culinary skills rivaled that of a 7-star restaurant, both exquisite and delectable. Uncle Gu, beaming with delight, remarked, it seems that Nanqi is very pleased with our little Xiaoshanqi, preparing such a feast. Ever since he laid eyes on Jiang Nanqi, his satisfaction had only deepened. This was not due to superficiality. After all, given the identity of our fourth young master, seeking a partner with striking looks is quite natural, isn't it? Once Jiang Nanqi had been marred in beauty, her visage unappealing. Who could have anticipated that now her face bore no scars and radiated such elegance? Even if her status were somewhat lacking, it mattered little. For our fourth master is not one to place great value on social standing. Moreover, the young fourth master only partakes of the meals prepared by Nanqi. And the more Gu Shu observes her, the more he finds her admirable, having long since cast aside any thoughts of the previous Miss Ruan. How could one be dissatisfied? Previously, she had sought to avoid him, as he was not the easiest of companions, possessing a pair of piercing eyes capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of others. Yet, circumstances have changed. Even if he were more formidable than wolves or leopards, she was determined to draw close to him. After all, this man possesses the ability to alleviate her insomnia. Curiously, how is it that he alone can achieve such a feat? Gu Shu, now in high spirits, volunteered to invite the young fourth master down for dinner. Before long, the occupant of the bedroom had not yet appeared, and Gu Shu descended from the second floor alone, smiling as he addressed Nanshi. Xiaoxi, for the next couple of days you should not leave Lu Hanyuan. Why? Nanshi inquired, glancing over. I am unsure of the specifics. It was a directive from Shanqi. Nanshi, being astute, quickly pieced together the situation. Likely, she had angered Lu Luoman yesterday, and now someone was dispatched to pursue her in the capital. She shrugged. After all, she bore injuries and had no desire to venture out. 10 minutes later, Lu Yixiao finally emerged from the bedroom. This individual, possessing a penchant for cleanliness, was clad not in the pajamas from their previous encounter the night before. Since his appearance in the dining area, the atmosphere had turned somewhat frosty, lacking the harmony of moments prior. Nevertheless, Nanshi paid it no mind, continuing to assist him with the dishes, saying, "Did you not drink cold milk last night? I added some ingredients beneficial for the spleen and stomach. Do give it a try. And this glutinous rice dish, I noticed you are not fond of sweets, so I merely added a touch of brown sugar. It should be quite palatable." Chapter 79. Merely sleeping. I do nothing. Nanshi busied herself, attentively catering to him. As for her reasons for such attentiveness, Lu Yixiao surmised the likely cause. Perhaps she felt a twinge of guilt for unexpectedly falling asleep the night prior. He had indeed felt a flicker of irritation when she had drifted off. However, given the passage of time, why should a man dwell on trivialities? Lu Yixiao said little, harboring no aversion to her assistance in setting the table. Their meal, enjoyed over the span of half an hour, was satisfying and harmonious. Yet Gu Shu, unbeknownst to him, observed the interaction between Nanshi and the young fourth master with a sense of delight, who was unaware that our young fourth master had always kept a distance from women. Over the years it had been a rare occurrence for a Miss Ruan to approach, yet he had remained indifferent towards her, and now he was markedly different with Zhang Nanshi, who claimed that feelings could not blossom post-marriage. Is this not a testament to the contrary? Furthermore, our young fourth master, known for his regard for privacy, was presently unmasked before Xiaoxi. What does this signify? Their bond is clearly deepening. Suddenly Nanshi spoke up. Did you not sleep well last night? I noticed some dark circles under your eyes. Mentioning his lack of rest caused Lu Yixiao's expression to grow progressively colder. He was a man of few words. Had it been any other time, he would have merely cast her a frosty glance, prompting her to silence herself. Yet at this moment, after scrutinizing Nanshi's face for several seconds, he replied, "Who is to blame for my sleeplessness?" His words, devoid of warmth and emotion, momentarily left Nanshi taken aback. Given the current nature of their relationship, they were far from being mere friends. Could it be that after the events at the boxing gym yesterday, he has begun to regard her as a friend? Previously, she hadn't observed closely, but now, illuminated by the fragmented light striking his face, his exquisitely sculpted features bore an almost flawless quality, strikingly beautiful to the point of being almost indecent. Were it not for their proximity, Nanshi would not have noticed that his pupils were a shade deeper than those of an ordinary person. Consequently, his slightly cold gaze, coupled with a non-smiling demeanor, appeared somewhat intimidating. Hence, she had previously perceived him as difficult to approach. It is my fault. Following his lead, Nanshi replied, offering her apologies. Lu Yixiao, however, bore no anger. His tone was merely a touch indifferent as he remarked, "As long as you are aware." Observing his relatively pleasant mood, Nanshi endeavored to engage him as a friend. Preparing such an elaborate feast today and managing to please him was something she had never done before. Although she had come with an ulterior motive, the man stood tall and straight, exuding an air of nobility and arrogance, especially as he raised an eyebrow in her direction. His gaze, devoid of any aggression, nonetheless commanded respect. Taking his silence as acquiescence, Nanshi nodded and inquired, "It seems you are the one who is enjoying it. Did you find my dishes to your liking?" He plucked a napkin to dab at the corner of his mouth, tossing it into the trash can while casually replying, "Not bad." Satisfied, Nanshi nodded and decided to press her luck a little further. She looked at him and smiled, her lips pursed. Yet, this very smile sparked an unsettling thought in Lu Yixiao's mind. Nanshi continued, "You instructed me not to leave Lianyuan these past couple of days. I have complied. You could simply tell me directly, why go through Uncle Gu?" Lu Yixiao glanced at her, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Her words seemed overly intimate. What did she mean by that? She was following his lead. The vicinity of Lianyuan was swarming with individuals sent by Lu Luoman and Zhang Yu, and venturing out was tantamount to courting disaster. While he remained contemplative, Nanshi suddenly declared, "Since we are now friends, I shall cook for you, and you shall keep me company at night." Lu Yixiao froze, his expression shifting slightly, brow furrowing tightly. Such audacious words were being delivered with utmost seriousness. Even in the face of his reaction, Nanshi thought to herself how fortunate he was. Even when frowning or displeased, he remained remarkably handsome. Before Lu Yixiao could respond, Uncle Gu, standing nearby, was seized by a fit of violent coughing. Truly, was this something he should be privy to? Oh dear. While Xiaoxi had been married into Lu Hanyuan, the fourth young master had said little on the matter, tacitly acknowledging their marital bond. Their relationship had not been particularly amicable before. And now they were sharing a bed? Jiang Nanshi, are you aware of the implications of your words? Lu Yixiao's tone was harsh upon closer inspection. One could discern a slight flush on his otherwise furious face. He was not one to wear his emotions on his sleeve, often indifferent to certain matters, yet since engaging with Nanshi, he had seemingly transformed that he had become somewhat prone to irritation, quick to anger, and emotionally volatile. I did not speak out of turn. Nanshi stepped forward, closing the distance between them however. For every step she took, Lu Yixiao retreated to I see you haven tea sobered up from last night's drinking. She fixed her gaze upon his eyes, asserting, you know full well that I was not inebriated. The man's expression darkened further. Jiang Nanshi, you are a woman. I understand the differences between the genders. Nanshi could no longer afford to ponder over trivial matters. The torment of insomnia was too unbearable previously. Her condition had shown some improvement thanks to the elixirs personally concocted by Beiqian. Yet even she, with her esteemed status as a healer, was oblivious to the ingredients within those remedies now. Cut off from any means of contacting Beiqian, she was determined to find a resolution for her affliction. Soon Nanshi remarked, it's merely sleep. I shall not engage in anything else. What is there to fear? Lu Yixiao was rendered speechless by her audacity. What more do you wish to do? Yet, as a man of stature, he found it difficult to voice such sentiments. Of course, as long as you promise me. Nanshi leaned in, her innocent visage alight with mischief. Whatever you wish to pursue in the future, I shall comply. In all sincerity, as she uttered those words, her thoughts were consumed with matters pertaining to his quest for Beiqian. As long as her insomnia was alleviated, she was not averse to revealing certain significant details, provided she would not indiscriminately disclose Beiqian's whereabouts. However, Lu Yixiao misconstrued her intentions. Not only did he misinterpret, but he also felt his face flush with indignation. What did she mean by complying with whatever he desired? That insufferable woman, truly devoid of any sense of shame. Countless individuals had previously attempted to send women to his bed under various pretexts, whether simple or alluring, but he had scarcely spared them a glance. Let alone this. Jiang Nanshi. Chapter 80. Is this how you treat all your male friends? Uncle Gu, who had intended to remain inconspicuous, found himself choking on his words upon hearing this. Oh dear. Youth these days are certainly exuberant. Nevertheless, he found it delightful that Xiaoxi was taking the initiative, especially since their young fourth master was as reticent as a closed book. Although he had never experienced romance, he was not entirely naive to the ways of the world. If someone were to take the initiative, a story would surely unfold. Lu Yixiao cast a cold glance at Uncle Gu, his expression far from pleasant. Receiving the unspoken message of discontent, Uncle Gu sheepishly chuckled, muttering something about checking the kitchen before hastily retreating. Did he just perceive a hint of bashfulness in their young fourth master? Surely, he must have been mistaken. With the absence of others, Nanshi felt emboldened and chose to speak candidly. The moment you left last night, I awoke shortly after. I have been battling insomnia for several days now, and even Fimianu offers me little relief. Over the years I have relied on medication, yet with the formula lost to me, my stay at Lu Hanyuan has reduced my sleep to mere hours, barely achievable through a bowl of congee. Not to mention, I am currently injured and cannot approach congee. Even when I held it, slumber eluded me. Only in your presence can I find rest. This was her sole opportunity, and she was determined to seize it. Lu Yixiao's first reaction was incredulity. Had he truly been relegated to the role of a mere sleeping companion for this woman? Yet he soon dismissed the absurdity of her claims and desired to extricate himself from her nonsensical discourse. With long strides he hastily departed, but Nanshi was not one to easily concede. She swiftly pursued him, and soon a playful tug-of-war ensued. Both were well aware of each other's strengths, having previously gauged their skills. Yet to truly engage in conflict was unnecessary, regardless of who might be harmed. Jiang Nanshi. Lu Yixiao exclaimed in exasperation, you are aware of the distinctions between the sexes, and yet you dare utter such words? Nanshi adeptly countered, you need not regard me solely as a woman. I am the assassin organization. Men predominantly prevail, and having grown up amidst them, she has never truly regarded herself as a woman. As for matters of romantic inclination, she is remarkably oblivious. The notion of not considering her a woman? Lu Yixiao furrowed his brow, finding it ludicrous. Yet she remains undeniably a woman. Is this some new tactic of hers to entice? Having previously encountered Zhang Yu and Lu Luoman, he had lowered his guard around her, but that did not imply she could take liberties. Noticing his increasingly frosty demeanor, Nanshi pressed on, Were we not comrades in arms just yesterday? I uncovered that the person behind Zhang Yu is Lu Luoman, and during our skirmish I inadvertently saved you, did I not? Of course I do not mention this to seek your gratitude. Rather, consider it a favor from a friend in need. Friend? A favor? Lu Xiao laughed in exasperation, retorting, so you treat every male friend of yours in this manner? If memory serves, you owe me a favor from yesterday. What was he truly perturbed about? Shouldn't he be irked by her preposterous suggestion to share a bed? Why did he seem to harbor some irritation instead? Was he not her sole interest? I shall repay you later, and I assure you it is not the same with other men. Nanshi was taken aback. In her previous life she possessed beauty and allure, yet her character and appearance exuded an aggressiveness that deterred many suitors. Furthermore, she was not one to offer explanations. Within the organization she commanded while others executed her orders. Yet, for reasons unknown, she always found herself elaborating more when conversing with him. Nanshi continued, it's just you, and every time I draw near, I feel drowsy. After our embrace last night, I fell asleep instantly. However, shortly after you left, I awoke and could not return to slumber. That I am not deceiving you. It is quite genuine, to be frank. I find it rather miraculous. Were it not for the unforeseen events of yesterday, she would still be grappling with the torment of insomnia. Lu Xiao's mood lightened somewhat. At least she was not frivolous, and he was not merely a substitute for other men. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly realized he was losing his composure. Was this truly the time for such musings? The man's brow furrowed, his gaze icy. Jiang Nanshi, you are the wife of Lord Lu. What do you call sleeping together? It is a breach of marital propriety. Breach of marital propriety. Upon hearing this, Nanshi felt no anger. Instead, she found it amusing, having discerned that he was not as ferocious as he initially appeared. She gradually lost her fear of him. It wasn't fear, for they were kindred spirits. When masters spar, one either allies with them or keeps a respectful distance. Yet, at present, even as the esteemed healer, she found herself incapable of remedying her own insomnia. Who cared for her prior declarations of wanting to distance herself from him? First, she needed to address the pressing issue of her sleeplessness, and later she could slowly seek alternative remedies. For the first time, Lu Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Had it been anyone else, who would dare? Yet this insufferable woman persistently challenged his limits. But you, Jiang Nanshi, have entered this family as the mistress of the Lu residence. Lu Xiao presumed that such a statement would instill fear in her. However, Nanshi was utterly indifferent to the trivial title of mistress. Presently, she had little concern for such matters, directly declaring, what mistress nonsense are you speaking of? I have yet to lay eyes upon your esteemed Lord Lu Si, and I remain oblivious to his fate. Moreover, should my restless nights persist, I fear I might succumb to a sudden demise. Hence preserving my life takes precedence. This time, the man is genuinely incensed. Once a figure of striking beauty, he now bears an air of hostility. Lu Xiao has always been a man of his word, never one to offer excessive explanations to others. It seems that should she utter even a single additional word, he would not hesitate to silence her completely. Chapter 81. Would you please refrain from being angry? Suddenly, in a swift moment, Nanshi seized the opportunity and rushed forward. After a brief hesitation of 2 seconds, she leapt into his embrace, her arms draping around his neck, burying her face within the crook of his neck. The warmth enveloped her, soft jade in his hold, and in that instant Lu Xiao stood frozen. The sensation was utterly extraordinary, as if his heart were about to leap from his throat. With his agile physique, he had countless means to prevent anyone from encroaching upon him. Yet why did he not push her away immediately? Wasn't he that the expected course of action? As the thought crossed his mind, Lu Xiao acted accordingly. He easily restrained the delicate arms of the woman, pulling her down from his form with her slight frame. He could effortlessly cast her to the ground. However, in that fleeting moment, Lu Xiao began to worry about her injuries. What if he caused her further harm? In the brief seconds of his distraction, Nanshi was forcefully pulled forward, yet she clung tightly to his neck, refusing to let go. To an outsider, they might appear as a playful couple in a light-hearted tussle. Yet, Nanshi understood that this man truly despised physical contact with others. The situation had escalated beyond her expectations. But given the current circumstances, what retreat did she possess? Urgently she implored, wait. Aren't you searching for Bei Qian? I can tell you where Shi Ju is. Surely you are aware of who Shi Ju is? He is a trusted confidant of Bei Qian. Shi Ju? Lu Xiao paused for a few seconds, ceasing his grip on her. It appeared that this woman was indeed well informed regarding the matters of the Bei Qian organization. He regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze, seemingly awaiting her elaboration. With that look, Nanshi sensed hope. She had wagered correctly that Shi Ju was akin to her own confidant, and disclosing certain details about him would not endanger Bei Qian or the organization. Nanshi continued, did I not instruct you to seek out Fei Mianyu at the museum in the Holy Empire? There exists a secret passage underground that leads to the villa where Shiju resides in the Holy Empire. Originally, the museum was her private domain, and she had excavated the underground passage to maintain a fade. Moreover, at the other end of this passage lay not only Shiju's residence but also Dong Han's. Yet, Nanshi omitted a crucial detail. The villa was merely a temporary refuge for Shiju. Even if she revealed this to Shanqi, he might not be able to apprehend him. Their gazes locked, both pairs of eyes bore an inquisitive and aggressive intensity. Nanshi was the first to relent, stating, I am not deceiving you. Have someone investigate, and you shall see the truth with their numerous encounters. Louis Xiao knew she was not lying. Yet, the information he had failed to uncover was fully known to this Jiang Nanshi. She was not only aware of Bei Qian and Nanao, but now also of Shiju. Was she merely the simple, downtrodden country girl she appeared to be? The man's expression darkened, laced with a hint of interrogation. What is your relationship with Shiju? Nanshi was not afraid of him. She merely inquired, have you perhaps violated the rules? He appeared somewhat perplexed. We had previously agreed on a 1-month term. Nanshi continued, I cannot disclose everything to you. I must retain some crucial information for myself. This is my source of security and my talisman for survival. Just remember, I am not your enemy, and we should not stand on opposing sides. It is no wonder she is clever, effortlessly rendering him speechless with her succinct words, leaving him compliant. Indeed, she posed no threat to Lu Yixiao's position. On the contrary, she had revealed many significant matters and even assisted him in uncovering Lu Luoman's weaknesses. So, could you perhaps look favorably upon my commendable performance and lend me a hand? Her sudden soft tone left Lu Yixiao momentarily stunned. This woman truly knew how to adapt. One moment she was assertive and the next she softened her voice. Nanshi continued to gaze at his face. Observing the slight relaxation in his expression, she persisted in appealing to his emotions and reasoned that I understand this request may seem excessive, but if there were any other viable solutions, I would not be bothering you like this. Please help me, won't you? Her gentle plea, won't you, sounded almost like a coaxing child. Upon finishing her sentence, Nanshi, fearing he might cast her aside, exerted all her strength to cling to him, ultimately wrapping her legs around his waist. The intimacy of their embrace was undeniably enchanting. Was it her emotional dullness or her excessive trust in him that rendered her oblivious to their proximity? As her warm breath cascaded over Lu Yixiao's neck, it provoked a tingling sensation, leaving him somewhat flustered. Such words, when spoken in any man's ear, carried an unspoken air of ambiguity. Won't you? Certainly not. How could he acquiesce to such a ludicrous proposal? As he intended to retort fiercely. His gaze fell upon her eyes. Her porcelain-like visage was exquisitely beautiful and alluring, and as she leaned in so submissively, she exuded a serene calmness. In that moment, with her childlike plea, he felt as if he had been enchanted. Throughout the years, countless admirers had pursued him, but he had met them with distaste and resistance. Yet, he found himself oddly unperturbed by her closeness, even intrigued by it. Won't you? It seemed there was nothing wrong with that. Suddenly, Nanshi yawned, tears glimmering in her eyes, lending her an almost innocent air. Look, the moment I embrace you, I feel sleepy. Shall I take that as your consent? As her mind gradually became clouded, the urge to sleep grew stronger. And upon noticing his lack of resistance, she softly uttered, please don't be angry, will you? Just wait for me. Until I find the antidote. Her well-timed coquetry was not irksome. Instead, it evoked a sense of pity. Chapter 82. Do not entangle me further. Lu Yixiao possessed pronounced features, and with his fair complexion, he was somewhat unapproachable, especially with his furrowed brow, which added a touch of severity. However, his previously impassive gaze now bore a hint of contemplation. Before her mind succumbed to oblivion, Nanshi closed her eyes and uttered her final request. Could you hold me a little longer? It would be best if you could stay with me as I sleep. That way, I could enjoy a full night's rest. As soon as her words fell, an almost miraculous phenomenon occurred. The sound of her long, even breaths reached Lu Yixiao's ears. In that fleeting moment, no one noticed that the man's earlobes had turned crimson. She had once again succumbed to slumber in his embrace. What had transpired the previous night? It was his inaugural indulgence of her, and alas, his final. Just over a mere 10 hours had elapsed, and he found himself confronted with a harsh reality. Once more, he had shattered his own boundaries for her sake. Jiangnan 11. In truth, Lu Yixiao was aware that she had fallen asleep, yet he could not resist uttering, if I discover that you have deceived me, you shall face dire consequences. Even he could not comprehend why, for if he were genuinely irate, he would not possess such patience towards her, allowing matters to escalate to an irretrievable point. He was not one known for his amiable disposition. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby corner. Lu Yixiao lifted his gaze, Tracing the noise. It was Uncle Gu, crouched by the wall, eavesdropping with less clarity than he intended. However, he had witnessed the fourth young master and Xiaoxi entwined in each other's arms, and his excitement had rendered him unstable, nearly causing him to tumble awkwardly. At that moment, unexpectedly caught in the act by the fourth young master. Uncle Gu's face flushed with embarrassment as he offered a sheepish smile. Yet, while he smiled, Louis Xiao remained inscrutable. The atmosphere grew noticeably tense once more. The two exchanged glances, and Uncle Gu thought to himself that he was in deep trouble. He wished to articulate a few words of explanation. He had barely begun to speak of Xiaoxi when Louis Xiao shot him a piercing glance, coldly remarking, "Keep your voice down." Uncle Gu nodded vigorously, whispering, "Xiaoxi is asleep? So touching." Our typically indifferent fourth young master has begun to show concern for others. Indeed, Louis Xiao maintained his aloof demeanor, as though the anger that had recently flared within him, igniting a flush upon his cheeks, belonged to another individual entirely. Uncle Gu pinched his palm, feeling as though he were ensnared in a surreal dream. He chuckled awkwardly, attempting to defuse the tension. "Well, I shall take my leave then. Why linger?" Remaining here felt overly intrusive. Previously, when the fourth young master had been merely brushed against by Miss Ruan, his countenance had soured, his reluctance evident, but now, our fourth young master had not only engaged with a woman but had also embraced Xiaoxi. Truly, a blessing from the heavens. Overcome with emotion, Uncle Gu's thoughts wandered further. Although the last time Lady Lu had chastised the fourth young master over the phone, she was aware that both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Naturally, she felt a pang of sympathy for him. If she had not cared, why would she have sent precious tonic to Lu Hanyuan so early in the day? According to Xiaoxi, these tonics were not commonplace herbs, difficult to procure, and not only were they invaluable, but also one of a kind. Certainly, Lady Lu held the fourth young master in high regard, while she speculated that he was not truly in a coma. As the outside world suggested, it remained mere speculation, for she had never ventured to Lu Hanyuan to confirm. Why? It was not due to a lack of concern, but rather because she possessed a keen sense of propriety. The fourth young master was not nurtured under her watch, and their relationship was not particularly strong. Thus she allowed him a degree of space, refraining from interfering with his freedom. She even entrusted the decision-making power of the Lu Corporation to him. Alas, both the grandmother and grandson were passive and disinclined to explain themselves, resulting in misunderstandings, and as a servant, he dared not voice too much. Indeed, when Lady Lu sent nourishment to Lu Hanyuan, she specifically instructed Uncle Gu not to inform Louis Xiao. The resplendent sunlight bathed the entire Lu Hanyuan, refracting through the lush greenery of the surrounding woods, casting an enchanting glow. It had been 2 hours since Louis Xiao gently laid Nanxi upon the guest room bed. He repeatedly reminded himself that his only obligation was to place her in bed, with no duty to stay, yet every time he turned, he found her nuzzling against him like a small kitten. He lingered at the bedside for several hours, entranced as the sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated her. Nanxi appeared as if enveloped in a captivating play of light and shadow. To speak candidly, was she unattractive? Not at all. One could even say unexpectedly lovely. However, during their initial encounter, he had not perceived her as unappealing. Ultimately, it was simply that Louis Xiao felt little inclination towards women. Beauty and ugliness bore little significance for him. His typically aloof and pallid visage, upon seeing her peacefully asleep, seemed to shed its defenses, softening somewhat. He murmured to himself, "I am not being soft-hearted. I am merely assisting you. As I can see, you have a fondness for Xiaoxi. Furthermore, I wish for you to rest well and cease clinging to me." He was unaware of how juvenile he had become. Initially, Louis Xiao sat at the edge of the bed, keeping her company, but soon fatigue overcame him, and he could no longer resist the encroaching drowsiness. After stifling several yawns, he found himself wishing to leave. But the thought of her only having slept for a little over 2 hours the previous night lingered in his mind. With a sigh, he surveyed the surroundings, intending to sleep on the sofa, yet ultimately found himself lying on the bed. Glancing at the woman beside him, he scoffed, "If you feel no discomfort, why should I? I refuse to sleep on the sofa." With that, he turned away, facing the opposite direction to sleep. In May's capital, with the sweltering heat, it mattered little not to cover himself with a blanket. This was his final act of courtesy and grace. As a man, he did not wish for Zhang Nanxi to awaken and feel that he had taken advantage of her vulnerability. However, this slumber would plunge them into a deep oblivion. Initially, they occupied opposite corners of the 2-meter-wide bed, maintaining a distance that ensured they would not touch. Yet as sleep overtook them, they unconsciously drew closer, eventually finding themselves entwined. Chapter 83. Had they truly slept together? Louis Xiao, who usually wore a fierce countenance, appeared remarkably docile in slumber, while Nanxi was quite the opposite, looking both innocent and mischievous. Her movements the most pronounced. Before long, she began to seek warmth, snuggling up against Lu Yixiao that he attempted to shift away, but she pursued him, her arms and legs entangling him. Ultimately, Lu Yixiao was roused by her antics, and as he opened his eyes to find her a mere inch away, it took him several moments to register that, this is Zhang Nanxi. The contrast of her disheveled state, clearly having not slept well, yet with a slight frown that suggested a hint of morning irritability, rendered him unexpectedly gentle. Yet this infuriating woman resembled an octopus, her limbs wrapped around him. Looking out the window, he noted that the curtains had not been drawn. What had once been bright was now shrouded in darkness. He had anticipated difficulty in adjusting to the unfamiliar bed, but he was surprised to find he had slept so soundly, taking advantage of the bedside lamp. He scrutinized the woman in his embrace. Zhang Nanxi, it is time to awaken. His voice held a gravelly timbre. Yet, Nanxi remained deep in slumber, utterly unresponsive. Lu Yixiao sat up and gently shifted her hands and feet away. As soon as he shifted away, she began to murmur softly, seemingly unaware of what she was mumbling, and then she pressed closer again. Lu Yixiao felt a twinge of impatience. Zhang Nanxi, are you doing this on purpose? Silence enveloped the room, while someone slept soundly like a little pig this time. The man exerted considerable force to push her away, yet, miraculously, the more he pushed, the closer she inched forward, pressing against him even tighter. The soft jade in his embrace felt almost weightless, and as their breaths intertwined, Lu Yixiao could only perceive one sensation: soft. Exceedingly soft. Every part of her was soft, so much so that he had to admit. As a woman, Zhang Nanxi was testing the limits of his masculinity. Despite his lack of interest in women over the years, he was, after all, a normal man. Lu Yixiao possessed striking good looks, yet when his expression darkened, a trace of hostility emerged on his face. In the next moment, he disregarded her entirely, ruthlessly shoving away her outstretched hands and feet, and stood up from the bed, preparing to leave, having endured her presence for so long. He felt he had been more than patient. However, as he rose abruptly, Nanxi had already positioned herself beside the bed, and with a loss of balance, a resounding thud echoed through the room. Nanxi let out a small cry and fell to the floor. Momentarily dazed, Lu Yixiao was startled as well. Though he was impatient, he had never intended for her to fall. As he hurried to her side, he found Nanxi rubbing her bruised forehead, frowning as she exclaimed, "Ah! What just happened?" "That hurts," perhaps due to having just woken. Her eyes glistened with moisture, her cheeks flushed, giving her an innocent and adorably clueless appearance. "Wait!" Nanxi hurried after him. Lu Yixiao assumed she would be angry and lash out. Although he was not the one who had knocked her off the bed, he felt somewhat responsible. Yet Nanxi's expression radiated delight as she said, "Did you really stay with me all night?" Now that Nanxi had discerned his patterns, she spoke little, and silence often served as tacit acceptance. Thus, a smile immediately graced her cheeks as she added, "Thank you. Thanks to you, my insomnia has vanished." The moment her words fell, what astonished Lu Yixiao even more was that she leaned in closer and solemnly embraced him. This embrace lacked romantic undertones, instead carrying a hint of camaraderie. After the hug, Nanxi patted his shoulder. Lu Yixiao felt somewhat at a loss for words. "What do you want to eat later?" "I can cook." Nanxi was in a good mood and quite accommodating. However, the man remained silent, his brow furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Nanxi shrugged and said, "Then I'll take matters into my own hands. You should have a proper meal. Considering you just kept me company while I slept, you must be exhausted." Lu Yixiao's expression shifted slightly. The words sounded peculiar. It was merely a brief sleep. What was there to be exhausted about? He intended to respond, yet Nanxi was the first to exit the guest room. Yuan Hao never anticipated that after just a few days away for work, the situation at Lu Hanyuan would undergo a profound transformation. Initially, the fourth master had tasked him with investigating the underground passage of the Holy Empire. It was utterly shocking. Indeed, there was a passage, one that even the world's hacker organizations were unaware of. Following the trail of that passage, Yuan Hao's associates discovered 2 villas in the suburbs. Although no one resides there now, within one of the villas, some used items were discovered. After a DNA comparison, it was confirmed to belong to Shijua himself. After a thorough search, although Shijua was not found, Yuan Hao's men uncovered an important secret about him. Shijua has a younger brother who is currently in his senior year of high school in the capital. Oh dear, may heaven bless us, our young fourth master is soon to have a successor. Yuan Hao was utterly bewildered. "Uncle Gu, are you feverish? Our fourth master shuns the company of women. How could he possibly have a successor? You must be the one with a fever." Uncle Gu shot Yuan Hao a glare. "The young fourth master may avoid women, but he has grown close to Xiaoxi." "Who?" Yuan Hao was momentarily taken aback. "Zhang Nanxi." Thus, Uncle Gu recounted the events that transpired at Lehanyuan over the past few days. including the fact that the young fourth master and Xiaoxi shared the same bed. Uncle Gu, despite his age, was not one to indulge in gossip. He was simply too astonished and eager to share his revelations. After all, throughout the day and night, he had clearly observed the young fourth master and Xiaoxi entering and exiting the guest room together. They truly slept together. Yuan Hao was even more shocked than Uncle Gu. Chapter 84. Does our fourth master wish to evade responsibility? The extent of Yuan Hao's astonishment only amplified Uncle Gu's delight. Why would I deceive you about such matters? Uncle Gu said, just wait and see. Their brief conversation came to a temporary halt. What are we waiting to see? Naturally, it was the interactions between Louis Xiao and Nanqi. Aside from mealtimes, these two remained in the guest room. Their activities a mystery. If they were merely sleeping, would they really sleep during the day? This seemed rather peculiar, did it not? Sure enough, at lunchtime, Nanqi emerged from the guest room, brimming with energy to prepare a meal, while Louis Xiao followed closely behind, yawning incessantly, indicating a restless night with a lone man and a solitary woman. Who could avoid speculation? Yuan Hao's excitement was palpable, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Uncle Gu. Both sharing an unspoken understanding. He had always sensed that the relationship between the fourth master and Jiang Nanqi had become somewhat unusual. However, now that Uncle Gu had brought it up and he had witnessed certain events firsthand, the nature of the situation had changed entirely. During this time, as Nanqi cooked, she engaged in light banter with Louis Xiao. It was unclear what had transpired between them, but the man wore a sullen expression while Nanqi continuously apologized. I'm sorry, I wasn't very well behaved while sleeping, but I didn't mean to. Louis Xiao remained silent. Alright, I'll be more mindful next time. I promise not to hold you while I sleep, nor will I steal your blanket. Nanqi vowed such words were bound to stir the imagination, yet both Yuan Hao and Uncle Gu were merely curious. Who would dare to inquire further? But they truly had slept together. A man and a woman sharing the same bed. Could it be merely innocent slumber? I told you I wasn't mistaken, Uncle Gu exclaimed, even more exhilarated than the parties involved. Yuan Hao too felt a surge of joy. This delightful drama only intensified his intrigue. He chuckled. Uncle Gu, how long do you wager it will take for them to have a little fourth master? It is worth noting that when Jiang Nanqi was to be married off to Lu Hanyuan, they had been betting on how long it would take for her to be devoured by the Wolf King. Yet, what was the outcome? Not only did Jiang Nanqi survive, but she also tamed the Wolf King, and even managed to win over the most difficult fourth master, thus becoming the true mistress of Lu Hanyuan. Uncle Gu, having never married throughout his life, pondered for a few seconds before stating, this matter cannot be rushed. It will certainly take a few months, at the very least. A few months? Yuan Hao shook his head. You underestimate our fourth master. I wager it will be within 2 months. Amidst their idle chatter, the whereabouts of Louis Xiao and Nanqi became a point of concern, as they appeared to be embroiled in some discontent. Ultimately, Louis Xiao stormed out of the dining hall with a sullen expression, yet before his departure, he summoned Yuan Hao to his study. All right, I shall be there momentarily. Yuan Hao observed the retreating figure of the fourth master. Preparing to follow. Surely, it is not too late to curry favor with the fourth master's wife, is it? Nanqi, perplexed, glanced up and inquired, what are we congratulating about? Yuan Hao with a playful squint jested, you two are cohabitating. What else could I be congratulating you for? Nanqi furrowed her brow, you are overthinking it. Huh. It's not what you think. With a dismissive wave, Nanqi turned to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Yuan Hao was taken aback, not what he thought. Then what is it? He gazed at Nanqi's departing silhouette, contemplating for a few moments before suddenly experiencing an epiphany. This woman, she truly is a heartless seductress. Having already shared a bed with our fourth master, she still wishes to evade responsibility? Days passed. From initially testing each other and lacking a foundation of trust, Louis Xiao and Nanqi found themselves able to coexist peacefully after encountering various experiences. During their cohabitation, he patiently assisted her in changing dressings and binding her wounds. If Uncle Gu and Yuan Hao were to discover this, they would surely be taken aback. Yet, Louis Xiao persisted in his selfless care, prompted by Nanqi's remark, if you do not help me change the dressing, I shall have to ask Yuan Hao for assistance as I cannot reach my back. Her statement bore no ulterior motives. In her past life within the assassin organization, she had always relied on subordinates for such aid. However, the atmosphere within Lu Hanyuan was harmonious, while external circumstances were less than favorable. During this period, Tao Musu visited Lu Hanyuan, claiming to report on the happenings in the capital. For the past 2 days, Lu Luoman and Zhang Yu's men had been searching for Jiang Nanqi, and failing to locate her, they began preparations to take action against Lu Hanyuan. Indeed, it had been 2 days since Jiang Nanqi last met Lu Luoman. Lu Luoman had resolved to take a gamble. According to Jiang Nanqi, at 3 in the morning, she would send a servant from Lu Hanyuan to procure supplies, and once the back door was opened, her people would surge in. She cared little for Lu Yixiao's fate. Her sole desire was to ascertain whether he was alive or dead, in order to seize the power of the Lu family's heir. After issuing her instructions, she exited the study, determined to uncover Zhang Nanqi's true nature. However, "Fourth brother, you are blocking my path." Lu Yixiao gazed at Tao Musu with an inscrutable expression and inquired, "What are you doing?" "I am going to see Zhang Nanqi," Tao Musu replied candidly, having heard from Uncle Gu that Zhang Nanqi was in the guest room. Having been curious for so long, she wished to ascertain whether she truly resembled the celestial beauty described by Yuan Hao and Uncle Gu. This time Lu Yixiao remained silent, fixing his gaze upon her without blinking. After a few moments, Tao Musu, unable to withstand the intense pressure of his piercing gaze, nervously countered, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Let me see just how large your face is." Tao Musu forced an awkward smile, realizing that even fourth brother was jesting with them. Under the dim light, Lu Yixiao's visage remained strikingly handsome. However, the cold and somber expression in his eyes revealed a hint of cruelty. He remained silent, creating an awkward pause. On the contrary, Tao Musu adeptly diffused the tension with a chuckle, as if engaging in a self-reflective dialogue. "I resemble a joke." Ultimately, he did not catch a glimpse of Zhang Nanqi's appearance, for Lu Yixiao's remark about a woman's room being off-limits thwarted any chance. Tao Musu arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly. Meanwhile, Yuan Hao and Uncle Gu had no opportunity to exchange insights regarding the fourth master with Dr. Tao. Chapter 85. Unrest. At 1 o'clock in the early morning, the vicinity of Luhanyuan was eerily quiet. Fourth master. Yuan Hao stood nearby, pondering why he felt that Lu Luoman would not dare to show up at this hour. Lu Yixiao, positioned on the third floor of the ancient castle, peered through the telescope at the distant surroundings. As Luhanyuan nestled halfway up the mountain, darkness enveloped the area, with only the shadows of trees shifting, rendering visibility near impossible. "She will undoubtedly arrive," Yuan Hao queried in confusion, "but Lu Luoman's actions are exceedingly reckless. Does she not fear being caught by us?" They had always recognized that the three young ladies of the Lu family were not to be underestimated, yet over the years, they had failed to unearth any damning evidence against them. Minor skirmishes had never warranted Fourth Master's attention. Should it be confirmed today that Lu Luoman intended to assassinate the Fourth Master, the implications would be dire. Lu Yixiao's expression remained inscrutable as he fell into deep contemplation. The Lu family had always prioritized the eldest son. Despite Lu Luoman being a daughter, she had enjoyed the finest educational resources and environment since childhood. Additionally, her late mother's family was among the aristocracy in the capital, granting Lu Luoman a certain status among the Lu sisters. Since Lu Yixiao assumed the mantle of heir to the Lu estate, he had faced numerous societal threats, prompting whispers of his precarious position. Yet, this only seemed to embolden certain factions within the Lu family. With no one permitted entry to Luhanyuan, no one could approach Lu Yixiao either. Zhang Nanqi's assertion that she could gain access to Luhanyuan served as the most enticing bait. Suddenly, Yuan Hao chuckled self-deprecatingly. "It's all the old lady's fault. She is so biased, trusting them while doubting you." No sooner had he spoken than he was met with a piercing glare from the fourth master. Startled, Yuan Hao shivered slightly and quickly apologized. "It was my thoughtless tongue. I should not have spoken so carelessly." Even if the old lady were to show favoritism, the fourth master would not tolerate disparagement of her. Lu Yixiao chose not to pursue the matter further and turned his gaze elsewhere. As moments ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Approaching 2 o'clock in the morning, Yuan Hao's phone rang. After the call ended, he turned to the formidable man beside him and reported, "Fourth master, Lu Luoman has indeed arrived. Approximately 500 people have gathered around Luhanyuan, having lain in wait nearby." "What about our people?" 2,000 of our men are concealed both inside and outside Luhanyuan, ready to spring into action the moment they enter. We shall ensnare them effortlessly. Tonight is destined to be anything but tranquil." At that moment, Nanqi was also wide awake, energetically assisting Uncle Gu in the kitchen as they organized various tonics. Uncle Gu stifled yawns but, aware of the impending significant event, dared not succumb to sleep. "Xiaoxi, are you not feeling anxious?" "Anxious about what?" Nanqi replied without lifting her gaze, focused intently on her task. Uncle Gu leaned in, feigning an air of mystery as he spoke. "The eldest daughter of the Lu family has stormed into our Luhanyuan with a group of people. Although Uncle Gu was sent by old lady Lu, he had long been unwaveringly loyal to the young fourth master. As for the events surrounding Lu Luoman's incursion into Luhanyuan, he had heard about it from Yuan Hao." Nanqi shook her head and candidly replied, "I'm not nervous. What's the big deal? During my years as an assassin, I once infiltrated a host of thousands of enemies and successfully forced them to retreat." Her composure and poise earned Uncle Gu a newfound respect, Such a timid and boisterous woman would never be suitable for our young fourth master, little she. Uncle Gu chuckled. Your calm demeanor is truly admirable. I'm not trying to frighten you, but those bodyguards are ruthless killers. Aren't you afraid? He glanced at the open kitchen window, shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to see anything. This only heightened the sense of dread. Nancy occasionally glanced at Uncle Gu, as if processing his words, yet she maintained a stoic expression as she replied, There's nothing to fear. Uncle Gu's eyes widened, momentarily at a loss for words. While he knew their young fourth master would undoubtedly prevail, negotiations between the bodyguards would undoubtedly be a bloody affair. His anxiety was palpable, yet this little she remained so composed. It made him feel rather jumpy. After a few moments he came to a realization. Wasn't this girl just 19 years old? She hadn't even graduated from high school yet. Her lack of fear stemmed from youthful bravado. Oblivious to the true dangers lurking outside with this thought, Uncle Gu chuckled softly, shaking his head as he prepared to secure the kitchen window. At that moment, the vast main residence was occupied solely by him and little she. Creating an eerie ambience, however, just as he reached the window, a shadow suddenly darted inside. The intruder moved with remarkable agility and swiftness. Uncle Gu let out a startled cry, nearly throwing out his back in fright. This must surely be a stray from Luluaman's side. Inadvertently wandering into the main residence, Uncle Gu barely had time to flee, not even catching a glimpse of the intruder's face before he was seized by the arm. Rendered immobile, just as he uttered, Little she, you should run. This black-clad individual is formidable. What did he witness? In a blink, as the shadow restrained Uncle Gu's arm, Nancy approached with swift strides, executing a flawless shoulder throw that sent the assailant crashing to the ground. The figure let out a couple of yelps before Nancy swiftly struck the back of his head with her elbow, rendering him unconscious. The entire encounter lasted no more than 2 minutes. Executed with precision, devoid of any hesitation. Uncle Gu swallowed hard, utterly bewildered. Was this truly the same 19-year-old high school student, little she? How could she possess such formidable prowess? Are you all right? Nancy inquired with a serious expression as she came to assist him. Ah? Uncle Gu stared at little she in astonishment before hastily shaking his head. No, I'm fine. Nancy carefully observed Uncle Gu, confirming that he was indeed unharmed as she proceeded to close the window. She reassured him, Fear not, I have dealt with that man in black. He will not awaken any time soon. To be honest, when that figure in black had gripped his arm moments ago, Uncle Gu had felt a twinge of fear. Over the years, being in the company of young Master C had indeed meant living on the edge, akin to licking blood off a blade. After all, given young Master C's status in the capital, there were countless individuals who wished him harm, rendering those close to him equally perilous. However, he never anticipated, my dear, thank you for saving me just now. Uncle Gu's manner of addressing Nancy had shifted. Do you possess martial arts skills? Well, just a bit perhaps. Uncle Gu was taken aback. Just a bit. Why does it seem to me that Xiaoxi is being overly modest? He had clearly witnessed her prowess. Her martial capabilities were far beyond mere a bit. Oh, how could he forget? If she were not formidable, how could she have tamed the Wolf King previously? In that instant, his admiration and fondness for her deepened. At 3:30 in the morning, all 500 elite bodyguards dispatched by Luluaman were captured by Louis Xiaozhen, and it was indeed a spectacular scene of trapping a turtle in a jar. Of course, a few black-clad bodyguards attempted to evade capture, but they too were apprehended. Fourth Master. We failed to capture Luluaman, Yuan Hao reported, but we did seize one of her trusted aides. The grounds of Lu Hanyuan were vast. Interconnected by secret passages. Before long, they had traversed from the ancestral castle to the golf course. She will not come here, Louis Xiao maintained a stoic expression, but she must be nearby. Send someone to intercept her. Understood. That night, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Luluaman's 500 elite bodyguards were temporarily detained at the golf course, which was spacious enough to accommodate thousands. Within half an hour of rigorous interrogation, they divulged that the mastermind behind them was the eldest daughter of the Lu family. This meant that Luluaman had not anticipated her defeat. Was she foolish? No, she was not foolish, merely too impatient. She was desperate to ascertain whether Louis Xiao was alive or dead, seeking an opportunity to usurp his position as the heir of the Lu family. Soon, Yuan Hao's phone call came through, reporting that Luluaman had been captured. A cold glint flickered in Louis Xiao's deep-set eyes as he commanded, Take her to the basement. Over the years, he and Luluaman had engaged in a constant struggle, both overt and covert. He could continue to ignore her, however. From the audio recording that Jiang Nanshi had surreptitiously obtained in the underground boxing ring, he learned that it was Luluaman who orchestrated his kidnapping 8 years ago. Therefore, this matter could not simply be brushed aside. The expansive basement was dark, damp, and foreboding, Resembling a prison interrogation room comprised of square chambers devoid of even a single chair to sit upon, Luluaman found herself temporarily confined in one such room. Unafraid but instead hurling various insults. Where is Lu Yixiao? He must be feigning unconsciousness. What kind of man hides away? I am the most esteemed young lady of the Lu family. How dare a mere bastard who lost his mother seize me? I will ensure that my grandmother strips you of your status as heir. Let us see how you continue to act so arrogantly. Even if you were to release me now, I would never grant you forgiveness. How dare someone of your lowly maternal lineage challenge me? You are courting death. At that moment, Lu Yixiao pushed open the door and entered. The man, clad entirely in black, towered over the basement, his gaze indifferent as he looked down upon Luluaman, as if she were refused, though he uttered not a single word. His commanding presence exuded an overwhelming pressure that I in that instant. Luluaman's meticulously crafted makeup began to falter, however. Upon seeing the newcomer, she froze for a few seconds, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. She then noticed that this man wore a mask. Suddenly realization dawned upon her, and she began to hurl insults. Ah, Lu Yixiao, I knew you were feigning ignorance. You little scoundrel, how dare you deceive us all under the guise of secrecy? You conspired with that uncherished daughter of the Jiang family to orchestrate this. I will have my revenge sooner or later. And what is the purpose of the mask? Who would desire to gaze upon the face of someone as hideous as you? Why didn't you perish alongside your mother back in the day? No sooner had her words left her lips than the iron door of the basement swung open. Two bodyguards in black entered, supporting a man drenched in blood, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon seeing him, Luluaman's expression shifted dramatically. This was her trusted confidant. For a fleeting moment, her demeanor faltered, but she quickly regained her former haughty arrogance, declaring, "You dare intimidate me? What audacity! Such a wretch, born of a mother but raised without one. Why didn't you die alongside your mother?" Chapter 87. Unexpectedly, a coward, however, before Luluaman could finish her tirade, Lu Yixiao, with a stoic face, lunged forward, gripping her neck with force. Luluaman's face flushed crimson. "Why, your mother's origins are humble and she was an orphan, whereas I am the proud eldest daughter of the Lu family." The strength of this little scoundrel was overwhelming. She found herself utterly immobilized. Regret consumed her for not having dealt with him sooner. Now that this little wretch had grown, she stood no chance against him. "You little scoundrel!" Lu Yixiao's gaze darkened. With a surge of strength, he pinned Luluaman against the wall. In this position, not only could she not resist, but she also felt an intense humiliation. Her breath became increasingly shallow. "It seems you too are a wretch, born of a mother yet nurtured by none," the man remarked with a hint of derision. "You are the daughter of Lu Lian's first wife. Your mother departed this world when you were merely 2 years old. And the world whispered that Lu Lian was a husband who brought misfortune to his wives. Once your mother passed, he seamlessly wed his second wife. Do you harbor resentment towards Lu Lian? You are clearly seething with hatred, yet you dare not voice it, and instead you fawn over him. I can see your cowardice." Luluaman, consumed by anger and humiliation, glared fiercely, her voice trembling as she managed to utter a few words. I am not a wretch. You are." In that moment, her concern lay solely with her identity. She refused to be regarded as someone without a background like Lu Yixiao. "Not a wretch?" Lu Yixiao scoffed coldly. "Are you not merely leveraging your mother's connections, the power of the Hu family in the capital, to engage in villainy?" As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the individual he held firmly, his eyes icy with disdain. After a brief silence, he spoke again. "Then I shall bring your grandfather's family to ruin and see how you continue to uphold the pride of the Lu family as their esteemed young lady." His tone was declarative, yet upon hearing this, Luluaman felt a chill envelop her. She was acutely aware of how formidable Lu Yixiao was, a rare prodigy in the business realm. The former Lu family had merely enjoyed a modest reputation in the capital, yet the current Lu family had garnered international acclaim. Who was responsible for this transformation? It was all due to Lu Yixiao. Even though Lu Lian held disdain for Lu Yixiao, he dared not offend him and took care to maintain his distance. Thus, their grandmother valued Lu Yixiao and supported him as the heir of the Lu family. Just as Luluaman began to feel lightheaded from the grip tightening around her throat, Lu Yixiao suddenly released his hold. His eyes were filled with derision as he remarked, "I had thought you could endure a bit longer, but it appears you are just another spineless wretch." Regaining a semblance of life, Luluaman collapsed onto the ground, coughing violently, gasping for air as she sought to reclaim her breath under normal circumstances. Her proud self would never tolerate such words from Lu Yixiao, however. Now she found herself captured at his mercy, forced to bow her head beneath his roof. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, still defiant. The Lu family has maintained business dealings with the Hu family and has ventured into the Beizhou market. The Lu family has long sought to establish connections there. So you must still curry favor with the Hu family. Even sitting on the ground, disheveled and somewhat disheartened, she still regarded herself as the proud young lady of the Lu family. She continued, "You dare not kill me. Tonight, I informed my grandmother of my intention to come to Lu Hanyuan, and if I perish here, you can expect to face her wrath in her weakened position." She was not pleading for mercy but issuing a threat. But would Lu Yixiao be intimidated? The man remained silent, his gaze radiating an oppressive coldness. Suddenly, as if performing a trick, he pulled a sharp little knife from his beard. Lu Luoman's expression shifted slightly upon seeing it. Yet she maintained her facade of calm, wagering that this little rascal would not dare strike. However, in the next moment Lu Yixiao coolly stated, "Afraid to act against the Hu family. It seems this proud young lady of the Lu family has truly squandered her intellect." "What?" Lu Luoman barely comprehended. "The Beizhou region is filled with my people. Do you really believe the Hu family has established a foothold there?" In an instant Lu Luoman's eyes widened in disbelief. "You tricked us? Lu Yixiao, you truly are ruthless." "Ruthless?" Lu Yixiao regarded Lu Luoman, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. It was tantamount to admitting that he had indeed toyed with the Hu family. Why? Years ago, when his mother married Lu Lian as his third wife, she first bore a child, only to be thwarted by the Hu family, resulting in a miscarriage. Afterward, Lu Yixiao's mother took years to recover her health before finally conceiving again, only to be ensnared by a conspiracy involving the Hu family and Lu Luoman. This incident nearly cost Lu Yixiao's mother her life due to severe hemorrhaging. Ultimately, while both mother and child survived, she was rendered unable to bear children thereafter. What does it mean to be cruel? This is what it means. What do the Hu family and Lu Luoman fear? They fear the Lu family producing a male heir, which would threaten Lu Luoman standing within the Lu family. Death is the simplest of affairs. Lu Yixiao could eliminate the members of the Hu family without a trace, leaving no one to suspect his involvement. Yet, he has no desire for their demise to be so effortless. Instead, he seeks to manipulate the situation, allowing the Hu family to ascend to the pinnacle of power before orchestrating their downfall. However, with the Fade of peace now torn asunder, Lu Yixiao finds himself disinterested in further engagement with them. He states, "Do you think that by invoking grandmother, I would feel intimidated?" His tone is devoid of any tremor as their gazes lock. The atmosphere thickens with tension, exacerbated by Lu Luoman's profound depravity. "Aren't you afraid? Stop pretending." Lu Luoman retorts, "You fear that grandmother will usurp your position as the heir of the Lu family." Chapter 88. Achieving goals with a 2.5 billion loss. The heir of the Lu family? How amusing, Lu Yixiao muses. Everyone assumes he remains in the Lu family for the sake of this trivial title of heir. What they fail to realize is that the wealth of the Lu family constitutes merely a tenth of his personal fortune. His role as the heir serves only to keep the three daughters of the Lu family and his debauched father in check. He vividly recalls the year he was 6, when his mother passed away, and his father squandered their fortune, dismissing her death as mere misfortune. Due to Lu Lian's attitude, his three half-sisters subjected him to relentless humiliation. Thus, the more they yearned for the power of the Lu family's heir, the less he would concede. He intends to impose upon them the very suffering he has endured. It is precisely his silence that emboldens Lu Luoman, who believes she has deciphered his intentions. Lu Yixiao is indeed a madman, yet despite his ruthlessness towards outsiders, he has never defied his grandmother's wishes, fearful that his identity as heir might be revoked. Consequently, Lu Luoman arrogantly laughs, "If you were not a male of the Lu family, how could grandmother ever bestow this title upon you? Lu Yixiao, you should be grateful that you are a man. Is that so? Men harbor no emotions," he replies. "Of course." At this moment, a glimmer of triumph dances in Lu Luoman's eyes, leading her to believe that he is too afraid to harm her, that his threats are mere bluster. Humanity is indeed paradoxical. Moments ago, when Lu Yixiao had her firmly in his grasp, she was terrified into silence. Now, emboldened by her perceived advantage, she resumes her arrogance. How foolish she is. Suddenly, Lu Yixiao casts a glance at the person on the ground and strides forward, each step exuding an aura of cold decisiveness honed in the business world. "Since my mother's passing, Lu Lian has never remarried into the Lu family. Do you know why?" His voice carries a chilling edge. Lu Luoman clenches her palm tightly, glaring at Lu Yixiao. She had sternly warned herself against curiosity to avoid falling for his tricks. Yet at this moment, her intrigue overwhelms her. After all, the debauched Lu Lian has kept many women on the side but has not brought any of them into their home. Lu Yixiao asserts, "On the year my mother died, I warned grandmother that if Lu Lian were to remarry, our Lu family would face a financial crisis." What? Lu Luoman struggles to comprehend his meaning. The year of this little rascal's mother's death was, after all, 19 years ago. Subsequently, I infiltrated the safe in Lu Lian's study and pilfered the Lu family's commercial secrets, selling them to our fiercest rival. Liu Yishao spoke with an unsettling calmness, laced with an ominous undertone. He then inquired, "Do you know how much I profited from that transaction?" However, Lu Luoman found herself unsettled. 19 years prior, Liu Yishao was merely 6 years old, while she had already reached the age of 21. How could someone so youthful possess such a sinister disposition? "I earned 500 million, Liu Yishao replied, as if engaging in a self-reflective monologue. Over the subsequent years, he utilized his sharp intellect to turn that 500 million into a staggering profit, multiplying it by thousands if not tens of thousands. Liu Luoman was momentarily dazed, incredulously exclaiming, "But the Lu family lost nearly 3 billion. To this day, she vividly remembers that 30 billion loss from 19 years ago, which dealt a devastating blow to the Lu family. Had it not been for their solid foundation, they would have long succumbed to bankruptcy. And what of it?" Liu Yishao retorted coldly, fixing his gaze upon Lu Luoman. "I attained my objective through a loss of 2.5 billion. Because of this incident, the superstitious matriarch of the Lu family indeed forbade Lu Lian from taking a wife. He was astute yet devious, a truth known since childhood and not to be denied. He would make any sacrifice to achieve his goals. It is a pity, however, a pity that had he grasped this principle sooner, he might not have lost his mother. Liu Luoman gazed at him in terror. The external world referred to Lord Lu as a demon from hell, and in this moment she genuinely felt fear towards him. Liu Yishao, however, maintained a stoic facade, coldly asserting, "I spent 2.5 billion to purchase my grandmother's disappointment in Lu Lian. I spent another 2.5 billion to ensure my mother was Lu Lian's last and most esteemed wife. And what have you done for your mother? You are cowardly, inept, and dare not confront Lu Lian, resorting only to bullying the weak while cowering before the strong. A noble identity. Your mother, even in death, could not be interred in the Lu family ancestral tomb. This is a lifelong scar for you, is it not? Although we have entered a new century, the Lu family remains steeped in superstition, adhering to the ancient customs of their ancestors. Only the current wife of the Lu family is permitted to be buried in the Lu ancestral cemetery, recognized by the family genealogy. Thus, should Lu Lian remarry, Lu Luoman's deceased mother would never find rest in the Lu family graveyard. Liu Luoman stood there, seemingly soulless, rendered speechless. She never imagined that, despite being over 10 years older than this insufferable brat, she would be outmatched in every sense. Liu Yishao cast a condescending glance at the dazed Lu Luoman. His eyes filled solely with derision. "You still fail to comprehend that the status of Lu family's heir is not merely due to me being the sole male descendant of the Lu family, but rather because you all lack the capability." At that moment, the cruelty of his words struck like a dagger. "You possess the advantage of age, and yet you have the Hu family backing you. Yet in all your endeavors with the Lu family, you either incur losses or suffer financial ruin. Meanwhile, I have, in just a few short years, propelled the Lu family onto a grander stage, accomplishing what you could never achieve in your lifetime." With that, he towered over her, exuding an air of superiority. His blunt words and actions drove the proud Lu Luoman into a frenzy and a fit of desperation. She shouted, "Stop talking! Stop talking! You shut your mouth! Shut my mouth!" Silence is an impossibility. Liu Yishao's piercing gaze, reminiscent of a cold phoenix, revealed his awareness of how to rub salt into Lu Luoman's wounds, inflicting further pain upon her. "So what are you so proud of?" Clearly incompetent, yet lacking the self-awareness to recognize it. True strength lies in facing challenges head-on, earning respect, whereas you resemble a simpleton. Lu Luoman could only feel one thing. After 40 years of pride, her dignity was now trampled upon. The inner torment waged a relentless battle within her, pushing her to the brink of madness. Chapter 89. What a coward! All this suffering stems from Lu Lian. He is the root of all original sins and deserves punishment. As Liu Yishao spoke, his gaze fell upon the woman sprawled on the ground, regarding her as one would a piece of refuse. He had lost all patience for squabbling with a worthless being. "You think I wouldn't kill you?" The man scoffed, already having arranged for tomorrow's news article. The eldest daughter of the Lu family forcibly intrudes upon the Lu Hanyuan. With that, Liu Yishao cast a cold glance at the person on the floor. Meanwhile, Lu Luoman met his gaze, the darkness within it causing her heart to race with fear. He coldly declared, "Because Lu Luoman's attempt to assassinate her brother Liu Yishao failed, she was accidentally killed by her own subordinates." In an instant, Lu Luoman's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you saying?" The man stood there nonchalantly, exuding an intimidating aura. "You brought this upon yourself. After all, I dictate the cause of death, as there will be no witnesses, will there?" His tone was casual, his cadence unhurried. Yet, within those tranquil words lay the power over a person's life and death. Lu Luoman's complexion changed dramatically. leaving her utterly stunned as for how the old lady would punish me. That is my concern. But tonight, not only you, but even the 500 elite bodyguards you brought today. At this point, Louis Xiao paused, a sudden chuckle escaping his lips however. That laughter carried a sinister, malevolent undertone, echoing eerily in the vastness of the basement. Lu Luoman shivered involuntarily, a chilling sensation piercing through her. Then he spoke slowly and deliberately. Tonight, all of you shall disappear from the imperial capital. What does disappearance mean? Is it not synonymous with death? Just moments ago, Lu Luoman had been brimming with arrogance, but now she stood frozen in terror. Panic overtook her, her expression contorted as she stammered, "No, you can't kill me." She understood the gamble she was taking today, but she could wait no longer. Her grandmother was aging, her health deteriorating, and the Hu family was pressuring her. She feared that if she did not act soon, she would be unable to alter Louis Xiao's status as the heir. Yet, Louis Xiao had never left Lu Hanyuan. She needed to see for herself whether he was alive or dead. If he were alive, her intent was to assassinate Louis Xiao. Little did she expect to be captured by him. Even more unexpected was the realization that he truly dared to kill her. However, in the next moment, Louis Xiao produced a sharp blade from his bag as if performing a magic trick, then crouched down, the glinting knife hovering ominously over Lu Luoman's face. In an instant, she trembled in fear, uttering a few words. "No, please. Louis Xiao, I don't want to be disfigured." The man seemed not to hear her. His gaze remained fixated on the glimmering blade at this very moment. His subordinate's actions gradually traced along her neck, inching toward Lu Luoman's throat. "You speak of severing the carotid artery. Would you not perish on the spot?" His voice was remarkably calm, yet that tranquility bore an unsettling quality, instilling a sense of dread. It dawned upon Lu Luoman that he was indeed harboring murderous intent. As this realization struck her, her complexion paled, and her lips trembled as she hastily knelt in supplication, exclaiming, Louis Xiao, I was wrong. Please do not kill me, do not take my life." Louis Xiao exhibited no reaction. His subordinate applied pressure with the knife, yet no blood welled forth. Nonetheless, Lu Luoman let out a terrified scream. Simultaneously, she lost control of her bladder in sheer fright. When a pool of yellow, unidentifiable liquid spread upon the ground, Louis Xiao's expression soured slightly. At this juncture, Lu Luoman had already reached the brink of despair, stammering, "Please do not kill me. I beg you. Whatever you desire, I shall comply." Louis Xiao discarded the sharp blade from his hand, his gaze filled with derision as he uttered, "Ha, truly a coward. You and I have grievances that do not warrant the slander of my mother. Do you understand? She is Madame Lu. Speak with more decorum." His intention was not to engage in murderous misdeeds, but merely to instill fear within her. Observing her cowardly demeanor, it became evident why Louis Xiao refrained from truly confronting the three daughters of the Lu family. If he were to unleash his wrath, would they even have a chance of survival? Death is a trivial matter. What he sought was to ensnare them in a torment of power struggles, leaving them perpetually in anguish and terror, devoid of peace. As Lu Luoman succumbed to her fears, all her pride disintegrated, leaving no room for dignity. Yes, I was wrong. Louis Xiao, I spoke thoughtlessly and should not have disrespected your mother." With a tinge of sincerity, Louis Xiao was disinclined to dwell on the matter. His focus lay solely on his desires as he stated, "I wish to know how, 8 years ago, you bribed Bei Qian to orchestrate my abduction." In an instant, Lu Luoman's eyes widened in terror as she scrutinized the man before her, her voice sharp and piercing. You are aware of the events from 8 years ago. The abduction had been meticulously concealed, and after 8 years how could Louis Xiao possibly know? Otherwise, he would have confronted her long ago. How did he come to this knowledge now? Louis Xiao evaded the question. "When I was 10, you deliberately caused me to go missing. At 17 you orchestrated my kidnapping and intended execution. Lu Luoman, you are aware that my patience is limited." The implication was clear. If she remained silent, her demise would be imminent. Lu Luoman trembled uncontrollably, ultimately divulging everything. After a night steeped in blood and chaos, tranquility finally returned to Lu Hanyuan at 6 in the morning. Uncle Gu could no longer endure and retired to rest. Meanwhile, Nanshi sat in the dining room feeling somewhat agitated. She yearned for sleep, yet Shan-Chi was absent. Previously, even with medication, she could hardly achieve 10 hours of slumber. Having tasted the sweetness of restful sleep, she was particularly eager to rest with Shan-Chi. Chapter 90. I see you understand little. Of course, Nanshi was well aware that Shan-Chi was quite busy that day. By 7:30 in the morning, the skies over the capital had brightened considerably. Nanshi exited the main residence, intending to breathe in the fresh air of the back garden and engage in some physical exercise to strengthen her limbs. However, her keen senses detected a faint metallic scent in the air. It appeared that the scene of last night's incident was indeed here. Before long, she encountered Yunhao. Good morning. What brings you up so early? Observing him closely, she noted that he was unmasked and unmade up, his skin fair and attire unremarkable, yet to Yunhao, she remained strikingly beautiful. I hardly slept at all, he replied. Nanshi sighed and glanced past him. Where's Shansu? Yunhao, with a hint of gossip in his demeanor, half-jokingly remarked. Oh, are you concerned about our Shansu? Staying up all night for him? Not at all. Nanshi looked at him, somewhat perplexed. Are you overthinking things? Why would I worry about Shansu? With his level of combat prowess, I should be more concerned for Luluoman's bodyguard. And no need to explain. No need to explain. Yunhao raised an eyebrow and grinned mischievously. I understand the thoughts of young girls like you. Shansu is still interrogating Luluoman. Don't fret, he should be out soon. Nanshi studied Yunhao several times, her expression difficult to articulate. Indeed, she had not overlooked his mention of Shansu interrogating Luluoman, indicating that Shansu held a significant position in Lu Hanyuan's circle. The identity of the eldest daughter of the Lu family was not something just anyone could question Luluoman about. Moreover, the outside world had yet to uncover Shansu's identity, suggesting that perhaps his true nature was deliberately concealed by the fourth master Lu. With this realization, Nanshi's curiosity about Shansu's identity waned. He was likely the most favored bodyguard of the fourth master. As she prepared to leave, she had barely taken 2 steps when Yunhao called out from behind, Hey! Xiaoxi, Shansu is coming out. In the distance, a tall man approached, removing the mask from his face while shaking out his hair. His movements were languid and relaxed, yet exuded an air of distinct nobility. The man boasted fair skin and dark hair, undeniably handsome, whether it was due to a sleepless night or some other reason. He appeared somewhat discontent, his expression tinged with an unapproachable fierceness. Nanshi acknowledged that each time she saw this man, she couldn't help but marvel at his striking allure. His looks and demeanor were flawless from every angle. Suddenly, Yunhao appeared beside her, smirking as he said, What do you think? Isn't Shansu incredibly handsome? Are you completely captivated by him? To be honest, with a face like their fourth master S, if he ventured into the industry, he could easily become a top-tier celebrity in today's entertainment world. Alas, their fourth master possessed not only looks but also unparalleled financial resources. Truly, he was favored by the heavens. Nanshi glanced at Yunhao and candidly remarked, He is undeniably handsome, but I wouldn't say I'm completely captivated. In her past life, she had encountered countless handsome men. To claim she was utterly entranced would be an exaggeration. Oh dear. Yunhao thought, bemused by Nanshi's stubbornness, and added, No need to explain, I understand. Nanshi found it amusing and retorted, Oh really? You understand? Of course, young girls with their burgeoning feelings of infatuation. I comprehend entirely. Louis Xiao approached them. A mere 50 meters away, Nanshi casually remarked to Yunhao, I see you understand a thing or two. The moment Louis Xiao drew near, Nanshi seized his arm and led him towards the main residence, disregarding Yunhao's astonishment. Yet, Louis Xiao promptly shook off her grasp. At that moment, he exuded an air of palpable tension. Are you unhappy? Nanshi was perceptive to nuances. Louis Xiao remained silent. Typically, they would exchange simple glances, but now he did not even deign to look at her. It was as if, overnight, they had reverted to the early days of Nanshi's arrival at the Luhan courtyard, where he harbored nothing but aversion and wariness towards her. Nanshi did not dwell on it for long, her gaze gradually descending along his line of sight. However, when it landed on the back of his hand, she suddenly exclaimed, Your hand is injured. Is everything all right? Let me take you to tend to it. Truth be told, Louis Xiao felt rather vexed, having learned many unsettling truths from Luluoman. He longed for solitude to sort through his thoughts. Yet, this woman incessantly chattered away. Even Yunhao hesitated to approach him, but she was unabashedly loquacious. Remarkably, she had just shown concern for him, which caused all his harsh words to lodge in his throat. After a few seconds, he replied curtly, No need. However, Nanshi did not heed his words and once more tugged at his hand, steering him towards the main residence. Zhang Nanshi, he uttered with a tone that was far from pleasant. Strangely emboldened, Nanshi retorted, I know you're angry, so I was thinking of how to cheer you up. What? Louis Xiao found her reasoning perplexing. To make you happy so you'll keep me company at night. Her pace quickened, as if fearful of his rejection. The statement carried an ambiguous undertone. Yet, to Louis Xiao, who was not one to resonate emotionally, it fell flat. If he were in a good mood, he might indulge her. But now, he was not. With a sudden force, he jerked his hand away from her grasp. Perhaps he had exerted too much strength, for Nanshi gasped and stumbled back several paces. Coincidentally, it was her previously injured hand that had grasped his arm. And in an instant, a crimson stain blossomed on her shoulder. Chapter 91. Will you accompany me to sleep? Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Yixiao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated hurting her. Had it been another woman, she would have undoubtedly cried out in pain or embarrassment, but Nanshi was different. She said nothing and in a flash charged forward. By the time Yuan Hao registered the unfolding events, he uttered several exclamatory phrases, only to find the two of them grappling on the ground. Nanshi, unwilling to yield, launched a fierce attack. Lu Yixiao, aware of her injury, defended himself while evading her blows, refraining from any genuine retaliation. Jiang Nanshi. Lu Yixiao frowned, a flicker of anger surfacing. His initial reaction was that this woman was not one to hold grudges, so why had she suddenly struck? However, Nanshi declared, I know you're upset that if a fight will bring you solace, then I will gladly be your sparring partner. And her days within the assassin organization, she had done the same. When she was unhappy, she would release her frustrations. How? By resorting to the combative methods of men to find resolution. Indeed, engaging in a fight brought a sense of relief, allowing her to momentarily forget everything else. Lu Yixiao was completely taken aback by her intentions. In the fleeting moment of his distraction, before he could react, Nanshi seized the opportunity and was already perched atop him with one hand gripping his collar and the other clenched into a fist poised to strike his face. The air was thick with tension. Yan Hao, observing from the side, held his breath in fear, dreading that Jiang Nanshi's punch would land squarely on the face of the fourth master, which would spell disaster for her. However, what transpired next was unexpected. At the last moment, Jiang Nanshi restrained her fist, breathing heavily. She maintained her position with a woman above and a man below, gazing down at the man sprawled on the grass. When Lu Yixiao met her eyes, she spoke. There are always endless tasks to attend to. Even if Fourth Master Lu values you, remember that Lu Hanyuan is not solely reliant on you. Moreover, Yu Haven T slept a wink all night. Carrying this discontented mindset through the day will only exacerbate your irritation. Life is so beautiful. Why choose to be unhappy? In the past, she struggled to comprehend this sentiment. But now, perhaps through the wisdom of a second chance at life, she understood. Lu Yixiao stared at her, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He did not perceive her words as a test. Rather, he found himself absorbing her lengthy discourse. Yet, in a swift shift, Nanshi diverted the conversation. You lost the fight just now. Lost? The mere notion was intolerable to any man. How could he possibly be bested by a woman? But in the next moment, driven by his competitive spirit, Lu Yixiao exerted himself and sat up forcefully. In a dizzying instant, their positions reversed, and now it was Nanshi who found herself beneath him. This posture, man above and woman below, had become all too familiar through their numerous encounters. He fixed his gaze upon her, jaw clenched, declaring until the final moment, it remains uncertain who will win or lose. Nanshi lay still, not struggling, merely gazing up at him with a hint of laughter dancing in her beautiful eyes. What are you smiling about? He asked, perplexed. You won, she replied. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yixiao realized she was diverting his attention. He had been troubled by Lu Luomen's words, but now, after engaging in a skirmish with Jiang Nanshi, his mood had shifted. It was no longer as bleak as it had initially seemed. You are more adept at preaching than I, Nanshi remarked earnestly. When faced with unpleasantness, set it aside for a while, and remember to tend to your wounds. With that, she did not wait for his response but pushed him aside with ease. As a battle-hardened female assassin, she was well aware that during their recent exchange, he had not exerted excessive force. She propped herself up on the ground for a moment before slowly rising. Stretching her shoulders, the discomfort from their earlier tussle began to settle in. Since they were friends, it was only natural to keep him company. Nanshi departed without much ado, while Lu Yixiao gazed at her retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. In that instant, Jiang Nanshi and the beloved Xiaoxi from his past merged into one. Once, Xiaoxi had shown such concern for him, and now Jiang Nanshi extended the same care. Fourth Master Yuan Hao approached, a hint of reluctance in his voice as he reminded Jiang Nanshi's back is covered in blood. Lu Yixiao's gaze followed her silhouette to her shoulder blades. This woman was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Despite her injuries, why was she still trying to prove her strength by accompanying him? Yet, in the next moment he strode forward, chasing after her figure. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Hao realized there was potential for something significant and immediately trailed behind the fourth master. Jiang Nanshi, with his long legs, Lu Yixiao quickly caught up to her. The man was quite tall, and even though Nanshi stood at a height of 1.70 meters, she appeared somewhat petite in comparison. Their eyes met, and Lu Yixiao's expression was peculiar as he asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Yuan Hao beside him wore an expression of utter disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be comforting Jiang Nanshi? Why start by asking her if she was going to sleep? Wasn't that a bit too blunt? What did he hear next? Nanshi's expression brightened and she smiled brightly, saying, "Are you willing to sleep with me?" It seemed as though the pain in her shoulder had become inconsequential after all. During her years as an assassin, such injuries were merely part of the routine. However, the temporary alleviation of her insomnia, without the aid of medication, brought her immense joy. Liu Xiao remained silent, continuing forward, tacitly acknowledging her words, and Nanqi followed closely behind. Yuan Hao was taken aback. Although he was aware that the relationship between the fourth master and Zhang Nanqi had changed, hearing such bold words still stirred his excitement. Moreover, wasn't Zhang Nanqi's request rather modest? Was she truly so easily appeased? It seemed she was indeed deeply infatuated with our little fourth master. Yuan Hao, filled with curiosity, decided to lower his presence and stealthily followed behind, hoping to overhear some significant gossip. However, he was utterly astonished along the way. Chapter 92. Was the hate from 8 years a misunderstanding? Jiangnan 11. Liu Xiao sighed. Can't you sleep alone yet? Indeed, Nanqi replied, looking at him. She felt just as helpless. But what could be done? As they calmed down, their interaction revealed a remarkable rapport. He suddenly asked, what about the future? The future? Nanqi glanced at him and replied, let's talk about that later, but for now I can't do without you. You know that. Her submissive tone sounded like a tender love confession. Yet Liu Xiao understood it was not. He had never perceived desire in her eyes. You're bleeding from your shoulder, he stated, looking at her. What happened earlier was not intentional. In essence, he was apologizing, albeit somewhat awkwardly. It appeared this man seldom engaged in such gestures. Nanqi comprehended his sentiment and simply replied, I know. I don't blame you. Yuan Hao, trailing behind, felt an overwhelming urge to explode with disbelief. When had the fourth master ever offered an explanation? He was certainly not the type to yield. Yet, facing Zhang Nanqi, he showed no boundaries. Was this truly the same hellish demon, fourth master Liu? He knew. Could he have been blinded by love? With such astonishment in his heart, he continued to follow, ultimately arriving at the guest room door of the main residence. Suddenly, Nanqi turned her head and asked, what are you doing? Are you going to sleep in the guest room with us? Sleep together. Was it the kind of sleep he interpreted? Wasn't that crossing a line? He instinctively cast a glance at the fourth master. There stood Liu Xiao, leaning against the doorframe, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Yuan Hao, yet his gaze lacked warmth. A shiver ran down Yuan Hao's spine, prompting him to immediately shake his head. No, you all sleep, please. I shall take my leave. Goodness, is our fourth master being too hypocritical? Just moments ago, he was so patient with Zhang Nanqi, yet he is so fierce towards me. 10 minutes later, Liu Xiao was still tending to her wounds, applying ointment and binding them with gauze. Are you done yet? She yawned repeatedly, beginning to urge him patience. He replied, displaying an unexpected level of forbearance. I cannot wait any longer. Nanqi is too sleepy. As she drew closer to him, her previous insomnia seemed to vanish entirely. Previously, she could endure several sleepless nights, but since she had begun to sleep soundly in his embrace, even a single night of wakefulness was now unbearable. The two were in close proximity, and completely absorbed in her desire for slumber. Nanqi failed to notice that the tips of the man's ears had turned slightly red. Liu Xiao took a few steps back. Observing this, Nanqi moved a few steps forward, playfully saying, don't shy away, Zhang Nanqi, he replied, his expression darkening. Keep your distance. If I keep my distance, how can I sleep? I'm utterly exhausted. Liu Xiao chuckled in exasperation, thinking to himself, is she truly pouting? Just then, as soon as the bandage on her shoulder was secured, she eagerly wrapped her arms around him, finding a comfortable position to nestle against his neck. Liu Xiao felt somewhat flustered. Do not place your mouth on my neck. But Nanqi was oblivious to his words as she reassured him with a gentle, be good, don't be troublesome. She also tenderly caressed the back of his head, as if to comfort him. The posture between the couple was one she had mastered. Zhang Nanqi. Only when the sound of her soft, rhythmic breathing filled the air did Liu Xiao realize she had fallen asleep once more. With a resigned sigh, he murmured, do not sleep just yet. Put on your clothes earlier. While changing her bandages, her outer garment had been removed. Although they had shared considerable intimacy, he remained amenity this moment. Nanqi was clad only in a fitted cotton camisole. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her fair skin partially exposed, and her alluring curves were entirely on display, a sight both captivating and tempting. His throat tightened involuntarily, and he instinctively averted his gaze. How could he be so easily swayed by her physique? Absolutely not, certainly not. Meanwhile, Liu Xiao sported a grim expression as he pulled the blanket from the bed to wrap her up. And they both lay down on the bed in the basement. Lu Luoman, startled by Liu Xiao, began to recount events from 8 years prior. Though the Liu family placed great importance on their eldest son, they valued the continuation of their lineage even more. As the sole male descendant among the younger generation, Liu Xiao became a thorn in the side of the 3 Liu daughters. 8 years ago, when Liu Xiao was just 17, Lu Luoman had spent 500 million to have Bei Qian kidnap Louis Xiao and stage his assassination. However, upon realizing that Louis Xiao was the only male heir of the esteemed Lu family, Bei Qian chose to bide his time and did not kill him immediately. Instead, they hastily found a disfigured corpse to present as Louis Xiao, and Lu Luoman was none the wiser. Subsequently, Bei Qian accepted Lu Luoman's payment while probing into the specifics of the Lu family. Ultimately, when Bei Qian discovered that the matriarch of the Lu family was searching for her grandson, he took the initiative to approach her. Upon hearing this, Louis Xiao was left utterly astonished. This is entirely different from what he had known. He retorted, so this 5 billion is not what Xiaoxi wanted but rather Bei Qian. Xiaoxi? Lu Luoman furrowed her brow. Are you referring to the female assassin beside Bei Qian? Certainly not her. This entire situation was orchestrated by Bei Qian. Subsequently, he accepted the 5 billion from his grandmother, fearing investigation and assassination, and fled with the entire organization under a new identity to another country. Bei Qian changed his name to Bei Sha, while Nanxi rebranded herself as Nan Ao. Over the years, Nan Ao undertook numerous missions, achieving fame and becoming the world's #1 female assassin. Upon hearing this, Louis Xiao was left speechless and in shock for an extended period. He gently closed his eyes, terrified that his panicked gaze might betray him. He had always believed that Xiaoxi was the one who received that 5 billion. Thus, the hatred he harbored towards her for the past 8 years turned out to be a misunderstanding. Chapter 93. It is said that she lost her memory afterward. Suddenly Louis Xiao seemed to recall something, and he abruptly opened his eyes. He advanced toward Lu Luoman, demanding, "How did you come to know this?" "I was deceived by Bei Qian. How could I possibly swallow this bitterness?" Lu Luoman explained, "Therefore, I have been unwilling to let this go and have been investigating him all these years. If it weren't for the recent death of the top assassin Nan Ao, who was, incidentally, the Nanxi that approached you back then, I would still be oblivious to the fact that Bei Sha is Bei Qian." "What?" Louis Xiao's expression shifted slightly due to the mask obscuring his face. His flustered demeanor went unnoticed by Lu Luoman. "I mentioned that Nan Ao died. She accepted a mission and, on her way to the capital, was betrayed by someone from their organization. I suspect that the one who killed her is Bei Qian." At this point, Lu Luoman was somewhat exhilarated, completely unaware of Louis Xiao's tense posture. "It is said that she lost her memory afterward and cannot recall anything from before, and I suspect this is all orchestrated by Bei Qian." Louis Xiao's expression froze as he anxiously retorted, "A car accident? Amnesia? How do you know this?" "I once captured Bei Qian's confidant who confessed this directly." Lu Luoman replied, "But that assassin ultimately met her demise, and I could not gather further information." Louis Xiao felt a surge of anxiety and pressed on. "Did that assassin explicitly state that Bei Qian caused Nanxi's car accident?" Lu Luoman shook her head. "No, that was my conjecture, as these events are too peculiar. Perhaps the weight of the revelations was overwhelming." As Louis Xiao fell into silence, truth be told, he felt that Lu Luoman had no reason to lie. After all, she had already admitted to kidnapping Louis Xiao. What significance would there be in fabricating tales about Bei Qian and Nanxi? No wonder, after 8 years, Xiaoxi had never sought him out. It turned out she had lost her memory. Reflecting on this, Louis Xiao felt a flicker of relief. At least she had not forgotten him. It was just unfortunate. Lu Luoman shook her head. That female assassin served Bei Qian, helping him elevate the organization to the pinnacle of the world, only to be eliminated by Bei Qian in the end. A simple statement, yet it detonated a thunderous revelation within Louis Xiao's heart. His complexion turned ashen as he inquired, "What? You were unaware?" Lu Luoman continued, her voice filled with regret. "The reason I suspected Bei Qian of eliminating Nanxi is that 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Nanxi was the only sharp weapon in Bei Qian's arsenal, yet the organization's allegiance to her far surpassed that to Bei Qian, directly threatening Bei Qian's position. According to the information I have gathered, shortly after Nan Ao's demise, all her possessions, records, and achievements were systematically eradicated by the organization. Moreover, upon her death, Bei Qian did not seek vengeance or uncover the truth behind her passing. Rather, he was in pursuit of Nanxi's corpse. Do you not find this suspicious?" It seems she repeated multiple times that Nanxi was dead, which incited Louis Xiao to a fit of rage. "Little, she is not dead. Nanxi is not dead." Louis Xiao cast a cold glance, questioning why they had not located Nanxi's body. Hence, she must still be alive. He reiterated that Nanxi was alive, not as if trying to convince Lu Luoman, but rather to reassure himself. Previously, upon confirming that Nan Ao was indeed the person he sought, he had instructed his subordinates to create a hacking system that would track Nan Ao's assassin organization network. This meant that anyone logging into Nan Ao's account would reveal their location to him. However, Lu Luoman seemed indifferent, continuing to speak. "Whether she is truly dead or merely feigning death is of no concern to me. I merely relay the information gathered by the bodyguards. Furthermore, my sole aim is to apprehend Bei Qian. Are you aware of another assassin named Shi Ju? He is also under Bei Qian's command. Again with Shi Ju, Lu Yishao had recently heard this name on multiple occasions. In an instant, he regarded Lu Luoman with a hint of skepticism. You need not look at me in such a manner. Lu Luoman remarked. My actions are solely aimed at ensuring Bei Qian does not escape unscathed. I seek to gather incriminating evidence against him. If possible, I would relish the opportunity to eliminate Bei Qian myself. Her greatest loathing stemmed from being manipulated, yet she lacked the capability to act. Had Bei Qian eliminated Lu Yishao 8 years prior, she would have long since been the heir of the Lu family, thus avoiding the present turmoil. Noticing Lu Yishao's silence, Lu Luoman continued. Shi Ju is not only Bei Qian's most competent subordinate but also Nanao's confidant. However, it is peculiar that he has recently been hunted down. I am also in search of him. Perhaps through Shi Ju, we can trace Bei Qian's whereabouts and ascertain whether Nanao's death was indeed orchestrated by him. The recollection abruptly ceased. As for what transpired thereafter? Regardless of Lu Luoman's lamentations, pleas for mercy, or even her kneeling in supplication, Lu Yishao would undoubtedly not let her off the hook. Yet he would not descend into madness and resort to murder. If that were his intention, he would have acted upon it years ago. Lu Yishao never anticipated that he and Lu Luoman, who were at odds, could engage in a calm conversation for half an hour regarding Bei Qian and Nan Shi. With everything clarified, he felt even more resolute in his quest to locate Nan Shi. Perhaps she was indeed being pursued, but he firmly believed she was alive. As for whether she had been manipulated by Bei Qian and subsequently killed, that required further investigation. Suddenly, Lu Yishao glanced down at the woman peacefully slumbering beside him, hesitated momentarily, and ultimately rose to seek out Yuan Hao for serious matters. In the study, the fragrance of tea wafted through the air. Fourth Master, you summon me. Yuan Hao stood beside the desk. There were 3 pressing matters to address, which Lu Yishao outlined methodically. First and foremost was to deal with Lu Luoman for her previous transgressions, deliberately causing Lu Yishao to go missing and bribing kidnappers to abduct him. Followed by a betrayal. She was beyond redemption. Even if it is for her sake, is there an issue? Submit the evidence of the Hu family's tax evasion. A change is overdue in the capital. Upon hearing the serious matters at hand, Yuan Hao too adopted a solemn demeanor. Yet he was still taken aback, realizing that Fourth Master intended to take decisive action. However, the fact that he did not directly eliminate Lu Luoman could be seen as a mercy. He voiced his internal doubts. Confiscating Lu Luoman's shares in the Lu Corporation and striking at the Hu family would be the most advantageous form of retaliation for them, as she was most concerned about the heir of the Lu family. Although the Lu family was under Fourth Master's control, the ultimate authority still lay with the matriarch, old Madame Lu. In her earlier years, after losing her husband, she single-handedly raised her only son while sustaining the entire Lu family, becoming accustomed to her formidable role. Everyone was aware of her deep regard for Lu Luoman. Had it not been for the matriarch's indulgence, Lu Luoman would not have been so audacious. Nevertheless, Lu Yishao remained expressionless, his tone indifferent as he uttered a simple, "It doesn't matter." He had endured for far too long. It was time to take action. Yet, Yuan Hao knew that this decision by Fourth Master would only exacerbate the conflict between them and the matriarch. Suddenly, a powerful thought flashed through his mind. Despite knowing he should remain silent, he could not help but voice it. "Fourth Master, are you doing this for Zhang Nanxi?" This time Lu Luoman had fallen into such a predicament because she had entered Zhang Nanxi's trap. While seeking revenge against Lu Hanyuan would be exceedingly difficult, bullying Zhang Nanxi would be effortless. After all, Zhang Nanxi could not remain hidden behind Lu Hanyuan forever. Little did he know that the next moment, he heard the man at the desk coldly reply, "Is there a problem even if it is for her?" Yuan Hao's heart trembled. No, there was no problem. How could there be a problem? What right did he have to question it? Yet Fourth Master had indeed acknowledged his defense of Zhang Nanxi. Lu Yishao continued, "Do those who bully Lu Hanyuan truly believe I am dead?" Yuan Hao couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. After all, it was not merely Lu Hanyuan's adversaries. It was his woman they were bullying. Strangely enough, Fourth Master now resembled a lovesick monarch, having lost his wits over a woman, yet he exuded an unexpected warmth. Just as Yuan Hao was deep in thought, Lu Yishao had already shifted to another topic. What about finding Shi Ju? Ah. Yuan Hao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Fourth Master to change the subject so swiftly, and quickly replied, "Not yet. Many people outside are searching for him." The fact that he had not been found indicated that Shi Ju was at least safe, suggesting there were hidden circumstances. "Find him at all costs," commanded Lu Yishao, casting a glance at Yuan Hao. Only by locating him could they uncover who had killed Nanao. Yuan Hao's heart tightened. pondering whether fourth master could be deemed fickle. With Jiang Nanqi already in his life, how could he still be preoccupied with that female assassin? Perhaps fourth master harbored no romantic feelings for the female assassin, merely reminiscing about an old affection from 8 years prior. However, he could not voice this thought. He merely nodded in agreement. You mentioned Shiju has a younger brother who is in his final year at high school in the capital, Liu Xiao inquired. Have you found him yet? Yuan Hao shook his head. Liu Xiao pondered for a few moments before shifting the conversation. I recall Wei Lin is at high school in the capital. Yuan Hao was taken aback, suddenly enlightened, and exclaimed, Ah, right. Young Master Wei Lin is a teacher at the high school in the capital. I will speak with him and ask them to keep an eye out. Young Master Wei Lin from the Wei family was a close friend of fourth master, and this connection would certainly facilitate their efforts. After several minutes of silence, just as Yuan Hao believed the discussion had come to a close, he suddenly heard the fourth master say, swiftly investigate everything concerning Bei Qian, also known as Bei Sha. Understood, Yuan Hao replied. And what is the final task? Find something for the Zhang family to do. For a moment Yuan Hao was somewhat bewildered by the fourth master's intentions. The Zhang family? Jiang Nanqi's family? Liu Xiao nodded. After a few silent seconds of reflection, Yuan Hao finally grasped the implication and remarked, the fourth master is concerned that Zhang Yu might retaliate against Jiang Nanqi. Hence the need to find trouble for the Zhang family? Indeed. Yuan Hao nodded in agreement. Very well. Our fourth master has even involved Lu Luoman for Jiang Nanqi, let alone this Zhang Yu. The two had not conversed for long when a knock echoed from the study. Knock, knock, knock. Shanqi, are you there? Outside stood the drowsy Nanqi. She had only slept for a little over an hour before waking up, perplexed about her sudden inability to fall back asleep. Upon realizing that Shanqi was absent, she felt a surge of frustration, rising from bed and wandering aimlessly in search of him like a headless fly. All she wanted was a good night's sleep. Nothing was more pressing at that moment. Receiving no response from within, her patience waned and she called out, I heard from Uncle Gu that you were in the study. If you don't respond, I'll just come in. This time she was too impatient to wait. And without further ado, she pushed the door open, relieved to find it unlocked. Yuan Hao nodded at her with a smile. Miss Zhang. This was his way of greeting her. After all, she was the lady of the Liu family. And addressing her thus seemed appropriate. However, Nanqi did not spare him a glance and instead headed straight for the desk where Liu Xiao was seated. Observing the sleepy woman before him, Liu Xiao's first thought was to check if she had properly donned her outer garment. When his gaze fell upon her, he felt a wave of relief. She was indeed wearing a coat. He anticipated that Jiang Nanqi might express displeasure or complain, considering that his presence would have kept her from waking prematurely, allowing her at least some restful sleep. Yet, Nanqi showed no signs of anger. Approaching Liu Xiao, she simply said, Pardon my intrusion. Pardon for what? Liu Xiao was at a loss, as was Yuan Hao. Then, in the next moment, what transpired left them both astonished. Chapter 95. I have abs. Care to feel? Without hesitation, Nanqi boldly straddled Liu Xiao's lap, her hands draping around his neck as she nestled her head into the crook of his shoulder. After a moment of fidgeting to find a comfortable position, she finally settled down in tranquility and all honesty. At that instant, Nanqi was not thinking much. She was utterly exhausted, bordering on irritable, and her head felt foggy. All she desired was a peaceful slumber. Yet Shanqi was engrossed in serious matters should she request him to cease. She hardly possessed such influence. Thus, she decided to take the initiative, embracing him like a human pillow, and indulge in a delightful sleep that as long as she could doze off. Nothing else mattered. Just before succumbing to sleep, she added, Rest assured, I won't hear a thing. I just want to sleep. Please continue your discussion. In that fleeting moment, Liu Xiao's face flushed crimson, reaching his neck, leaving him momentarily speechless. He had always prided himself on his composure and detachment, remaining calm in the face of adversaries and gunfire. Yet, confronted with Jiang Nanqi, all his rationality crumbled. Jiang Nanqi! Get off me! Silence lingered once more. Do you truly believe that I would refrain from ending your life? Yet, no matter how frenzied he became, Nanqi had completely succumbed to a deep slumber. Even more exasperated than Liu Xiao was Yuan Hao. After casting a glance at the fourth master and Nanqi for a few seconds, he swiftly turned away, not daring to look again. Good heavens! Is this something he should be witnessing? He was terrified of being silenced by the fourth master. Fourth master. Yuan Hao stammered, If everything is all right, I shall take my leave. It was only after the door slammed shut with a loud thud that Liu Xiao's countenance darkened to the point of dripping blood. He had a myriad of chances to push her away, yet he did not. Why? That remained unclear to him. Liu Xiao only knew that a certain emotion within him seemed to be gradually slipping beyond his control. Nanqi awoke once more, Roused by the sound of a telephone ringing. It was a call from Renshaw Hospital, informing her that her grandmother's surgical arrangements had been finalized, requiring a family member's signature and a briefing on the procedure's precautions. When transferring her grandmother to the hospital, Nanshi had provided only her own contact number. All right, she lay in bed, her eyes fluttering open. I shall come right away. As soon as the call ended, her drowsiness evaporated. Without a second thought, she turned and found the man beside her still peacefully asleep. His eyelids were closed, and his breathing steady. The usually vigilant and alert man seemed to have laid down all his defenses at this moment. Even in slumber, he exudes such charm. It is utterly unfair. Nanshi prepared to rise, only to be struck by the absurdity of their position. They lay on their sides, facing each other, their bodies intimately intertwined, legs entangled, and her other hand resting comfortably on his abdomen. No, to be precise, she had gravitated towards him. Why? Did she not notice how she had pushed him to the edge of the bed? Nanshi felt somewhat speechless. He typically awoke before her, leaving her unaware of her poor sleeping posture. After a moment of frustration, she suddenly grasped his abdomen. She had previously remarked that this man was tough both in words and physique. Just then it seemed she had accidentally brushed against his abdominal muscles. She wondered if he had a perfect six-pack. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Lu Yixiao, who lay on the bed, suddenly stirred awake. Jiang Nanshi, upon noticing her silence and that her hand remained in place, Lu Yixiao's irritation intensified. How much longer must she touch? The man was clearly displeased. Nanshi offered an awkward smile, retracting her hand while saying, I apologize. Lu Yixiao remained silent. Suffering from a severe case of morning grumpiness, he had been enjoying a deep sleep, only to discover an unruly hand roaming about. Seeing his displeased expression, Nanshi thought little of it and remarked. Observing his peculiar demeanor, Nanshi reiterated, I truly do. Upon finishing her sentence, she prepared to lift her clothing, but Lu Yixiao's eyelids twitched as he reached out to stop her. Have you forgotten you are a woman? He glared at her, perhaps due to just waking up. His sleepy eyes lacked their usual lethal intensity. Even when glaring, Nanshi sighed. She genuinely could not understand why he was angry again. I have mentioned this before. She explained, you need not regard me as a woman. Back in the assassin organization during training, although they did not share meals or living quarters, they often competed in displays of strength, and they never treated her as a woman. Naturally, her personality had developed a somewhat boyish demeanor. And in the end, Lu Yixiao left the guest room in a huff. Hey! Nanshi called out to him, my grandmother is going to have surgery. Can I go out today? As you wish. The man did not linger and departed immediately. Nanshi pouted, murmuring softly to his retreating figure, is he even a man? Always getting angry, far too difficult to appease. After rising, she hastily freshened up and informed Uncle Gu about her intention to visit the hospital. Realizing there would be no time for lunch. It's alright, Uncle Gu nodded. For one meal, I'll have someone prepare something for Shansu, just a simple affair. You focus on your grandmother's health. Half an hour later, Nanshi arrived at Renshaw Hospital. After conversing with the doctor, she glanced at the medical records and the doctor's orders. Her grandmother's condition was not severe, primarily involving age-related ailments, but surgery was imperative. Naturally, such a minor procedure did not require her direct involvement, so she signed the necessary documents. When the doctor informed her of the precautions, Nanshi furrowed her brow slightly and said, the surgery requires fasting. If it's scheduled for the afternoon, I fear my grandmother might not withstand it. Doctor, could we possibly move it to the morning? My apologies, the doctor replied, looking regretful. The hospital has a high volume of surgeries, and the afternoon slot was added last minute. Otherwise, we would have to wait another week. Though her grandmother's illness was not critical, the surgery could not be postponed. It's fine. Nanshi nodded at the doctor. Thank you. Chapter 96. Priceless treasure. Once all was settled, Nanshi visited her grandmother in the hospital room. The room was a private one. At that moment, the elderly lady was resting, having spent a few days at Renshaw Hospital. Her complexion had notably improved. Nanshi approached the nurse to inquire about her grandmother's condition. She's doing quite well, the nurse replied. She can eat a whole chicken leg in one sitting. Her appetite is great, and today she even got out of bed to exercise for a few minutes. The nurse was very kind, documenting all of the elderly lady's daily activities and meals, which she then showed to Nanshi. Thank you so much. Nanshi expressed politely, no need for thanks, Miss Jiang. It's our duty. The nurse replied. By the way, a man has been visiting your grandmother these past few days. What? Nanshi inquired, perplexed. He claims to be your cousin. The nurse continued, glancing cautiously at the elderly lady in the bed. She cried for quite a while. Cousin? Nanshi pondered silently for a few seconds. It's Su Chanin. The nurse added, indeed, when you left the hospital that day, your grandmother also cried, expressing many apologies towards you. We were all quite moved. However, your grandmother asked me not to tell you. but I felt it necessary to share. Thank you genuinely, Nanshi said, retrieving some money from her bag and handing it to the nurse. She had withdrawn approximately 5,000 yuan on her way. The nurse was momentarily taken aback, asking Miss Jiang, what does this mean? It's not a large sum. It's for you and your grandmother to buy some fruit. What kind of fruit requires several thousand? The nurse suddenly understood. This was considered extra compensation for her efforts. However, she politely declined. Miss Jiang, although I am in need of money, you have a contract with our nursing company, and my salary has already been prepaid. I have no reason to accept your money. Implicitly, there is no need to provide more. They are all amicable individuals, and it is only the caregiver who divulged her personal circumstances. Her name is Han Yi. She was once a wealthy matron in the imperial city. However, after her husband faced bankruptcy and was diagnosed with cancer, all relatives distanced themselves. With no funds for treatment, her husband passed away within 2 months, and she took on the responsibility of supporting their daughter, who was still in school. As she spoke, the woman broke into a smile. Fortunately, my daughter excels academically and has been accepted into a prestigious high school in the capital. She will be taking the college entrance examination this year. Life is undoubtedly challenging, yet she remains unbroken by its trials. Nanshi continued to press the money into the caregiver's hands, saying, Han Yi, this sum may be modest, but please accept it. My grandmother needs some fruit and such. I cannot let you cover the expenses. At that moment, Nanshi's grandmother awakened. She? The elderly lady, upon seeing her granddaughter, excitedly prepared to rise from her bed. Nanshi nodded to Han Yi and whispered, please do not stand on ceremony with me. With that, she turned and approached her grandmother, sweetly calling out, grandmother. The caregiver, witnessing this tender scene, felt a profound sense of admiration and ultimately accepted the money, stepping outside the ward to grant them some privacy. The elderly lady suddenly appeared invigorated with ample time at hand. The grandmother and granddaughter engaged in extensive conversation, reminiscing about Nanshi's experiences in the countryside and recounting how she had fared over the years. Of course, Nanshi, wishing to spare her grandmother's feelings, refrained from sharing everything. Yet the old woman was not easily deceived. She listened intently, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. I'm sorry. I have brought misfortune to our dear Shishidaro dear. Nanshi, filled with concern, embraced her grandmother, saying, grandmother, I truly am fine. See, I am doing well now. The elderly lady then retrieved a handkerchief from beneath her pillow, within which lay some cherished items, and handed it to Nanshi. This is what I kept for you, given to me by your mother before you were born. After the Su family was reported for tax evasion and everything was confiscated. She touched the corners of her eyes and smiled helplessly. At that time, this was all I managed to save. You were still young, so I took care of it for you. But now that you have grown, I feel at ease passing it on to you. As Nanshi examined the contents, she discovered a ring adorned with a splendid emerald. Its quality unmistakable, an antique without any damage, worth at least in the 7 figures, perhaps even an invaluable treasure. This? Nanshi gazed at her grandmother. Where did my mother acquire this? After she married Zhang Yu and gave birth to you. She never spoke much about it, only entrusted this ring to me for safekeeping, as I knew it held great significance for her. Nanshi glanced around. The ring bore no engraving. Such an expensive item. Where could it have come from? Surely it was not purchased by the original owner, Sui. Nanshi declined. I cannot accept this. It is best if you keep it, grandmother. After all, she was not the original Zhang Nanshi but merely reincarnated in this body. Silly child, her grandmother grasped Nanshi's hand. This is a legacy from your mother. How can you refuse it? Nanshi pressed her lips together, remaining silent. All these years you have been bullied by Zhang Yu and Wang Pei, and I have been unable to assist you. The Zhou family, with whom you once had an engagement, has distanced themselves from us even further. The elderly lady sighed, perhaps having come to terms with the harsh realities of life. She felt a deep sense of lamentation as she said, you are the princess cherished by our Su family. Yet who would have thought that? It's all right, grandma, please don't be upset. Nanshi reassured her, embracing the old woman. I will take care of it, and consider it a temporary guardianship of the original owner's property. The grandmother's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she made a valiant effort to compose herself. This surgery must have cost quite a bit, hasn't it? Where did you get the money? Although she had heard her granddaughter mention acquiring some funds from Zhang Yu, she harbored doubts, knowing Zhang Yu's notoriously stingy nature. I have money, so you needn't worry, Nanshi comforted her. Chapter 97. Cici, do you still acknowledge me as your brother? The elderly woman grew increasingly anxious, fearing that her granddaughter was merely attempting to assuage her concerns. She gazed at the ring, seemingly contemplating a decision, and after a few moments said, Dear Cici, money is hard-earned. One should not take shortcuts. Perhaps you could consider selling the ring. It appears to be quite valuable. Nanshi was slightly taken aback. not expecting her grandmother to suggest such a thing. The old lady sighed and clarified, I understand this is a keepsake from your mother, but given our current circumstances, it seems the most practical solution. Moreover, I have heard that you bear scars on your face. Use this money to seek medical attention, then leave the capital as soon as possible. Do not concern yourself with me any longer. The elderly woman had previously endured mistreatment from a caregiver hired by Wang Pei. If she wished for an easier life, she could have exchanged the ring for money, yet she refrained from doing so. Now, fearing that her granddaughter might resort to illegal or immoral actions, she urged Nanshi to sell it. Ultimately, the grandmother was simply worried for her granddaughter's well-being. Upon hearing these words, Nanshi felt a pang of sadness, yet she smiled and inquired, Does grandma think my money is tainted? Having experienced happiness in her earlier years, the old lady was not unfamiliar with the darker side of life. She took Nanshi's hands in hers. Speaking earnestly, many young women exploit their bodies for financial gain. Such things are not unheard of. I know you have a kind heart, but I fear you may engage in actions that are irreparable. My dear Cece, though the Su family may have fallen from grace, as long as I am alive, I will not allow you to suffer such indignities. I dread the thought of your future regrets. Although Nanshi had been reborn into the original owner's body, she could empathize with Jiang Nanshi's experiences. Thus, when her grandmother referred to her as treasure, she felt a bittersweet ache in her heart. Grandma, Nanshi said earnestly, there's nothing to worry about. I would never demean myself, and my face has improved significantly. It's not as severe as you think. She contemplated revealing her appearance to her grandmother but decided against it for the time being, opting not to raise suspicion. Meanwhile, the elderly woman quietly shed tears. Nanshi held her close, declaring, and I will not leave you now. The old lady's face betrayed her conflict. But I fear Zhang Yu and Wang Pei might bully you again. They will not be able to do so anymore, Nanshi replied resolutely. Not only will they be unable to harm us, but they will also face consequences for their actions. As for the nature of those consequences, she had already begun laying the groundwork. Her primary focus was to rescue the original owner's uncle, cousin, and grandmother, subsequently severing ties with the Jiang family. Ultimately, her goal was to bring about the downfall of the Jiang family and reclaim what rightfully belonged to the Su family. The elderly lady merely regarded her granddaughter's words as a jest, nodding in acknowledgement. As long as you have this intention, it's sufficient. Even if your grandmother were to pass away, it would still provide your mother and grandfather with some closure. What is there to doubt? This is indeed your cousin Cece. She should have been enjoying her youthful days at school, yet she bore the weight of suffering that was not her own. What nonsense is this? Nanshi placed a hand over her grandmother's mouth, forbidding her from speaking of life and death, insisting, you must stay with Cece. Her affection for the elderly woman was profound, often evoking memories of her late grandmother. All right, the old lady said, tears of joy streaming down her face. Thus, this ring shall not be sold. After sharing a lunch together, Nanshi wheeled her grandmother downstairs to the lawn for some fresh air. It was then that a figure hurriedly approached from outside the hospital, clad entirely in black. The tall man stood over 180 centimeters, with bushy eyebrows, large eyes, fair skin, and an undeniably handsome countenance. Everything about him was commendable. Save for the slight limp in his right foot, when he walked slowly, it was hardly noticeable, but when he quickened his pace, the flaw became apparent. Chan Yen, the old lady exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Nanshi followed her grandmother's gaze toward the figure in the distance. Upon seeing his cousin, particularly the mask she wore, Su Chanyen recalled hearing others speak of the Jiang family's unfortunate young lady, who, despite her natural beauty, had been disfigured. This thought brought tears to the eyes of the normally steadfast man. Grandma. Su Chanyen approached, bowing respectfully to the elderly lady. Only then did he cautiously regard Jiang Nanshi. A man so adept in social situations found himself feeling somewhat awkward in her presence. Nanshi scrutinized him in return. Had the Su family not endured the tribulations of 8 years prior, Su Chanyen would have been the pride of the imperial city. He possessed striking looks, commendable virtues, and outstanding achievements, having grown up with the support of scholarships. However, at the age of 19, studying abroad, he was forced to abandon his education due to family troubles. Entering the workforce where he faced exploitation from Zhang Yu and Wang Pei, he did not surrender to despair, instead relying on his own abilities to become a leading agent in the capital. Yet, the question lingered, how had his foot become lame? For a moment both siblings fell silent, the atmosphere thick with gravity. It was the elderly lady who broke the tension. Cece, do not blame your grandmother. Your cousin. Truly misses you. These years have not been kind to him either. Zia. Su Chenyen's voice caught in his throat. Suddenly, Nanshi found herself inundated with memories that did not belong to her. It turned out that the original owner had harbored grievances against Su Chenyen. Cece, do you still recognize me as your brother? Su Chenyen had rushed over in response to his grandmother's call, Weary from his journey, fortunately, he had finally found time to visit her in the hospital a couple of days ago, only to learn that she had been transferred to another facility. Upon arriving at Renshan Hospital, he sought Jiang Nanqi's contact information from the doctors, but they refused to provide it, citing privacy concerns. Neither his grandmother nor the nurses had her number, leaving him to wait in vain. Today represented his sole opportunity to see his cousin, even if it meant a salary deduction from Zhang Yu. He was determined to come. Chapter 98. The Su family's little princess is never at fault. These matters were ones Su Chunyan had not intended to discuss, as prior to his father's imprisonment, the family had accrued debts amounting to tens of millions. He is the eldest son of the Su family. Bound by the principle that a son must repay his father's debts, however, she has grown up. She is now 19, and he can no longer afford to remain distant from her. Thus, he remarked, I can barely take care of myself. Following me would merely mean exchanging one form of hardship for another. Nevertheless, I shall transfer a living allowance to you annually. She gazed at her cousin and inquired, what living allowance? Seeing that his cousin was finally engaging with him, Su Chenin felt a surge of excitement and their previous encounters. She either expressed anger or avoided him altogether. He promptly clarified, it is the allowance I send to your only friend in the countryside. Shen Qingyan. Since you refuse to accept my money, I have been depositing it into her account. The only friend that Jiang Nanqi has in the countryside is indeed Shen Qingyan. Yet it was this very Shen Qingyan who instigated discord between the original owner and Su Chenin. How much have you sent? Nanqi asked as Su Chenin pondered for a moment before estimating. Not much. I have only been sending you a living allowance of 50,000 each year. It should be noted that his monthly salary amounts to just over 10,000, and he receives a year-end bonus, which is a considerable sum. However, given Jiang Yu and Wang Pei's personalities, they would undoubtedly seize that bonus. Consequently, Su Chenin's annual income hovers around 120 to 150,000, and that's before taxes. After taxes, he has managed to send Jiang Nanqi 50,000, while also having to support himself and save to repay debts. It is easy to imagine the hardships he has endured over these past 8 years. This implies that Nanqi has received at least 400,000. Su Chenin nodded, but then diverted the conversation to another topic. Shishi, have you forgiven me? Brother truly did not neglect you. Overwhelmed by sadness and the 8-year void between them, he felt a sense of nervousness. Nanqi, perceiving his unease, stepped forward and embraced him. Brother. The way she addressed him nearly shattered Su Chenin's composure. He instinctively wrapped his arms around his cousin, gently patting her back. His emotions stirred. He had transformed from an innocent 19-year-old boy into a mature 27-year-old man, a process fraught with anguish known only to him. Logically, he should not be so sentimental. Yet the girl before him is his cousin, a family member he intends to protect for life. Yes, brother is here. Su Chenin smiled. Nanqi continued, brother, it was my immaturity in the past. I was wrong. Was she not? In essence, apologizing on behalf of the original owner. Indeed, although Jiang Nanqi may be naive, the deceased are beyond reproach, and she lacks the right to judge. Yet, as Nanqi, she understands that Su Chenin approaches reconciliation with the utmost sincerity and goodwill. It is my fault. It is my brother's inadequacy that caused you to endure a life of hardship in the countryside. How could it not be difficult? From the moment he entered society, he was relentlessly exploited by Jiang Yu. Working nearly day and night with only 1 day off each month, he would accumulate his vacation days to visit Shishi in the countryside. Despite the misunderstandings that arose over the years, he remained resolute in his visits and learned much in the process. Su Chenin's words would only deepen Nanqi's guilt, and she replied, brother, it was my mistake. You silly sister, he chuckled, our little princess of the Su family has never been in the wrong. Oh, it is my fault. My fault, he laughed heartily, sister is never at fault. The siblings exchanged playful banter. Their relationship restored to its former warmth. Her foot. Nanqi looked at him with concern, recalling that things had been better before. Su Chenin slightly furrowed his brows and spoke vaguely. I had a minor car accident. But it's nothing serious. I'm in the recovery phase. Is it severe? Nanqi asked, visibly anxious. He clearly did not wish to elaborate, merely smiling as he replied. If it weren't for the elderly lady nearby discreetly wiping her tears, Nanqi and Su Chenin would have continued their conversation. She softly murmured, brother, I will talk to you later. Their brief reminiscence came to an end. The elderly lady had not heard their conversation, but her emotions were somewhat stirred. This was the most exhilarating and joyous moment in 8 years. Following the devastation of losing her family and the separation from loved ones, she had always been one to share good news rather than sorrow. Even when bullied by the caregiver beside Wang Pei, she never disclosed it to her grandson. What was there to say? She endured all the suffering herself, believing it unnecessary to impose it on the next generation. She understood why Jiang Yu and Wang Pei kept her around. Was it not out of fear of being criticized by outsiders? To say that his ex-wife had passed away, yet he neglected the mother of his former spouse. Jiang Yu valued his reputation, thus retaining her presence, but offered no comfort in return. The elderly lady, left with nothing, could only endure for the time being. "Grandma." "Nai." Two voices rang out in unison. Then, Nanshi and Su Chunin hurried to the elderly lady's side. Each grasping one of her hands, the three embracing tightly. "Oh." The elderly lady laughed through her tears, exclaiming, I am here. At my age, how useless I am, crying again. "Grandma, from now on we will never be apart," Nanshi said, her eyes reddening. "Yes, Nai, I will always be by your side." Little did she know that she had initially intended to stay in the capital for merely a month, but in the face of the familial affection she yearned for. At that moment Nanshi truly did not wish to depart, however. She still had her own vendetta to fulfill, did she not? In her past life she had been schemed against and met her demise. She must uncover the true culprit. One step at a time, for once she avenged herself she could still live alongside her grandmother and cousin. Chapter 99. A substitute marriage. Now it was just Nanshi and Su Chunin. "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" Nanshi shook her head, stating that she was not hungry. Her mind was filled with too many matters, and she added, "Brother, I wish to talk to you. Let us take a walk." "All right." The two strolled along the lakeside of the hospital. "Do you still have any feelings for Jiang Yu?" Su Chunin broke the silence. Nanshi shook her head, replying, "After my mother passed away and I saw him bring his mistress home, my heart died. But brother, 8 years ago I was only 11, having lost my mother and grandfather. I thought he was my everything, my entire world, so while in the countryside I wondered if I behaved well, perhaps he would love me again." At this point she looked earnestly at Su Chunin, saying, "So when I lost my temper at you back then, it was my fault that I projected the pain he caused me onto you. I just didn't want to feel abandoned." In that moment, she seemed to resonate with the original owner of her body, having been cast aside by Jiang Yu. She feared that her only cousin would abandon her too. "Silly," Su Chunin gently patted his cousin, Cici, reassuring her that the Su family would never abandon her. "Nor would he. I understand." Nanshi sniffled, "Thus, in my heart, my father is already deceased." This may well have been her final emphasis on the original owner's feelings towards her father. Soon, the two shifted their conversation to other topics. "The 50,000 you send me each year. I have not received a single cent." The original owner not only failed to receive any financial support but also often subsisted on leftovers due to poverty. Furthermore, Jiang Nanshi had previously been falsely accused of theft, resulting in her being beaten in the countryside. "What?" Su Chunin was taken aback. "What happened to that money? Did your so-called friend embezzle it?" "She is not my friend," Nanshi replied candidly, echoing the original owner's sentiments. "I in the countryside, no one played with me. They all thought I was ugly. Only Shen Qingyan occasionally spoke to me, often bringing leftover food from her home and giving me old clothes and shoes to wear." Upon hearing this, Su Chunin was infuriated. Trembling, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through his chat history with Shen Qingyan, then said to Nanshi, "Look, she sends me messages about you every week, sharing your photos, telling me what you ate, how happy you are at school, and how many friends you've made." Nanshi took the phone from him and carefully examined the messages. There were quite a few, with Shen Qingyan affectionately calling him brother and frequently expressing her admiration for him. She had even urged Su Chunin to send her signed photos of celebrities. Fortunately, Su Chunin's responses to Shen Qingyan were rather indifferent, polite, and consistently focused on his concern for Jiang Nanshi. Moreover, the chat history contained photos of Jiang Nanshi, showcasing her in new clothes, enjoying delicious food, appearing utterly content and fulfilled. Having access to the original owner's memories, Nanshi realized that those beautiful garments and shoes were all lent to her by Shen Qingyan. Thus, it was Shen Qingyan who secretly took Su Chunin's money, not only failing to provide for Nanshi but also embezzling it. As she scrutinized the chat records, Nanshi furrowed her brow and asked, "Has she come to the capital now? Is she attending Shofu High School?" If memory serves, this institution is one of the most prestigious private schools in the capital, renowned not only for its high college admission rates but also as a favored establishment among the offspring of affluent families. However, this school exhibits stark social stratification. On one side, impoverished students strive desperately to gain admission, while on the other, wealthy heirs simply pay their way in. Nanshi voiced her curiosity. How did she manage to enter Shofu High School? She claims it was due to her excellent grades. Su Chunin replied, uncertain about the details. Yet, he quickly shifted his tone, filled with indignation, exclaiming, "I must confront Shen Qingyan and demand answers." "Brother," Nanshi interjected, pulling him back, "since she has concealed this for 8 years, managing to manipulate both you and me, she must have destroyed any incriminating evidence. That if you recklessly confront her and she denies everything, we might end up with some leverage against us." There was an instinct Nanshi refrained from voicing. an unsettling feeling that Shan Qingyan had some connection to Wang Pei. Why? In the countryside, Wang Pei's informants were everywhere. The original owner had been ostracized and bullied, all at Wang Pei's behest. At this moment, Shan Qingyan's proximity to Jiang Nanshi made it difficult to dismiss the notion that she was acting on Wang Pei's instructions. Is it true? Nanshi still needs to investigate further, so she hasn't informed her cousin for the time being. You are right. Su Chenin fell silent, realizing that it was his brother who had acted rashly. At the age of 27, he still displayed such impulsiveness. What should be done? Nanshi smiled slightly and replied. This has little to do with age. It is simply that you cannot bear to see me wronged, which has clouded your judgment. As for Shan Qingyan. She paused for a moment, contemplating before stating. Shan Qingyan is of no consequence. I will handle her in due time. Su Chenin nodded and said, by the way, Cici, do share your recent circumstances. Nanshi was aware of what concerned him the most, so after a moment of careful consideration, she recounted the recent events. What? They wish to marry you off to Lord Lu. Su Chenin was taken aback. It's a substitution, Nanshi clarified. They are unwilling to let Zhang Jue marry into their family, so they want me to take her place. This group of unscrupulous individuals truly goes too far. Su Chenin slammed his thigh, wishing he could confront them on the spot. Perhaps due to having entered society at an early age, his life had not been particularly easy these past years, and he had lost the vigor and elegance he once possessed. He had been exploited by Jiang Yu and Wang Pei, left with no choice. His father owed a substantial amount of money, and working at Zhang Entertainment allowed him to earn a living. Moreover, he had now become a top-tier agent with a commendable income, gradually paying off debts. You just agreed to this. He looked at his cousin. In Chapter 100, all of Zhang's enterprises are under audit. I received 1 million cash from Zhang Yu, Nanshi explained, and then Zhang Yu will provide my mother with a dowry of 300 million. To be returned within a month. Su Chenin suddenly comprehended. So the money for grandma's surgery came from here? Indeed, Nanshi admitted candidly, and I do not perceive any downside in marrying into Lu Hanyuan. In fact, life is better than it was in the Zhang household. She briefly described her current situation, mentioning that she had yet to even meet Lord Lu. There were no troublesome mother-in-law relationships, and no one was monitoring her. She was living quite freely. Su Chenin looked at Cici and remarked, after grandma was transferred, I couldn't find anyone at the hospital. Someone informed me she was at Renshan Hospital. Was that also relayed by someone from Lu Hanyuan? Nanshi was slightly taken aback, as she was unaware of this matter. It must have been Yuan Hao's doing. After all, he had accompanied her for the transfer. Today the Zhang family was reported for tax evasion, and Zhang Yu was under investigation. Su Chenin gazed at his cousin, wondering if this was also orchestrated by Lu Hanyuan. Zhang Yu under investigation? This certainly caught Nanshi off guard. She recalled the incident last night when Lu Luoman had burst into Lu Hanyuan. Perhaps this was the work of Shanxi. Indeed, Su Chenin replied, currently, all of Zhang's enterprises are undergoing audits. It seems that Lu Hanyuan has made a move. Nanshi deliberated but chose not to disclose the dealings between Zhang Yu and Lu Luoman. Firstly, she did not wish to alarm her cousin, causing him unnecessary worry. Secondly, she feared it might disrupt the plans of Lu Hanyuan and Shanxi. After all, it is better to avoid unnecessary complications. Some grievances are not forgotten. The time simply has not yet come. Now is Zhang Yu's retribution. Su Chenin gritted his teeth, his fury directed at Zhang Yu. How could he not harbor hatred? The current hardships faced by both him and Jiang Nanshi were all the doing of Zhang Yu and Wang Pei. Although there is no evidence, it is certain that his aunt was killed by the unscrupulous duo, Zhang Yu and Wang Pei. Furthermore, his father was imprisoned due to Zhang Yu's accusations of tax evasion. Their casual conversation meandered aimlessly, touching upon whatever came to mind. Su Chenin hesitated, believing these matters should be handled by a man. Sparing his cousin from unnecessary worry, however, Nanshi seemed to have pierced through his thoughts and said, I am also a member of the Su family. Now that I have matured, I am no longer as willful as before. Brother, I have the right to know the truth. With her words hanging in the air, Su Chenin gritted his teeth and divulged everything. After his aunt's death, his grandfather was merely hospitalized and was not in danger of dying. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yu had visited the old man in the hospital and said something that resulted in his grandfather's sudden demise. Later, the doctor attributed it to a stroke caused by emotional distress. Subsequently, the Su family was reported for tax evasion, failing to pay their workers' wages, leading to the death of a laborer. Su Chenin's father was sentenced to 15 years in prison. As he recounted these events, Su Chenin's emotions surged. My father, your uncle, is an upright man. He would never engage in tax evasion, nor would he withhold wages from the workers. Thus, all of this is a scheme orchestrated by Zhang Yu. Yet, the most perplexing aspect was that he did not know what his father had discussed with Zhang Yu. Back then, His father had confessed to the charges, and throughout the years Su Chinin had been unable to see him during prison visits. When mentioning Suzy of the Su family in the imperial capital, he was universally lauded. Not only was he a successful businessman, but he was also an exemplary philanthropist. For every profitable deal the Su family secured, Suzy would donate 5 of the profits to charity, actively participating in the initiatives rather than merely paying lip service, earning him widespread admiration. However, after Suzy's imprisonment, malicious individuals accused him of using charitable acts as a facade for tax evasion. Nanshi fell silent for a few seconds, realizing that there must be hidden truths. What had Zhang Yu discussed with the original protagonist's grandfather? What conversations had Zhang Yu had with the original protagonist's uncle? Or were they related to the same incident? Such inquiries were profoundly thought-provoking. She pressed, "Have you found any evidence of Zhang Yu framing your uncle?" Su Chinin shook his head. "I have been searching for evidence all these years." But to no avail. Nanshi suddenly grasped the situation. "So, your intention in working at the Zhang family was to gather evidence?" Su Chinin had not anticipated that, in just a few short years, she had become so astute. This was one of the reasons. He believed that by joining the Zhang family, he could infiltrate the organization and examine the financial records. Yet he was assigned the role of an agent instead. He aimed to defeat Zhang Yu swiftly by scrutinizing the latter's financial dealings. For someone like Zhang Yu, who was solely focused on immediate gains and prone to exploiting opportunities, was likely to engage in illicit activities. Thus, Nanshi concluded, "You haven't found any incriminating evidence against him in the company." Indeed. Nanshi thought simply. If this path proved unfruitful, she would seek an alternative route, directly resorting to murder. Even though she had been an assassin in her previous life, she never acted against her conscience. Her missions were always to uphold justice and eliminate harm to the innocent. To achieve a fair and transparent punishment for Zhang Yu, it was imperative to gather evidence of his wrongdoing, proving that Suzy's tax evasion was a frame-up. Ultimately, she aimed to see Zhang Yu incarcerated and face legal repercussions. In this manner, regardless of what he had said to the original protagonist's grandfather or uncle, all questions would be resolved seamlessly. "Are you currently working as an agent at Zhang's?" Nanshi inquired, glancing at her cousin. "How many years is the contract for?" 20 years with a monthly income of just over 10,000. "What?" Nanshi found this somewhat incredulous. "Aren't you a top-tier agent?" "Indeed, but my remuneration is the same as that of a regular assistant," Su Chinin explained. "After my father was imprisoned, it was said that he owed several tens of millions outside. Subsequently, Zhang Yu assisted in settling the debts, and I have seen the promissory notes, which are indeed signed in my father's own hand." Chapter 101. You are already Lord Lu's wife. And then? Nanshi pressed for more details. This was a memory that eluded her, one that the original owner also did not possess. "Thus, my employment at Zhang's is a means of repaying the debt. Yet by promoting a star, I could earn dividends amounting to hundreds of thousands to millions by year-end." The thought of this made Su Chinin irate as he continued. "However, all of it is appropriated by Zhang Yu and Wang Pei, who claim it is to offset the debt. I toil day and night because they deny me any time off." Nanshi was slightly taken aback. Thus, this was also Su Chinin's leverage to remain at Zhang's. Yet she was not only rational but also remarkably astute. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, "Did Zhang Yu also cause your limp?" Su Chinin's eyes widened in shock, his expression betraying him. It was this reaction that validated Nanshi's suspicion. She gazed at him, softly inquiring. Su Chinin, feeling somewhat agitated, merely believed that the promissory note and the contract held discrepancies, and he sought assistance from an acquaintance abroad. Ultimately, however, he was discovered by the entertainment company's superior, who had him beaten. If there were no tacit approval from Zhang Yu behind this, the superior would not have dared to assist. As he continued, Su Chinin sighed deeply. "Moreover, should I terminate the contract, I would incur an exorbitant penalty, likely in the 10-digit range. More than what a popular star would owe. Very well, I shall just endure it." His tone conveyed a sense of resignation and acceptance. The more Nanshi listened, the more incensed she became. This was a blatant disregard for the law, an egregious imposition. Was Zhang Yu truly so audacious, attempting to monopolize everything? Suddenly, she turned to her cousin and asked, "Do you possess any other leverage against Zhang Yu?" Upon mentioning leverage, Su Chinin was once again taken aback. This was a stark contrast to the impression he had of his cousin. While she had always been intelligent, she had never displayed such clarity and rationality. Had her years in the countryside transformed her so profoundly? Yet, when he previously visited her in the countryside, her eyes had lacked luster, allowing outsiders to bully her, while being petulant towards her own family. How could she have changed so drastically now? "Brother!" Nanshi softly called out as she noticed him lost in thought, urging him to reveal the hidden truths so they could confront them together. Su Chenin shook his head. There is nothing I cannot share. After my father was imprisoned, Wang Pei approached me, claiming to possess evidence of his tax evasion should it be submitted. My father would face more than a mere 15 years of imprisonment. She even had the audacity to say she was helping me, insisting I obediently work at Zhang's. As for other leverage, it lies with you. Wang Pei has stated that if you wish to thrive in the countryside, I must heed their words. Otherwise she may sell you off. Had Su Chenin possessed alternative options, he would not have found himself so tightly constrained. Following the troubles that befell the Su family, former friends and acquaintances have shunned them, not only refraining from offering assistance but seemingly eager to kick them while they are down. Over the years, Su Chenin has worked within the Zhang family, ostensibly with the role of an assistant, but in reality, he has been under constant surveillance. Had it not been for Zhang Yu's predicament, which has left him overwhelmed, Su Chenin would not have enjoyed such freedom. Nanshi quickly grasped the entire situation. But is it true or false? It seems she must personally visit the Zhang household to investigate whether anything might be concealed within Zhang Yu's safe. Previously, she had suggested a long-term strategy, yet now impatience drives her. With Zhang Yu currently under scrutiny and amidst a storm of public opinion, she concocted a plan and leaned closer to Su Chenin, whispering her intentions. 5 minutes later, upon hearing her scheme, Su Chenin's eyes reflected not only shock but also admiration. Little did he know that after merely conversing with his cousin for a short while, at the age of 27, he found himself entirely captivated by the 19-year-old Zhang Nanshi. Cici, will this truly work? Is Zhang Ma trustworthy? It must work, Nanshi replied, her gaze steady upon Su Chenin. Zhang Ma is my mother's personal caretaker. I merely asked her to record some conversations at the Zhang residence. During her last visit, she had been prudent. Using a voice recorder obtained from Yuan Hao, she entrusted it to Zhang Ma to capture the Zhang family's dissatisfaction with Zhang Yu and Zhang Pei. Though it may seem trivial for the image-conscious Zhang Yu, this matter is of great significance. Thus, this forms part of their strategy. Nanshi continued, for now you must first terminate your contract with the Zhang family. I will find a way to meet with my uncle to clarify the events of the past. Understanding the reasons behind Suzi's threats from Zhang Yu will be crucial for our response. The next step is to rescue the original party, my uncle. If Suzi has committed no crime, we must exonerate him. Su Chenin seemed to come to a resolute decision, pausing before he declared, all right, I shall heed your guidance. If you are willing to take the risk, then what have I to fear? Therefore, the only threats he now faces are those regarding the alleged tax evasion evidence mentioned by Wang Pei. Yet, with his father having already spent 8 years in prison, what else could he possibly be afraid of? Nanshi nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing her features as she calculated the time, stating, we must resolve everything within a week. Su Chenin nodded gravely. Once the conversation commenced, the initial awkwardness between them dissipated. Suddenly, Su Chenin voiced his deepest concern. Lu Sai is not an easy person to deal with. How will you manage once you are married into the family? In the future? Nanshi replied candidly, I do not pose a threat to them. As long as I remain non-threatening, they will not act against me. Ultimately, I plan to leave this place. Leave? Su Chenin found this troublesome. Yet he considered Lu Sai. I am not truly his wife. Nanshi dismissed the concern. Do not forget, I am a stand-in bride. But have you considered that, Su Chenin stated plainly, Lu Hanyuan may retain you. Regardless of whether you are a stand-in, you are already Lu Sai's wife. Chapter 102. Obtain the high school diploma first. Nanshi had not contemplated such profound topics. But she was indifferent. She would see how things unfold later. For now, leveraging her identity as the wife of Lord Lu, both Zhang Yu and Wang Pei were apprehensive of her. Thus, this identity, while not particularly remarkable, was not without its advantages. The conversation shifted, and they delved into other subjects. In this society, a diploma was indispensable. First, she needed to secure her high school graduation certificate, and then she would devise a plan for pursuing further studies abroad or enhancing her credentials. Poor grades. Nanshi inquired with a hint of confusion. Previously, under the name of the One Medical Sage, she had established the International Medical Department of the Mafula Medical Research Institute. To date, she had founded academies in the capital, the Holy Empire, and South America. The students who sought admission to this academy were not only well-versed in medical knowledge but also top performers in the global entrance exams, graduating as international physicians. Due to the elimination system, only 20 students graduated each year, making competition exceedingly fierce. Nanshi served as both the principal and the exam creator of this institution. Initially, it had been merely a whimsical endeavor born out of boredom, and she had not anticipated its explosive success. Now, to question her academic performance? The global entrance exam questions were all crafted by her, after all. Oh wait, originally Zhang Nanshi's grades were abysmally poor. Indeed, Su Chenin remained oblivious to his cousin's slight change in expression. He lowered his gaze and retrieved a brown paper bag from his briefcase, handing it to her. This contains the materials for the capital high school. Jiang Yu facilitated your transfer, placing you in Class A, the elite class, but you have yet to report. Another elite class at the capital high school. While Nanshi pondered, she hesitated to accept it. Noticing her silence, Su Chenin assumed she was apprehensive and chuckled. Even if it's an elite class, don't worry if you can't keep up with the studies. After all, there are still over 20 days until the college entrance exam. You only need to obtain your high school diploma. Inside, there were details about the school, historical college entrance exam success rates, and profiles of previous outstanding national scholars. Hey, what caught her attention? Su Chenin observed his cousin staring at a photograph, following her gaze. Nanshi murmured, do you recognize her? Referring to a certain Wan Ning, the woman who had treated Yuan Hao as a backup. Nanshi responded with a nonchalant, seemingly indifferent. Yet she appeared to have stumbled upon something significant. Brother, you seem quite familiar with this Wan Ning. You wouldn't happen to have a crush on her, would you? Don't be ridiculous. Su Chenin blushed slightly, denying any such notion. He swiftly changed the subject, saying, however, there have been rumors that Miss Ruan was previously thought to be on good terms with Lord Lu, and was likely to become the matron of Lu Hanyuan. After saying this, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, as if speaking to himself unexpectedly. By a twist of fate, you have become Lord Lu's wife. Though it was said in jest, Nanshi took it to heart. What did this imply? While she had not deliberately sought information about Lu Yishao and had never met him, this elusive Lord Lu must certainly be at Lu Hanyuan. Suddenly, Shishi, what are you thinking about? Lost in thought again. Nothing, brother. Do you believe I can get into a good university? Their gazes locked. Su Chenin's eyes held a hint of playful mockery. It is commendable that you possess such determination, he remarked, but have you perhaps forgotten your academic performance during your rural studies? Nanshi found herself at a loss for words. Several subjects had garnered a score of 0, and she had frequently skipped classes. Su Chenin sighed, stating that it was not a matter of blaming her. Over the past 8 years, she had not received a quality education in the countryside, nor was there anyone to discipline her, and she had been bullied by Wang Pei's associates, resulting in a rather weak academic foundation. However, he urged her not to feel disheartened. After finishing his words, he gently patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort, saying, I have but one request of you now, to graduate smoothly from your senior year. Nanshi wished to clarify her situation, asserting that her grades were not as dismal as he believed. Yet Su Chenin, unconvinced, merely smiled and shifted the topic. By the way, Zhou Chongjing is also in his senior year at Shofu High School, in the same class as you. Zhou Chongjing. Nanshi furrowed her brows slightly. Oh, I understand now, as memories not belonging to her resurfaced. Before the untimely demise of the original owner's mother, the Su family had enjoyed great prestige in the capital, maintaining a good relationship with the Zhou family. Their children, being of similar ages, had been betrothed in a childhood engagement, with Zhou Chongjing being Zhang Nanshi's fiancé. Although the Zhou family had not offered assistance when the Su family faced adversity, Su Chenin frowned and noted that this engagement had been arranged by the elder Zhou. Thus, your betrothal remains valid and has not been annulled. Now that we have severed ties with Jiang Yu, he and Wang Pei may come looking for trouble at any moment. With Zhou Chongjing and the support of the Zhou family, at least you can navigate these 20 days at Shofu High School in relative safety. Nanshi understood, responding, so, you want me to cling to Zhou Chongjing for support? Su Chenin was momentarily taken aback, sighing, I apologize, little sister, that I know I am lacking, but for now this is the best course of action. Shofu High School is the finest institution in our country. Admission signifies either immense wealth or exceptional talent from humble beginnings. Implicitly, Nanshi was fortunate to have the opportunity to study there. Chapter 103 Betrayal. Nanshi shrugged, offering reassurance to Su Chenin, I understand. Why are you blaming yourself again? I will study diligently. Not only will I excel in my studies, but I shall also become the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. It is merely a straightforward test. Why would I, Nanshi, be afraid? However, as the thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but ask with a smile, I am now the wife of Lord C, and what of that Zhou fellow's childhood engagement? Are you not concerned that Lord C might find out and cause us trouble? Su Chenin faltered, quickly clarifying, it is merely a means to leverage the Zhou family's influence to navigate these 20 days smoothly. My primary concern is that Jiang Yu and Wang Pei may make your life difficult at school. Once high school is completed, who will care about a childhood engagement? The Zhou family is not without fault. They took advantage of the Su family's downfall. Moreover, we cannot predict how your future with Lord C will unfold. Such trivial matters need not trouble him, and we cannot owe them too much in return. Nanshi nodded, finding her cousin's reasoning sound, replying, I will heed your advice. They exchanged contact information and hurriedly bid farewell. As she traversed halfway, she began to reflect on her conversation with Su Chenin from earlier today. Several key points emerged. The Jiang family's most lucrative venture lies within the entertainment industry, and Su Chenin, as a premier agent, had brought them substantial profits. Therefore, his termination of contract would undoubtedly instigate considerable upheaval for the Jiang family. Furthermore, there was the matter of Wang Pei's claims regarding Su Zi's tax evasion evidence. Obtaining such information would allow her to turn the tables and rescue Su Zi from incarceration. Lastly, there was the visit to the capital's high school. Many believed her academic performance to be underwhelming, merely scraping by for a high school diploma, which only ignited Nanshi's competitive spirit. She was determined to vindicate the original owner's honor. Moreover, wasn't he the original owner, Shan Qingyan, who hailed from the countryside, also attending this school? It would serve as an opportunity for some amusement at the school. Seated in the vehicle as dusk fell, the setting sun cast a golden halo against the glass, enveloping her in a warm glow. Bored, she glanced at her phone where the first message read: Lu family in turmoil, Lu's eldest daughter deported abroad. Hu family under investigation. Memories of last night's encounter in the basement with Shan Qi and Lu Luoman flooded her mind. So this was the doing of Fourth Master Lu. Preoccupied with her own affairs, Nanshi swiftly dismissed this news, realizing she had yet to reach Lu Hanyuan when a significant thought struck her. While seeking vengeance for the original owner's grievances, she also needed to settle her own scores. Now she had likely gained Lu Hanyuan's trust, and without their surveillance, it would be more convenient for her to execute her plans. Thus, Nanshi exited the vehicle, procured a new computer, and gathered various components for assembling a radio. Since direct communication with Beiqian was obstructed and there were others interfering with her Nanao assassin network account, she resolved to contact her trusted allies Shi Ju and Dong Han through alternative means. This would enable her to summon Beiqian for assistance promptly. This task posed no significant challenge for her. She found an open space, settled on the ground, removed her mask, and began to tinker with her phone and computer. In just a few moments, those components transformed into a heap of scrap. However, she swiftly reassembled them, adding a few additional elements. This wireless computer and telephone, shielded from external interference, was successfully put together. Nanshi powered on the computer, inputting a lengthy string of code, and the data on the screen began to whirl rapidly. 2 minutes later, she accessed the login page for the Mafulu Medical Research Institute's homepage as the One Medical Sage. Both Shi Ju and Dong Han were aware of her identity, as their assistance was required to manage the institute. Thus, this venue served as a convergence point for the three of them. Here she would undoubtedly locate Shi Ju and Dong Han. However, as soon as Nanshi logged in with her credentials, her expression shifted dramatically upon seeing a barrage of messages. Shi Ju had sent numerous notes stating, Nanshi, Dong Han has betrayed us. When you accepted the mission in the capital, he disclosed your personal information, leading to your being hunted. Your assassin information has been traced and located, prompting the organization to purge your personal account. Do not log in again. Reading this, Nanshi felt a prickling sensation at the back of her neck, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. No wonder she had been traced when she logged into the Nanao assassin network on the back mountain of Lu Hanyuan. She was being pursued, and Dong Han was a traitor? 5 years ago, Nanshi had rescued him from the slums of Mainandaditi. That time, Dong Han was on the brink of death, yet his will to survive was remarkably strong. Nanshi saved him and, upon discovering his formidable combat abilities, decided to cultivate his talents slightly. The two formed a partnership, successfully completing numerous challenging missions together. Notably, he had once taken a knife for Nanshi, an injury that nearly cost him his life. Most significantly, when Nanshi met with an untimely demise in her previous life, she had undertaken 2 missions. The first mission, under the guise of the renowned healer 1, involved treating the illness of grandmother Tao Musu, a secret known only to Shi Ju and Dong Han, with even Beiqian being oblivious. The second mission, as the foremost assassin Nanao, entailed the assassination of Dr. Zhan in the imperial capital. Nanshi adhered to a principle in her assignments, to eliminate threats to the populace, rather than to assist in tyranny. According to Beiqian, this Dr. Zhan had developed an illegal nuclear biological weapon and fled to the imperial capital with this medical project, intending to implement it. Previously, the assassin organization had dispatched several individuals who failed in their attempts to eliminate him, thus prompting Nanshi to take action. However, just as she was preparing to confront Dr. Zhan, her whereabouts were compromised, leading to her tragic demise. Therefore, it was not Dong Han who betrayed her. Rather, someone within the assassin organization had schemed against Nanshi. Who could it be? As Nanshi recalled, all those involved in this affair were core members of the organization, excluding both Dong Han and Shi Ju. She continued to peruse the messages on her computer. The final message from Shiju was lengthy. Nan Shi, I am being pursued. I do not know by whom, but if you see this message, please help protect my only brother. Shi Chao. He is currently a senior at the high school in the imperial capital in my soul family. Furthermore, I have a trusted subordinate, designated as number 17 in the organization. Shi Chao bears a striking resemblance to Shiju, a testament to their strong genetic ties. Chapter 104. Family Discipline. Upon reading this, Nan Shi's expression turned grave, her demeanor infused with a sense of foreboding. Shiju was a brother with whom she had fought side by side for many years. The bond forged through life and death naturally commanded her trust. Did this imply that if she were to perish, they would turn their sights on Shiju? Nanshi stared intently at the photograph of Shi Chao on her computer, momentarily lost in thought. It seemed that locating Shiju's brother was of utmost importance. She had to go to the high school in the capital. Before shutting down her computer, the ever-cautious Nanshi, utilizing her hacker identity, meticulously cleared her recent online activity. After completing this task, she powered down the device and, while stowing it away, lowered her head to send a message to Su Chanyen. Tomorrow was the weekend, and thus she needed to report to the high school next Monday. Since she was to attend, it was impossible for the parent Zhang Yu to go. Only Su Chanyen could attend. At that moment, it was already past 9 in the evening in the imperial capital. Nanshi noticed that there were no messages from Shanqi or Uncle Gu, indicating that they had not sought her out either. Normally, in Luhan Yuan, other bodyguards were not permitted to enter, yet now they all stood clustered on the lawn. Uncle Gu, what has transpired? Nanshi observed the hurried Uncle Gu and quickly approached him to inquire. You're injured? She frowned, pointing to the bloodstains on his clothing. That's not mine. Uncle Gu hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the truth. Given the relationship between young Master Si and Xiaoxi, perhaps it would not be too detrimental for her to know? With a resolute breath, he decided to speak candidly. Individuals like them, who prioritize privacy, rarely visit hospitals, as their home medical facilities are fully equipped. Upon hearing these words, Nanshi's complexion shifted slightly. The incessant bleeding and the state of unconsciousness indicated a severe problem. Observing Uncle Gu preparing to attend to matters, she grasped his arm and inquired, is this related to the incident involving Lu Luoman last night? Indeed, Uncle Gu affirmed with a grave expression. This implied that the matter was inextricably linked to Nanshi. As she had orchestrated the scheme to lure Lu Luoman into Lu Hanyuan, however, she never anticipated that Shanxi would face the repercussions of the Lu family's disciplinary measures due to this incident. May I go and check on him? Nanshi asked cautiously. I possess some medical knowledge, and perhaps I could be of assistance, given her rather precarious position. Despite having gained the temporary trust of those at Lu Hanyuan, she remained an outsider. Consequently, although she resided in the ancestral mansion, she never ventured to the second floor, where Shanxiu's bedroom was located. Who could say whether the fourth master Lu's quarters were also on that floor? She had never been curious about the fourth master's condition, nor would she dare to investigate. I will inquire with Dr. Tao, Uncle Gu stated. Very well. This phone call was personally made by the matriarch, and it was Uncle Gu who answered. The matriarch's words were, what a disappointment Lu Yixiao has become. I truly raised a white-eyed wolf. He bypassed me and directly summoned the elder patriarch of the Lu family to deal with Lu Luoman. In the past, even in the face of the matriarch's warnings, he would have acted according to his own will. However, in confronting Lu Luoman and the Hu family, he was fully aware of the repercussions he would face. It's nothing, Lu Yixiao replied with a calm demeanor. Did he fear? If he did, he would not have dealt so ruthlessly with the Hu family and Lu Luoman. This time, the matriarch's displeasure was palpable. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such harsh words. Yet he and the matriarch, along with Lu Lian, would inevitably have a reckoning, and today presented the perfect opportunity. Uncle Gu wore a troubled expression, appearing as if he were on the verge of tears, saying, then I shall accompany you. After an hour's journey, Lu Yixiao and his companions arrived at the Lu family ancestral residence. However, Uncle Gu, Yuan Hao, and the bodyguards were all blocked at the entrance by the residents of the old mansion. The matriarch had instructed that only the young fourth master could enter, while all other extraneous individuals were to remain outside. This was a clear show of authority. Everyone understood today Lu Yixiao did not wear a mask. Yet beneath the covering of his face mask, his emotionless eyes resembled blades, cutting through flesh with pain. You all stay here, he commanded. Upon hearing the fourth master's directive, Yuan Hao and Uncle Gu exchanged worried glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Entering there was akin to stepping into a den of dragons and tigers, fraught with peril. Should the fourth master be maltreated, he would have no allies to rely upon. Two voices echoed in unison. Fourth master. Young fourth master. Inside the Lu Mansion's hall, There were no servants present as Lu Yixiao stepped inside. The massive doors were shut behind him. Proceeding further, the Lu residence boasted traditional Chinese decor, opulent furnishings, and the aroma of tea wafting through the air. In the center of the sofa sat an elderly man with graying hair, vigorous yet wearing a stern expression that suggested he was not one to be trifled with. Dressed in a dark-colored water fur, the matriarch, despite foregoing any jewelry, exuded an air of formidable affluence. To her left sat her only son, Lu Lian, with thick brows and bright eyes, handsome in appearance. Well-preserved, he appeared far younger than his 60 years. Having married 3 times, Lu Lian's children exhibited a significant age disparity. Behind the matriarch stood the Lu family's second daughter, Lu Jia, and Lu Ning. Evidently, they had not anticipated that Lu Yixiao would truly arrive. Chapter 105. Neil, do you think you're worthy? Oh, our comatose fourth brother has finally mustered the courage to show up? The speaker was Lu Jia. She was the one who had poisoned the Wolf King. And she was also the one who had subsequently found herself embroiled in a scandal of infidelity within marriage. In truth, she harbored a profound fear of directly confronting Lu Yixiao. Yet with both grandmother and father present, she wagered that Lu Yixiao would refrain from excessive arrogance. Observing Lu Yixiao's silence, Lu Ning felt a surge of confidence. She had always played the role of the good-natured one, mediating the situation, and remarked, "Fourth brother possesses remarkable depth. Had it not been for the fact that he bullied our eldest sister into exile, we might still be unaware of your lucidity." Lu Jia scoffed. "It is a trivial matter for our Lu family to be the subject of ridicule. But a significant decline in stock prices is a grave concern." The second and third daughters of the Lu family exchanged glances, signaling a silent agreement to collaborate. Under normal circumstances, it was unlikely that Lu Jia and Lu Ning would maintain such a harmonious relationship, considering that their mothers were close friends, and Lu Jia and Lu Ning were merely 2 months apart in age. This implies that when Lu Jia's mother was pregnant with her, Lu Ning's mother had already entangled herself with Lu Lian, the two of them colluding to give birth to Lu Ning, the illegitimate child. Due to Lu Ning's origins, Lu Jia's mother had succumbed to despair and ultimately perished. At that time, the matriarch of the Lu family, out of respect for Lu Ning as a member of the family, decided to provide Lu Jia's mother with an explanation, thus allowing Lu Ning to remain. Lu Lian, indifferent, had little to say, as he was both a libertine and unfeeling. To him, this was merely a frivolous debt. The two sisters, who typically had a contentious relationship, now united in their animosity, directing their ire solely at Lu Yixiao. No one harbored affection for Lu Yixiao. Rather, it was jealousy that fueled their disdain, not only because he was the sole heir of the Lu family but also due to his intelligence and acumen in business. Several daughters of the Lu family coveted power and aspired to become the next generation's inheritors, seeking to control the Lu enterprise. However, in the face of Lu Jia and Lu Ning's mockery, Lu Yixiao stood tall, silent as a statue. He did not even bestow them with a cursory glance, as if any additional scrutiny would sully his vision. His very demeanor of silence only served to embolden Lu Ning and Lu Jia further. Suddenly, tears welled in Lu Jia's eyes as she lamented, "Grandmother, you must advocate for me. He publicly exposed my scandal, resulting in my divorce from my husband, and now he is targeting our eldest sister. You still hold sway over the entire Lu family. If he continues in such a brazen manner, how shall we endure?" With her theatrical display, Lu Ning also feigned tears, saying, "This Lu family has already become fourth brother's domain. We as elder sisters must heed his word. Surely, he will not make life difficult for us any longer." These two women, both in their 30s, wept passionately, their performance grandiose and earth-shattering, truly a spectacle to behold. Their theatrics also served as a means of probing the waters. Unable to confront Lu Yixiao directly, they sought to instigate warfare, hoping to provoke the matriarch and their father into a fury. Inwardly, Lu Yixiao sneered, a flicker of disdain illuminating his gaze. One could hardly blame him for being disinclined to engage with such insipid individuals. These were mere trash who resorted to underhanded tactics, hardly worthy of his direct intervention. However, the elderly matriarch, having aged considerably, once a formidable force, now finds herself yielding, her heart set on familial harmony. Consequently, she has placed her faith in the words of Lu Jia and Lu Ning. "Grandmother!" Lu Jia cried out, her voice hoarse from emotion, "What are you still hesitating for? Shouldn't you resort to the family rules?" Lu Tai furrowed her brow, her head pounding from the commotion, and was about to speak when Lu Ning interjected. "If we resort to family rules, will our fourth brother not send grandmother abroad as well? Perhaps it's best if you refrain from taking action, grandmother. We can simply let him manipulate us." Lu Jia and Lu Ning's exchange was a masterful duet, creating a tumultuous atmosphere within the Lu household. Finally, the matriarch struck her cane forcefully against the ground and declared, "Yixiao, I ask you, do you acknowledge your mistake?" Her tone was commanding, leaving no room for dissent. A cold smile flickered across Louis Zhao's mind. The matriarch remained as biased as ever, failing to inquire about his reasons or granting him the opportunity to explain before arriving at her conclusion. Accustomed to her authoritative demeanor, she sought his apology, his submission, for her to uphold her status within the Liu family. But what fault was his? Louis Zhao found no inclination to clarify. His silence rendered the atmosphere palpably tense. Though the matriarch was domineering, she was not devoid of reason. With a composed expression, she recounted the historical ties. When your grandfather was alive, we maintained a good relationship with the Hu family, leading to our family's union. Although the Hu family may not compare to the Liu family in recent years, they have consistently contributed. Observing Louis Zhao, the matriarch, though vexed, retained clarity of thought, adding, now you are exposing the Hu family's tax evasion. Does that not paint the Liu family as ungrateful in the eyes of outsiders? Moreover, Lu Luoman is your eldest sister. Seeing that the matriarch was willing to engage in dialogue, Louis Zhao was also open to communication, just as he prepared to speak. Yet, before he could, Lu Lian's rebuke of you wretched brat, kneel, ignited the conflict. Kneel? Louis Zhao uttered his first words of the night. You think you have the right? His tone was unhurried, his demeanor consistently nonchalant. Yet Lu Lian, taken aback, glared furiously, admonishing, I am your father. I have no father like you, Louis Zhao retorted. Lu Lian was incensed, declaring, regardless of your acknowledgement, you carry my blood. This was an old tale. Since the death of Louis Zhao's mother, the father and son had always clashed upon meeting. Fortunately, over the years, one resided in Luhan Yuan while the other dwelled in a villa in the city, allowing them to coexist without conflict. However, Louis Zhao had resolutely decided to confront them today. He had resolved to settle accounts with the matriarch and Lu Lian. Their gazes locked, Louis Zhao's eyes bore an unapproachable hostility as he declared, if given the choice, I would rather sever my flesh and shed my blood than taint myself with your filthy lineage. Chapter 106. On what grounds do you deem me filthy? These words detonated like thunder in the hearts of all present. Lu Tai and Lu Lian were left incredulous. They understood Louis Zhao's wild nature and his reluctance to heed their words. Yet such a confrontation had never escalated to this level before. Meanwhile, Lu Jia and Lu Ning were utterly elated. Lu Luoman had just been exiled abroad, and the competition for the Liu family inheritance had seemingly come to an end. They could not help but hope that Louis Xiao would also face punishment. Eliminating the two strongest and most advantageous rivals at once, how could they not revel in such fortune? They secretly rejoiced, to the point of forgetting that Louis Xiao was not someone to be trifled with. Yet, those familiar with him understood that his silence and reticence were not signs of fear, but rather harbingers of impending fury. Have you ever witnessed a tranquil sea? No one can fathom the tumultuous waves that churn beneath its surface. As the atmosphere grew tense with silence, the elderly matriarch's face turned ashen, and she furrowed her brow, saying, what did you just say? Yixiao, considering your youth, I will overlook your previous remarks. Quickly apologize to your father. Overlook? How could one overlook such a matter? Lu Jia interjected. Grandmother. Louis Xiao just declared that he does not wish to carry the blood of our Liu family. Can you truly disregard such a statement? Is he not a heartless ingrate? Indeed, Lu Ning chimed in, shouldn't you administer some family discipline? Otherwise, our fourth brother will surely wreak havoc in the future. Though there were no servants present, the group was in close proximity. Suddenly someone pushed Lu Lian, causing him to stumble and fall straight to the floor. Lu Jia cried out, Father, be careful. Louis Xiao, what are you doing? Why did you push father? A son striking his father. Such news would be a disgrace to the Liu family. Lu Ning rushed to assist him. Quick! Call the bodyguards. What use are bodyguards now? Louis Xiao brought his own people today. Amidst the rising screams and arguments, it became evident that Louis Xiao had indeed struck someone. Glancing at Louis Xiao, he stood with his hands shoved into his pockets, utterly unmoved, coldly observing the absurdity surrounding him. Push someone? He had not even budged. Was it not laughable? Indeed, it was absurd. This was his own kin, bound by blood. Grandmother. You must discipline Louis Xiao, or he may turn on you as well. Yes, yes. Grandmother, take action. Voices rose in chaotic unison. Creating a scene of utter disarray, however, someone grasped the elderly lady's hand, and with a sharp crack of the whip, she struck. Fortunately, Louis Xiao dodged swiftly. Although his face escaped unscathed, his left arm bore the brunt of the blow. The matriarch was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Age had rendered her thoughts and actions out of sync. She realized that someone had seized her hand to strike Yixiao, yet she merely wished for her grandson to apologize, never intending to harm him. But that whip had indeed landed upon Yixiao. She understood her grandson's temperament. As long as he was not provoked, a semblance of peace could be maintained, but now the bond between them was likely irreparably severed. Just as the matriarch prepared to explain, she was met with her grandson's cold, unfeeling gaze, and she found herself at a loss for words. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Ning and Lu Lian were speaking. And Lu Lian, showing his teeth in a grimace, cursed under his breath before bolting towards Lu Yishao in a moment of distraction. The whip fell into Lu Lian's grasp. The atmosphere was thick with tension and suffocating chaos. As the whip in Lu Lian's hand was poised to strike Lu Yishao, suddenly, a terrifying fury flashed in Lu Yishao's eyes as he declared, "Think it over carefully. If you dare to lay a hand on me, all familial ties will be severed henceforth." Lu Lian could hardly contain his anger. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck Lu Yishao while exclaiming, "Do you not recognize me? Lu Yishao, without me, who would revere you as the fourth Master Lu? Are you not merely resenting me for being with another woman when your mother passed away? Let me tell you, that is a mistake all men are prone to make. You think I am filthy? On what grounds do you deem me so? Lu Yishao, you are a man as well, my blood runs in your veins, and you shall be just as unfaithful as I am." Lu Lian was furious. His lips quivering, and his strikes grew harsher with one lash. The skin broke open. With the second, blood began to seep through the fabric that Lu Yishao could have evaded the blows, yet he did not flinch. His countenance betraying no change, as though the whip were striking another. It was the elderly matriarch who was taken aback, leaning on her cane as she admonished, "Lu Lian, cease this at once. He is your son." In the throes of his wrath, Lu Lian was not about to relent. Just as he was about to bring the whip down upon Lu Yishao once more, in a swift motion, Lu Yishao's expression darkened. With a powerful pull of his arm, he caused Lu Lian's earlier bravado to falter, twisting his face in pain. "You wretched son," Lu Lian exclaimed, his complexion paling. Lu Lian was nothing more than a paper tiger, all bluster with no real strength. Now faced with adversity, he felt a surge of panic. In truth, Lu Yishao had barely laid a hand on him, merely seizing Lu Lian's arm and casting the whip aside. "As I warned you earlier, should you resort to violence," Lu Yishao's phoenix eyes glimmered with an ominous light, "all affection between us will be irrevocably severed." The man stood tall, exuding an imposing presence that instilled a profound sense of intimidation. People often spoke of the fourth Master Lu as a demon from hell, yet they had never witnessed his fury, only hearing tales from outsiders. Now, as they gazed into Lu Yishao's eyes, shadowy, frigid, malevolent, and tinged with a hint of bloodlust, they could not help but shudder. Lu Lian furrowed his brow, instinctively retreating a step in fear. "Why must I explicitly state why you are filthy?" Lu Yishao's gaze simmered with unbridled rage. "At the time my mother was still a student, 13 years your junior. What did you do to her?" At the mention of the past, Lu Lian's forehead throbbed. Trembling, he stammered, "Do not speak of it, please." Chapter 107. "This is what you owe my mother." "Not speak of it? How could that be?" Lu Yishao had come to seek justice for his mother. At this point, a look of revulsion flashed in his eyes, a profound hatred for Lu Lian's unfaithfulness. "You left her to endure loneliness, you caused her heartache, you made her pregnant and left her no choice but to remain with you, while you cavorted with others. During this time the Hu family caused her to miscarry, losing the child, and you failed to investigate the cause, not even offering a single insipid word. Is this the behavior of a man? I refuse to listen." Lu Lian's face turned ashen. "Regardless, I am your father, and you have no obligation to condemn me." However, in the next moment, Lu Yishao seized Lu Lian by the collar, with a powerful grip, lifting the 180 centimeters tall Lu Lian off the ground. "Ah!" In an instant the elderly matriarch Lu Jia and Lu Ning all gasped in shock. Everyone was horrified. From their perspective it seemed Lu Yishao truly intended to end Lu Lian's life. However, it is inconceivable that Lu Yishao could commit murder. Though he harbors resentment and hatred within, it would not lead him to allow them to live for an additional 8 years. Suddenly Lu Yishao loosened his grip, causing the petrified Lu Lian to fall to the ground. "You are so despicable, yet my mother was unwilling to part with you. She claimed you were her first man. She said that for the sake of a complete family, she would help you settle down. How do you know all this?" Lu Yishao's mother kept a diary, in which it was written. "Is it ironic? Indeed, it is profoundly ironic that he despises his mother's weakness and indulgence, that he loathes his younger self for being too small to share any burden with her. Yet, what fault lies with him and his mother? The true blame lies with Lu Lian." Thus, from a certain perspective, Lu Yishao harbors not only hatred for Lu Lian but also a deeper loathing for himself. This is why he initially devised a scheme to prevent Lu Lian from marrying another woman into the family. He was merely fulfilling a dream for his mother, and the diary left after his mother's passing. She expressed a final wish to be buried in the Lu family cemetery. "Do you know how my mother died?" The light faded from Lu Yishao's eyes. At that moment, he resembled a soul on the brink of death. His voice cold as he uttered, She was driven to her demise by the lover you kept outside. Those lovers of yours called her, inquiring when she would vacate her position as the matriarch of the Liu family. And you, in turn, referred to her as an uninteresting old HI. In that instant, Lu Lian was engulfed in despair. His despair did not stem from the death of Lu Yixiao's mother but from the exposure of his outrageous actions before his daughter and mother. Leaving him feeling utterly humiliated, he felt unworthy of being a man. Unworthy. In the next moment, Lu Yixiao retrieved a silk pouch from his bosom, containing a fist-sized porcelain urn that held his mother's ashes. Unable to carry all the ashes with him, this was his final obsession and memory. He narrowed his profound eyes and forcefully compelled Lu Lian to kneel on the ground, directly pressuring him to bow. "What are you doing?" As Lu Lian's words fell, he was shoved towards the floor. Bang! 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 Only after Lu Lian had bowed 3 times did Lu Yixiao finally relent, and in an instant Lu Lian's forehead was swollen and red. Yet he paid no heed to the pain. Once free from Lu Yixiao's grasp, he appeared utterly dazed. What a wretched son! What does this signify? Now that the child has grown, it is akin to raising a tiger that poses a threat. Throughout the ordeal, Lu Yixiao maintained a stoic expression. He clapped his hands, rising as he stated, "This is what you owe my mother." He had previously declared that this debt would be settled with Lu Lian. The vast hall fell into an eerie silence, with no one daring to speak, all eyes wide with shock, the atmosphere thick with tension. What could the elderly matriarch say? As a mother, she felt defeated, burdened by guilt and regret. The early loss of her husband compelled her to focus on her career, resulting in neglect of her only son's upbringing. By the time she sought to discipline him, Lu Lian had already grown, indulging in debauchery, beyond her controlled eye. In later years, whenever Lu Lian committed outrageous acts, the matriarch resolved to discipline him, yet he would invoke the memory of his deceased father. Thus she found herself increasingly unable to take a firm hand. Eventually, she resigned herself to indulgence, numbed by the reality of it all, choosing not to see, for her heart was weary, and she felt utterly helpless. After a considerable time, Lu Lian was filled with trepidation and hastily exclaimed, "Go summon my bodyguard." This command was directed at Lu Jia, who, feeling a twinge of fear from the potentially wrathful Lu Yixiao, scurried towards the door in fright. However, Lu Yixiao, with his long strides, swiftly advanced, seizing Lu Jia and slamming her against the wall. In an instant, Lu Jia found herself in a most undignified position on the ground. "What do you mean by still?" Lu Jia stammered, panic-stricken. You mustn't, don't hit me." Before she could finish her plea, Lu Yixiao pressed his foot upon her hand. It appeared effortless, yet the pain was so excruciating that Lu Jia burst into tears. A woman in her 30s, the second daughter of the Liu family, she had been pampered since childhood. When had she ever faced such a predicament? "Oh, it hurts so much, grandmother. Please save me." Lu Jia began to seek refuge. Calling out for her grandmother's assistance, the elderly matriarch remained seated, asserting, "I merely spoke a few words that if you do not behave, I may indeed take drastic measures, perhaps even extinguishing a life." Her tone was menacing, her demeanor domineering. Were his mask to be removed, one could scarcely imagine how his striking visage would appear, cold and dark under the weight of fury. Even the seasoned matriarch felt her heart race. Torn between fear and defiance, she feared that in Lu Yixiao, she saw the reflection of her late husband, Lu Yixiao's grandfather, a man of formidable resolve and ruthlessness. Yet, she took solace in her perceptive judgment. Despite his ferocity, he would not bring about their demise. Chapter 108. "It is not that I care for the Liu heir." Lu Yixiao cast a cold glance at the prostrate Lu Jia and remarked icily, "Over the years, how many hidden schemes have you orchestrated against me? Have I ever retaliated? Yet you must never, under any circumstances, have attempted to poison the Wolf King by bribing those associated with Lu Han Yuan. This led to the Wolf King contracting the Lail virus transmitted from Asia. This virus carries a high contagion and mortality rate, and since the Wolf King frequently enters my quarters, your actions are tantamount to seeking my demise." Upon hearing this, Lu Jia's immediate reaction was to glance at her grandmother. She vehemently denied, "No, I did not. It was not me." "Not you?" Lu Yixiao's expression remained impassive. "Evidence remains. Shall I send you to prison for attempted murder before you confess?" Lu Jia was silenced by his roar, collapsing helplessly to the ground, despondent. Knowing that Lu Yixiao had survived, she realized her plot against the Wolf King had failed. She could only hope that this matter remained unknown to the madman that was Lu Yixiao. Yet he was already aware. "Thus, Lu Jia, I have exposed your photograph, unveiled your sordid deeds, and dealt with you today. Does this not seem a lenient resolution?" With his final inquiry, laden with palpable pressure, Lu Jia fell mute, cowering into the corner, casting her gaze elsewhere, filled with trepidation at the thought of imprisonment. She did not wish for that. The members of the Liu family were mere paper tigers. should a genuine crisis arise, they would utterly crumble. It was precisely for this reason that Louis Xiao had refrained from settling the score completely with them. However, the limits of human endurance are finite. Clearly, the elderly matriarch had not anticipated such a turn of events. She furrowed her brow at Lu Jia, lamenting, "My beloved granddaughter, who appeared so innocent and pure before me, how could you stoop to engage in such vile acts behind my back? Jar, is it truly real?" Upon uttering these words, he observed Lu Jia in a state of utter despair, leaving no room for doubt. It seemed that Yi Zhao's assertions were indeed valid. Xiao. The old lady gazed at her grandson, questioning, "Where is the evidence?" "I shall not show favoritism to anyone. It is too late, grandmother," Louis Xiao replied, his gaze fixed upon the old lady. "What?" The old lady appeared somewhat perplexed. "What do you mean by too late?" This marked one of the rare instances where Louis Xiao addressed her as grandmother rather than the old lady. Suddenly Louis Xiao cast a cold glance towards Lu Ning. Lu Ning instantly felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Scarcely daring to breathe, few could hold Louis Xiao's gaze, for the palpable pressure emanating from him was suffocating. However, Lu Ning, being astute, quickly stammered, I am very honest, I shall do nothing." Who could have anticipated that within mere minutes, such a profound transformation would occur? "To clarify, it is not the identity of the heir to the Lu family that concerns me," Louis Xiao scoffed. "Rather, it is the old lady who has sought me out." All eyes turned towards the old lady seated at the head of the table, awaiting her denial. Yet, Lu's matriarch merely closed her eyes and remained silent, a gesture tantamount to acquiescence. However, she was aging and needed to find a successor. Among the entire Lu family, perhaps only Lu Luoman was suitable, yet she was backed by the formidable Hu family. Should the old lady pass away, it was conceivable that the Lu family could fall into Lu Luoman's hands, leading to the possibility of the Lu name being supplanted by the Hu name. Thus, the old lady had set her sights on Louis Xiao. He was not only the sole grandson of the Lu family but also possessed a remarkable business acumen that set him apart. The only man capable of standing tall was inept, incompetent, conceited, and shamelessly indulging in the emotions of women. The three daughters of the Lu family possessed little ability, perpetually embroiled in infighting for power, unable even to manage the most basic aspects of running a company, which had resulted in years of losses for the Lu family. At this juncture, Louis Xiao cast a scornful glance at Lu Lian, Lu Jia, and Lu Ning, his tone dripping with derision. "Thus, the commercial success and social standing of the Lu family today are attributable to me, Louis Xiao. I have propelled the entire Lu family forward. Do you understand?" Such a statement was undeniably severe. Yet Lu Lian, Lu Jia, and Lu Ning dared not utter a word. What could they say? This was the truth. They had previously managed the Lu group, but their efforts had consistently resulted in losses. Of course, they had even engaged professional teams to oversee the company, yet the outcomes remained unsatisfactory. The Lu family was intricate, with deep-rooted foundations. Without substantial breakthroughs and transformations, maintaining such a large conglomerate would only lead to financial losses. Even if the Lu family were affluent, they could not afford to sustain such losses, leading to discontent among the board members, coupled with the predatory gaze of competing enterprises, eager to eliminate the Lu family and seize the title of the wealthiest in the capital. Facing both internal strife and external threats rendered it exceedingly difficult for anyone to strengthen and expand the Lu family business. Not even the formidable old lady could accomplish this. Only Louis Xiao had succeeded. Yet, the three Lu daughters remained unconvinced, perhaps believing themselves to be superior despite their lack of ability. In this moment, silence enveloped the room. Indeed, it was wise not to provoke this madman further. They had long assumed that by leveraging Louis Xiao's status as the heir and the old lady's name, they could restrain him, believing he would hold some trepidation. Thus, they never anticipated that Louis Xiao would genuinely lose his temper. Even more surprising was their failure to realize that Louis Xiao, indifferent to the status of heir, would confront them so brazenly. "Why do I hold my grandmother in such esteem?" Louis Xiao gazed at the elderly matriarch seated prominently on the sofa, her hair streaked with gray, despite the wounds on his body oozing with blood. He maintained an impassive expression as he spoke. "Firstly, my mother, a solitary orphan, was welcomed into the Lu family without any malice, receiving the utmost respect from you." Upon hearing this, the old woman felt a tightening in her chest. In truth, she had her own selfish motives. Lu Lian had confided in her that he was particularly fond of this woman and would settle down because of her, which led her to consent to this woman entering their household. Yet, Lu Lian, with his notorious proclivities, remained incorrigible. Chapter 109. Severing ties. Louis Xiao continued. "Secondly, I extend my gratitude to you. For the year my mother suffered a miscarriage, you personally tended to her." The elderly lady fell into another silence. She understood the difficulties faced by women, and given her son's character, it was crucial for her to care for her daughter-in-law, lest she appear heartless in the wake of such a tragedy. However, at that moment, she could not bring herself to meet her grandson's gaze to her. His words felt less like expressions of gratitude and more like preparations for severing ties. Ultimately, the Lu family owed a debt to the two of them. Thirdly, in the year following my mother's death, while Lu Lian indulged in debauchery, you delivered a slap to him, urging him to awaken and ensure my mother received a proper burial. Yixiao, please stop, the old woman replied. Her voice trembling. She had never envisioned that today's events would unfold in such a manner. She was aware that Yixiao was rebellious, which was to be expected, having lost his mother at such a young age and not being raised under her care. He was, to some extent, distant. However, she had never intended to strike him or sever their bond. Yet, Lu Yixiao pressed on, reiterating that today was a day for reckoning. Fourthly, after my mother's passing, the entire Lu family bullied me. But you were the only one who offered me solace and concern. What? The old woman raised her gaze, incredulous and somewhat astonished. You were only 6 when your mother passed. Who bullied you? I have never heard you mention this. As their eyes met, there was no warmth in Lu Yixiao's expression in that past. He had been innocent, romantic, kind-hearted. With a cherubic face, he longed to embrace his grandmother but hesitated, often confiding in her. Grandmother, my sisters do not like me. Grandmother, the food has gone bad, and the steward and servants refuse to feed me. Everyone bullies me. Grandmother, today my sisters locked me in the basement. They pinched and hit me. And I was so frightened. Impossible, they are your sisters. How could they possibly bully you? Later on, Lu Yixiao frequently implored, Grandmother, could you take me to work with you? My sisters often hit me and I am afraid. Grandmother, I speak the truth. It was my sisters who lost me. They wanted to kidnap me. Grandmother, I am telling the truth. Why do you not believe me? Whenever the 3 Lu daughters came before the elderly matriarch to sow discord, she believed them, dismissing Lu Yixiao's claims as mere exaggeration. Eventually, Lu Yixiao ceased to call her grandmother, opting instead for the old lady. However, even now, the elderly lady remains incredulous that her 3 beloved granddaughters could harbor such malevolent intentions. Contemplating this, her expression darkens. Yixiao, do you harbor grievances against your grandmother? Lu Yixiao gazes back impassively, remaining silent. Grievances? Beyond mere complaints, there exists blame, resentment and sorrow, emotions stemming from unfulfilled expectations of one's only kin. There are no further thoughts, for he holds no hope for his family. Yet, he finds no desire to elaborate, nor is it necessary. 8 years ago, when I fell into the hands of kidnappers, you expended 5 billion to rescue me. Lu Yixiao states, I have always cherished your kindness. The elderly lady appears somewhat moved. Her grandson recalls only her affection towards him. Perhaps it seems trivial, yet he remembers it all. Over the years, the new projects I have negotiated for the Lu Corporation, along with the ventures into overseas markets, have yielded profits exceeding 100 times that initial 5 billion at this juncture. Lu Yixiao fixes his gaze upon the elderly lady and continues, I consider that debt repaid. Now the Lu Corporation belongs to you. His choice of the word repaid implies he has never contemplated monopolizing the Lu Corporation. Upon hearing this, everyone is taken aback. How can this be? Is there truly someone who does not covet wealth? Some are astonished, others perplexed, while some find it utterly unbelievable. Are you genuinely this nonchalant? Lu Ning expresses skepticism. Surely, there cannot be some ulterior scheme lurking behind this. Silence. Suddenly, the elderly lady erupts in anger, casting a scornful glance at her granddaughter. Without Lu Yixiao, the Lu Corporation would not take a year. Within 6 months, it would undoubtedly decline. Though it may not face immediate bankruptcy, it would certainly dwindle into depletion, mired in internal strife. Not only would the Lu family cease to be the wealthiest in the capital, but it would also lose its former glory. Her complexion pales slightly. She is advanced in age and must concede to the passage of time. She gazes at Lu Yixiao and inquires, do you truly intend to sever ties with the Lu family? Lu Yixiao refrains from responding, resolutely determined to proceed in this manner. Since the events have transpired, I will not allow this news to leak. The Hu family, relying on their good relations with us, has acted foolishly. Now that their tax evasion has been uncovered, let them bear the consequences. As for your elder sister, she has indeed been reckless and deserves a measure of punishment. The elderly lady begins to speak. But Lu Yixiao interrupts her sharply. He regards the white-haired woman and asserts, you still do not comprehend what? The suddenly interrupted Lu matriarch gazes at her grandson. I never intended to conceal my actions against Lu Luoman and the Hu family. When Lu Yixiao speaks again, his voice carries an unsettling coldness. From the moment Lu Luoman orchestrated my abduction 8 years ago, offering 5 billion to Bei Qian for my kidnapping and subsequent execution, the enmity between us cannot simply be overlooked. The elderly lady is momentarily stunned, incredulity etching her features as she retorts, impossible. Xiaoman may be a bit arrogant, but she could never commit such acts. How ironic, Louis Xiao muses, that his dear grandmother is so inclined to believe the Liu family's 3 granddaughters. What is truly impossible? If only you had exercised a modicum of diligence, you could have unearthed the truth behind all of this. Louis Xiao remarks with a tinge of sarcasm. You chose to believe them from the outset, rather than placing your faith in my mother and me. Chapter 110. Poisoned at I. In that moment, the formidable matriarch of the business world found herself at a loss for words. Listening to my grandson speak with such conviction, could it truly be the case? Over the years, how many unscrupulous deeds have they committed behind my back? When my mother first married into the Liu family, her first pregnancy was also orchestrated by Liu Luoman and the Hu family, resulting in a tragic loss. Thus, the Hu family's downfall is well deserved. Louis Xiao no longer wished to elaborate. How much sweetness is required to fill the void within a heart burdened with so much sorrow? He did not know, nor had he ever experienced it. At this moment, he clutched his chest, feeling an inexplicable tightness in his breath. Were it not for the overwhelming sensation, he would not have cared. He was acutely aware of his own physical condition, and 3 lashes should not have rendered him so weak that he hastily concluded, uttering one final line. I do not hold a grudge against the unsavory deeds you committed in the past. But should I discover that 8 years ago, during my abduction by Bei Qian, you were the ones who poisoned me here, he paused, casting a glance at those present, an additional glint of malice flickering in his eyes. It was this gaze that silenced the others. Liu Xiao enunciated each word with deliberate precision. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. This implied that during his abduction by Bei Qian, he had indeed been poisoned, a toxin potent enough to claim a life, yet it was Xiaoxi who had saved him. The one responsible for the poisoning was not Liu Luoman. For years, he had been gathering evidence. Liu Luoman had merely facilitated the abduction and the subsequent betrayal. Could the poisoner be a member of the Liu family? It was highly probable, as the Liu family may covet his life even more than outsiders. However, he had yet to uncover the truth, for that individual had hidden themselves exceedingly well. After finishing his statement, Louis Xiao turned abruptly and departed, severing all ties with the Liu family from this day forth. Yet unbeknownst to him, the moment he stepped away, the matriarch called out Yi Xiao, her face pale, as she suddenly collapsed onto the sofa, fainting. Quick, fetch a doctor! Lu Lian exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, they were all oblivious to the fact that Louis Xiao, supported by Yuan Hao, was feeling dizzy, his consciousness slipping away. He had completely lost consciousness right after leaving the Liu family's ancestral residence. Just before succumbing to his faintness, he uttered, I received 3 lashes from the family law. Summon Tao Musu for an examination and do not let outsiders know. This was Nanqi's first ascent to the 2nd floor, entering the bedroom of Shanqi. She was well aware that the 2nd floor was a forbidden zone. A chance encounter with the 4th master or knowledge of his affairs could very well jeopardize her life. Upon entering, she was taken aback. The entire room was a stark contrast of black and white. Predominantly dark, exuding a somewhat gothic ambience, devoid of any superfluous colors. It was evident how oppressive his life had been. At this moment, the room was filled with various sophisticated medical instruments, all of the highest caliber in world medicine, even more comprehensive than those found in hospitals. This was Lu Hanyuan, wealthy enough to procure anything he desired. Nanqi felt a heightened concern for Shanqi, as they could be considered friends and he had cured her insomnia. She glanced at Yuan Hao beside her and nodded slightly, acknowledging his presence. With the 4th master in a state of unconsciousness, Yuan Hao was visibly unsettled, his demeanor off-kilter. Just moments before, a bodyguard had reported that one of the hackers associated with had been spotted at an abandoned auto repair shop in the northern suburbs. Yet Yuan Hao paid it no mind. You have arrived? Tao Musu expressed a certain fondness for Zhang Nanqi. He agreed to her presence because she had previously cured the Wolf King's poison, demonstrating her medical expertise. Now, with the 4th brother suddenly in a state of unconsciousness, he understood the necessity of discretion and could not summon other doctors to examine him publicly. He wished to discuss the condition with her privately. Nanqi nodded, recognizing that Tao Musu permitted her to come because of her medical knowledge. She swiftly assumed her role, examining Shanqi and then requesting, let me see the report. However, when Tao Musu beheld Zhang Nanqi's appearance, he was momentarily taken aback. Previously, 4th brother had forbade him from meeting Zhang Nanqi, yet upon seeing her now she was undeniably beautiful, a captivating blend of innocence and allure. The terms innocence and allure are polar opposites, yet they harmoniously coexisted in her essence. Dr. Tao? Nanqi noticed his dazed expression and gently reminded him of the medical records and examination report. Nanqi assessed the scar. It is not particularly severe. It healed well with some medication last time. As she focused on the medical records, the conversation momentarily ceased. 5 minutes later, having reviewed the report, Nanshi found no significant issues, yet Shanchi's physical state was peculiar. His pupils were dilated, brainstem reflexes absent, complete loss of consciousness, irregular heart rate, and notably low blood pressure, symptoms indicating profound unconsciousness. With a grave expression, Nanshi turned to Tao Musu and inquired, "What exactly has Shanchi endured?" Tao Musu remained silent, evidently holding a newfound admiration for Jiang Nanshi, as her observations were astute. Yet, curiosity flickered in his gaze that I am not attempting to probe. Nanshi discerned his skepticism from his expression. After a brief pause, she succinctly stated, "It is essential to comprehend the patient's fundamental condition to arrive at a conclusive diagnosis. You are a doctor, and you understand this better than I." Recognizing her lack of ill intent, Tao Musu sighed and replied, "He was struck 3 times. Just 3 strikes." Despite conducting thorough medical examinations yielding no abnormalities, the absence of brainwave activity raised suspicions of poisoning, yet no cause could be identified. As for the incident at the Liu family today, he had gleaned a general understanding from Yuan Hao. Although neither Yuan Hao nor Uncle Gu had entered the Liu family residence, the butlers and bodyguards outside speculated about the circumstances within. Having heard cries for help emanating from the main house, however, without the matriarch's command, none dared to enter. It is poisoning. Nanshi contemplated the report in her hands. Chapter 111. Delay the surgery, and only death awaits. Nanshi succinctly asserted, "Surgery must be performed urgently. There is a risk of intracranial hemorrhage, which could prove fatal at any moment. That is why I inquired earlier about what precisely transpired with the patient." Nanshi clarified that merely being struck 3 times should not result in brain bleeding. If there were no significant trauma to the head, then poisoning was the likely cause, and it was acute. Without intervention in a matter of hours, death was inevitable. The sole viable treatment option was to address the intracranial hemorrhage first. Only then could the toxin be neutralized. Allowing him to awaken, Tao Musu felt a tightening sensation at the back of his head, but I did not find any signs of intracranial hemorrhage upon examination, nor did the report indicate any. "When you say just now, how long ago was that?" Nanshi countered. "An hour ago. The affliction manifests with alarming suddenness," Jiang Nanshi elucidates. "An examination conducted merely an hour ago does not necessarily reflect the current state." Having uttered these words, she has already administered a bedside MRI and CT scan for Shanchi. The examination results are available immediately. She scrutinizes the images against the light before handing them to Tao Musu. Upon receiving them, Tao Musu's countenance shifts dramatically. Indeed, there is an excessive accumulation of blood in the cranial region. He gazes at Jiang Nanshi, his expression grave. "Are you aware of the toxin he has been exposed to?" "The TTS virus." Tao Musu is taken aback. 8 years prior, his 4th brother was abducted by Bei Qian and was similarly afflicted by this toxin. Thus, it follows that the perpetrators of the poisoning 8 years ago were the Liu family. But when was his 4th brother infected? He is bereft of time to react. How could Jiang Nanshi, an ordinary high school senior, possess knowledge of this virus? Have you not realized? Nanshi looks at Tao Musu. This toxin is a forbidden secret poison from the royal family of the Federation, dating back 10 years. Its symptoms initially resemble a common state of coma, yet it infiltrates through the limbs, with the most immediate manifestation being uncontrollable bleeding. Tao Musu nods gravely. This elucidates why efforts to staunch the bleeding for his 4th brother have proven futile. He understands that not only is the bleeding uncontainable, but it is also a fruitless endeavor as the patient continues to bleed. No matter how much blood is replenished, the fundamental issue remains unresolved. Nanshi continues. Subsequently, it invades the brainstem, leading to cerebral hemorrhage, culminating in systemic degeneration. Observe his current state. He is on the brink of death. The more Tao Musu listens, the more his expression darkens. Even with his extensive experience and composure, he finds it impossible to remain calm at this moment. "I have previously participated in experimental research on this virus under my mentor," Tao Musu states, "but I have never dealt with such patients in reality." Before he can utter his suggestion to summon an experienced specialist, he notices her already preparing a surgical kit. "Jiang Nanshi, what are you doing?" "I am going to perform surgery on him." Nanshi remains composed and steady. Tao Musu finds this inconceivable. "You intend to wield the scalpel? Did you not claim to have never dealt with such patients?" Though Tao Musu has no experience with such cases, he retorts, "But have you?" He has faith in her medical knowledge, yet the Wolf King is merely a beast. Perhaps it is worth entrusting this woman with a trial. However, how precious is the life of his 4th brother? He cannot possibly place his 4th brother's fate in Jiang Nanshi's hands. Moreover, even if he were to trust her now, it would only be momentarily. There are far too many points of suspicion surrounding her. What if she is deliberately orchestrating a plot to get close to his 4th brother? Allowing her to operate could yield catastrophic consequences. I have handled such cases, Nanshi asserts earnestly. Not only has she dealt with it, but she also advocated for the Federation to ban this toxin. For certain poisons, if exploited by criminals, could dismantle the entire medical industry and endanger society. At this very moment, she feels as though a voice within her is speaking, revealing that she has previously treated someone infected with this virus. And that individual was not a citizen of the Federation. Yet, when she attempts to delve deeper, her mind draws a blank. It is indeed perplexing. She recalls every detail from the past, including her childhood, how she became involved with the assassin organization, and the nature of her training. However, there was little time for contemplation as Taumusu incredulously exclaimed, "How old were you 10 years ago? How do we handle this toxin? If the cerebral hemorrhage caused by the TTS virus is not properly addressed, it will accelerate the patient's demise." At that moment, Yuan Hao, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain his anxiety. He spoke up, "Miss Jiang, if memory serves, you spent quite a long time in the countryside. Perhaps you should heed Dr. Tao's advice." Time was of the essence. Nanshi felt a surge of irritation. She could easily discern Taumusu's hesitation. She continued, "I can understand your lack of trust in me. But we have already squandered 3 precious hours. If we do not proceed with the surgery, he will certainly meet his end. If you remain unconvinced, then you may perform the surgery while I observe. We cannot afford any more delays." Taumusu furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly weighing her suggestion. "You clearly have faith in my understanding of this virus, do you not?" Nanshi gazed at him intently. She was adept at psychological persuasion, and upon noticing Taumusu's indecision, she pressed on, "Is the illustrious Dr. Tao afraid to perform a surgical operation?" Taumusu shot her a disapproving glance. It was not fear that held him back, but rather uncertainty. After a few moments of contemplation, he finally declared, "Prepare for surgery." On the basement level of Lu Hanyuan, a small sterile operating room had been constructed to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. The group swiftly transported Lu Yixiao into the operating room, washed their hands, sanitized and donned sterile gowns. The situation was delicate. The more tense one became, the more essential it was to remain composed. Since they were to undertake surgery, it was prudent to ensure a sterile environment to prevent any postoperative complications. Taumusu was the lead surgeon, with Nanshi assisting by his side. Although her role was ostensibly that of an aide, her technique was remarkably proficient, indicating extensive experience. Throughout the procedure, Nanshi adeptly anticipated and handed over instruments, gauze, and guided Taumusu to the sites of bleeding and areas requiring cauterization. The intricacies of brain anatomy rendered this procedure daunting. Even Taumusu, renowned for his surgical prowess, felt a lack of assurance. Fortunately, under Nanshi's competent guidance, his confidence was bolstered. Perhaps even Taumusu himself was unaware that initially, he harbored substantial skepticism towards her. However, before long, he had placed almost complete trust in her medical insights, frequently soliciting and integrating her recommendations into his practice. He had always maintained that in medicine, authenticity is evident. One's true skill is unmistakable. And Nanshi's medical strategies proved flawless. After an intense hour and a half of surgery, the cerebral hemorrhage in Lu Yixiao was resolved, temporarily averting danger. Taumusu began the suturing process. Despite the magnitude of the surgery, his suturing skills were exceptional, and with proper postoperative care, the scarring would be minimal. Nanshi, unceasing in her efforts, took the samples of the cerebral hemorrhage for biopsy, with both of them engrossed in their respective tasks. 20 minutes later, with the assistance of Yuan Hao and Taumusu, they successfully returned Lu Yixiao to his room. At that moment, Nanshi handed over the report, stating, "It is confirmed to be the TTS virus." "Is it truly this virus?" Taumusu's expression darkened. "Do you possess the antidote?" "It is not a particularly daunting task," Nanshi replied as she prepared to write the prescription. Upon hearing her words, Taumusu finally sighed in relief and inquired, "What is the mode of transmission for this virus?" Nanshi elucidated, "It spreads through skin contact. Once infected, the virus exhibits a formidable adhesive capacity, meaning that ordinary handwashing or bathing cannot eradicate it." "What?" Taumusu was perplexed. No matter his prowess and significant contributions to the medical field, he had not encountered such a toxin, banned for a decade. Nanshi continued to clarify his doubts, stating, "This virus can linger on the skin for over 20 days. However, if there are cuts or bleeding on the skin, the virus transmits rapidly. This is the direct cause of the sudden onset of illness." They exchanged glances, clearly arriving at the same conclusion. In unison, they declared, "The whip is problematic." Taumusu's expression shifted slightly. Thus, the rattan whip employed by the Lu family had been tainted with the TTS virus. Who among the Lu family could have orchestrated such a sinister act? It certainly was not the matriarch, as she had no motive. Therefore, It must have been a member of the Liu family who tampered with the whip beforehand, leading the matriarch to punish the fourth brother. And this family member was also the one who had administered the TTS toxin to him 8 years prior when he was abducted by Bei Qian. Such a malicious heart. Tao Musu began to whisper something to Yuan Hao, and sensing the boundaries, Nanshi discreetly withdrew to examine Shanqi. Currently, Shanqi was only temporarily out of danger. As the toxin had yet to be neutralized, however, it was not a significant issue. She could resolve it. Soon after finishing his conversation with Yuan Hao, Tao Musu approached Nanshi. First, I owe you an apology that I admit I was petty and initially distrustful of you. Holding the medical record, Nanshi looked up and upon seeing a hint of sincerity in his eyes, replied, I can understand. Tao Musu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhang Nanshi's magnanimity, however. Her candid demeanor made him feel somewhat guilty. Tao Musu retorted, aren't you angry? Angry. Nanshi pondered briefly, not particularly, considering our interactions have been limited. Tao Musu observed her with surprise. At that moment, his curiosity about her deepened. Nanshi continued, when I initially married into Lu Hanyuan's family, there were indeed many aspects that raised your suspicions. Although I have momentarily cleared my name through my efforts, it does not imply that I have fully earned your trust, correct? Therefore, I should not be angry, but rather demonstrate that I am not your adversary. As for the trust issue, I leave that to time. You will be able to witness my genuine efforts and feel my sincerity. She had consistently sought to prove her worth through her actions. She had no desire nor necessity to bear a grudge against those associated with Lu Hanyuan. To be frank, she harbored a certain admiration for the fourth master Lu. Thus, what reason did Nanshi have to antagonize those connected to him? In that moment, Tao Musu's eyes reflected not only astonishment but also approval and admiration. He finally comprehended why the fourth brother had chosen to retain her. Zhang Nanshi appeared as an innocuous flower. Yet her intelligence, magnanimity, demeanor, and clarity of thought were in no way inferior to any man. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that she surpassed many men in strength. After locking gazes for several seconds, Tao Musu solemnly remarked, although we have merely provided a temporary reprieve for Shanqi, I am nonetheless grateful to you. His curiosity piqued. He continued, you possess such remarkable medical prowess. I am eager to know from whom you have learned. I mentioned it to you previously, she replied. Previously? Tao Musu paused, contemplating. Are you referring to that barefoot doctor? Dian Qingtian? Indeed. Nanshi lowered her gaze to prepare a prescription intending to administer medication to detoxify Shanqi. With the right remedy, it would take a full 24 hours for the patient to awaken. This time, however, Tao Musu remained silent. In truth, after hearing Zhang Nanshi mention her acquaintance with Dian Qingtian, he had delved into her background, discovering that she was a struggling student in her final year of high school, barely able to graduate. How could someone with such a profile possess such profound knowledge of medicine? At that moment, he once again connected Zhang Nanshi with the illustrious one medical sage. Could it truly be her? Yet, she seemed so unlike the renowned figure. It was perplexing. The poison was notoriously challenging to neutralize, and yet she managed to do so. Tao Musu suddenly recalled something and pulled out his phone to search for a few lines of text. Has the one medical sage ever detoxified the TTS virus? The mobile webpage refreshed after a few seconds. We extend our gratitude to the one medical sage for detoxification and for halting the spread of the TTS virus. Tao Musu's eyelids twitched as he couldn't help but glance over at Zhang Nanshi, who was not far away. Chapter 113. Seeking an opportunity to probe one. At this moment, Nanshi was completely unaware that her identity had been suspected. She had already prepared the prescription and handed it to Tao Musu, stating, the first line is for immediate intravenous infusion, while the second line consists of rare herbs that must be sourced externally. They are not available in the market and are rather difficult to find. However, upon inspection, he realized he had previously interacted with the one medical sage, as she was the one who had performed surgery on his grandmother during her first operation. Yet, during the follow-up surgery, one had failed to show up. Therefore, Tao Musu recognized the handwriting of the one medical sage. His earlier suspicions about Zhang Nanshi's script resembling that of one now grew stronger, leaving him in a state of disbelief. What are you dawdling for? Nanshi frowned, glancing back at him, urging him to procure the medicine swiftly. Otherwise, Shanqi would remain in peril. The priority was to stabilize her fourth brother, and only once he was out of danger could other matters be attended to. As for the one medical sage, she would seek an opportunity to probe further once the urgent tasks at hand were resolved. Yuan Hao, oblivious to the unfolding events between Dr. Tao and Zhang Nanshi, wondered how such trust had developed after merely performing a surgery on the fourth master. Moreover, it seemed as though it was Zhang Nanshi who had saved him. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yuan Hao could not help but say, Miss Zhang, I apologize for my earlier tone. Please do not take offense that I meant no ill will. Nanshi turned to him, offering a nod that I understand. You are also concerned about Shanxi's situation. Yuan Hao regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze, and upon confirming that her words were sincere, he felt a measure of admiration for her. Throughout the chaos, everyone had been in a state of panic, including Dr. Tao, perhaps due to the urgency and severity of the fourth master's condition, which could not be disclosed to outsiders. Yet, Jiang Nanshi stood apart, exhibiting calmness and composure as she methodically addressed the situation. Thank you for your understanding. Yuan Hao remarked. However, Nanshi chuckled and said, there is no need to be so distant and reserved. We should interact as we always have. Yuan Hao thought to himself that things were indeed different now, for she was now the savior of our fourth master. Suddenly he inquired, aren't you curious why the Lu family only punished the mountain beggar? Logically, with the fourth master masquerading as a bodyguard, why would the Lu family impose punishment on a mere bodyguard? Why not penalize Lu Hanyuan's people as well? Of course, Nanshi had pondered this as well. Why would the Lu family trouble themselves over a mere bodyguard? Yet, from another perspective, the mountain beggar might have earned the deep trust of fourth master Lu, which could explain his punishment. She replied, I am curious. What do you think? Yuan Hao shook his head, but in his heart, he mused that it seemed Jiang Nanshi was still unaware of the fourth master's true identity. As for matters concerning the Lu family and fourth master Lu, I had no desire to know, nor did I feel the need to be curious, for knowing too much could jeopardize one's life. The reason I ascended the stairs to rescue the mountain beggar was that I considered him a friend, as he had once aided me. There were some thoughts she did not express, namely, that she would inevitably leave Lu Hanyuan in the future. Although she had long harbored doubts about the mountain beggar's identity, she still needed his assistance to cure her insomnia. Yuan Hao had intended to say something further, but upon hearing her refer to him as merely a friend, his expression grew peculiar. Just a friend? What sort of friend could share a bed? Alas, Jiang Nanshi truly was something. We all knew of her feelings for the fourth master. Yet she remained evasive, clearly worried about his grave condition. That night, none at Lu Hanyuan could close their eyes. After Tao Musu returned from the hospital with medication, Yuan Hao left to attend to matters. Meanwhile, Nanshi, Uncle Gu, and Tao Musu took turns caring for the ill, not daring to slacken their vigilance. Yet, by the following morning, Tao Musu received a phone call and hurriedly departed. The day in the capital was anything but peaceful. First, a piece of news exploded across the capital's networks. According to insiders, fourth master Lu has been dismissed from his position as the president of the Lu Group, and as for who will take over the presidency, the Lu family has yet to disclose any information. Once this news broke, it was not even the Lu Group's public relations that announced it, and by the afternoon market opening, the Lu Group's stock plummeted by 10 points. The Lu family held significant influence in the capital, as they propelled the economy and other enterprises. Any minor disturbance could lead to major repercussions. Consequently, the online community, as well as the entire upper echelon of society in the capital, engaged in fervent discussions, with the media and various magazines placing great emphasis on the matter, reporting extensively. Some even speculated that the condition of fourth master Lu had long been shrouded in mystery, and now it was confirmed that his health was indeed poor, prompting the Lu family to consider a change in heirs. Others expressed regret for Lu Yixiao, for his achievements in the business world were evident. Without him, the Lu family would not have reached such heights. There were also analyses suggesting internal strife within the Lu family, as yesterday the eldest daughter had been sent abroad and today fourth master Lu was unseated. Perhaps the two incidents were related. Opinions varied widely, yet to this day, neither the Lu Group nor fourth master Lu had stepped forward to clarify the situation. Tao Musu's departure was prompted by a call from Ruan Jiwan, who was far abroad. Where is Xiao Xiao? How did you come to have his phone? Fourth brother is rather busy. Tao Musu had not slept a wink that night, her eyes bloodshot. Previously, fourth brother instructed that his illness be kept under wraps. Hence, even if it is Miss Ruan, Tao Musu cannot disclose it. What is he busy with? Ruan Jiwan's tone carried a hint of urgency. Rumors were circulating that he had been relieved of his position as the president of the Lu Corporation, and he should come forward to clarify the situation. That I am aware he has plans, but maintaining the facade of illness is not a sustainable strategy. I just called the old manor of the Lu family. It was not old lady Lu who answered, but she seemed to grasp the overall situation and advised him not to act impulsively. It is not yet the time to fall out with the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Tao Musu felt a twinge of discomfort and inquired, May I ask, Miss Ruan, by what authority do you speak these words? Ruan Jiwan paused for a few seconds, retorting, What do you mean? Just moments ago, Tao Musu had mentioned that the Ruan Group officially announced the termination of the latest project previously agreed upon with fourth brother. What does this imply? The capital city is reveling in the spectacle of fourth master Lu. And the Ruan family has not only failed to extend a helping hand but has also chosen to kick him while he is down. Chapter 114. No need for your concern. Are you blaming me? Ruan Jiwan's voice quivered slightly, tinged with the threat of tears. The Ruan family has numerous shareholders. It is not solely my father's decision to make that as long as he insists he has not been removed from the presidency of the Lu Corporation. Isn't that sufficient? Moreover, the Lu family's current standing is entirely attributable to him. In that instant, Tao Musu shut his eyes, suddenly reminded of Jiangnan 11. It was no wonder fourth brother chose Jiang Nanqi over Miss Ruan. Though Jiang Nanqi's status is not high, she has managed to handle various issues with calmness and composure since her marriage to Lu Hanyuan. She resolves problems rather than creating conflicts. Conversely, Ruan Jiwan panics at the slightest provocation, appearing delicate and weak, yet her words often carry a confrontational tone. She neither resolves issues nor avoids sowing discord. The disparity between the two is glaringly evident. Hey Tao Musu. Speak up. I am not trying to argue with you. I am genuinely anxious because of this matter. I cannot even attend to my own illness. Suddenly Tao Musu opened his eyes. Addressing the person on the other end of the line, he stated, I am curious, do you admire fourth brother for who he is, or for his position as the heir of the Lu family? What do you mean? Ruan Jiwan was taken aback by his question. It is as it sounds. After all these years by his side. Cannot my feelings be evident? Ruan Jiwan's emotions flared. If it were not for her affection for him, she could choose from countless eligible men throughout the capital. I merely wish for him to grow stronger. Why should you cast doubt on my intentions? Is that so? Tao Musu suddenly let out a cold laugh. Since you have contacted the Lu family, do you not know that fourth brother has faced disciplinary measures? In an instant Ruan Jiwan fell silent. Tao Musu, however, became animated. If you truly care for him, you should be concerned about the severity of his injuries rather than compelling him to issue some meaningless statement. I do not wish to argue with you. Ruan Jiwan's tone turned brusque as she handed the phone to Xiao Xiao, stating, I need to speak with him. Tao Musu found it both amusing and infuriating, retorting, if you genuinely care for him, you should trust fourth brother's capabilities. He is certainly not a man who relies solely on the Lu family's inheritance to survive. It seems that Tao Musu's voice was so loud that it triggered Ruan Jiwan's condition, causing her to cough violently. In that moment, Tao Musu felt a sense of helplessness. What was the point of quarreling with a patient? He stated, Miss Ruan should focus on her recovery. As for my fourth brother's matters, he will manage them himself, so there is no need for you to worry. After saying this, he hung up the phone and turned it off. If he weren't genuinely furious, he wouldn't have taken it upon himself to create a rift with Miss Ruan. Although he was unaware of what his fourth brother had discussed with the Lu family, the rumor regarding his fourth brother's resignation from the position of CEO of the Lu Corporation was undoubtedly instigated by them. Tao Musu had always believed that if his fourth brother could strengthen the Lu Corporation over the years and lead it towards globalization, he could also harness his own abilities to establish an even greater company. However, just as the call ended, an unexpected piece of news arrived from Yuan Hao. Dr. Tao. Yuan Hao called to report, I have discovered who initiated the online discourse today. Who? At that moment Tao Musu had already regained his composure. The second daughter of the Lu family, Lu Ning. Tao Musu scoffed, realizing it was indeed the Lu family. He inquired, was there any commotion at the Lu family's old residence today? No, but there is something peculiar. Yuan Hao replied, yesterday, right after fourth master left, several doctors were summoned to the old residence. Tao Musu frowned slightly, who is ill? I cannot ascertain that, Yuan Hao confessed. Tao Musu pondered. With his fourth brother still unconscious, he needed to alleviate all concerns on his behalf. Continue the investigation, he instructed, shifting the topic. Have we discovered anything regarding who poisoned my fourth brother this time, as well as the individual responsible for the poisoning 8 years ago? We have yet to find that out, Yuan Hao explained, but we did uncover a significant piece of information. Before Nan Ao arrived in the capital, she was assigned a mission to assassinate Dr. Zhan. Tao Musu was taken aback. He did not understand why Yuan Hao would bring up that female assassin during such a critical moment, but there must have been another reason. Yet, in the next moment, Yuan Hao stated, moreover, the location of the individual who released the information has been traced back to the Lu family. The Lu family? Tao Musu found it hard to believe. Yes, the Lu family. Initially we discovered that Nan Ao was killed on her way to the capital. If her whereabouts had not been leaked, she would not have met her demise. Yuan Hao furrowed his brow slightly, organizing his thoughts before adding, however, we have yet to locate Nan Ao's body, which is why fourth master does not believe she is dead. What are you implying? Tao Musu pressed that I suspect it is highly likely that the Lu family orchestrated Nan Ao's assassination. Yuan Hao declared that I now have a bold hypothesis, though I am uncertain whether I should voice it. Speak, Tao Musu replied, his tone grave. That I suspect that the assassination of Nan Ao, the poisoning of fourth brother 8 years ago, and the recent poisoning at the Liu family residence were all perpetrated by the same individual. Otherwise, Yuan Hao would not have mentioned this in the midst of Fourth Master's precarious situation. The two engaged in a hushed discussion in Louis Xiao's hospital room. Only Nanxi and Uncle Gu were present. Given the critical state of the patient, they took turns caring for him, unwilling to show any negligence. They had endured a sleepless night. While Nanxi managed reasonably well, Uncle Gu was feeling the strain, particularly as he was troubled by the news circulating online. Thus, Uncle Gu lingered nearby, murmuring to himself, appearing both irate and indignant. Initially, Nanxi softly inquired, Uncle Gu, what troubles you? In chapter 115, why not take Shanxiu away? As Nanxi leaned in to listen, it seemed that Uncle Gu was venting his ire at the Liu family, decrying them as ungrateful and likening their behavior to that of a typical killing the donkey after the grind scenario. A glance downward revealed the messages on Uncle Gu's phone, which were quite substantial. She spent several minutes deciphering that Liu Sai had been relieved of his position as president of the Liu group. Consequently, after Liu Sai dealt with the Liu family's eldest daughter, he faced punishment from the Liu clan. First, Shanxiu was subjected to the family's disciplinary measures, followed by Liu Sai's dismissal. After all, Shanxiu served as Liu Sai's personal bodyguard, a role of significant importance. Nanxi's gaze flickered to the man on the bed, still in slumber, and her eyes softened with sympathy. Alas, with Liu Sai stripped of power and wealth within the Liu family, Shanxiu's plight only seemed to worsen. While Nanxi had no intention of making Liu Hanyuan her permanent residence, the prospect of Shanxiu curing her insomnia was appealing. If Liu Sai could not assist her, perhaps she might as well take Shanxiu with her. This thought seemed reasonable to her. After all, Su Chenin, having terminated his contract with the Zhang family, would soon embark on his expertise in establishing an entertainment company. Yet, placing Shanxiu within such an enterprise would indeed be a disservice to him. One step at a time. They would address matters as they arose. How can that be? Uncle Gu sighed that I shall accompany you. If one of us were to falter before Shanxiu awakens, it would be a grave loss. Nanxi replied, you should rest first. After glancing at the time, she added, Shanxiu won't awaken for at least 24 hours. Calculating the time, it will be midnight by then. You can come to relieve me in the afternoon, or we can wait for Dr. Tao and UNHOS for the other bodyguards. Perhaps due to a state of caution, despite numerous guards stationed at Liu Hanyuan, not a single one was permitted entry into the main residence. Of course, curiosity aside, Nanxi had no intention of seeking answers. However, Uncle Gu cast a pained glance at the sleeping Liu Sai. Is it that you do not trust me? Nanxi looked at Uncle Gu and replied, he is someone I saved. I certainly harbor no thoughts of harming him. No, Uncle Gu quickly denied. That is not what I meant. He was merely concerned for the young master. The rumors circulating online, if untrue, would have long been clarified by the Liu family, yet no one had come forth to explain, even if he lacked understanding of business matters. The Liu family's current status and worth were evident, thanks to whom? Liu Sai. Years had passed, and the Liu family ascended to greater heights. How could they simply discard Liu Sai at their whim? It was infuriating, yet he remained but a servant, his voice insignificant, utterly unable to communicate with the matriarch of the Liu family. Very well, I shall rest for a while and return to relieve you shortly. Nanxi nodded. Xiaoxi, please do not entertain such thoughts in the future. We all place our trust in you, truly. After all, you are the mistress of Liu Hanyuan now. What is there to be concerned about? However, he refrained from voicing this last sentiment. All right, Nanxi smiled at Uncle Gu. Administer the intravenous medication for the mountain, and after a 2-hour interval, administer the antidote while monitoring vital signs. Nanxi methodically performed each task. Unbeknownst to her, noon had arrived. Someone delivered lunch to Nanxi, but merely knocked on the bedroom door. When she approached to open it, there was no one at the threshold. This was a precautionary measure arranged by Uncle Gu, as the bodyguards were not permitted to roam freely in the ancient castle. Thus, upon delivering the meal, they were obliged to depart immediately. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Tao Musu made a brief visit. After learning about the condition of the fourth master from Zhang Nanxi, he discovered that all vital signs had returned to normal, indicating that if they could endure the next 24 hours, the fourth master would be safe. He expressed both apologies and gratitude to Nanxi. His apology stemmed from the guilt of leaving her alone to guard the fourth master, while his gratitude was due to the excellent care Zhang Nanxi provided, which put him at ease. However, Tao Musu found himself overwhelmed. With the fourth master suddenly in a coma and the need to keep this a secret, he had to take over the fourth master's clandestine responsibilities. Nanxi, on the other hand, felt little concern. Naturally, while she tended to him, she was not idle. Oh. Are you studying senior year materials? Tao Musu, seizing a moment of respite, found it amusing. Where did you get those? The bodyguards brought them. Nanchi replied candidly. The textbooks for senior year were easily obtainable. Feeling bored, she had simply asked the bodyguards downstairs to procure a set. Aside from an unfortunate car accident 8 years prior, and the inability to recall events from the previous year, Nanchi possessed an exceptional memory. During her years as an assassin, she had not participated in the Imperial Capital's college entrance examination, but she had taken various prestigious exams worldwide, amassing considerable experience. Moreover, she had never needed to partake in any college entrance exam previously, as her grades were stellar enough to secure direct admission. Now, with little else to occupy her time, she merely sought to familiarize herself with high school materials in advance. Oh, indeed, Tao Musu nodded. You're still in your senior year. With just over 20 days until the entrance examination, right? Yes. How do you feel about it? Are you confident? However, as soon as Tao Musu uttered these words, he regretted them. Oh no. This is bad. Having previously reviewed Zhang Nanqi's information, he was aware of her poor academic performance. Although he still harbored suspicions that Zhang Nanqi was the one medical sage, it did not imply that a sage was infallible. It was perfectly normal for her to struggle academically. There exists a segment of society unconcerned with exam results, wholly dedicated to mastering a singular field of study. While there were many inexplicable facets to Zhang Nanqi, the fact that she had just saved the fourth master and neutralized the TTS toxin demonstrated her remarkable capabilities. With this in mind, Tao Musu swiftly amended his words. It's all right, it doesn't matter if you don't perform well. Participation is what truly counts. This was his carefully considered attempt to offer comfort, as he certainly did not wish to discourage a young girl. Chapter 116. Then let us aim for a perfect score just for fun. Not perform well. Nanchi resolved to undertake one endeavor, either not at all, or to strive for excellence. Suddenly she inquired, is the total score for the college entrance examination 750? Huh? Tao Musu was taken aback by her sudden leap in thought and replied, yes, 750 points. Then let us aim for a perfect score just for fun. Tao Musu was momentarily speechless. What? Surely my ears must be deceiving me. According to the information I gathered, Zhang Nanqi's academic performance is abysmal. A person who consistently scores 0 in every subject dares to claim that they can achieve a perfect score on the college entrance examination, and even regards it as trivial? Tsk, such audacity is truly remarkable. Nevertheless, who among the youth does not possess a touch of arrogance? After all, Zhang Nanqi is merely 19 years old, exhibiting the immaturity typical of youth. I shall take Tao Musu's words as a jest and then attend to more pressing matters. Before long, Uncle Gu, who had managed to catch a bit of sleep, came upstairs to take over for Nanqi. Upon hearing about Nanqi's study plans, Uncle Gu appeared somewhat disheartened and remarked, oh, so you will be attending the capital high school next Monday? Nanqi nodded in affirmation. She is polite, perceptive, and considerate, with a commendable disposition, always diligently attending to her responsibilities during these days. All 3 meals for Shanqi have been prepared by her, tirelessly and without complaint, come rain or shine, constantly varying her culinary offerings. She has even been using the lumbar pillow that Nanqi prepared for her own bouts of insomnia. Furthermore, our young Master C is quite fond of her. If he weren't, would she still remain by his side? He hastily inquired, you won't be staying in the dormitory, will you? It depends on the teacher's arrangements. I should be required to reside there, she replied. However, upon uttering these words, she noticed Uncle Gu's crestfallen expression. Seemingly struck by a thought, she added, but rest assured, even if I must stay in the dormitory, I will do my utmost to commute between school and Luhan Garden daily to prepare meals for Shanqi. She still struggles with insomnia, relying on Shanqi for solace, thus she would prefer not to stay in the dormitory if possible. No, Uncle Gu sighed, that is not what I meant. I am simply a bit reluctant to see you go. As for when she would leave this place, one step at a time, he thought. How could Uncle Gu not recognize that this young girl was attempting to console him? He smiled helplessly and said, well then, study diligently. Aim for a good university, and I shall cheer you on. All right. After that, Nanqi did not linger in the bedroom. She first went downstairs to the guest room for a shower, changed into clean clothes, engaged in outdoor exercise for 2 hours, and then read for a while. It was not until dinner that she carried a meal to relieve Uncle Gu. However, just as she pushed open the door to the second-floor bedroom, she found Uncle Gu wiping Master C's face. Nanqi approached and said to Uncle Gu, you go eat first. I'll take care of this. This time, Uncle Gu did not refuse. He nodded in agreement and went to the small dining table beside the bedroom to eat. The bedroom is quite spacious, including a walk-in closet and a bathroom, covering an area of over 100 square meters. Yet, as Nanqi wiped Shanqi's face and then his hands, an unusual occurrence transpired. The unconscious man suddenly grasped her hand tightly, not letting go. Nanshi was startled, thinking he had awakened. Instead of pulling away, she softly called out, "You're awake?" The patient lay with his eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of response. "Shanshi?" Still, there was no answer. Aside from her initial moment of panic, Nanshi had begun to conduct a physical examination. There was a reaction in his pupils, and his limbs exhibited tendon reflexes, albeit faintly. Just as she called out, Uncle Gu, who was eating nearby, was also startled. He abandoned his meal and hurried over. "What's wrong? Has he awakened?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Uncle Gu saw the young Master C holding onto Nanshi's hand. His emotion suddenly heightened as he exclaimed, "Is he really awake? Thank heaven, thank heaven." Yet he had not fully regained consciousness. Nanshi remarked, "However, this is a good omen. You should hasten to notify Dr. Tao to come." All right, Uncle Gu replied, departing in haste. At that moment, the ward once again enveloped itself in tranquility. Nanshi withdrew her hand from his palm and proceeded to conduct a bedside MRI and an EEG. A few minutes later, the results emerged. The cerebral congestion had been entirely resolved, with no symptoms remaining. Nanshi then drew blood to ascertain whether the TTS toxin had been completely neutralized. However, just as she had drawn a sample, the man grimaced in pain, his hands flailing in the air. Hold still, she urged, pressing on the puncture site on his arm while grasping his flailing hand. "I know it hurts. Endure it for a moment." Unsure if he could comprehend her words in his current state, she nevertheless offered her gentle reassurances. A first in her life. Though the man lay in slumber, his pallid complexion could not obscure his handsome features. His demeanor exuded an unthreatening aura, evoking a sense of tenderness. After observing him for a few minutes and noticing his calm, she finally released his hand, glancing back at the site where she had drawn blood and finding it no longer bleeding. Nanshi turned to examine the blood test results, and that fleeting moment, she was suddenly enveloped in a powerful embrace. As the man's body pressed against her back, a chill emanating from him sent a shiver down her spine. For reasons unknown, he felt unusually cold, a stark contrast to the norm. In his semi-conscious state, Lu Yixiao's actions were instinctive, entirely unaware of the scene unfolding around him. Yet Nanshi understood he was in a state of unconsciousness. Were she to exert a bit of force, she could easily push him away, but she feared causing him harm. The man muttered softly, his emotions evidently stirred, though his words were indistinct. Chapter 117. A kiss. Instead of breaking free from his embrace, Nanshi turned to face him, cradling him gently while offering comfort. "It's all right. It's all right." Lu Yixiao's eyes remained tightly shut, his cheeks flushed, yet his brow furrowed, and his lips parted slightly as he murmured something. "What are you saying?" he continued to murmur, yet his words remained unclear. Leaning in closer, she finally discerned his words. Xiaoxi, don't go. Xiaoxi, are you being too cruel to me?" In that fleeting moment, it felt as though something within Nanshi's heart had been struck. Of course, she did not delude herself into thinking he was calling out to her. The Xiaoxi he referenced belonged to someone else. Yet, upon hearing him call out Xiaoxi, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Why she felt this way remained a mystery. This thought had crossed her mind more than once. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused. His complexion was a ghastly white, his hands trembling violently. Yet he clung to her tightly. His eyes, clouded as if veiled in mist, held an indescribable emotion as they met hers. How could one articulate such a feeling? Nanshi, accustomed to his impassive demeanor, had never seen him like this, lacking the usual detachment, coolness or disdain that often characterized his expression at this moment. His eyes reflected not only pain and injury but also despair. Under the current circumstances, his unfocused gaze seemed to evoke all the tenderness and compassion nestled deep within her heart. "Tell me, Xiaoxi, have you thought of me over these years?" Just as Nanshi prepared to console him, a handsome visage descended upon her, and a chilling kiss pressed against her lips. Time appeared to come to a standstill. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In that fleeting moment, Nanshi felt as though her mind had exploded. This was not their first kiss, yet it felt remarkably intimate. She could have easily pushed him away from the outset. After all, he was the patient, and it would have been a simple task for her. Yet, she could not comprehend why she refrained from doing so. Nanshi's heart raced, quickening to the point where it felt as if it might burst from her throat. Although this kiss was merely their lips touching, the man exerted all his strength, leaning against her. Nevertheless, their kiss lingered. To be precise, she did not withdraw, and his lips remained pressed against hers. Am I going mad? Surely, I must be insane. As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed, and she attempted to push him away, only to find it was too late. "Awake? Truly awake? Jiang Nanshi sent you to find us?" Thus, when Tao Musu, Yuan Hao, and Uncle Gu entered the bedroom, they were met with this scene. A man and a woman embracing at the bedside, their lips locked in a kiss. To an outsider, the sight was nothing short of enchanting. Tao Musu and the others stood frozen in shock. No, It is not as you think. The usually composed woman stuttered. This was an accident. I merely bumped into him. Tao Musu. How? Did Uncle Gu. Oh, an accident? How fortuitous that you bumped your lips together. That truly was careless, Uncle Gu remarked, his face alight with amusement as Nancy observed their expressions of astonishment. She felt a surge of frustration. She laid Shanqi flat on the bed and hastily rose to her feet. It is not as you imagine, she explained. Nothing happened between you, and no need for explanations. No need for explanations, Uncle Gu chuckled, a smile adorning his face. I understand that nothing occurred. However, in the next breath, Yuan Hao interjected, in such a brief span of time, it doesn't seem to align with Shanqi's character. Besides, Shanqi is still unconscious. Tao Musu adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose, adding, even if you wish to do something, he may have the intent, but lacks the strength. Nancy found herself somewhat speechless. When a man's imagination runs wild, his impact can be just as potent as that of a woman's. However, as she departed, the three who had regained consciousness in the ward fell into a frenzy of speculation. While Tao Musu conducted a checkup on the fourth master and confirmed that his vital signs were stable, she began testing the blood sample that Zhang Nanxi had left behind. As she examined the sample, she teased, "You've made the poor girl blush. This surely isn't their first kiss, right? Our young fourth master, even in a coma, still manages to take advantage of Xiaoxi." Tao Musu and Yuan Hao exchanged glances with Uncle Gu, simultaneously questioning, why could it not be Zhang Nanxi who initiated the kiss with our fourth master, rather than him kissing her? Uncle Gu's face flushed crimson as he cleared his throat and remarked, Xiaoxi is usually quite reserved, and I just witnessed clearly that it has always been our young Master C holding her hand. Two voices echoed in unison, exclaiming, what the hell did I'm astounded. A few seconds later, Yuan Hao added, however, considering the relationship between Zhang Nanxi and our young Master C, one can understand their actions. What? Tao Musu's eyes widened in disbelief. What is their relationship? Do you know something? You don't know. They are living together now. Yuan Hao exclaimed with excitement. Living together. Consequently, Yuan Hao took 20 minutes to vividly recount the situation between young Master C and Zhang Nanxi to Dr. Tao. Of course, while he refrained from embellishing the details, he infused his narrative with a strong subjective perspective and personal interpretations. Dr. Tao, incredulous, remarked, did Zhang Nanxi say she can't do without fourth brother? And fourth brother did not refute this? Chapter 118 Feelings cannot be controlled. Of course not. Otherwise, Yuan Hao wouldn't be so astonished. That morning, while you were discussing matters in the study, Zhang Nanxi came in and directly sat on fourth brother's lap to sleep? With each word Dr. Tao uttered, it felt surreal, almost like a dream, prompting him to ask, fourth brother did not throw her out. It is well known that any woman who had previously approached fourth brother was either cast aside or left in a near-death state. How could any other woman dare to draw near him? Naturally, the situation with Zhang Nanxi, who had entered as a substitute bride, was exceptional. Initially marked for death, she now thrived in a state of well-being. Yet, exceptional circumstances do not imply that this uniqueness would lead to fourth brother sharing a bed with her so swiftly, did it? No, Yuan Hao shook his head. Furthermore, our young Master C even held her in his embrace, as if fearful she might fall, all the while maintaining his composure while discussing matters with me. Several minutes later, he inquired, are we speaking of the same person? At that moment, Uncle Gu chimed in with a smile. This is indeed true. Last time at the restaurant, they were also entwined in each other's arms. I witnessed Xiaoxi dozing in young Master C's embrace. Moreover, at that time, young Master C even urged me to speak softly, saying not to disturb Xiaoxi's slumber. While Yuan Hao's account may have been tinged with embellishment, Uncle Gu's words certainly held weight. Despite his reluctance to accept this reality, Dr. Tao found himself believing it. However, he struggled to fathom how someone as composed and self-restrained as fourth brother, who even harbored some aversion to emotions due to his parents' issues, could exhibit such affection towards a woman. Ultimately, he felt that the progression of feelings between fourth brother and Zhang Nanxi was alarmingly rapid. Half an hour later, Uncle Gu took his leave. As the time for Louis Xiao to awaken drew nearer, Tao Musu and Yuan Hao ceased their activities. How could I dare to inquire further? Yuan Hao sighed. Not only is our young Master C investigating that female assassin's affairs, but I also sense he intends to exact revenge on her behalf. However, all the bodyguards around Nanao perished, and only Nanao's body remains unfound. My instinct tells me she has perished, yet the body has not been located. Thus, our fourth brother remains unconvinced of her demise. Perhaps this constitutes a form of self-deception on his part? Tao Musu fell silent, yet within her heart, she could not help but sigh. It seemed that Zhang Nanxi's involvement had not succeeded in helping the fourth brother forget that female assassin. He had endured great suffering before his mother passed away. He was ensnared in the turmoil of his parents' troubled relationship following her death. He lost his last remaining support as a child. He was relentlessly bullied by his several older sisters. After struggling to grow up, he was kidnapped, faced threats, and poisoned, each of these events a peril to his very life. The business world is akin to a battlefield. Though no blood is shed, a single misstep can lead to the ruin of an entire enterprise, leaving employees jobless and seeking new work. The weight of responsibility upon his shoulders is immense. He is regarded as a formidable specter that instills fear in some, a prodigy in the eyes of business tycoons, and a prized asset within the Liu family boardroom. Yet, all that people perceive is his resplendent success. Oblivious to the exorbitant costs he has borne. It can be said that he has lived to the age of 25 without ever truly living for himself. Tao Musu earnestly wished for the fourth brother to find some semblance of happiness. After laying down the enmity of the Liu family, it would be best if he could also relinquish his obsession with Nan Ao. Would you say our fourth master qualifies as a scoundrel? Yuan Hao shifted the conversation, probing into the affairs of other women while flirting with Jiang Nanqi. Tao Musu laughed in exasperation, then remarked with gravity, "I believe you are inviting a beating." Yuan Hao cried out in dismay, "I was merely jesting." "Do not speak of the fourth brother in such a manner again," Tao Musu admonished, her respect for him unwavering. Unwilling to tolerate any disparagement. "Very well, I concede my fault," Yuan Hao acknowledged sincerely. He too held the fourth brother in high regard, though at times his words were thoughtless and nonsensical. By the way, Yuan Hao continued, changing the subject, since the fourth brother's identity remains undisclosed, do you think Jiang Nanqi suspects him when she visits his quarters? For a moment, Tao Musu was uncertain. She replied, "Jiang Nanqi is quite astute. She may indeed harbor suspicions. What shall we do then?" Yuan Hao found the situation troublesome. "However, I have probed her, and she claims to have no curiosity about Lu Sai or Lu Hanyuan." Indeed, there was little to be curious about. Lu Hanyuan was rife with surveillance, including within the fourth brother's room. That if this woman were to exhibit even the slightest curiosity regarding Lu Hanyuan, she would have been dealt with long ago. Observing Tao Musu's silence, Yuan Hao proposed a rather dubious scheme. What if we set up a ruse, placing a man in another room to impersonate the fourth brother? The goal would be to convince Jiang Nanqi that he was indeed the fourth brother. This way she would not suspect the true fourth brother as a mere beggar. What do you think? What do I think? Tao Musu retorted. Yuan Hao, sensing a flicker of hope, quickly responded, "Yes. If it's feasible, I'll implement it immediately." However, in the next moment, Tao Musu kicked Yuan Hao lightly, stating, "I don't think that's a good idea." Ouch! Yuan Hao dodged. "Then please do not strike me. You may be clever at times, yet how could you conflate Nan Ao's demise with the fourth brother being poisoned by the Liu family?" As she spoke, Tao Musu pointed at Yuan Hao, her expression one of disappointment mixed with frustration. "But at this moment, you truly are foolish. Since she entered as a substitute bride, has she ever encountered the real fourth brother? She has consistently regarded the true fourth brother as a mere beggar. At this moment, engaging in such actions can only be described as superfluous embellishment. Initially devoid of suspicion, one now finds themselves plagued by doubt. Chapter 119. Young Master C finally awakens. When Louis Xiao regained consciousness, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Fourth brother has awakened. Tao Musu, who was conducting a thorough examination of Louis Xiao, suddenly felt a surge of excitement beside him. Yuan Hao and Uncle Gu, who had been dozing off, sprang to their feet at the sound of this announcement. In unison, they exclaimed, "The fourth master has awakened? Are you feeling unwell? Thank heavens, our young Master C has finally awakened." The once tranquil bedroom was now infused with a semblance of life. Louis Xiao, his head throbbing from the commotion, opened his eyes to find 3 men standing before him. Their expressions fraught with concern, their eyes slightly reddened. "It's nothing," the man on the bed replied, his complexion somewhat pale, his tone as cold as ever. "Is it really possible to cry over this?" The others wiped the corners of their eyes, attempting to maintain their composure as they insisted, "We haven't cried. It's merely the result of wind blowing into our eyes with the windows firmly shut. One must wonder where this wind could have come from. It was simply a matter of pride." This was, however, a far more benign situation compared to the moment Yuan Hao and Uncle Gu had witnessed the fourth master at the Liu family's ancestral home. His body marred by lash marks. When they truly could not contain their tears, outsiders may claim that the fourth master is decisive and unfeeling, yet only those close to him know that Louis Xiao, while appearing aloof, possesses a kind heart. Over the years, he has engaged in charitable acts supporting impoverished regions. This is not merely for show. He has genuinely taken action, avoiding the media spotlight and remaining discreet. Thanks to him, the families of all bodyguards at Lu Hanyuan have their livelihoods secured, receiving substantial annual sums. Issues related to their children's education and their parents' health care have all been resolved. courtesy of the fourth master. Furthermore, in recent years, he has consistently donated to various medical and biological laboratories, as well as military endeavors, funding their projects and research to strengthen the nation. When necessary, he even participates in these research initiatives. Thus, the fourth master is not merely an exceptional entrepreneur but also a remarkable individual contributing significantly to the country. Moments later, Louis Xiao covered his mouth and coughed lightly, saying, "How utterly disgraceful. From now on, do not claim to have emerged from Lu Hanyuan." Although Tao Musu, Yuan Hao, and Uncle Gu were chastised, the vigor in the fourth master's voice brought them joy. They even began to jest in an effort to lift his spirits. "As long as you awaken, what does our disgrace matter? That won't do. We must declare ourselves as people of the fourth master. I was just joking with Uncle Gu about how the first thing our fourth brother would do upon waking would be to scold someone." Louis Xiao tugged at the corners of his mouth, presenting a smile that lacked warmth. "How long have I been unconscious?" In truth, he had sensed something amiss with his body even before losing consciousness. Being struck with 3 lashes should not have resulted in such a predicament. Thus, there must be more to the story. "Over a day," Tao Musu replied, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "You were poisoned by TTS. It is certain that someone from the Lu family tampered with the whip." Louis Xiao sat up in bed, leaning against the headboard, flexing his wrist and limbs, seemingly no worse for wear. Upon merely hearing those words, he raised his gaze to Tao Musu, furrowing his brow as he retorted, "TTS poison?" Their eyes met, and through an unspoken understanding, they both arrived at the same conclusion. "Indeed," Tao Musu nodded, confirming that it was the same poison you were afflicted with when abducted by Bei Qian 8 years ago. Louis Xiao's expression turned solemn as he fell into contemplation. So, this thrice-inflicted punishment was not in vain. At the very least, it unraveled a mystery from years past. Who could it be from the Lu family? Yuan Hao's demeanor grew serious. This was not Uncle Gu's area of expertise. As soon as the fourth young master awakened, he would be overjoyed. Thus, as Uncle Gu made his way to the door, he remarked, "I have prepared some nourishing soup for the fourth young master. Dr. Tao has said that you may eat once you awaken, so I shall go fetch it." However, his thoughts lingered on the fact that with the fourth young master regaining consciousness, he must notify Xiaoxi, for surely the girl would be extremely delighted. Once Uncle Gu departed, silence enveloped the room for several minutes. Suddenly, Louis Xiao spoke with calm composure. "It was Lu Jia who handed the whip to the old lady, and I observed distinctly that it was Lu Ning who passed the whip to Lu Jia." Tao Musu and Yuan Hao exchanged glances, synchronously exclaiming, "So fourth brother suspects that Lu Ning is behind this?" No sooner had the words escaped their lips than Tao Musu gasped, exclaiming, "I just recalled something. There are rumors circulating that you have been dismissed from your position as president of the Lu Group, and it is Lu Ning who has disseminated this information. This implies that Lu Ning was certain that Louis Xiao would not awaken from the poisoning, daring to let such news spread. For if it had truly been an official statement from the old lady, it would not merely be rumor but an announcement of fact." Therefore Louis Xiao's expression darkened with a hint of malice. "Investigate Lu Ning thoroughly." "Why?" Lu Luoman leaned upon the Hu family, boasting a commendable lineage. That Lu Jia, too, had a formidable backing through her marriage. Only Lu Ning stood apart, lacking both a distinguished heritage and a husband. The outside world remained unaware of her status as an illegitimate daughter, yet that did not prevent speculation. Thus, she was the most inconspicuous within the Lu family, and it was surprising that she had been overlooked. Yet Yuan Hao muttered softly, "So does that mean Lu Ning also issued the order to eliminate that female assassin?" Louis Xiao did not catch this remark. Instead, he posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. "How is the TTS poison in my system neutralized?" If memory serves, 8 years prior, after he was kidnapped by Bei Qian, it was Xiaoxi who had rescued him from this very toxin. It was not that he underestimated Tao Musu. After all, he was a young medical prodigy in the imperial city. Albeit 2 years younger than Louis Xiao several years ago, Louis Xiao had already acquainted himself with the TTS virus, a toxin long prohibited by the Federation, which Tao Musu had undoubtedly never encountered. Therefore, if it was not Tao Musu who saved him, who else could it be? Chapter 120. Why did she kiss me? Tao Musu replied, "It was Jiangnan 11 and that fleeting moment." The typically stoic expression of Louis Xiao faltered slightly. "Jiangnanqi." Tao Musu nodded, setting aside the intricate medical jargon to succinctly outline the gravity of fourth brother's condition, urgent and critically severe. Of course, he did not claim sole credit for Jiangnanqi's contributions. Rather, he attributed the success of the operation to her guidance. Although it was Tao Musu who performed the surgery, it was indeed Jiangnanqi who provided assistance. A fact that remained undeniable. However, Louis Xiao found it difficult to absorb the subsequent words. His mind wandering, he has felt on more than one occasion that this is merely a coincidence. 8 years ago, He was kidnapped by an organization in Beiqian, and it was Nanshi who rescued him. 8 years later, he encounters a woman sharing the same name as Xiaoxi, and once again, he finds himself saved by her. Jiang Nanshi and Nanshi differ by merely a single character, yet their habits, personalities, martial prowess, and intelligence exhibit striking similarities. Indeed, when Xiaoxi becomes enraged, her eyes emanate a ghostly blue hue at night, and Jiang Nanshi possesses this trait as well. However, their appearances are distinct, and he cannot forget Xiaoxi's visage. Although they are clearly two different individuals, Lui Xiao instinctively draws comparisons between them. Strangely enough, due to Jiang Nanshi's involvement, he has recently begun to feel somewhat unlike himself. She frequently tests his boundaries, and rather than responding with anger, he finds himself capitulating step by step, indulging her. This is not right. He should not be behaving this way. Fourth brother? Tao Musu interjected, do you find it rather unbelievable that Jiang Nanshi can cure this poison? Lui Xiao lifted his gaze towards the voice, remaining silent. His thoughts were somewhat disordered, preventing him from fully comprehending what was being said. Yet, he was acutely aware of his disdain for this uncontrollable sensation. For matters that surpassed his expectations, Tao Musu, however, remained oblivious to the unusual expression on fourth brother's face, continuing, a high school student who hasn't even graduated, previously regarded as a good-for-nothing in the countryside, unable to retaliate, yet she possesses medical skills. You know, many things in this world can be cheated, but medical skills displayed on-site cannot be faked. Indeed, she was the one who cured your TTS poison. Just now, I conducted a full-body examination and analyzed your blood samples. The TTS poison in your system has essentially been eradicated. It was her prescribed medication. Being a medical student, Tao Musu was imbued with a unique passion and dedication towards medicine, thus exhibiting a certain excitement. Even now, he remained unaware of fourth brother's peculiar expression, continuing to speak animatedly. Fourth brother, do you know? Aside from the renowned one medical sage, I have not encountered a medical student who piqued my interest as much as Jiang Nanshi. I even suspect she might be the one medical sage. You are aware of that sage, right? It was she who saved my grandmother. I must find an opportunity to test her skills. However, before he could finish, it was Yuan Hao who spoke up. Oh, Dr. Tao, what a jest! Jiang Nanshi. Yuan Hao shrugged. I don't believe it. A high school student with abysmal grades who may not even graduate could possibly be the illustrious medical sage? How could that be? But how do you explain her ability to cure the TTS poison? Tao Musu remained steadfast in his belief in her medical prowess. Yuan Hao scratched his chin thoughtfully, cautiously suggesting perhaps she has previously studied this field of knowledge. Maybe it was just a fortunate coincidence? Fortuitous coincidence. Tao Musu chuckled in disbelief. And what about the Lail virus cured for the Wolf King? Was that merely a coincidence as well? Yuan Hao awkwardly laughed, exclaiming, Oh, Dr. Tao, don't be too agitated. I am not versed in medicine. I was just speaking casually. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation had veered off course. Suddenly, Lui Xiao, seated upright at the head of the bed, interjected, Show me the surveillance footage from the bedroom and the operating room. He had not heard what Tao Musu and Yuan Hao had been discussing, as his mind was wholly ensnared in his own thoughts moments ago. Tao Musu and Yuan Hao were embroiled in a heated argument, but suddenly fell silent as they exchanged a glance. It appeared that the fourth master harbored doubts regarding Jiang Nanshi's ability to resolve the virus. After 5 minutes, he returned, breathless, and projected a video onto the television opposite the bed. Once everything was set up, Tao Musu cast a glance at her elder brother, hesitantly inquiring, Fourth brother, must we truly remain here to watch with you? After all, the video features you and Jiang Nanshi sharing a kiss. It seems rather awkward for us to witness, does it not? Naturally, Yuan Hao shared this sentiment, chuckling lightly as he suggested, Why don't we step outside for a moment? Call us in once you're finished. Despite being unwell, Lui Xiao revealed no hint of vulnerability. He remained the aloof, indifferent figure he always was, even now, his phoenix eyes glimmering with a chilling depth. It was precisely this gaze that silenced Tao Musu and Yuan Hao very well. If they were to stay, let it be. After all, it would not be them who turned crimson later. As Uncle Gu and Nanshi ascended the stairs with dinner. The door was not entirely closed, allowing them to overhear the ensuing conversation. Why did she kiss me? The man's tone was as frigid as that of someone emerging from an ice cellar. No, it was you who kissed her in the video. Why would I kiss her? I was unconscious. It was clearly Jiang Nanshi taking advantage of the situation. Uncle Gu felt his face flush with embarrassment as he cautiously glanced at Jiang Nanshi beside him. Yet the girl exhibited no signs of shyness, fearing that the occupants of the room might utter something regarding the young fourth master. He hastily cleared his throat and announced, Shan-Chi, Nanshi and I are coming in. Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the room. Uncle Gu led the way, with Nanshi following closely behind. At that moment, an unusual tension permeated the air. Tao Musu and Yuan Hao dared not meet Jiang Nanqi's gaze, while only Lu Yixiao remained fixated on the sole woman before him. His striking features, marked by a sickly pallor, did little to diminish his handsome visage though undeniably good-looking. The furrowed brow gave his face an added edge of harshness.